Chapter 1. A journey akin to Schrödinger's cat. Mou, styled Yunzhong, is the third child in his family. Both of his parents are esteemed researchers in the realm of national science. During his mother's pregnancy with him, his father became infatuated with the three kingdoms and various related themes, ultimately insisting that their child bear the family name. Above him, he has an elder brother and sister. Subsequently, inspired by the television series I Am a Special Soldier, and fueled by a deep sense of patriotism, Mo's father aspired to enlist Mou in the military. However, during a boastful conversation while driving, he accidentally caused an accident that sent Mou to the hospital, shattering his dreams. As a result, the family endured 3 months of consuming durian, with Mou's father made to kneel on the durian peels as punishment. As such incidents became frequent, Mou, along with his equally tormented siblings, decided to part ways to escape their father's overbearing nature and pursue their own paths, lest they become mere pawns in his game. Traditionally a slacker, Mou transformed into a Sudetaku, captivated by the grand spectacles created by a prominent figure in the realm of Genshin Impact, vowing to establish his own wonders. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. In his dream, Mou found himself standing on a sidewalk, gazing at the traffic lights above. The memories of his unfortunate hospitalization due to his father's blunder were vivid. Adhering to the principle that safety comes first, he not only refrained from crossing the street prematurely, but even took a step back. At that moment, a massive truck barreled towards him. It is indeed proven that adhering to traffic regulations is of utmost importance. Just as Mou reveled in his prudent habits, a mechanical fist came hurtling toward him. WTF! The last sight Mou beheld was that very truck transforming into a towering mech, its fist aimed directly at his previous position. Now the question arises, did Mou traverse realms due to sheer exhaustion, or was he struck by the vehicle? Chapter 2. The Ancestral Teachings of the Tang Family. It is uncertain whether the fierce competition between the two major corporations to capture users has led to a serendipitous outcome, but it has left Tang Yin in a predicament devoid of any external support. In such a milieu, contemplating the looming threat of the Spirit Hall, how could Tang Yin fail to diligently hone the skill of ghost shadow displacement, his means of escape? After all, considering his family's unique spirit configuration, despite his father being the illustrious Hao Qianduo and his mother the revered Blue-Silver Empress, it is highly probable that he would awaken with the blue-silver grass as a spirit. The ancestral teachings of the Tang family are quite explicit in this regard. Hao Yin stands supreme to this day. You, virtuous talents, must prioritize filial piety. Under the lineage of Tang Hao, remember this well. Sons are not to be neglected, daughters are not to be forsaken. Men marry spirit beasts, starting from 10,000. Women marry external aids, not wed unless divine. Herbaceous spirits are to be revered, bringing glory to the clan. Capable of offense and defense, strategize with wisdom. Herbs are passed to sons, courting is not a challenge. Our Hao Yin lineage excels in offense. Daughters shall inherit, warding off wolves with cunning. With such teachings in place, Tang Yin felt it was nearly predetermined that he would inherit the blue-silver grass. However, the dilemma remains that the blue-silver grass, in its nascent stages, is notoriously weak, and even their variant possesses limited potential. Ultimately, they wield the blue-silver grass, not the illustrious blue rain, which could manifest a radiant sword light or invoke curses upon foes. Though both may share the hue blue, they belong to entirely different realms. Awakening the Hao Yin hammer would not yield better prospects either, given the fraught history between his father and the Spirit Hall. Should a Hao Yin hammer materialize outside the Hao Yin sect, it could spell untold troubles. Unless he, like his brother, could awaken dual spirits, but even the most optimistic calculations yield merely a 1/3 chance. Such low odds are not a gamble Tang Yin is willing to take. Thus, it becomes evident how crucial it is to master a formidable escape technique in this alternate world. At times, one must heed the whispers of their own heart. The virtue of prudence and courage is indeed worthy of emulation, like a tea present. Regarding Tang Yin's mindset, it can be said that in this iteration of Dao, there's a notable absence of extreme cowardice. Without the seasoned, subservient attitude cultivated over many years, Tang Yin could effortlessly conjure an unparalleled timidity and, relying on this very trait, ascend to divinity. Rest assured, my brother, aside from my slight shortcomings with hidden weapons, I excel in most other areas. Furthermore, my ghostly shadow and mysterious steps surpass even your own prowess. Tang Yin proclaimed proudly, hands on hips and a defiant expression adorning his face. Observing his younger brother's haughty demeanor, Tang San could not help but affectionately tap Tang Yin on the head, remarking, "This is precisely why I continually urge you, little Yin. You possess a martial talent I have never encountered before. It is imperative that you do not squander this gift. Dedicate yourself to your training." Tang San's statement was devoid of any exaggeration. He genuinely believed that Tang Yin's martial aptitude was the highest he had witnessed over 2 lifetimes. His own remarkable progress was built upon the foundation and experience from his previous life, while for Tang Yin, this was a genuine beginning. This disparity was indeed extraordinary. Presently, Tang Yin's advancement in martial arts was commendable, with only his investment in hidden weapons lagging slightly behind Tang San. In fact, Tang Yin's particular interest in the ghostly shadow and mysterious steps even placed him ahead in that regard. It was precisely for this reason that when Tang San noticed Tang Yin's lack of enthusiasm towards the cultivation of the Shantian skill, he felt compelled to speak up. On the other hand, Tang Yin's perspective was clear as a transmigrator. He was acutely aware of why the 2 brothers had struggled to make breakthroughs. After all, novels like Do Delu and Do Po Song Qiong had gained immense popularity during Tang Yin's era. He often attributed his failure to gain admission into a prestigious university to the captivating nature of these novels. After all, with his genetic lineage, it was surprising that he only managed to secure a place at a mediocre university, and that only by the narrowest of margins. Although a considerable amount of time had passed, the primary settings and plots remained vivid in his memory. It could be said that they were well prepared. All that remained was to awaken their martial souls and soul rings. Very well, let us not dwell on you any longer. Since we are not training, we might as well return home early. Father is awaiting our return for dinner, Tang San suggested, unable to resist the charm of his somewhat spoiled younger sibling. Oh, Do. What could he do but indulge her? After all, this was the familial affection he had longed for across 2 lifetimes. Hey, brother, you're the best. We'll just check on the trap I set yesterday. Whatever I catch today will be my meal, Tang Yin declared, his words barely finished before he activated the ghostly shadow and mysterious steps, his voice fading with the wind. Seeing his spirited younger sibling, Tang San could only shake his head in resigned amusement, activating his own ghostly shadow and pursuing him. Tang Yin was quite curious about the ordinary creatures in this Doloa world. After all, in a fantasy realm teeming with soul beasts, how did these commonplace animals manage to survive? However, he did not dwell on such questions, for it was precisely due to the existence of these creatures that he and Tang San had never lacked for meat. Being a carnivorous individual, Tang Yin often echoed the sentiments of his previous life. Humanity has evolved for countless years, not merely to subsist on vegetables. Today, fortune smiled upon them. Tang Yin's trap had ensnared a plump wild rabbit. As he gazed at the creature in his hands, he began to concoct delicious plans. The rabbit's head could be prepared as a spicy delicacy, while the hind legs, coated in breadcrumbs, could be fried to a golden crisp sure to tantalize the taste buds of all his friends in the village. At that moment, Tang Yin's mind raced with culinary possibilities, completely oblivious to the fact that his future sister-in-law was also a rabbit. In the Soul Beast Forest, Xiao Wu shivered inexplicably. Since it's a rabbit, splendid. That's something I enjoy as well, Tang San remarked, his anticipation evident. After all, their Tang sect was located in the Bashu region, which corresponds to modern-day Sichuan. It is a well-known fact that no rabbit ever leaves Sichuan alive. This sentiment resonated with Tang San. Upon hearing his brother's words, Tang Yin immediately spotted a point of contention. Brother, didn't you claim you weren't driving earlier? Shouldn't it be said that you, my elder brother, are quite the Sichuanese? Not only do you indulge in rabbit delicacies, but you also seem intent on consuming a certain 10,000-year-old powder rabbit in another world. Thus, it seemed that Tang San was indeed a seasoned driver, akin to those who could deliver tofu for their fathers. Chapter 3. The Lessons of Speed and Passion. Tang Yin looked at his oblivious older brother, a mixture of pity and amusement crossing his face as he regarded his brother's luxurious mane. Brother, you may be unaware, but the Speed and Passion franchise has produced 9 installments, along with a spin-off, imparting a crucial lesson. One must not drive too fast, lest one end up bald. Wait, are you suggesting that one might resort to this method to hasten baldness, thereby awakening a passive skill? I have become bald yet stronger? Well then, how about we incorporate a variety of exercises starting tomorrow, such as performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers, among others? Tang Yin suggested with a hint of sympathy. After all, if one must embrace baldness, it would be prudent to follow Teacher Chi's method, as there is a precedent set by the teacher. My foolish ado, I sensed that I was being subtly arranged by Tang San, who observed the glance Tang Yin cast upon him. Fully aware of his own Didu's erratic thought process, he swiftly produced 3 flying daggers. Idly toying with them in his hands, his gaze exuding an unmistakable danger. Indeed, the monikers like Dudu were all learned by Tang San from Tang Yin. Ah, I feel our elder should be awakening soon. We ought to return promptly. Upon seeing his elder brother wielding a knife, Tang Yin immediately decided to retreat, deftly diverting the conversation while grasping the rabbit's ears and sprinting homeward. Observing his younger brother begin to flee, Tang San found himself with no viable options. He could not truly throw the daggers, so he could only shake his head with affectionate exasperation and follow suit. As the 2 brothers returned home, they synchronized their actions with remarkable harmony. Due to Tang Yin's culinary prowess, he took on the primary responsibility of cooking, while Tang San assisted him. For instance, at this moment, Tang San was in charge of slaughtering and cleaning the rabbit. After years of close companionship, their unspoken understanding was evident as they prepared a standard meal of 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup within less than an hour. It must be said that with Tang Yin's presence, Tang San's meals far surpassed those in the original narrative. Surveying the fully set dining table, Tang Yin found a spot to sit and remarked, "Elder brother, could you summon our father? Xiao Yin, after all, he is our father, despite his neglect towards us. He remains our progenitor," Tang San began, but Tang Yin interjected before he could finish. "All right, elder brother. I trust that our father has his reasons." "Oh dear. How many times have you said this now?" Tang Yin spoke with a hint of defiance. In truth, he bore no significant aversion towards Tang Hao, for he understood well the reasons behind Tang Hao's current state. The death of their mother had profoundly impacted him. After all, the present Tang Hao was not merely a titled Dolua, but rather a man engulfed in sorrow. However, Tang Yin believed that this did not absolve Tang Hao of the responsibility of abandoning his fatherly duties, leaving 2 children who had yet to fully grasp self-sufficiency to fend for themselves while he remained ensnared in memories of the past. Ultimately, life is fraught with disappointments. Although Tang Yin's father in his previous life was far from perfect, he had the capacity to shoulder responsibilities when it mattered most. There was that year when their mother fell ill due to exhaustion from her experiments, and soon after, calamity struck the female elder, culminating in the death of Tang Yin's grandfather. In that moment, an array of burdens fell squarely upon the shoulders of Tang Yin's father. Yet, even under such duress, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he resolutely upheld the fragmented semblance of their 3 families, enduring through the most harrowing times. It is important to note that Tang Yin's reflections were not intended as a comparison of the merits of his 2 fathers, but rather an expression of empathy for Tang Hao. Thus, his occasional reference to him as old man was devoid of malice. Tang Yin recognized the truth in the saying that one cannot advise another to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering, and experiencing another's pain does not guarantee benevolence. If he were to condemn his father from a third-party perspective, he would be no different from those who pontificate from a moral high ground. Furthermore, such hurtful words would be directed at those closest to him. Before long, Tang San emerged from the room accompanied by a somewhat stout middle-aged man, who, despite his relatively young age, bore an air of agefulness. It was astonishing for anyone to witness this scene and believe that the man before them was none other than the youngest titled Dolua in the Dolua continent, the Haotian Dolua, Tang Hao. Upon seeing his father, Tang Yin refrained from further remarks. After Tang Hao picked up his chopsticks, Tang Yin promptly served himself a spoonful of soup. Tang San gazed at the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped every meal with a sense of helplessness. On one hand, he had his most respected father, and on the other, his beloved younger brother. As he had already begun to exhibit signs of being overly protective of his brother, he felt unable to say anything to alleviate the tension. Ultimately, he could only continue dining in this peculiar ambience, just as he always had. Just as Tang Yin and the others had finished their meal, the legendary figure of the Dolua world, Elder Jack from Holy Spirit Village, arrived to seek out the 2 brothers. To refer to Elder Jack as a legendary figure is by no means an exaggeration. He had verbally sparred with Tidal Delaw and casually caressed the head of the sea god, all while effortlessly bestowing 10,000 soul beasts amidst light-hearted banter. He had discreetly transformed Holy Spirit Village into Sea God Village, showcasing his remarkable prowess. With such a remarkable history, it is not an overstatement to consider him a legendary figure. In Tang Yin's eyes, the only person comparable to Elder Jack was the formidable figure who single-handedly subdued the 6th Hokage, ruthlessly defeated the 7th Hokage, and left Uchiha Sasuke on the ground, trembling in fear from mere murderous intent. This was truly a character whose entrance marked the zenith of his prowess, as everything that followed was a decline. Little San. Little Yin, are you home? Elder Jack's voice resonated from outside the residence. Yes, Grandpa Jack, they replied in unison. Tang Yin was the first to respond, rising to open the door for old Jack. This was all to welcome the guest, certainly not an attempt to evade dishwashing. As soon as he opened the door, Tang Yin promptly said, Apologies, Grandpa Jack, my husband has just gone to bed. Let us discuss matters in the courtyard. Tang Yin spoke as he guided old Jack to a stone chair in the courtyard, pouring him a glass of water along the way. Upon observing Tang Yin's actions, Tang San couldn't help but smile slightly. He was acutely aware that his younger brother, despite his sharp tongue, possessed a heart of gold. Although he often spoke harshly to their father, his concern for him was evident in the subtleties of daily life. Naturally, Tang San did not linger indoors. He recognized that his younger brother was likely trying to evade the chore of washing dishes. But what could he say? He tidied up a bit while attending to old Jack. Chapter 4. 2 Attitudes. If only the children in our village could be as understanding as you 2 brothers. Old Jack remarked, observing the diligent efforts of the siblings after his arrival. Hee, Grandpa Village Head, your words make me a bit embarrassed, Tang Yin replied, feeling somewhat awkward. For despite his youthful appearance, he was, in spirit, a man in his 20s. It felt rather odd to be compared to children. Grandpa Jack, is there something you need from us? Tang Yin inquired, and Tang San, sensing the strangeness of the situation, quickly shifted the topic. Oh, I have come mainly to remind you that in 3 days, it will be time for the children in our village to awaken their martial spirits. You 2 brothers are already 6 years old and eligible to participate, old Jack informed them. I understand about this year's martial spirit awakening, Grandpa Jack. Thank you for your trouble in coming all the way here this early. We happened to collect some eggs today. Please take some back with you, Tang Yin replied graciously. Tang Yin expressed his gratitude while simultaneously handing some eggs to the old village chief. However, the venerable elder declined the offer, explaining that he had several other families to visit, and carrying the bag would be quite cumbersome. You 2 brothers are still at the age of growth. You should keep them for yourselves, he advised. Old Jack, feeling quite pleased, gently ruffled the hair of the 2 brothers and reassured them. Rest assured, Grandfather Village Chief. We have plenty left. Our family consists of just 3 members, and we certainly cannot consume all of it. Consider it a gesture of assistance. At this moment, Tang San also spoke up. After all, both Tang Yin and Tang San held immense respect for Grandpa Jack. When they were merely children, their family often received assistance from the old village chief. Each time, he would find some pretext to deliver food to them. Now that they had a bit of prosperity, they wished to express their gratitude towards this venerable elder. Ultimately, old Jack did not utter a word to the 2 brothers, departing with a bag of fresh eggs. Time continued its relentless march, and as 3 days came to a close, it felt like but a fleeting moment. Today marked the day of awakening for the children of Holy Soul Village. Over the past few days, Tang Yin experienced a tumultuous blend of excitement and anxiety, primarily due to the uncertainty surrounding the awakening of his martial soul. The most favorable outcome would be awakening a twin martial soul, akin to his elder brother. This would allow for one to serve as a shield while the other provided offense. The blue-silver grass could seamlessly conceal his identity, while the Haodian hammer could engage in reasoning with adversaries. Conversely, relying solely on one would present its own set of flaws and complications. This uncertainty left Tang Yin in a state of inner turmoil. Now, old Jack had taken Tang Yin and their peers towards the village's martial soul hall. Does the old man have to be so lazy? Tang Yin grumbled, feeling indignant at the thought of the elder likely still asleep at home during such a crucial moment. Tang San observed the demeanor of his beloved Ididu and consoled her, saying, Father must have some matters to attend to today. What could he possibly have to attend to? Has there been any recent order for forging? Aside from sleeping and indulging in wine, what else occupies his time? Tang Yin retorted without mercy, do not speak like that. Father, rest assured, with me here, no matter what martial soul awakens, you need not worry. I shall handle everything. Tang San, being the elder brother of Tang Yin, naturally noticed the unusual state of mind that Tang Yin had exhibited in recent days. Considering the timeline, he could roughly deduce what was troubling his brother. Thus, at this moment, he offered silent comfort to Tang Yin. The same situation evoked 2 distinct attitudes. While a part of Tang Yin's anxiety stemmed from awareness of the hardships that lay ahead, a greater influence was the differing environments in which the 2 brothers had been raised in their previous lives. In his previous life, Tang San existed in a world filled with numerous sects and a tumultuous martial arts society, where the experiences of brutality and bloodshed he endured vastly outweighed those of Tang Yin. Consequently, his adaptability to the unknown was remarkably strong. In contrast, Tang Yin had lived in a peaceful nation during his previous life, where the most heated debates revolved around whether dumplings should be sweet or savory. Although Tang Yin had made considerable efforts to adjust over the past few years, he inevitably felt a twinge of nervousness when faced with the current situation. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Tang Yin chose not to elaborate further. During this brief exchange between the two brothers, old Jack had already escorted them to the entrance of the village's spirit hall. As they arrived, a figure clad in a flowing white robe descended gracefully, ultimately standing proudly before the gathered crowd. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the most notorious traitor in the history of the spirit hall, Xiao Yin, whose awakening could encircle the hall itself, and who possessed the essence of a traveler with the steadfastness of an awakened being. Upon witnessing Xiao Yin's arrival, village chief Jack promptly approached him, offering a slight bow before speaking. "Respected Great Spirit Master, I appreciate your efforts in making this journey. There's no need for such formalities. My time is limited. If everyone is present, we shall commence without delay," Xiao Yin replied with an air of calm authority, his demeanor impeccably composed. "Understood," old Jack responded, refraining from any further delay as he turned to introduce Xiao Yin to the gathered villagers. However, the manner in which he carefully articulated his points, first stating a few, then elaborating on additional ones, soon began to induce drowsiness in Tang Yin. He could not help but wonder if all leaders were so verbose. As it turned out, Tang Yin was not alone in his inability to endure the lengthy discourse. Observing Xiao Yin extracting a speech from his pocket, Tang Yin boldly interrupted. "Is it truly necessary to deliver such a lengthy address every year? Becoming a spirit master is not as simple as it sounds. Moreover," Xiao Yin continued with a hint of frustration, "I have traversed 6 nearby villages, yet thus far, I have not encountered a single child with spiritual power nor any suitable martial spirits for cultivation. It is important to note that for spirit masters like them, who assist children in awakening their powers, successful awakenings yield certain rewards." Old Jack, having served as village chief for many years, understood this all too well and spoke with a touch of resignation. Indeed, most successful awakenings come from the disciples of prominent sects and families. For ordinary folks like us, the odds are exceedingly slim. Seeing old Jack finally cease his lengthy oration, Xiao Yin utilized his spiritual power to unlock the doors of the spirit hall. He was concerned that if he delayed further, old Jack might resume his speech. "Follow me," Xiao Yin instructed as he entered the village's spirit hall, prompting Tang Yin to curiously observe his surroundings. After all, their village lacked spirit masters and had no permanent residents of that ilk. This spirit hall was only open once a year. Yet, to Tang Yin's surprise, he found the place devoid of dust. Chapter 5 Husky. Though they were merely at a village-level spirit hall, which was the largest structure in the village, it was still quite modest. Before long, Tang Yin and his brother, along with 6 others, formed a line. Tang Yin's emotions surged with excitement. As a time traveler, facing the imminent awakening of his powers was undeniably thrilling. More importantly, this moment might serve as the final opportunity for Tang Yin to ascertain whether he possessed any extraordinary abilities. He recalled how many protagonists in various fanfiction stories of Dolua initially exhibited no signs of special powers, only to discover their unique abilities upon awakening their martial spirits. Thus, this awakening was undoubtedly Tang Yin's last chance. As for any adolescent fantasies, he would staunchly refuse to acknowledge them. Amidst these complex emotions, a sudden thought struck Tang Yin, illuminating his mind like a flash of white light. He realized that he need not be filled with trepidation. After all, awakening the blue-silver grass would not attract Xiao Yin's attention, and possessing dual martial spirits could easily be concealed beneath the guise of the blue-silver grass. Should he awaken the Xiao Yin hammer, it was not a matter for concern. At worst, he would simply refrain from informing his father. No matter how inept his father might be, threatening a great spirit master would be a trivial matter, and eliminating any loose ends would not be unexpected. Thus, the one truly in danger was Xiao Yin, not him. With this revelation, Tang Yin felt a surge of confidence and anticipation regarding his awakening. Spirit of the Lone Wolf. Manifest, Tang Yin declared, just as Xiao Yin announced his own martial spirit, entering the spirit embodiment state. A canine figure materialized behind Xiao Yin, accompanied by 2 distinct auras, a white and a yellow. Tang Yin could only stare, astounded, at the manifestation of Xiao Yin's martial spirit. "Tang Yin, do you really think this is a lone wolf? Just look at that striking black and white fur, the brilliance of intelligence radiating from its colors, complemented by those iconic 3 flames atop its head. This is clearly a Siberian husky. I also know this creature is referred to as the Siberian sled dog." In the next moment, Tang Yin suddenly discerned the flaw. After all, if Xiao Yin's martial spirit is indeed a husky, then it makes sense that Xiao Yin, who turns various protagonist martial spirits into useless ones, embodies that concept. The saying goes, God scattered wisdom upon the earth, yet only the husky held up the umbrella. And it's not entirely baseless. Consequently, Tang Yin began to disdain Xiao Yin, for he genuinely believed that Xiao Yin's combat ability and martial spirit level were unworthy of a husky. What kind of dog is a husky? It's a creature that can outshine 3 tigers, sink aircraft carriers, challenge gods, create epics, annihilate galaxies, and dominate the universe. A societal phenomenon. The husky is unyielding in disputes and has never lost an argument, nor won a fight. It struggles to comprehend commands and is notorious for wreaking havoc at home. It doesn't even bark like a dog. It merely whimpers. If a wolf turns back, there must be a reason, either for gratitude or revenge. When a husky turns back, it signifies the end of days. It either demolishes homes or buildings. The husky is a nationally protected waste, stunning in its youth, yet utterly useless in adulthood. It brings no joy when unowned, and only frustration when kept. It is a dog better suited for others. A day without punishment leaves it restless. As the saying goes, when a husky smiles, the renovation is complete. It is a non-aggressive creature that transforms its owner into an aggressive being. Given Su Yuntao's martial spirit at such a level, Tang Yin could only lament the waste of its potential. Those two must be the spirit rings mentioned by the other villagers. Unlike Tang Yin, whose thoughts were wandering, Tang San was far more composed. From the moment Su Yuntao unleashed his spirit power, he observed these unfamiliar phenomena with utmost seriousness. Ignoring the utterly contrasting thoughts of Tang Yin, the other children had already lined up, awaiting their awakening. Their martial spirits were nothing more than sickles, hoes, and the like. Among them, Tang Yin noticed a girl awakening a frying pan. Although he did not know her, he began to muse in a humanitarian spirit for her future husband. Positioned at the edge, Tang Yin and his brother were the last to awaken. This circumstance afforded Tang Yin the opportunity to witness the awakening of all the others' martial spirits. However, he did not see the little girl awakening the blue silver grass as depicted in the original work. Was this the butterfly effect he had brought along? Was it a bit too excessive? While Tang Yin's thoughts continued to drift, Tang San had already completed his awakening. Upon seeing his brother's blue silver grass, Tang Yin's scattered thoughts finally coalesced. Glancing back, he could distinctly see a fleeting dark glow emanating from his brother's palm, suggesting the effect of the Haotian hammer. How he wished to awaken the Haotian hammer himself. If he could, no one would dare to provoke him. He would wield a mighty hammer of 80 and a smaller one of 40, delivering physics lessons with finesse. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Just as Tang Yin's mind began to wander again, a blinding light yanked him back to reality. In the next moment, he heard Su Yuntao's astonished exclamation, "Heavens! It's a full innate spirit power. Uncle, what is full innate spirit power?" Tang San curiously inquired, noticing Su Yuntao's astonishment. Su Yuntao patiently elucidated the concept to Tang San, but ultimately lamented his fortune. After all, it was rare to encounter someone with full innate spirit power. Yet it manifested as blue silver grass, causing his anticipated reward to slip away once more. Having explained, Su Yuntao intended to conclude the awakening process swiftly and approached Tang Yin. In response, Tang Yin said nothing, stepping into the center of the awakening formation, his anticipation intensifying. As Su Yuntao activated his spirit power, Tang Yin felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring. Simultaneously, his Shintian Gong was stirred by this spirit power, seemingly shattering some unseen shackles within him. Chapter 6. Blue-silver firearms. With the guidance of this newfound power, Tang Yin could distinctly sense a force emerging within him, surging towards his hands. This realization filled him with joy. If he were not mistaken, this sensation signified the presence of twin martial spirits. With this thought, he discreetly mirrored his brother's pose, placing one hand behind him. He could feel a substantial weight in that hand. However, it was not this that ignited his excitement. Rather, it was the weapon he believed to be blue silver grass that emerged from that hand. Truth be told, upon witnessing this martial spirit, Tang Yin wished fervently for a passive ability akin to Bone King Guao Yin's calm demeanor. Fortunately, he had prepared himself somewhat, lowering his head slightly to control his emotions, successfully avoiding Su Yuntao's notice. What martial spirit is this? Could it be a mutated spirit? But what could it be? If it's a weapon, it seems too short and lacks a blade. Yet, it bears the patterns of blue silver grass. Was the previous person your brother? Is this a mutated form of blue silver grass? Su Yuntao gazed at the automatic pistol in Tang Yin's hand, perplexed. Indeed, Tang Yin's martial spirit was two automatic handguns. Though calling them automatic handguns was somewhat inaccurate, for he sensed he could manipulate the spirit to alter its form. To be precise, these handguns could seamlessly transform into revolvers, hand cannons, crossbows, and rifles. These forms were all too familiar to him. Reminiscent of the games he played in his youth, the very game that once captivated internet cafes and boasted millions of warriors, the one that echoed with the phrase, "Another day filled with 70,000. Dungeon fighter." Yet, in the next moment, Tang Yin felt a lump in his throat. Realizing that the assistance he perceived during his transmigration was indeed real. Were the gifts accompanying his crossing truly this extravagant? Tang Yin pondered for a moment. And with a subconscious flick of his wrist, two automatic pistols were cast aside, instantly morphing to a size befitting him, which he deftly caught with both hands. Almost instinctively, he performed a flourish with the weapons, exuding an air of nonchalance and charisma. Tang Yin felt a deep sense of satisfaction with this display. Regardless of the pistol's potential lethality, their aesthetic appeal alone was enough to please him. After all, while physical harm may be transient, charm is everlasting. At that moment, he appraised the dual pistols in his grasp. They bore the form of automatic handguns, yet their surfaces were adorned with intricate patterns woven from two strands of blue silver grass, extending from the muzzle to the grip. The gleaming silver of the barrels, complemented by the blue accents, created a visually striking ensemble. Such a combination infused an artistic elegance into the inherently stylish firearms. Regrettably, the mutated martial soul of the blue-silver grass, regardless of its allure, could only reach a certain threshold. Moreover, it lacked a blade, rendering it ill-suited for combat. It was likely not a formidable martial soul. However, Su Yuntao shook his head in resignation upon seeing the pistols. Tang Yin was not particularly surprised, after all. This was a world where ranged weaponry was limited to bows and arrows, and even hand crossbows might be a rarity. It was only natural for the inhabitants of this realm to underestimate the potential of automatic firearms. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Tang San, a genius in the realm of mechanical traps and concealed weaponry from another world, recognized the essence of Tang Yin's martial soul at first glance. He discerned that the dual pistols in Tang Yin's hands bore a remarkable similarity to his own intricate mechanisms. Little Silver's martial soul is quite intriguing. I must borrow it from her when I return for further study, he mused. In that instant, the flame of research ignited within Tang Yin, as he began to devise plans on how to charm his adorable partner, a deal. Young friend, do you know the name of your martial soul? I need to make a record. If you are unsure, feel free to name it yourself, as it is your mutated martial soul. Su Yuntao addressed Tang Yin directly. Oblivious to its designation. Blue-silver firearm, Tang Yin replied. Tang Yin remarked, after all, this is the complete series of firearms designed for sharpshooters, which he casually referred to as the blue-silver firearms. He had already conceptualized names for each variant, demonstrating a keen self-awareness. Thus, the names were quite straightforward. Starting with the automatic pistol, he named them blue-silver pistol, blue-silver revolver, blue-silver hand cannon, blue-silver crossbow, and blue-silver rifle. Changing their mindset was merely a thought away for Tang Yin, making the task exceedingly simple. Firearms. What a name. Regardless, as long as it brings you joy. Now, come over here and test your soul power level. Su Yuntao, unperturbed by the unfamiliarity of the situation, treated it as a child's play and allowed Tang Yin to proceed with the process. Alright, regarding the upcoming test, Tang Yin felt quite indifferent. Fully aware that he and his brother possessed innate full soul power, they merely lacked a soul ring. His prior concerns had now dissipated, the Xiao Yin hammer remained undisclosed, and his other martial soul was remarkably powerful. Tang Yin had begun contemplating how to navigate the tides of fortune. It is well known that a gun is fast from 7 steps away, yet precise and swift within 7 steps. It was time to inform the world, brother, the era has changed. What? Another with innate full soul power? And yet, equally a waste martial soul? At the moment Su Yuntao witnessed Tang Yin's soul power, he felt overwhelmed. On one hand, he had awakened 2 soul masters today, both with innate full soul power, which guaranteed a reward. On the other hand, with both possessing worthless martial souls, how substantial could that reward truly be? One could only imagine the psychological burden Su Yuntao bore. Under normal circumstances, awakening 2 innate full soul power soul masters at once would pave the way for him to marry a wealthy heiress, assume the role of a subchamber leader in the spirit hall, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, not now. Alright, the awakening ceremony concludes here, children. You may return now, Su Yuntao said, his expression reflecting a sense of being utterly worn out as he gathered the crystal ball and several formation stones, his silhouette appearing forlorn. Please wait a moment, Master Su Yuntao, may I ask you a few questions? Just as Su Yuntao was about to depart, Tang San suddenly called out to him. After all, he had numerous inquiries regarding martial souls and the power structure of this world. Tang San, inherently curious, would not have encountered such events in his previous life had he not been so. Observing this scene, Tang Yin began to embrace his acting skills, fully aware of what his elder brother intended to inquire but unable to voice it, thus adopting the guise of an innocent child. After all, why complicate matters when one could simply feign naivety? Tang Yin was quite aware of the limitations of privilege and the ephemeral nature of opportunities. Without further ado, he initiated his performance. Chapter 7. Preparation for research. Tang Yin felt quite satisfied with his recent display, portraying a fellow curious child to perfection. Simultaneously, he could not help but admire his elder brother's relentless quest for knowledge, which explained why Tang San had mastered all of Tang Sek's hidden weapons at such a young age. Setting aside other matters, the sheer inquisitiveness of his elder brother aligned remarkably with Master Su Yuntao. In Tang Yin's eyes, his brother even surpassed the master, for the latter had chosen this path due to the weakness of his martial soul, whereas his brother's motivation stemmed purely from an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Seeing his elder brother still somewhat unsatisfied, Tang Yin approached him and reassured, "It's all right, brother. Didn't Uncle Zhao mention a specialized academy for teaching soul masters? Now that we have awakened our martial souls, we can simply enroll there for our studies." While Tang Yin comforted his elder brother, Grandpa Jack, having concluded his conversation with Su Yuntao, approached them. "Little San, Little Yin, you are the 2 children with innate full soul power that the esteemed soul master spoke of?" Grandpa Jack confirmed. "Yes, indeed, Grandpa Jack. Is there something amiss?" After receiving reassurance from his younger sibling, Tang San quickly regained his composure. He began contemplating whether their family's finances would suffice for both brothers to attend school when Grandpa Jack interrupted his thoughts. Nothing of great concern. I merely wish to inquire if you have any desire to further your education at the Soul Master Academy. It encompasses all the knowledge necessary for Soul Masters. Our village has an annual scholarship, and with last year's unused quota, it perfectly accommodates both of you. Old Jack inquired. Although Tang San had developed a profound interest in the world's martial souls, especially after discovering the connection between the soul power here and his Shintian skill, he did not immediately respond to Old Jack. Apologies, Grandpa Jack, but this matter is of great significance. We must consult our father before making a decision. Tang San expressed his deepest concerns, pondering whether the remaining funds at home would suffice for his father's needs, and whether his father could manage to take care of himself alone. In stark contrast, Tang Yin harbored no such worries. After all, for one blessed with a divine perspective, it would be absurd for a title de law to be incapable of sustaining himself. Observing the current progression of events, Tang Yin experienced a subtle sense of superiority, feeling as if he alone remained sober amidst the intoxication of others. Old Jack, upon hearing Tang San's words, acknowledged the validity of his concerns. Regardless of how mature the children appeared, they were still merely children, and such a significant matter warranted parental consultation. This realization fortified Old Jack's resolve, although he had never held a favorable view of the disheveled individual who required his own child as care. He recognized that this time it was for the honor and advancement of their village, as well as the future of these two sensible children. He felt compelled to meet that individual. Very well, as you suggested, Little Yin, Little San, Grandpa Jack will escort you home now. I shall have a serious discussion with your father, he stated, preparing to allow the other parents to retrieve their children. Actually, never mind, Grandpa Jack. There's no need for you to go out of your way. We can handle our father ourselves. If the old man is uncooperative, your visit would be futile and might even provoke your ire, Tang Yin replied, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. All right, I shall refrain from going. But if your father acts foolishly, even if it costs me my temper, I will certainly have a word with him, Old Jack declared with fervor. At that moment, Tang Yin sensed Old Jack's imposing presence reach its zenith. It was no wonder he had the audacity to touch the sea god's head. His demeanor was indeed exceptional. After parting ways with Old Jack, Tang Yin and Tang San swiftly returned home. Glancing at their slumbering father, Tang Yin proceeded to the backyard to experiment with his martial soul. Previously, under Su Yuntao's watchful eye, he had refrained from such exploration, but now with his father present, he felt entirely unrestrained. In the blink of an eye, the blue-silver firearm materialized in Tang Yin's hands, transforming seamlessly between automatic pistols, revolvers, rifles, hand cannons, and crossbows. Ultimately, Tang Yin settled on the crossbow form, as in his previous life. It had been his favorite weapon due to its excellent handling and the satisfying sound it produced upon firing. As Tang Yin engaged with his martial soul, Tang San's gaze remained fixated on the ever-changing blue-silver firearm. When Tang Yin finally halted at the crossbow form he was most familiar with, Tang San promptly inquired, Little Yin, what exactly is your martial soul? How can it continuously transform among so many forms? Hiki, it's nothing extraordinary. It's merely a characteristic of my martial soul. It is not a singular weapon, but rather a series. I refer to it as blue-silver firearm. This series consists of the blue-silver pistol, blue-silver revolver, blue-silver hand cannon, blue-silver crossbow, and blue-silver rifle, each possessing its own unique advantages and disadvantages. Tang Yin remarked, I am not particularly knowledgeable about handguns, but I am familiar with the use of crossbows. By extension, the primary functions of other weapons should be quite similar. Otherwise, they would not belong to the same category. Therefore, your martial spirit is a ranged one, I presume. Tang San's analysis vividly showcases the adeptness of masters in the art of concealed mechanical weaponry. Even without the movement of their weapons, one can discern the essence of their design merely by observing the intricate mechanical structure. Indeed, it is no surprise. Given his prowess, truly a clever strategist, Tang Yin exaggeratedly gave his older brother a thumbs up. What is there to boast about? However, I do have a question. I recall that a crossbow is rendered harmless without its bolts, so how do you intend to address the issue of your bolts and similar items? Tang San posed his primary inquiry, which delineates the trajectory of my forthcoming experiments. Brother, let us first tend to the backyard. With that, Tang Yin promptly activated the ghostly shadow and commenced bustling about. His enthusiasm resembled that of a child who has just acquired a cherished toy, eliciting a chuckle from Tang San. Without further ado, he remained patient. There was no rush regarding his martial soul, since his younger brother wished to indulge in play. He naturally chose to accompany him. Chapter 8. The Coffin of the Physics Maestro. Tang San observed the frenzied activity of Ododo and could not help but shake his head in exasperation. His dear Ododo possessed numerous admirable qualities, even showcasing a martial arts talent unparalleled in his 2 lifetimes. Yet, it was precisely this unrestrained disposition that rendered him somewhat uneasy. Contemplating this, Tang San's gaze drifted to his other hand, where a pitch-black hammer began to materialize. Its mere presence initiated a vigorous drain on Tang San's soul power. unmistakably revealing its formidable nature. Despite his uncertainty regarding the true identity of this martial spirit, he held firm in his belief that it was undoubtedly powerful. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as Little Silver was happy, no one would be able to harm him while he was by his side. Tang San murmured resolutely to himself. After all, he was an orphan, and his yearning for familial bonds was profound. While he possessed the innate talent to forge the most formidable hidden weapons, there remained one aspect that eluded him entirely. Thus, upon discovering that in this lifetime he finally possessed everything he had longed for, Tang San cherished it all the more. Even the indifferent father held significance, but the presence of his younger brother, who shared daily moments with him, was even more invaluable. In terms of emotional weight in his heart, Tang Yin's importance surpassed that of Tang Hao, his father. Elder brother, hurry up. What are you doing? I'm about to begin here, and if you take any longer, you'll miss it. Tang Yin had nearly finished his task. Noticing his elder brother still in a daze, he promptly urged him, "It's time to go." Tang San responded, a smile once again gracing his face as he prepared to meet with Tang Yin under the bright sun. After all, this place was created by them. Any yard that could be enclosed was rightfully theirs. Tang Yin had initially cultivated a large garden to nurture plants and enhance the innate floral talents of their family. Now, the advantages of having such a spacious yard became evident. To facilitate training, he had placed wooden stakes at intervals from 30 to 100 meters. Upon seeing his elder brother approach, Tang Yin swiftly utilized his ghostly shadow technique to reach the designated experimental area. In truth, the mechanics of arrows and ammunition were quite simple, yet when employing different firearms, his soul power would automatically generate compatible ammunition. As Tang San drew near, Tang Yin began to elucidate. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed his brother scratching his head in confusion. In that moment, Tang Yin slapped his forehead, realizing that the term ammunition was unfamiliar to Tang San in his era. Thus, he commenced an explanation about firearms and ammunition. Is all this knowledge derived from your martial spirit? How convenient. Tang San remarked with a hint of admiration. What is there to envy? Setting that aside, let us commence the experiment. With that, Tang Yin picked up an automatic pistol and fired at the distant wooden stake. He felt quite satisfied with the results. The attack power of all the blue-silver firearms was impressively potent. Even the automatic pistol, deemed the weakest in the DNF setting, had an effective range of approximately 40 meters. As Tang Yin's own strength increased, so too would the weapon's attack power. Moreover, he could manipulate the consumption of soul power to adjust the firearm's offensive capability. However, what irked Tang Yin most was the soul power consumption of the martial spirit. After an entire afternoon of relentless experimentation, he still retained a third of his soul power. It was noteworthy that he was only at the 10th level, yet his soul power exhibited such remarkable endurance, providing him, who harbored a fear of insufficient firepower. With considerable reassurance, Tang San was equally astonished. To better comprehend Tang Yin's weaponry, he had been comparing them to the Zhuge Divine crossbow. Remarkably, Tang Yin's hand crossbow's power was already approaching 1/3 or even 1/4 that of the Zhuge crossbow, despite being among the weaker weapons in Tang Yin's arsenal. Such destructive potential, coupled with minimal soul power expenditure, was indeed astounding. It was as if the laws of energy conservation were being defied. With Tang Yin bouncing exuberantly on the metaphorical graves of renowned physicists, even Tang Yin couldn't help but express his exasperation, for even in a fantastical world, the capabilities of his martial spirit were staggering, defying the very principles understood by the great minds of physics. In terms of range, the rifle held the longest reach, followed by the revolver, the hand crossbow, the pistol, and finally, the hand cannon, which had a maximum range of merely 5 meters. While the hand crossbow appeared to be the least technologically advanced among the firearms, discussing physics in the presence of such an extraordinary force was nothing short of ludicrous. Tang Yin ultimately discerned that the efficacy of these weapons was derived from their counterparts in the game. For instance, although the automatic pistol had the lowest attack power, it boasted a remarkably high magical damage bonus. However, further research would only be possible after he acquired soul rings. As for sheer power, the hand cannon reigned supreme. The very term cannon sufficed to encapsulate its might, as evidenced by the devastated wall that had been obliterated by Tang Yin's shot. Is this the justification for blowing up my room? Tang Hao made his entrance with a grim expression, his gaze dangerously fixed upon his brothers, Tang Yin and Tang San. It was evident that should they fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would unequivocally ensure they experienced the profound depths of paternal wrath, akin to a landslide. With a side of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork, had it not been for your sudden request for us to prepare a meal, would I have been so startled? And if I had not been startled, would I have crashed into the walls of my own home? Tang Yin confronted his own father directly, mastering the aspect of imposing presence with finesse. So what if he is a titled Dala? There will always be beings on the ground, brave enough to face the brilliance of thunder. Tang San felt a wave of exasperation upon witnessing the impending altercation between the father and son. Without hesitation, he intervened to separate them and deftly shifted the conversation. These matters are trifling. We can simply summon Master Qian to assist us with the repairs. By the way, father, today, Xiao Yin and I awakened our martial souls. Oh, what martial soul have you awakened, little San? Tang Hao inquired softly, blue silvergrass. Upon successfully diverting the conversation, Tang San promptly responded. Upon hearing the name blue silvergrass, Tang Hao's previously despondent expression visibly softened. Chapter 9. Tang Yin's Notebook. Indeed, due to both Xiao Yin and I possessing innate full soul power, Grandpa Jack wishes for us to attend the Soul Master Academy in Notting City to acquire knowledge pertinent to Soul Masters. At this moment, Tang San began to convey Grandpa Jack's intentions to his father. However, it seemed as though Tang Hao did not hear Tang San's words at all. He appeared to be subconsciously murmuring the name of blue silvergrass. Suddenly, he lifted his head and spoke with unwavering clarity. No. Blue silvergrass is ultimately just a worthless martial soul. What use is there in your cultivation? Tang Hao spoke with unwavering determination. Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Yin immediately felt the urge to retort. After all, it was one thing for others to utter such remarks. But how dare he speak of their mother in that manner? Without further ado, Tang Yin resolved to confront him. For the sake of the people of Zhuan, he had never backed down from a verbal spar. Just as he was about to engage, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning to see his elder brother shaking his head, Tang Yin decided to disregard their father's words, yet he felt compelled to respect his brother's wishes. However, the more he contemplated the situation, the more agitated he became. Taking a step back only intensified his frustration. Ultimately, he retrieved a small notebook from somewhere and, flipping to the latest page, commenced to write. In the Doluo calendar, on the 31st of January, XXXX, today my father declared that my mother is nothing but refuse. I shall remember this grievance on her behalf. Observing that he was nearing the completion of yet another notebook, Tang Yin's spirits lifted considerably. Mother, take note of how your husband treats you. I shall remember this for you. And when the time comes for your resurrection, you shall confront him yourself. He mused. Am I, Tang Yin, one to suffer in silence? Father, you may have the upper hand now, but once mother returns, I shall present her with this record of grievances, allowing her to experience firsthand the depths of despair and social demise. Yet, Tang Hao remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of his younger son's actions, having witnessed him fill 2 or 3 notebooks already, and thus chose to ignore it, oblivious to the dire consequences that could ensue. Tang Yin chose to disregard the old man's disdain, for he was confident that his plan would undoubtedly succeed. This confidence did not stem from his trust in the original work or in his elder brother, but rather from the unique abilities of his martial spirit. In a recent experiment, he discovered that his martial spirit possessed an unobservable passive skill. Every 3 years, it would grant him a resurrection token. Indeed, this token would restore him to full health and energy, even after death. Although the tokens would not accumulate if they were not claimed, once retrieved, they would continue to be granted. Furthermore, these tokens could be gifted to others, enabling him to assist his mother with a resurrection token-powered attack in the future. He could hardly wait to see what the old man would say when faced with such power. Moreover, he recalled that his future sister-in-law had also perished once. If such an event were to recur, he could offer her a resurrection token, thus potentially averting numerous tragedies. In the original narrative, his elder brother had revived Xiao Wu without needing to return her soul rings or bones, as the resurrection token would restore her to full status without such requirements. This extraordinary boon allowed him to circumvent the constraints of their original world, even extending its influence to the realm of Doluo. As he pondered these possibilities, he thought about discussing a plan with his sister-in-law to have her die every 3 years, thus ensuring a steady supply of soul rings and bones. They would not be taking advantage of Xiao Wu, as she would be able to absorb her own acquired soul bones. It was likely that such compatibility would enhance her combat prowess. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers could secure 10 soul rings for the Xiao Yin hammer, resulting in a total of 20 soul rings. If all went well, in 60 years, they could emerge fully equipped with extraordinary abilities. With the addition of 20 10,000-year soul rings, they would still have 2 left to share. Since his elder brother already possessed external soul bones, they could simply have their sister-in-law provide them with a pair of external soul bones each, resulting in a perfectly harmonious arrangement. With 10,000-year soul bones and rings, they would be formidable opponents, rendering their adversaries powerless. As Tang Yin became increasingly absorbed in his imaginative musings, he failed to consider the potential repercussions of such morally ambiguous thoughts should they be revealed to his brother or sister-in-law. Meanwhile, in the Stardo forest, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Please hurry and finish cleaning up here so we can proceed with the ritual, Tang Hao said, oblivious to the danger looming over him. Having noted everything in his small notebook, Tang Yin was reluctant to argue with the old man. As he began to tidy the courtyard, he suggested, Elder brother, please go fetch Master Qin to repair these things. After all, we've created quite a mess in just one afternoon. Let me handle it. You go find Master Qin, Tang San insisted, reaching for Tang Yin's tools. However, Tang Yin skillfully evaded him with a swift maneuver. Oh, brother, leave this to me. You should hurry to invite Master Qin. After all, father is still hungry, Tang Yin said, sensing that his brother had no intention of conceding. Tang Yin had spoken to this extent, leaving no room for further words. He could only hasten to conclude matters with the ghostly shadow, so he could assist Tang Yin. Unfortunately, by the time Tang San returned, Tang Yin had already made considerable progress, with only the final touches remaining. With Tang San's assistance, this last bit was completed even more swiftly. Once the backyard was tidied up, the two brothers began to prepare a meal. They had initially intended to save the money from repairing the wall to dine together. But that did not come to fruition. In this regard, Tang Yin and the others did not press the matter. After settling the payment, the family once again gathered around the dining table. The atmosphere remained as peculiar as ever. Each time they reached this moment, Tang San felt a profound sense of despair. Yet, just as despair enveloped him, Tang Hao suddenly spoke up. If I do not allow you to become soul masters, would you feel disappointed in me? Tang Hao spoke in a somewhat somber tone. Chapter 10. Holding a grudge. Father is fine. In fact, I believe that even being a blacksmith is quite commendable. Besides, didn't you agree a few days ago to teach us the art of blacksmithing? I am confident that if we master this skill, sustaining ourselves will not pose a problem. Tang San spoke. Upon hearing his words, Tang Hao finally directed his gaze towards his son. Yet his tone was imbued with an inescapable melancholy as he remarked, "A soul master? What significance does that hold? What purpose does it serve? Even possessing the most superior of martial souls amounts to little. Becoming the most formidable soul master ultimately renders one nothing more than a failure. Indeed, it is true that an individual with merely a top-tier martial soul appears undeniably feeble." Tang Yin expressed his unwavering support. After all, possessing two supreme martial souls renders him fearless. What? You claim that Tang San's blue-silver grass is also a worthless martial soul? That's preposterous. My brother wields the Blue Rain Emperor, you know. Ultimately, it will merely be a matter of awakening. Tang Hao, I sense that you are speaking of me. At that moment, I had no evidence. Xiao Yin. Tang San felt a sense of helplessness. He sensed that the atmosphere painstakingly cultivated by his father was abruptly shattered by a single remark from his younger brother. Thus, he retorted, "So, what does your statement have to do with us? We possess two martial souls, do we not, elder brother?" Tang Yin nonchalantly remarked. "What? You possess two martial souls?" This time, it was Tang Hao who was taken aback. Upon witnessing his father's astonishment and inquisitive gaze, Tang San chose not to conceal the truth. After all, he had intended to inquire about the nature of his hammer martial soul. He promptly unleashed his second martial soul, revealing a small black hammer that materialized in his hand. The moment Tang Hao caught sight of the hammer, he swiftly advanced and grasped Tang San's hand, which held the Haotian hammer. With Tang Hao's firm grip, the previously weighty Haotian hammer felt significantly lighter. However, Tang San was not preoccupied with this. Instead, he was acutely aware of the warmth that surged from the connection of their bloodlines. "Father, is there something amiss with my martial soul?" Tang San inquired. However, Tang Hao did not respond directly. Instead, he spoke with a hint of excitement, saying, "A twin martial soul. My son possesses a twin martial soul. Tang Yin. He is neither an old man nor a twin martial soul, and he is certainly not your son, is he?" Tang Yin replied with a hint of annoyance. Yet he suddenly realized that his father's words might hold some truth. After all, since the generation of his elder brother, children had indeed been born with twin martial souls. In this light, his father's statement was not unfounded, especially since he himself possessed twin martial souls. Wait a moment, could it be that his father was a prophet? TSK, yet another excuse to blame the old man. Meanwhile, Tang Hao inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to respond to his son's remark, he noticed that a Haotian hammer had also manifested in Tang Yin's hand. Tang Yin had certainly contemplated the heavenly hammer himself. For what marksman has not entertained a notion of engaging in close combat? After all, Lu Sun once remarked that a sharpshooter unversed in melee is not a commendable transcender. This time, Tang Hao was even more exhilarated. He had not anticipated that both of his children possessed twin martial souls. "All right, old man, kindly release my brother's hand. Are you not aware of how taxing this hammer is on soul power? We have been experimenting all afternoon and are rather famished." Tang Yin remarked. "Oh, let us dine first." It was evident that Tang Hao's spirits had markedly improved compared to before. Witnessing his father's rejuvenation brought joy to both brothers, transforming this meal into a rare occasion of shared happiness. After finishing their meal, Tang Yin once again ventured into the courtyard, summoning the blue-silver gun to establish a connection. To be candid, he harbored some trepidation, concerned that he might encounter the same trials as his father and elder brother had in the original narrative. As the saying goes, the most effective way to dispel fear is to confront it. Thus, Tang Yin aspired to grow stronger, and with his newfound abilities, he possessed the means to do so. This provided him with a clear direction and motivation to strive forward. Not to mention, the prospect of overcoming the formidable challenges posed by the great masters of physics in the ominous coffins of the Dolua world instilled in him a profound sense of confidence. After all, in the eyes of adventurers, as long as one has a health bar, even gods can be vanquished. As night descended, the sky was adorned with countless stars. Tang Yin reclined on the roof of his home, feeling genuinely content to share a joyful meal with Tang Hao. He always considered himself quite fortunate. Despite having been let down by his father in his past life, he had experienced considerable happiness. Upon his arrival in this world, he often reminisced about his family from his previous existence. Fortunately, He was not an only child, sparing him excessive worry for his parents. And he had always been a source of concern for his older siblings. As Tang Yin began to embrace the new life before him, Tang Hao had still been in his former state. Even knowing the reasons behind it, Tang Yin could not help but feel frustrated by his brother's lack of progress. However, now that he observed his father's emotional burdens easing, his spirits could not help but soar. After all, what enmity could persist between father and son? Lost in thought, Tang Yin instinctively summoned two martial spirits. It must be noted that the Xiao Yin hammer truly drained soul power, especially when summoned simultaneously. The disparity became all the more apparent. This martial spirit configuration was impressive, considering that the marksman had yet to cultivate a heart for close combat. Tang Yin pondered, "Little Yin, are you well?" Just as Tang Yin's thoughts began to return to the present, the voice of Tang San resonated from behind. "Oh, I'm fine. I was just taking a moment to reflect on my martial soul." Tang Yin remarked without haste to retract his martial soul, for this was home. A sanctuary where one need never conceal oneself. "That's a relief. Your sudden intensity during training truly startled me." Tang San gestured towards the courtyard that had been reduced to ruins. "It's nothing much. I merely wished to familiarize myself with all the attributes and characteristics of the blue-silver gun. I also wanted to experiment with this hammer, but its consumption is far too great, rendering practice impossible," he lamented. "Moreover, unlike the blue-silver gun, this one has not conveyed any information to me at all." Tang Yin feigned innocence as he spoke. "Speaking of which, I initially intended to inquire with my father during our meal today. However, I became so engrossed in the delightful atmosphere that I completely forgot." Tang San sat beside Tang Yin, smiling as he relished the meal. He felt particularly joyful witnessing the easing of the relationship between Tang Yin and his father. However, it was a slight overthinking on Tang San's part. For Tang Hao was indeed Tang Yin's genuine father in this lifetime. How could he truly harbor any feelings of animosity? Of course, while he did not genuinely despise him, the need for vengeance still lingered. His reputation for holding grudges was not unfounded. Ultimately, Tang Yin's sorrow stemmed merely from Tang Hao's self-destructive choices. Chapter 11. The blue-silver grass in the courtyard. Tang Yin's mood has considerably eased, and he chuckled at the transformation of his old man today. As he surveyed the uneven yard, a thought suddenly flashed through Tang Yin's mind. "Ah, brother," Tang Yin said to the elder brother lying beside him, "what is the matter? Let us procure some blue-silver grass for the backyard tomorrow." As Tang Yin spoke, he summoned the blue rain firearm in his hand. Upon witnessing the delicate azure floral patterns of the blue-silver grass effect adorning Tang Yin's pistol, Tang San couldn't help but smile. He extended his hand, and a sprig of blue-silver grass materialized in his grasp, swaying gently with the breeze. "Excellent," Tang San chuckled. The following day, as soon as the two brothers had completed their cultivation of the purple extreme demon eyes, Tang Yin eagerly pulled his elder brother to begin uprooting the soil. After all, when transplanting the blue-silver grass, it was most convenient to take it along with the soil. Along the way, the brothers greeted the villagers who were up early to work. The sight of the two children each holding a bundle of blue-silver grass was rather endearing. After several trips, whenever the coast was clear, they would employ the ghost shadow misty steps. What had initially been intended merely as decoration turned into a delightful escapade for Tang Yin, as he joyfully filled their courtyard with the blue-silver grass. Indeed, when gathered together, the blue-silver grass appeared quite beautiful. Tang Yin gazed upon the courtyard that had been rearranged by his brothers, affirming, "Indeed." Tang San also sighed. "Hey, it's quite late. Why haven't you started yet?" At that moment, the voice of Tang Hao echoed through the room. Perhaps due to Tang Yin and the others busy arranging the courtyard, they had not yet prepared breakfast, prompting Tang Hao to come out and urge them. However, as he opened the door, the scene outside left him momentarily stunned. The gentle morning sunlight filtered through the thin mist, illuminating the courtyard and breathing life into the blue-silver grass. In that hazy moment, Tang Hao seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure he had long yearned for. Walking towards him with graceful strides, their unique blue hair dancing freely in the wind. "Yin," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, so soft that neither Tang Yin nor Tang San could hear. "Did I truly err?" Tang Hao continued to murmur, as if inquiring about a shadow that did not truly exist. In the next moment, that shadow dissipated into the blue-silver grass with the wind. "Father, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Tang San asked, his voice laced with concern upon noticing Tang Hao's unusual demeanor. Tang San's words prompted Tang Hao to regain his composure, and upon lowering his head, he noticed his son's concerned expression. "I haven't said anything. You two should hasten to prepare the meal." "Very well. By the way, father, do you recognize this hammer spirit from yesterday?" After confirming that his father was unharmed, Tang San inquired about the matter he had neglected to ask before. Observing his son's inquisitive gaze, Tang Hao replied, "You need not concern yourself with this. Just remember, in the future, you must use your left-hand hammer to protect your right-hand blue-silver grass. Forever." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Yin was left in utter disbelief, initially offering a moment of silence for his blue-silver grass. After all, rather than speaking of protecting the blue-silver grass, it would be more accurate to say that the blue-silver grass protects the hammer. Just consider the early stages of development. It is the blue silver grass that deals damage, while the hammer remains in the background, waiting to level up. Reflect on the trials Tang San's blue silver grass has endured. It has been torn apart numerous times and subjected to flames and ice, ultimately developing attribute immunity. Is this truly protecting the blue silver grass? One cannot help but ponder the psychological scars borne by the blue silver grass. In a fleeting moment, Tang Yin's thoughts began to scatter like a frenzied husky, lost in its own chaotic musings. Meanwhile, Tang San continued to ponder the gravity of his father's words and the origins of this hammer. Poor Tang San. Both his father and brother were fully aware of the circumstances, yet none felt inclined to disclose the truth to him. Was this a distortion of human nature or a decline in moral integrity? As the two brothers remained absorbed in their respective thoughts, Tang Hao's voice resonated once more. Xiao Yin, Xiao San, I ask you, do you truly wish to become soul masters? The brothers' response was, of course, an affirmative one. Very well. Since this is the path you have chosen, you shall walk it. Likewise, this is your choice, and you must take responsibility for it. Now, go prepare the meal. After dining, await me in the forging room. Tang Hao spoke, and upon hearing his words, Tang Yin's eyes lit up. It seemed they were about to delve into the chaotic art of the wind hammer technique. This revelation filled Tang Yin with excitement. He envisioned himself employing a kite-flying strategy against his opponent, thoroughly annoying them. In a desperate attempt to close the distance and retaliate for the damage he had just received, the adversary was willing to pay any price. Just as they approached, Tang Yin swiftly retrieved a hammer even larger than those of others and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon his opponent's face. The mere thought of this scene was undeniably relieving. After their meal, the two brothers, under Tang Hao's guidance, ventured into the forge, a place they seldom visited. Tang Hao gazed at the two children who were ready and said, Since you have chosen the path of a soul master, you must be mentally prepared to endure hardships. At present, you are not yet capable of wielding the hammers in your hands. Thus, we shall initially rely on some external tools for practice. As he spoke, Tang Hao pointed to the two hammers he had prepared earlier. Before we commence, I would like to pose a question to you. What, in your opinion, constitutes the finest blacksmith? Tang Hao inquired with utmost seriousness. Tang San pondered for a moment and remarked, A blacksmith capable of forging divine weapons should undoubtedly be regarded as the finest blacksmith. Tang San remarked that he recalled having heard the term divine artifact in the village before, and then inquired, What about Xiao Yin? Tang Hao gazed at Xiao Yin. If only all the blacksmiths could unite their efforts and compete on the same stage, would that not reveal the finest blacksmith among them? Tang Yin remarked indifferently, for he was entirely unconcerned with the matter at hand. He had no desire to become a blacksmith. His sole purpose was to learn the art of forging. Tang Hao, upon hearing the words of Tang San and Tang Yin, displayed an air of nonchalance, his tone laced with disdain as he remarked, Divine artifacts? Competitions? Do you truly comprehend what constitutes a divine artifact? Are you aware of the materials required for its creation? Furthermore, do you grasp the criteria for true supremacy? Tang San pondered for a moment and remarked, By utilizing the finest materials in the most suitable combinations, we should be able to forge a divine artifact. Tang San spoke. Upon hearing his words, Tang Hao extended a finger, shook it gently before Tang San, and said, Little San, you must remember, if you aspire to become a truly qualified blacksmith, you must be aware of this. One who can only forge divine weapons from the finest materials cannot be deemed the greatest blacksmith. At best, he is merely a craftsman who amalgamates materials. It is those who can create divine weapons from ordinary iron who truly deserve the title of master blacksmith. Chapter 12. What a shame. Tang Yin could not help but roll his eyes upon hearing the old man's perspective. After all, he only partially agreed with his view. To put aside other considerations, take Tang Sek's previous top-tier hidden weapons. Could any of them be crafted solely from ordinary iron? This situation is reminiscent of the tale of the ugly duckling. Did the ugly duckling transform into a beautiful swan solely due to its efforts during one winter? The truth is, it was always a swan at heart. In another realm, consider the renowned characters from Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Their power is formidable, one after another. Yet, had it not been for the intervention of the Sage of Six Paths, even Kagaya Otsutsuki and Madara Uchiha would have been insurmountable foes. Why is Kagaya so powerful? It is simply because her lineage is inherently blessed from the very beginning. Furthermore, there are the wasted martial souls in this world, akin to master. No matter how hard one strives, their potential remains limited. Even in modern times, new materials are continually being discovered. Relying solely on ordinary iron is simply insufficient. However, Tang Yin refrained from voicing his thoughts, for his objective was quite clear. He had come to learn the art of forging, not to engage in ironworking. The old man's enthusiastic discourse was of little concern to him. Then came the teaching session led by Tang Hao, and the sound of hammering in the forge resonated continuously. This persisted until Old Jack arrived at their home. Old Jack had no choice. He had been waiting for news from his brothers at home. And after an entire day without any sign, he grew anxious that Tang Hao's irresponsible father might have acted foolishly again. It was preferable for their brothers to become soul masters, so he ultimately decided that, despite the risk of frustration, he would personally visit. You all continue your discussions. I shall have a proper talk with old Jack. Tang Hao replied, no problem, father. Tang San responded. After Tang Hao departed, Tang San suddenly turned to his dear friend Ododo and inquired with a smile, Little Silver. Your decision to tend to the backyard with blue silvergrass was inspired by your father, wasn't it? Humph. What does that old man matter? Feeling somewhat proud and flustered at having her thoughts revealed, Tang Yin insisted it was not the case. She merely wished to play. I should have anticipated this. For our martial spirits stem from our parents. If my father's spirit were a hammer, then the other blue silvergrass must undoubtedly belong to my mother. Thus, you conceived of this approach to subtly comfort your father. Tang San gazed at his beloved Udu, who had already entered her tsundere mode, with a hint of indulgence. It was only when he witnessed his father lost in thought while gazing at the blue silvergrass that he came to this realization. Oh dear. I have already stated that this is merely a coincidence. Tang Yin turned away in silence. Time flowed day by day. And after Tang Hao agreed to let his two brothers become soul masters, they successfully secured 2 spots for this year and the last. During the course of approximately 3 months of forging practice, Tang San successfully completed his first concealed weapon in this world, the sleeve arrow. Initially, Tang San had crafted 2 sets, intending to gift one to Xiao Yin, but Tang Yin expressed that she had the blue-silver spear, which provided sufficient ranged output. In the end, both brothers made a concession. Tang Yin accepted one, while the other was reserved for his future sister-in-law. Naturally, during this period, Tang Yin did not cease her training with the blue-silver spear, perhaps due to her practice of the purple extreme magic eye. Combined with the foundation she had laid through her previous training in concealed weapons, Tang Yin exhibited remarkable talent in marksmanship with the blue-silver spear. In just 3 months, she had already earned the title of Sharpshooter. This day marked the moment when the 2 brothers would depart from Shenghan Village, destined for the Junior Nodding Academy. Tang Yin was acutely aware that this farewell would lead to years of separation, although it was possible that Tang Hao would secretly keep an eye on them. Her emotions were undeniably complex. The night prior, much like in the original story, Tang Hao had cautioned them against placing soul rings on the Xiao Yin hammer, emphasizing that they should refrain from using it unless faced with a life-threatening crisis. Naturally, Tang Yin and her brother had no objections to this request. Early that morning, they finished breakfast and awaited Grandpa Jack's arrival to escort them. Today, Grandpa Jack had dressed in what he considered his most spirited attire, appearing considerably younger. Xiao Yin. Xiao San, let us set off now. Where is your father? He wouldn't still be asleep at such a crucial moment, would he? Grandpa Jack called out to the busy brothers. Upon hearing Grandpa Jack's voice, Tang San quickly gestured for silence, saying, Grandpa Jack, please keep your voice down. It is still too early for our father to rise. He does not need to be disturbed. Tang San, having finished speaking, picked up a glowing piece of charcoal and began to inscribe a message upon the ground. When he completed his writing, he turned to Tang Yin and asked, Little Yin, do you wish to write something? However, Tang Yin merely shook his head, genuinely at a loss for words, as farewells were never his forte. Thus, he resolved to focus on preparing the meal instead, seeking to pour a bit more care into this final breakfast together after so many years. Observing his brother's dedicated demeanor, Tang San understood Tang Yin's intentions and addressed Grandpa Jack, saying, Please bear with us a moment longer, Grandpa Jack. We shall depart once Little Yin is finished. Very well. Take your time, replied old Jack, unable to refuse the heartfelt request from the 2 considerate youths. Before long, Tang Yin completed the breakfast for Tang Hao. The 2 brothers cast one last glance at the home they had inhabited for 6 years before shouldering their already prepared bundles and quietly departing with old Jack. Just as their figures were about to vanish from view, the curtain of Tang Hao's room was suddenly swept aside, revealing a tall silhouette. In that moment, there was no trace of drowsiness or lethargy in Tang Hao's demeanor as he watched the 2 departing figures slowly fade from sight. Tang Hao stood there, motionless, until Tang Yin and the others vanished from his sight. After a while, he suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned around, rushing back in the direction he had come from. The first thing that caught his eye was a note left by Tang San. Father, Xiao Yin and I have set off with Grandpa Jack. Please take care of yourself. Try to drink less alcohol. Xiao Yin has prepared your breakfast, which is in the pot. Do try to eat it while it's warm. Upon reading Tang San's message, Tang Hao did not hesitate. He approached the stove and lifted the 2 lids with a flourish. Instantly, the aroma of rice and mushroom chicken wafted throughout the room. In stark contrast to Tang Hao's fervent breakfast preparation, Tang Yin's mood was rather peculiar. After all, his educational journey had taken him from elementary school to high school, and ultimately to university. Yet, he found himself returning to elementary school. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 13. 5-star reviews. Old Jack, after all, was not a true soul master. His understanding of the subject was only marginally greater than that of the villagers. Most of his knowledge consisted of basic common sense. Consequently, the only one paying close attention was Tang San, while Tang Yin merely coasted through the discussions. He knew far more than old Jack about these matters. Presently, his curiosity was piqued. What exactly would the Soul Master Academy teach? He wondered if there were courses on 3-year Soul Masters or 5-year Soul Beasts. Tang Yin admired the scenery along the roadside. Although he had been in this world for 6 years, those years had been spent in the village, with the farthest he had ventured being the peak where he and his brother practiced. The distance between Shahun Village and Notting City was not particularly far. Yet it was not close either. The trio traveled for over half a day, pausing only briefly to eat some provisions before continuing their journey. It was in the afternoon that they finally beheld the city walls of Notting. While Notting City may not be regarded as a major metropolis within the Dolua continent, its proximity to the border of the Tiando Empire necessitated sturdier construction than that of typical towns. Consequently, the security checks were also more stringent. After undergoing a thorough inspection by the guards, Tang Yin and his companions were granted entry. Xiao Yin, Xiao San, once Grandpa Jack has escorted you to the academy. I shall return home, he said gently. While you are at the academy, be sure to heed your teacher's instructions and refrain from wandering off. Grandpa Jack will return to fetch you once your semester concludes. By then, we should be nearing the new year. Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, the younger brother replied. With me around, I will take good care of my older brother. Tang Yin, with an expression that conveyed a sense of assurance, remarked, leave everything to me. He noticed his elder brother's unease regarding the uncertain circumstances ahead, so he jested, you should focus on taking care of yourself first, kid. Tang San, momentarily alleviated of his apprehensions about the unknown, chuckled at Tang Yin's playful antics. Ha ha ha, I have complete faith in the two of you. This academy is the right place. Old Jack observed the two brothers as they began to engage in playful banter and smiled warmly. The brothers then followed Old Jack's gesture and approached a grand archway, which stood impressively over 20 meters wide. It was noteworthy that this was merely a primary soul master academy, situated in a modest city like Notting. This fact underscored the esteemed status of soul masters in this realm. As they gazed through the archway, Tang Yin could distinctly see the winding paths within the academy, beautifully complemented by meticulous landscaping and neatly trimmed plants, all showcasing the institution's architectural excellence. The entrance of Notting Academy shimmered even more brilliantly against this backdrop. Old Jack guided Tang Yin and his brother to the entrance, but before they could proceed further, a young guard stationed outside shouted at them, Hey, what do you think you're doing? You lot, this is a Soul Master Academy, not a place for country bumpkins like you to wander about freely. Leave now and don't disrupt us. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin felt a surge of annoyance. He remembered this moment well, recognizing it as mere provocation. Such individuals were easily dealt with. He had been waiting for an excuse. While Old Jack attempted to explain and presented the credentials issued by the Spirit Hall, the young guard continued to berate them, even going so far as to insult Old Jack's village, calling it a beggar's village. It was important to note that over the years, Tang Yin and his brother had received considerable support from Old Jack. In light of the unfolding situation, Tang Yin didn't allow his elder brother to intervene. A hand cannon materialized in his grasp, and he aimed it directly at the guard's chest, firing without hesitation. Boom. With a modest explosion, the guard was sent flying 4 to 5 meters before crashing to the ground. Tang Yin merely intended to impart a lesson to the other party, harboring no murderous intentions. Consequently, he did not unleash his full power. Yet, this restraint was sufficient to render the gatekeeper momentarily incapacitated. Observing his younger brother's actions, Tang San, guided by the principles of the Xiantian treasure record, resolved to eliminate the threat entirely, preparing to launch a concealed dart to deliver the finishing blow. However, at that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice interrupted Tang San's impending action. The two brothers turned their gaze to behold a somewhat gaunt figure clad in black attire, his hair cropped neatly. He appeared rather unremarkable, yet there was an unmistakable aura about him, a man in his 40s or 50s approaching them, his demeanor languid and dispirited. Tang Yin, upon seeing the newcomer, recognized him as his elder brother's esteemed master. It must be said that if the master were to hone his physique, he would indeed resemble a paladin from the world of dungeon and fighter. Speaking of which, I too possess a hammer. Under these circumstances, might it be plausible for me to consider transitioning into a paladin? After all, we both wield hammers to strike our foes. And the finest support comes from incapacitating enemies before they confront our allies. Moreover, the Master's hammer is renowned throughout the Dolua continent for its formidable power. Those who fall under its swing seldom offer anything but praise. As Tang Yin contemplated the optimal spirit ring combinations to emulate the paladin's prowess, the gatekeeper, who had struggled to rise from the ground, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the master. With a slight limp, he approached the master, his previous fury swiftly morphing into a sycophantic demeanor that was astonishing to behold. He bowed and spoke, Master, how is it that you have returned so early? The master remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at the gatekeeper before ignoring him entirely and addressing Old Jack instead. Sir, may I kindly request to see the proof of authorization from the Spirit Hall? Having witnessed the earlier events, the master deemed the gatekeeper's predicament to be entirely deserved and thus chose not to engage further. After verifying the authenticity of the documentation, he apologized on behalf of the Spirit Master Academy for the earlier incident. I shall take these two children under my wing henceforth. Upon receiving an apology from a figure of such stature, Old Jack's vanity was thoroughly gratified, prompting him to quickly respond, No need for apologies, Master. We too have erred in this matter. If it pleases you, we entrust these two children to your care. He then addressed his brothers, Xiao San, Xiao Yin. You shall accompany this master. Remember to be obedient and diligent in your studies at the academy. The brothers, acknowledging the resolution of the situation, nodded in understanding. Chapter 14. Absolutely not to deceive my elder brother. Absolutely not. Following this, the master proceeded with a thorough analysis of the brothers' martial spirits, delivering an impressive lecture. However, it was the master's vast knowledge that truly captivated Tang San, elevating his respect for the master. Meanwhile, Tang San, having just become the master's disciple, discreetly signaled to his younger brother to join him. The master had previously perused Tang Yin's records and expressed a keen interest in his martial spirit. Directing his gaze towards him, "Well, I suppose I shall refrain," Tang Yin remarked. "After all, my elder brother has already become your disciple. Henceforth, we shall be akin to family, so I shall step back." Tang Yin awkwardly scratched his head and spoke. This was not to imply that he held the master in contempt. On the contrary, the master was widely recognized for his unparalleled theoretical prowess, and his vast knowledge was undeniably commendable. Such a highly esteemed intellectual was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a mentor. However, the crux of Tang Yin's dilemma lay in the fact that his elder brother had knelt to pay his respects to the master. As a younger sibling, how could he possibly refrain from doing the same? It is worth noting that in his previous life, Tang Yin had never knelt before anyone, and in this life, it was out of the question to do so before someone he had only just met. Therefore, Tang Yin resolutely declined the offer. "That's fine, since this is your choice. I shall respect it. For now, I will take you to the Academic Affairs Office for registration. We can discuss other matters later." With that, the master turned and led the two brothers towards the Academic Affairs Office of Nottingham Academy. The ensuing events unfolded in a manner consistent with the original narrative, which prompted Tang Yin to once again lament his inadequacy as a butterfly in this grand design. Just as Tang Yin and his brother exited the registration office, they overheard the instructors inside mocking the master. In response, Tang San did not dwell on the remarks, but instead looked at Tang Yin and inquired, "Xiao Yin, what is your personal opinion of the master?" Tang Yin was still pondering how to unleash the effects of the paladin with his hammer when he was interrupted by the voice of his elder brother. Oh, I believe the master is indeed exceptional, for he has deduced our circumstances remarkably well based solely on a single martial soul. I am acutely aware that he stands at the pinnacle of knowledge in this domain. In my view, for any given race, formidable martial prowess is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is the ability to pass down knowledge through generations, allowing for continuous evolution and advancement," Tang Yin stated with unwavering determination. Although it is true that the master may appear lacking from certain perspectives, in terms of professional expertise, the achievements he has attained are beyond the reach of those who deride him throughout their lifetimes. Furthermore, even if the master possesses no genuine skills, once you have chosen to be his disciple, he becomes a family member whom I acknowledge from that very moment. "Brother, do you really believe I am the kind of person who looks down upon family?" Tang Yin remarked. Tang Yin and Tang San were engaged in conversation, oblivious to the fact that their words were overheard by the master, who had not wandered far away. "Xiao Yin, once we arrive at the dormitory, make sure to interact harmoniously with your roommates, understand? Do not bully others." As Tang San strolled towards their dormitory, he conversed with his beloved Idudu. From his perspective, having grown up alongside Tang Yin, he harbored concerns that his dear Udiu might struggle to interact with peers of the same age. Thus, he chattered incessantly throughout their journey. Very well, very well." Tang Yin, appearing utterly exhausted, remarked that he genuinely believed his elder brother was increasingly embodying the essence of Tang San. After all, they both shared the same surname, and what was a little cameo of the 9-section staff alongside the Xiao Yin hammer. Ultimately, both were merely instruments intended for striking. In time, he would embrace the role of a saintly practitioner, while his brother would transform into Tang Sanzang, an exquisite arrangement indeed. "Xiao Yin, do take this seriously," he urged, his tone laced with exasperation. "You can't maintain such a nonchalant demeanor. How am I to uphold the legacy of Tang San with you acting this way?" Just as he opened the dormitory door to convey his thoughts, a figure suddenly hurtled towards him, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Tang Yin's face. However, who was their third brother? Having traversed the world in his previous life, he instinctively sensed the impending attack. Despite the brief moment of hesitation, Tang San skillfully evaded the strike. The assailant, finding their initial blow thwarted, pivoted and charged towards the brothers once more. Just as Tang San raised his head to exit, he was met with a gaping void before him. Boom. With a resounding roar, the attacker was propelled backward at a velocity surpassing their previous attempt. Yet, the force behind Tang Yin's strike was notably less than that directed at the gatekeeper, for he was acutely aware that the newcomer bore no ill intent. Thus, a mere symbolic retaliation sufficed. "What? You inquire why I utilized a hand cannon? It's a jest. If I were to strike my brother, merely surviving would be a feat in itself." Observing this spectacle, Tang San could not help but face palm, realizing that his earlier admonitions had been in vain. He could clearly discern that his younger brother had held back, and since the assault was, in essence, provoked by him, he could hardly chastise Tang Yin. However, having already dispatched 2 individuals shortly after their arrival, he pondered how they would navigate the ensuing days. Initially, Tang San intended to further counsel his younger sibling. Yet upon witnessing Tang Yin's utterly innocent expression, an air of feigned ignorance as if the hand cannon had acted autonomously, he chose to relent. What could he do? After all, Tang Yin was his brother. Should the school authorities express discontent, it would fall upon him to bear the burden. Tang San, exuding a sense of helplessness, cast an admonishing glance at his younger brother. He approached his fallen classmate, who had yet to rise from the ground, and, while assisting him to his feet, inquired, "Who are you, and what prompted you to assault us so suddenly?" Regardless of whether his brother's actions were excessive, Tang San firmly established his stance. "My sincerest apologies. Greetings to you all. I am Wang Xing, the leader of this dormitory," he stammered, somewhat disheveled as he stood. "According to the rules of our dormitory, since you have bested me, you are now the leader here." Wang Sheng addressed Tang Yin, who had just retracted his weapon. "As for the title of leader, let's forego that. He is my brother, and it is more fitting for him to assume such a role." Tang Yin swiftly sold his elder brother, displaying an impressive decisiveness. After all, what choice did he have? If he did not sell him, he would still be subjected to the unfolding classic scenes of domestic violence. Tang Yin expressed that his intentions were solely for the future happiness of his elder brother, insisting that he was not attempting to deceive him in any way. As for the popcorn that had suddenly appeared in Tang Yin's hands, it was simply a reflection of his hunger. "Very well, from now on, you shall be the leader of our dormitory," Wang Sheng proclaimed, accompanied by the other dormitory members, as they bowed respectfully to Tang San. Tang San gazed helplessly at Tang Yin, who was already seated nearby, indulging in popcorn while watching the performance. He then addressed his fellow roommates on the other side. "I apologize, but my brother and I are here to study. We truly have no interest in this so-called leader. That simply won't do. This is our rule. Whoever is strongest is deemed the leader," Wang Sheng replied earnestly. "Indeed, this is the rule." The other classmates chimed in agreement. Tang San helplessly covered his face. At that moment, two figures appeared in the corridor. One of them, a girl with pink hairstyle and scorpion braids, inquired, "May I ask if this is the 7th dormitory?" Chapter 15, Spring Dawn, Recognition Edition. Upon hearing that voice, Tang Yi instinctively recognized that the highly anticipated scene of domestic turmoil was about to unfold. However, the current Tang Yin lacked a video recorder. Otherwise, he would have been eager to document his elder brother's infamous past. He mused that if he were to transition into a mechanic in the future, acquiring a recording device would be his top priority. Turning towards the source of the sound, Tang Yin found himself momentarily bewildered. There stood two girls. One was the unmistakable Xiao Wu, easily identifiable with her pink scorpion tail whip hairstyle and outfit. She exuded an undeniable cuteness, especially with her headband resembling rabbit ears, complemented by a bunny-style handbag, almost embodying the essence of the protagonist from Dueling. Given that she was destined to be his sister-in-law, Tang Yin was well aware of her identity. Yet, who was the other girl beside her? Before his eyes appeared a pair of youthful and vibrant maidens. One, with lustrous white hair and adorning a pair of charming antler-like headpieces, radiated an enchanting allure. Although she wore a simple white garment, she emanated an ethereal, almost celestial presence. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wu, deepening Tang Yin's curiosity about her identity. After all, how could such a stunning little girl escape his recollection? Despite his overwhelming curiosity, Tang Yin managed to respond, "Indeed, this is the 7th dormitory. Are you both part of this year's work-study program?" "Yay, we finally found our dormitory. I told you I would lead the way." "Yo, just how many circles have we gone around this floor?" Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, boasting to the girl named Yao beside her. All right. My little Xiao Wu is the best," came Yao's response, her expression a mix of despair and admiration. "Princess Yao?" Tang Yin speculated instinctively upon hearing Xiao Wu's address, cautiously probing for confirmation. Yao, taken aback by his words, gazed at him in disbelief, asking, "You mean?" "I am Tang Yin, the younger brother of Tang San," he replied with a hint of excitement, observing Yao's reaction. Afterward, he regarded her with an expectant look, pondering whether she, too, was a traveler like himself, which would imply that she knew the original narrative wherein Tang San had no idodo. The ensuing silent exchange between Tang Yin and Yao thickened the air with tension, akin to two swordsmen discovering their lifelong adversaries, poised for a fateful duel. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed that the atmosphere had turned peculiar, prompting them to timidly inquire about the situation. Spring slumber unaware of dawn. Suddenly, Yao exclaimed towards Tang Yin. At the sound of this familiar verse, Tang San's face mirrored surprise. Yet, before he could fully register his astonishment, Tang Yin continued, "Everywhere. Mosquitoes bite. Tang San, what on earth is this?" "Yao, it's the great bear of the night. Has this truly connected?" Tang San felt that he might have been burdened with a false dawn. "No one can escape." Tang Yin responded without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, Tang San no longer felt that he was shouldering a false dawn. Rather, his entire worldview had crumbled. However, Tang Yin and Yao, undeterred by this collapse of perception, continued to engage with the struggling Tang San, who was attempting to reboot his mind, saying, "The strange changes do not alter the odd constants." "Tang Yin, Symbols indicate the quadrant. There is no escaping it. They are indeed my fellow townsfolk. In a moment of such excitement, a warm embrace would be fitting. For encountering a compatriot in this otherworldly realm is far rarer than meeting one in a foreign land. Yet, witnessing the bewildered expressions of the surrounding onlookers, they managed to restrain themselves admirably. Ahem, this is my acknowledged sister, Xiao Wu. We have been close friends since childhood. Yao, emulating Tang Yin's earlier manner, conveyed her circumstances to him. Since Xiao Wu is recognized as her sister, it implies they are not biological siblings. Growing up alongside Xiao Wu further indicates to Tang Yin that she, like Xiao Wu, is a 100,000-year-old transformation. In essence, she shared her situation and information with him. After all, with their fellow townsfolk placing such trust in one another, Tang Yin felt no need for concealment. He summoned his martial spirit. For what could illustrate his identity better than a weaponized spirit? Their mutual trust was evidently not solely rooted in their shared background, considering their familial connections. In a few years, their names would undoubtedly grace the same family tree. Thus, why fear the Haotian hammer? Boss, hurry up and give them a taste of your authority. Just as Tang Yin and Yao were about to converse, one of their roommates interjected. Each time a newcomer arrives, it is customary for the boss to engage in a contest. At that moment, Wang Xing approached Tang San and spoke, naturally well-versed in the unfolding narrative. Tang Yin was eager not to miss this rare opportunity for a dramatic clash in Do law, upholding the principle that an older brother is meant to be exploited. He encouraged his brother. Yes, brother, go ahead. I support you in spirit. On the other side, Yao, equally aware of the impending confrontation, chimed in, Sister Xiao Wu, I also support you in spirit. After expressing their backing, Yao moved beside Tang Yin, munching on popcorn while observing the unfolding drama. Entirely oblivious to their siblings being pushed into the fray. In their eyes, they were akin to divine auxiliaries on their siblings' romantic journey, carrying the scene like fighter jets amongst the support. Meanwhile, Tang Yin and Xiao Wu, inexplicably thrust into the spotlight by their younger siblings, felt increasingly aware of the predicament they found themselves in. Nevertheless, despite his frustration, Tang San addressed Xiao Wu. I'm Tang San, the newly appointed dorm leader. May I call you Xiao Wu? Having heard her name from Yao's earlier introduction, Tang San directly inquired. No problem. Xiao Wu, somewhat taken aback, responded. Observing their siblings engaging in awkward small talk while they were supposed to be fighting, both were left speechless, covering their faces in disbelief. Chapter 16. Quite annoying in our dormitory, there exists a regulation. Whenever a new student arrives, they must showcase their personal strength. Thus, if it's not too much trouble, shall we spar? Given the circumstances, Tang San awkwardly proposed to Xiao Wu. He felt uneasy about battling a girl he had just met. Oh, are you sure? Upon hearing of a potential fight, Xiao Wu perked up, her spirits rejuvenated. After all, she was a mischievous rabbit who had lived for 100,000 years. And throughout that time, her favorite pastime had been brawling. Yes, I'm certain. Tang San nodded in affirmation. Good, let us commence. Xiao Wu exclaimed as she tossed her small handbag to the side, where it landed near the still busy Yang, who was fervently preparing popcorn. Hey, don't snatch it just yet. We must begin, so take the bag first. Tang Yin gestured to take the backpack. And he also received the luggage that his elder brother tossed over. What followed was the long-awaited spectacle of familial chaos. A scene that was destined to become a remarkable chapter in their shared history. This moment would undoubtedly serve as a topic of conversation for future generations. Observing Tang San, who had been carelessly toppled by Xiao Wu, Tang Yin could not resist the urge to mock, saying, dear brother, it seems you have underestimated your opponents. Congratulations on becoming the shortest-serving dorm leader in the history of the 6th dormitory. How can you still have the audacity to speak? Have you truly betrayed your own brother in such a manner? Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Tang San cast a disdainful glance at him, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had no inclination to inquire about the situation between Tang Yin and Yao, much like how Tang Yin had never bothered to ask him about the origins of his various martial arts techniques. Even among family, there exist secrets that belong solely to each individual. Nevertheless, what they owe to one another as family is unconditional trust. After all, in this world, they are bound by the closest of blood ties. At that moment, Xiao Wu turned to Tang Yin and remarked, how about you come and spar with me? She was somewhat intrigued by the person who could casually engage her younger sister in conversation. I think I'll pass. You are not my match. Fighting you would be meaningless. Tang Yin waved his hand with a smile, acknowledging that she was indeed his future sister-in-law. The ensuing encounter with the dormitory leader would certainly be a matter of pride, and being defeated would be rather embarrassing. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, it felt as though he had been struck across the face. How remarkably oblivious could one be? Did he not realize that such comments would only provoke a challenge from Sister Xiao Wu? As anticipated, Xiao Wu, incensed by his remarks, retorted defiantly. Now that you've said that, I am all the more inclined to engage you in a duel. Without granting Tang Yin a moment to respond, she lunged towards him. Seeing her charge, Tang Yin felt a headache coming on. After all, Xiao Wu was the fiancée of his older brother, and irrespective of their familial ties, he could not bear to harm her, especially given their shared childhood as neighbors. In the end, Tang Yin had no choice but to activate his ghostly shadow technique, swiftly creating distance between himself and Xiao Wu. With a flick of his wrist, two blue-silver handguns materialized in his grasp. He began to anticipate and guide her movements, preparing to strike as her foot left the ground. At the precise moment, he aimed for her landing foot, successfully destabilizing her with a shot. Following up with a barrage aimed at her legs, he rendered her unable to maintain her balance, resulting in a rather intimate collision with the ground. Are you all right? Tang Yin inquired, halting his own advance as he noted Xiao Wu's stillness. This had been his best attempt at minimizing harm in this contentious situation. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Yao remarked, eyeing Tang Yin with a hint of envy as he showcased his impressive marksmanship. After all, who could resist the allure of firearms in the 21st century? Moreover, as a support type, she harbored a strong desire to output damage as well. With this thought in mind, a yellow soul ring materialized beneath her, and she boldly declared, Sister Xiao Wu, fear not. I shall come to your aid. The sight of Yao's soul ring elicited gasps of astonishment from their classmates. Yao, Spirit, Divine Deer, Level 11 Support, Soul Master. As she announced her presence, Yao unleashed an energy projectile towards Tang Yin. Do you need assistance, Xiao Yin? Tang San inquired, observing the unfolding situation. Oh, that won't be necessary. It's merely a trifling matter. Tang Yin began to elaborate, but as his gaze fell upon his elder brother, he found him indulging in the popcorn he had just acquired. Entirely uninterested in lending a hand. Tang Yin, this is certainly not due to Tang San's indifference towards Tang Yin, but rather a result of his recent encounter with a girl named Xiao Wu, during which he discerned that her speed was of such a nature that even at full throttle, he could not hope to catch up with the elusive Tang Yin who had activated his ghost shadow misty steps. It is needless to say that even if another Yao were to join the fray, or even 3 or 4 more, it would make no difference. If you cannot keep pace with Tang Yin, you might as well brace yourself for the agony that awaits, for Tang Yin's martial soul is truly insufferable. Do not inquire how he knows this. It is a tale rife with sorrow. Moreover, this assessment is made while he possesses high-frequency ranged countermeasures. Just considering Yao's methodical spirit energy orbs, Tang San has already begun to mourn for her first soul skill, on the summit of independence. In the next moment, one could see her figure becoming ethereal, transforming into a spirit form, and floating above Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu herself was enveloped by a circular shield. Goodness, is it really fair to activate such overwhelming abilities from the outset? It seems rather excessive. Tang Yin continued to employ the skill Phantom Shadow, recalling its intricacies well, especially since it was an external enhancement. He surmised that this ability would likely receive a significant boost. However, even with such enhancements, the improvements would only pertain to attack power and shields. Regardless of the frequency of attacks, Yao and Xiao Wu remained Tang Yin's live targets. After a barrage of bullets, Yao delightfully found herself knocked off Xiao Wu by Tang Yin's direct assault. I'm done. Your martial soul is simply too overbearing. Why is it that while both of us are attacking, you still have so much soul power left? Yao lamented, feeling frustrated by the vast disparity in their strengths despite both being traversers. Throughout the encounter, she could hit herself, yet her ranged attacks failed to reach him. And Tang Yin even managed to counter her assaults with his bullets, leaving her utterly vexed. Chapter 17. Tang Yin, as if offering his sister-in-law as a tribute. Yet, the reality was precisely as Yao described. Tang Yin's opponents were his fellow townsfolk and sister-in-law, thus his attack power was understandably restrained. Even during his intense training one afternoon, he had only expended about half of his soul power, and now, the consumption was so minimal that it hardly surpassed his recovery rate. The current drain on his soul power stemmed solely from the continuous use of Phantom Shadow. In such circumstances, how could Yao and Xiao Wu contend with him? In truth, Yao fared relatively well, as she floated above Xiao Wu throughout. The real exhaustion lay with Xiao Wu, who tirelessly pursued Tang Yin, exerting herself to ensure he remained within Yao's striking range, leaving her utterly depleted of soul power. All right. To make amends, my brothers and I shall treat you both to dinner tonight. Tang Yin addressed you and Xiao Wu, fully aware that his fellow townsmen and sister-in-law had recently arrived in the human realm and were still short on funds. Moreover, this presented an opportunity for him to assist his elder brother. Your friend, the best wingman, Tang Yin, is now online. In contrast, their circumstances were quite different. For the reason behind his presence, their family was considerably wealthier than what was depicted in the original narrative. The modest sum Tang Yin had brought along was already sufficient to cover the various living expenses for both himself and Tang San this year. Naturally, Tang San would not oppose Tang Yin's suggestion, given that it was his dear friend who had unintentionally caused distress to the young lady. Extending an invitation was only proper. At that moment, a middle-aged mentor, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, entered the dormitory and called out, "Who here is Tang San and Tang Yin?" "We are," they replied. "Is there something the matter, teacher?" Tang San approached with his companion, a Dudu, and spoke. "Here is our esteemed teacher Mo, who has brought bedding as a gift from the master." As he spoke, Teacher Mo handed over 2 sets of bedding to Tang Yin and Tang San. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Mo." The 2 brothers expressed gratefully upon receiving their bedding. Subsequently, Teacher Mo briefed Tang Yin and his brother about their responsibilities as work-study students, outlining the areas they were assigned to clean. After imparting some important school guidelines, he took his leave. As for the leadership of their dormitory, it ultimately fell to Xiao Wu. Initially, it was decided that since Tang Yin had triumphed over Xiao Wu and Yao, he would assume the role of dorm leader. However, adhering to the principle that with an older brother present, such burdensome responsibilities should not fall upon him, Tang Yin passed the mantle to Tang San. In turn, Tang San, having been previously defeated by Xiao Wu, relinquished the position to her. Yet, Xiao Wu, having never bested Tang Yin, was reluctant to take on the role of dorm leader. The group found themselves ensnared in a humorous stalemate, unable to move past this conundrum. Ultimately, Yao suggested they resolve the matter through the most sacred of games, rock, paper, scissors. With her strategic use of paper, Xiao Wu swiftly defeated the brothers rock and claimed the title of dorm leader. To celebrate this new leadership, Wang Xing, acting as a senior, treated everyone to a meal. This occasion transported Tang Yin back to his university days, reminiscent of the lively camaraderie he shared with a few mischievous friends. What? You wonder why Tang Yin had such a close relationship with his roommates? It's a jest. Would one quibble with their 5 sons? The most frequent moments of bonding occurred when someone brought food or treated others. Witnessing Wang Sheng's gestures evoked a wave of nostalgia in Tang Yin. The group proceeded to the cafeteria, and due to the earlier encounter with the master, they did not meet him this time, thus avoiding Wang Sheng's previous mockery of the master. However, on their return, the master sent word for them to visit his office after their meal. Tang Yin and Tang San understood the purpose of this summons. The master wished to examine the true state of their martial spirits. True to his title, the master deduced much about the brothers' backgrounds upon seeing the Haotian hammer. He advised them, much like Tang Hao had, not to attach any spirit rings to the Haotian hammer. The master then began to discuss the potential paths for their future as spirit masters. For Tang San, his trajectory was clear. A control-type spirit master was his best option. However, the master found himself in a quandary regarding Tang Yin. Given Tang Yin's role as a ranged ADC, strong control seemed fitting, yet his mobility posed a challenge. Developing a direction towards agility and attack could also prove advantageous, as speed is a vital factor in range combat. Ultimately, Tang Yin decided to first assess the ability of his initial spirit ring before determining his future ascension path. The master concurred with this approach. Master, may I inquire why both you and my father forbid us from attaching spirit rings to this hammer? Tang San remarked. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Tang Yin could not help but cover his face in exasperation. After all, this was fundamentally a matter easily comprehensible with time. When Tang Yin first perused the novel, he perceived it as an undeniable oversight. By the time Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy, he had already amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding martial souls and spirit beasts. Yet, despite the clarity of his understanding, he remained oblivious to the underlying issue. Furthermore, Tang Hao had previously mentioned that a twin martial soul could function normally relying on just one, so it should have been quite straightforward to comprehend how, after leveling up, one could easily absorb spirit rings with a hammer. However, such a seemingly simple conundrum eluded the astute and cunning Tang San. It can be said that, had it not been for the reminder from Dugabo, it would have taken him an even longer time to grasp it. Oh brother, where does your usual cleverness vanish to? Why falter over such a trivial matter? Tang Yin covered his face and said, Little Yin, have you discerned the reason behind it? Tang San, filled with curiosity, addressed Tang Yin. After all, in his recollection, his younger brother often behaved in an unorthodox manner. Yet intelligence was certainly not a trait associated with his dear brother. Hadn't the master previously stated that each martial soul rank has a corresponding upper limit for the absorption of soul rings? Tang Yin remarked, I am aware of this. However, what relevance does it hold to our hammer? Tang San curiously inquired. At that moment, master also directed his gaze towards Tang Yin, who had not anticipated that. Merely from his recent words, Tang Yin could already discern the profound implications behind their father's prohibition against adding soul rings to their hammers. Just imagine, when we reach level 70 or 80, or even attain the status of a title Dolua in the future, at that point, when we finally adorn our hammers with soul rings, wouldn't we be able to acquire an entire array of soul rings? Some even spanning 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Speaking of which, envisioning the Haotian hammer embellished with soul rings of such extraordinary age, Tang Yin couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for his sister-in-law. However, the pressing concern remained. Could my body truly withstand the burdens imposed by so many soul rings? After all, that would mean possessing 9 more soul rings than the average individual. Tang San expressed his concerns with a hint of anxiety. The master, observing the brothers engaged in a discussion, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He had never anticipated that Tang Yin and Tang San possessed such remarkable intellect. Merely by listening to their considerations, he could discern the profound depth of their thoughts. Brother, to say you are foolish would be an understatement. You are better than that. Did the master not just mention that absorbing soul bones can enhance our physical prowess? Once we are augmented by the soul bones, what is there left to worry about? Tang Yin remarked. Tang Yin's words elicited no response from Tang San. However, in the mind of the master, a sudden cacophony erupted, reminiscent of a flash of insight akin to that of Conan. Indeed, one could enhance physical prowess through the absorption of spirit bones. This realization meant that the drawbacks of dual martial souls, which would increasingly burden the body due to the accumulation of spirit rings in the later stages, could be perfectly mitigated. Is this the method you employed? A figure materialized in the master's mind. Shaking his head, the master dispelled the image and refocused on the present. For some truths, no matter how well understood, remained immutable. Precisely, that is indeed what your father and I intended. To be honest, we never anticipated the strain that an excessive number of spirit rings would impose on the body. Yet, Tang Yin's concept presents a commendable avenue, enhancing physical quality through spirit bones. This may very well be the final piece of the puzzle to your ascendance to greatness. The master's tone was imbued with rare enthusiasm. Having once again stumbled upon a research topic of immense value, he contemplated the feasibility of this idea, pondering how many years would be required for spirit bones if the second martial soul possessed spirit rings of 10,000 years. What if they managed to acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring for the second? How many years of spirit bones would they necessitate? I must meticulously organize the thoughts and methods articulated by Xiao Yin. You two should return home for now. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to procure your spirit rings. With a face alight with excitement, the master ushered Tang Yin and Tang San out, leaving the two brothers in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, the master remained concerned for their well-being, particularly regarding their nourishment. As he closed the door, he handed each brother a paper-wrapped parcel containing a large chicken leg, a substantial meat bun, and some side dishes. You are at a crucial stage of growth. Thus, you must pay heed to your diet. Should funds fall short, do not hesitate to approach me. Now, you may take your leave. With that, he shut the door, embodying the essence of a dedicated researcher. As night descended, Tang Yin and his brother found themselves in a complex cleaning area at the academy, engaged in conversation with Xiao Wu about their impending quest for spirit rings. Upon hearing of their plans, Xiao Wu expressed her discontent, saying, "You're leaving just after the semester begins. What about the chores? Are you two boys expecting us girls to handle everything alone? Apologies. Upon our return, we shall double your compensation for the labor as an apology. And I promise to treat you to an extra meal as well," Tang San remarked. The elder brothers and sisters nearby were engaged in discussions about work. Yet unbeknownst to them, they were not the only ones who would not be returning to their dormitories this evening. Not far away, on the rooftop, Tang Yin and Yao sat perched on the eaves, observing their respective older sister and brother's inaugural date. Today has truly astonished me. I never anticipated that upon arriving in this world, I would encounter someone from my hometown. Tang Yin expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. Am I not the one who is more astonished? Do you have any idea how I have endured these past years? Initially, I was quite curious. Upon discovering my arrival in the Dolua continent, I made it a point to meticulously document related memories. However, a few years ago, I suddenly realized those records were of no use. In hindsight, it is undoubtedly a consequence of your butterfly effect. Yao, too, shared her reflections. Considering that Tang Yin had only been in this world for a few years, while she had existed for a staggering 100,000 years. Hey. While one may carelessly toss objects aside, one must not speak indiscriminately, Tang Yin quipped. Since my arrival in this realm, I have never stepped beyond the Holy Soul Village. The only butterfly effect I encountered was supposed to be witnessing a girl awakening the blue-silver grass. Instead, I found myself facing you, who awakened a frying pan. Upon hearing Yao's words, he quickly asserted that he could not take responsibility for this pan. Moreover, one would logically assume the butterfly effect should pertain to you, especially considering your age of 10,000 years. Yet, Tang Yin hesitated to continue, as he distinctly felt a menacing aura locking onto him. Little Silver. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that, Yao inquired with an innocent expression, smiling at Tang Yin while articulating each word. Cough, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought the sun seems particularly round today. Ha. Tang Yin awkwardly attempted to shift the topic. Yao, unimpressed by Tang Yin's illogical excuses, chose to disregard him. You will understand when the time comes. I eagerly anticipate your expression then, Yao remarked with a mischievous smile. However, I must say, your memory is indeed remarkable. Despite the passage of time, you still remember these details. Tang Yin spoke with a hint of envy. To be frank, he believed that if he were to live for 100,000 years, he would likely forget even his own name from a past life. Humph. You're allowed to have your advantages, but I can't have mine? You said with a somewhat proud demeanor. By the way, what exactly is your advantage? Tang Yin expressed his curiosity, saying, I found myself transported while playing Honor of Kings. As for the hero I used, my martial soul will reveal that to you. Yao replied, Indeed, that is what intrigues me the most. After all, considering Yao's abilities, even with her passive skills, she possesses merely 4 skills, which equates to 4 soul rings at most. What then of the others? Tang Yin inquired with a hint of curiosity, for this question had intrigued him for quite some time. Allow me to clarify, it is precisely 3, as the passive ability has always been present from the very beginning. However, currently, my skills have no cooldown time, which means that all control techniques are ineffective against me. The only potential weakness, I suppose, is that even in my deer form, I am unable to attack, Yao remarked. Chapter 19. The master in bewilderment. Oh, now that you mention it, I understand. To put it simply, your passive ability is akin to a low-tier version of a Beidou's Kimui. That in itself is already quite impressive. A passive skill that requires no special activation. Furthermore, while in your deer form, you are in an invulnerable state, rendering others incapable of inflicting damage upon you. What more could you desire? But what about the subsequent soul rings? Tang Yin inquired with curiosity. Is this my external aid? She continued, after reaching level 10. I will gain an additional skill slot, which can accommodate any summoner skill. Once changed, I must wait until midnight to make another alteration. My summoner skills operate similarly to ordinary skills, devoid of cooldowns. Yao proclaimed with pride. Indeed, summoner skills in honor of kings are exceptionally practical, offering robust support capabilities and comprehensive utility. There are a total of 10 skills: sprint, smite, healing, execution, frenzy, disruption, stun, purification, weakening, and flash. These encompass everything from offensive enhancements to various status effects and healing, as well as imposing numerous debilitating debuffs on adversaries. Not to mention, just one execution, imagine the limitless slaying potential of Yao without cooldowns. This is undeniably a game-changing ability, especially in critical situations. After all, one must appreciate the concept of true damage. Goodness, this aid seems rather extravagant. Tang Yin evidently pondered the terror within. I can already envision the dread that envelopes the world under the dominion of the slain Yao. Tang Yin envisioned the terrifying prospect of infinite slaughters, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. As for the clarity with which I recall past events, it stems from my unique ability, which, while somewhat akin to a cheat, is actually an innate power bestowed upon me upon my arrival in this world, namely, the primordial sea of consciousness and the accompanying gift of absolute memory, Yao articulated. Goodness, the primordial sea of consciousness. Are you implying that Tang Yin already harbors envy towards Yao? Despite being fellow travelers of this realm, how can there be such a disparity in our capabilities? Indeed, just as you surmised, due to my inherent connection to the divine deer, my mental prowess begins where yours concludes, Yao replied with a hint of pride. One could argue that had Yao possessed the purple extreme demon eye, she would have effortlessly transformed into Uchiha Yao, commencing her journey with an unassailable advantage akin to an infinite number of Doloa versions. Isn't that truly invincible from the outset? Precisely as you've imagined. My connection to the divine deer establishes my mental prowess at the very inception of the sea of consciousness, Yao confirmed. Why is it that we are both traversers? Yet I am merely endowed with the blue-silver gun martial spirit, while you possess such ample abilities. Woe is me. Tang Yin lamented. Oh, esteemed one. Do you perchance require an accessory? A charming one, perhaps? At that moment, Tang Yin regarded you with utmost reverence. Regrettably, I am but a humble support-type soul master. Yao replied, just as another soul ring emerged beneath her. In the next instant, she transformed into a spectral form, soaring above Tang Yin's head. When it comes to being an accessory, I excel. Thus, young lad, continue your endeavors, Yao said in a tone reminiscent of a whimsical time-traveling chicken. Given Tang Yin's remarkably convenient and formidable ranged martial spirit, it was undoubtedly his finest steed. Rest assured, I shall not betray my allies. When it comes to being an accessory, I am unequivocally professional. Consider the national servers yell. Yao remarked, observing Tang Yin's silence and assuming he feared her capabilities. At that moment, Yao finally released the frustration she had harbored from her defeat at Tang Yin's hands. What does it matter if you wield a cheat with firearms? I possess more words than you. Yet, even after proclaiming these words, she still did not hear a response from Tang Yin, prompting her curiosity to turn towards him. Tang Yin remained silent, simply gazing upwards. Ah, teacher, where shall we venture to seek our soul rings? Inside a carriage, Tang San yawned while posing his question. What on earth is amiss with you two brothers? You seem devoid of energy, and little Silver, what on earth happened to your face? The deity observed the visibly drained state of the two siblings. There was no remedy for it, presently. The brothers resembled youths who had opened a mysterious door one fateful night, returning several times in a single evening. Ah, it's nothing. I merely bumped into the door while getting up to use the restroom last night, came the sheepish reply. Tang Yin spoke somewhat ambiguously, for the actions he undertook the previous night were certainly not above reproach. And what about you, Tang San? The master inquired, redirecting his gaze towards Tang San, whose spirit was only slightly more vibrant than that of Tang Yin. I am fine. It's just that I struggled to sleep well last night due to the need to obtain a soul ring. Tang San casually concocted an excuse. After all, he had returned later than Tang Yin and the others the previous night, having been unable to escape from a lengthy sparring session with Xiao Wu. Rest assured, we are all perfectly fine, teacher. Please continue your discourse on the knowledge of martial souls. Tang San continued. Well then, typically, soul masters rely on the age of soul beasts to differentiate them. The master, who was nearby, had already begun to explain earnestly. However, for Tang Yin, these concepts were already well known, rendering the master's words akin to the most exquisite lullaby in the world. The more the master spoke, the heavier Tang Yin's head felt. To prevent himself from succumbing to sleep, he resolved to pose some questions to the master about matters he was unfamiliar with. Master, may I ask why the color of a soul ring changes with its age? Tang Yin inquired intermittently. The master was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yin's sudden questions. Why is a soul ring only a single ring? Or rather, why is it circular and not triangular or square? Moreover, why do soul masters possess soul rings while other beings do not? Why do humans have martial souls and soul beasts, yet the soul beasts do not? Do our martial souls relate to the soul beasts in any way? If so, what then is the nature of various weapon martial souls? The master was utterly bewildered. These questions were not addressed in the original text, and after much searching, I could not find any explanation. This might be a gap in the narrative, as the intricacies of Dolua Dala were not fully explored. I apologize to my readers for this oversight. My survival instincts are kicking in. Tang Yin's seemingly innocent inquiries had indeed left the master in a state of confusion. After all, these were thoughts the master had never contemplated. Much like how no one considered why apples fall from trees instead of soaring into the sky before Newton's time. Often, the most commonplace matters are those we overlook. Chapter 20. Entering the soul-hunting forest in a fleeting moment. The master found himself ensnared by the barrage of questions posed by Tang Yin. To be honest, these inquiries had not merely gone unstudied, they had scarcely been acknowledged. Not even the master, who was a paragon in the theoretical realm, could shake the feeling that his research paled in comparison. It was evident that Tang Yin's questions, though seemingly simple, opened a plethora of avenues for exploration. His most notable research achievements merely included propositions such as, the level of innate soul power correlates with the strength of martial souls, and that there are only weapon and beast martial souls, with no others existing. The former primarily support while the latter tend toward offense. Soul masters each have their own developmental trajectories. In comparison, the master felt his own research to be alarmingly superficial. Yet he remained venerated as an invincible theorist in the martial soul community. What if we could create artificial soul rings? If artificial soul rings were possible, could we artificially increase the age of soul rings? Tang Yin continued to muse, his voice gradually diminishing. These questions stemmed from Tang Yin's readings and forum explorations. He was simply curious. After all, the pinnacle of theoretical knowledge in this world came from the master. However, the master's tenets seemed somewhat biased in Tang Yin's eyes. For instance, the assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only soul masters who cannot cultivate, appeared to be a mere consolation to the master. After all, Tang San had indeed utilized the blue-silver grass. The master, realizing he had been thoroughly questioned by a child, felt an awkward atmosphere envelop the carriage. Perhaps sensing the silence, Tang Yin finally succumbed to sleep, his head unexpectedly resting on his brother's shoulder. I apologize, master, Tang San remarked, sensing the uncomfortable tension. Wishing to speak up for his brother, but Tang Yin had turned him into a makeshift pillow, rendering him immobile. Before Tang San could utter a word, the master waved his hand, saying, "It's quite all right. I am not so petty." Each question posed by Tang Yin has opened up research directions I had never previously considered. Should we succeed in studying these, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented achievement for humanity, even revolutionary. Little San, please hold on a moment. I need to jot down these inquiries before we continue our lesson. The master's excitement grew, and in that instant, he regretted not having taken Tang Yin as his disciple sooner. This child's thought process was remarkably unique, and such creativity could uncover numerous valuable research topics. In just a few days of knowing Tang Yin, the potential for research topics had multiplied. As time flowed during the Master's lesson to Tang San, the narrative continued as in the original story. The master gifted his soul guide to Tang San, who named it the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night upon noticing the 24 compartments of space. Tang Yin had a delightful nap, proving that the quality of a Tang San-branded pillow was indeed exceptional, allowing him to sleep soundly until they reached their destination. Awakened by his brother's gentle shake, Tang Yin stepped off the carriage to hear shouts nearby. 20 gold coins to assist in hunting a 100-year-old soul beast. 2 spots available. Team up to hunt a fire-type soul beast. We need a support. Team up to hunt a 1,000-year-old soul beast. We have a badge, a support. And we need a defensive or agile attack soul master. Various calls for team formations and sales resonated, and Tang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his days playing online games. The scene before him mirrored the exhilarating atmosphere he experienced before embarking on dungeon raids. Seeing his brother's keen interest in joining a team, the master began to introduce the relationship and composition between soul masters and teams, as well as the optimal team configurations. This made Tang Yin feel like a novice in a game, being guided by a seasoned player. As he prepared for his very first hunt, Tang Yin felt a surge of excitement. "Master, before we set off, shall we find a restaurant for a meal?" Tang Yin suddenly addressed the master, pondering how a hunter could possibly embark on a hunt without first indulging in a meal. Although this world lacked the familiar Ilu cat, substituting with some delectable human cuisine was entirely feasible. After all, he had scarcely sampled the local delicacies of Dolua. Indeed. I recall a fine restaurant not far from here, where we might also take a moment to recalibrate our energies. The master nodded in agreement. After a lengthy journey, it was certainly prudent to restore their composure. As they dined, The master began to elucidate the purpose and origins of the soul spirit tokens required for their entry. But Tang Yin paid little heed. You speak your piece while we, the devotees of sustenance, focus on our meal. Those who lack enthusiasm for dining are undoubtedly misguided. Veritable heretics. We, the gastronomes, refuse to conflate our dining experience with your discourse. After their meal, the master led the two brothers to procure an assortment of white radishes, sweet potatoes, and other provisions. These items were subsequently placed within Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight. Witnessing the master's actions, Tang Yin felt an inexplicable chill. Let us not speak of it. Though the impact may be minor, the affront is undeniably severe. As the master continued his commentary, they approached the entrance of the Imperial Soul-Hunting Forest. Upon presenting his soul spirit token issued by the Spirit Hall, the soldiers on guard transformed their demeanor, exhibiting utmost respect. Even though the token bore merely 3 insignias, the soldiers promptly parted to allow the master and his charge's passage. This display struck Tang Yin profoundly, highlighting the elevated status of soul masters in this realm. The guards exhibited no inquiry regarding the master's companionship with 2 young children. Despite the master being a figure often dismissed within the soul master community, a profession seemingly devoid of productivity, yet wielding a disproportionate share of the world's resources, it was no wonder that this world faced incessant calamities. Chapter 21. Luo San Pao is essentially an inflatable doll. The master guided the 2 brothers through the iron gate, swiftly entering the depths of the soul-hunting forest. As they ventured deeper, the cacophony of the outside world receded, replaced by an increasingly refreshing atmosphere. Whether a mere psychological effect or not, a stroll through this forest evoked a sense of tranquility. However, Tang Yin remained vigilant. Noting the once downtrodden master now wore a serious and focused expression, the master halted the brothers, forming hand seals akin to a ninja, and proclaimed, "Come forth, Luo San Pao." Tang Yin found himself momentarily speechless, internally exclaiming, "What era are we in? Who performs hand seals like a proper ninja anymore?" Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that the master was not, in fact, a ninja. Thus, it was not entirely unreasonable for him to emulate the technique of the straightforward kisame, despite his inner monologue. Tang Yin was genuinely intrigued by the master's soul spirit. Suddenly, a puff of lavender soul power erupted like mist, and with a wave of energy, a creature materialized before the master. "You must have undergone training in Naruto, master. This is undoubtedly summoning jutsu." The visual spectacle intensified Tang Yin's urge to jest. Though his attention was firmly fixed on the creature before the master, this entity was the master's soul spirit, Luo San Pao. It bore a resemblance to a dog, yet its physique was more akin to that of a pig. Measuring over 1.5 meters in length and boasting a similarly ample girth, an ideal figure for training the national soccer team. Its fur shimmered in a delicate purple hue, with 2 fluffy ears drooping adorably on either side and bright, intelligent eyes reminiscent of a Siberian husky, twinkling with gentleness. Notably, 2 small, round tufts atop its head enhanced its cuteness. The moment Luo San Pao appeared, it promptly bounded towards the master, its rotund form bouncing playfully, exuding an endearingly clumsy charm. Upon reaching the master, it affectionately rubbed against his leg, causing 2 yellow soul rings to materialize at the master's feet. Tang Yin, utterly defenseless against such a fluffy and adorable creature, nearly succumbed to the urge to pet it, had he not been concerned about the master's reaction. At this moment, the master began to introduce Luo San Pao, stating, "This is my soul spirit, Luo San Pao. You may simply call him San Pao." As if understanding the significance of the master's words, San Pao gazed at the 2 brothers with a friendly demeanor, seemingly eager to befriend them. Tang Yin could no longer resist and began to pet the creature, despite Tang San's intention to inquire further about Luo San Pao being interrupted. Their playful interaction did not escape the master's notice. Sensing Tang Yin's apprehension, he reassured him, "Little Yin, there is no cause for concern. The past is behind us, and I no longer dwell on it." Turning to Tang San, he continued, "Are you curious why my soul spirit manifests as a tangible entity, rather than as an attachment like other beast-type spirits?" Tang San, realizing the sensitive nature of the inquiry, could only respond with a non-committal The master's expression turned bittersweet as he explained, "It is quite simple. My soul spirit is, in fact, a mutated one. Unlike Tang Yin's blue silver gun, which has mutated in a favorable direction, mine has unfortunately taken a turn for the worse. Due to my innate talent, I awakened with only a rank 1 soul power. Leading to this outcome, had my soul power been higher, the situation would have been different. Regardless of how hard I strive in the future, my soul power will forever remain below rank 30. This is why I have devoted my efforts to theoretical research." Previously, Tang San had gleaned bits and pieces about his teacher's past from the academy, and it was precisely this dedication that resonated with him. The master's steadfastness regarding his soul spirit mirrored Tang San's own commitment to his previous life's pursuits, fostering a deep understanding between them, a camaraderie born from shared struggles and aspirations. Tang Yin observed the sudden silence, leaving both master and disciple feeling a sense of helplessness. "Can't you learn from me?" Although I am uncertain about this creature, my vigilance towards the surroundings has never wavered. Before Luo San Pao issued a warning, Tang Yin had already summoned the Blue Rain revolver into his grasp. His eyes shimmered with a faint purple light as he swiftly locked onto his targets, unleashing a flurry of gunfire in several directions. Tang Yin's movements roused the Silent Master and Tang San from their stupor, just as Luo Sanpao leapt beside Tang Yin, assuming a stance for attack. Simultaneously, with the cessation of Tang Yin's gunfire, plaintive sounds reminiscent of whimpering puppies echoed from the directions of his shots. Indeed, it was not long before several wolf-like spirit masters began to encircle them, each standing nearly 1.6 meters tall, their forms cloaked in a steely gray hue. Inching closer with deliberate intent, these were the infernal wolves. Do not fret, Xiao Yin and Xiao San don these masks. The master recognized the encroaching spirit beast species and age at first glance, promptly tossing 2 masks to Tang Yin and Tang San. Tang Yin was acutely aware of Luo Sanpao's combat style. The mask was donned with remarkable efficiency. Although Tang San had intended to inquire further, he complied swiftly upon witnessing his brother's adeptness. Once both brothers secured their masks, the master followed suit, and in the next instant, his first soul ring flickered to life. With a tone laced with disdain, the master proclaimed, "A mere pup of 10 years dares to encircle me?" Sanpao. Upon hearing the master's command, Luo Sanpao assumed an offensive stance, his 4 short legs firmly planted. Following a low growl, he inhaled deeply, producing a sound akin to a howling tempest. As he inhaled, Luo Sanpao's form began to swell. Observing this spectacle, a peculiar thought crossed Tang Yin's mind. Was it possible that Luo Sanpao was, in fact, an inflatable doll? Chapter 22. Azure Star. Tang Yin shook his head, having driven to the brink of exhaustion, and once again fixed his gaze upon the master. At that moment, the master raised his hand, and with his movement, a soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. It then enveloped Luo Sanpao like a set of nested dolls. Simultaneously, the master proclaimed loudly, with the force of thunderous flatulence, "Behold Luo Sanpao." Upon hearing the master's command, Luo Sanpao's eyes gleamed with a newfound brightness. His azure eyes, symbolizing wisdom, shone brightly, and with the surrounding yellow soul ring, his voice crescendoed in volume. In a burst of energy, his 4 short legs propelled him upward, reaching a height of 5 seconds before he oriented himself headfirst towards the direction of the netherwolf. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a tumultuous storm. Even Tang Yin, whose mask was secured tightly, detected an indescribable stench. If one were to draw comparisons, it would undoubtedly surpass that of canned herring, with only pickled sea swallows possibly rivaling it. This was experienced even with their masks on. One could only imagine the situation outside. Furthermore, one could not help but ponder the fate of the ghostly nether wolf, renowned for its acute sense of smell. Tang Yin has already begun his 3 seconds of silence. There is no way around it, for he truly cannot endure for much longer. 3 seconds is his utmost limit. At present, Tang Yin has seamlessly ascended the tree using his ghostly movements, skillfully avoiding the gusts of wind. As his gaze descends, he catches sight of a group of bewildered nether wolves sprawled on the ground. Heaven knows what they have endured during this time. Tang Yin beheld the spectral wolves, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, some adorned with the ethereal rings of the afterlife. He could only utter, "May there be no Luo Sanpao in heaven." Having dealt with this batch of spectral wolves that had intended to besiege them, the trio hastily departed from the area. The lingering stench would not dissipate any time soon. Even the master dared not linger in such a place. As the 3 ventured deeper into the forest, Tang Yin fed Luo Sanpao carrots. In his previous life, he had harbored a fondness for nurturing pets, yet opportunities had eluded him. This was why he had chosen the path of raising poultry to amass wealth in this life. Now, having left home without any pets to care for, he felt a tinge of melancholy until Luo Sanpao arrived. With the keen nose of Luo Sanpao, their movements within the forest became considerably more convenient. Along their journey, whenever they encountered a soul master, the master would expound upon the soul master's name, type, characteristics, habits, methods of identification, and weaknesses to the 2 brothers. At that moment, Tang Yin felt as if he were watching a documentary on the animal kingdom from his past life. The variety of soul beasts they encountered was indeed rich. While not exaggeratedly numerous, they encountered 20 to 30 types. Remarkably, the master could immediately relay information about these beasts without a hint of hesitation or contemplation. Truth be told, an outsider might well assume the master was merely fabricating tales. Regrettably, by nightfall, they had yet to find a suitable soul beast. What they encountered were either unsuitable yet of appropriate age or suitable but not aged enough. With no other recourse, they had to clear a patch of ground to prepare for the night. This marked Tang Yin's inaugural experience camping outdoors, filling him with a slight thrill akin to wilderness survival, though he wondered if there were any wild instant noodles to be found in this place. Tang Yin and Tang San assisted in clearing the ground of weeds and other debris, while the master scattered a powder to repel serpents and insects, albeit only those of a common and feeble variety. During this time, the master's small classroom continued unabated, imparting knowledge of wilderness survival to the 2 brothers. Tang Yin found himself quite intrigued, having harbored a fascination for survival shows in his previous life, and now, with the opportunity for practical application, he was even more enthusiastic. Just as Tang Yin endeavored to whimsically alter his name to Tang Bear Grylls Yin, his companion, Luo Sanpao suddenly became alert. Observing Luo Sanpao's unusual behavior, the trio quickly recognized that something was amiss. Without hesitation, the two brothers maneuvered into position, activating their purple extreme demon eyes, their stances perfectly complementing each other's line of sight. This was a testament to the profound synergy cultivated over many years of joint training. There, with a swift motion, Tang Yin pointed his twin guns in a specific direction. In the following moment, Tang San deftly hurled a fire starter, an adeptly executed concealed weapon technique, which landed precisely at the spot indicated by Tang Yin. At that instant, the master also shifted his gaze, and illuminated by the flickering flames, a colossal serpent came into view. This serpent was entirely cloaked in dark green scales, its triangular head signifying its classification as a venomous creature. It seemed to sense that it had been discovered. Its entire body reared up, revealing a pair of eyes that gleamed like rubies, fixated intently on Tang Yin and his companions. Its forked tongue flickered in and out, a clear display of menace. Fortunately, the prior application of Realgar had proven somewhat effective, preventing the creature from launching an immediate attack. Upon sighting this serpent-like soul beast, the master instinctively recalled its attributes, prompting a deep inhalation. This was a Mandala snake, a soul beast notorious for its ferocity and malice. How could we encounter such a perilous creature while still on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? It is infuriating. All we can do now is hope that it has not yet reached a century in age, the master lamented. Is the Mandala snake truly that fearsome? Are you not its match? Tang San inquired. The master, upon hearing his words, responded with a contemplative tone. Indeed, the Mandala snake is a highly venomous serpent spirit master, whose venom possesses not only formidable neurotoxic properties but also an exceptionally potent paralyzing effect. One could assert that among venomous spirit beasts, the Mandala snake ranks prominently. Furthermore, its body is remarkably resilient, with scales that are exceedingly hard. It can be said that apart from its eyes and mouth, it harbors no vulnerabilities, and the protection it offers to its weak points is rather commendable. Coupled with its speed, it is undeniably one of the most troublesome hunters in the jungle. Oh, wait a moment. With its toxicity and resilience, would it not be the most suitable candidate for a spirit ring? Tang Yin was well aware that, despite the numerous buffs this fellow had accumulated, he was essentially just the spirit bone of his older brother. Now that he had arrived, there was no need for him to leave. It was the perfect opportunity to deal with the soul ring and feast on some serpent meat. Xiao Yin, do not be overly excited. This snake is quite dangerous. Before the master could finish his sentence, however, the blue-silver rifle in Tang Yin's hand had already discharged in quick succession. His unexpected assault was aimed directly at the eyes of the Mandala snake. What was the point of hesitation? Since they had encountered it, they should charge in resolutely. In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. He had grown up watching Brightsword, and it was all about that rallying cry. Cavalry unit, charge. Brother, trap him. Do not let him escape. Simultaneously, Tang Yin added inwardly, your friend, Song Lanxing, is now online. Chapter 23. The shocked master. In his previous life, Tang Yin had a fondness for tormenting monsters. Indeed, he found great joy in the concept of monsters tormenting him 1,000 times. His affection for these creatures was akin to that of a first love, unwavering in his pursuit of them. Reflecting on those times now brings him immense pleasure. As a player who had successfully earned the title of Song Lanxing, Tang Yin believed that there was nothing that a good hunt could not resolve. If necessary, he could always embark on another hunt. Losing a 3-cat match was not a novel experience for him. He was completely unfazed. Hey, Xiao Yin, did you see Tang Yin start with 2 shots and then begin to maneuver? The master had more to say, but was interrupted by Tang San. Rest assured, master. Tang Yin is thoroughly enjoying himself right now. Tang San smiled, harboring unwavering confidence in his younger brother, Tang San. Ever since the awakening of his martial soul, he had never persisted in sparring for more than 10 minutes. Tang San was most acutely aware of the capabilities of his dear friend, Duel. It would be an opportune moment for you, dear teacher, to gain a deeper understanding of Tang Yin's martial soul, as well as the characteristics and power of Xiao Yin's martial soul. As Tang San spoke, he remained occupied. The blue silvergrass had already been summoned to provide assistance to his companion, Ododo. The characteristics and power of the little silver martial soul? Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master's gaze shifted once again towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin moved with extraordinary speed, employing the ghostly shadow technique to its utmost potential. In the midst of his swift maneuvers, even the Mandala snake, renowned for its speed, could scarcely outpace him. This was under the condition that Tang San had not imposed any limitations. Now that Tang San had taken action, the blue silvergrass, along with various small stones, launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Moreover, we must not overlook that Tang Yin himself, as a sharpshooter, belonged to a ranged profession. The initial assault directly resulted in the loss of one of the Mandala snake's eyes. Now, Tang Yin's blue rain rifle had transformed into a revolver. Although the revolver's attack power is slightly inferior to that of the rifle, its speed and agility are significantly enhanced. As Tang Yin's figure flickered like a wisp, each barrage of bullets found its mark with uncanny precision upon the body of the mandrake serpent. Whenever the mandrake serpent managed to draw near, Tang Yin would deftly evade in the direction of its blind spot. Consequently, the mandrake serpent found itself repeatedly striking at nothing but air. Tang Yin continued to fly his kite, and as time passed, the mandragora serpent's body accumulated more and more bullet holes, its ferocity reaching a peak. It spun again, searching for the elusive figure of Tang Yin while preparing to strike. However, this time, instead of increasing the distance, Tang Yin transformed his revolver instantaneously into a hand cannon. As the mandragora turned its head toward him, mouth slightly agape, he thrust both hand cannons directly inside. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued. The steel-like barrels allowed Tang Yin to disregard the mandragora serpent's venomous fangs, as this shot obliterated the serpent's head, leaving it in a state of utter ruin. Gasping for breath. At that moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared the creature completely, leaving it with no chance of a final counterattack. Xiao San. Quickly eliminate the mandragora serpent. The once mighty predator was thus dispatched by 2 youths as if it were a mere game, a scenario that undoubtedly challenged the master's perceptions. Yet, the master had no time to recalibrate his thoughts. He immediately addressed Tang San, just as Tang Yin had previously asserted. He too believed that the mandragora serpent was indeed well-suited for Tang San. Though Tang San harbored some lingering doubts, he was well aware that his master would never do him harm. Regardless, it was undoubtedly prudent to eliminate the mantis snake first. Meanwhile, Tang Yin had already regarded the mantis snake as his elder brother's soul ring since its emergence, and thus had no intention of delivering a final blow. Tang San took the dagger handed to him by Tang Yin and approached the nearly lifeless Mandala snake, striking it with a swift motion. Accompanied by a burst of blood, a yellow soul ring materialized before him. Upon witnessing this yellow soul ring, Tang Yin's mind resonated with the triumphant melody of a successful hunt. Almost instinctively, he reached for some food to offer to his beloved Ailu cat, only to find that it was absent. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. In moments of tranquility, they remain composed, yet when stirred by emotion, a mere song can evoke tears for an extended duration. Consequently, Tang Yin's previously exuberant emotions dulled somewhat. Just then, Luo Sanpao had scampered over to Tang Yin and promptly devoured the rations in his hand. Observing the joy radiating from Luo Sanpao as it nuzzled against him, Tang Yin felt a sense of contentment in the present moment. Meanwhile, the master, who had just regained his composure, turned his gaze back to the corpse of the Mandala snake upon witnessing the emergence of the soul ring. Now fully recovered, Tang Yin was busily slicing the meat with a small knife. After all, one should never pass up a complimentary dinner. Moreover, which hunter finishes a hunt without gathering some materials? As he watched Tang Yin cheerfully preparing the snake meat, the master still struggled to fathom how a child could effortlessly slay the Mandala snake in mere minutes, appearing so at ease, as if he had not unleashed a powerful move at all. Yet, that explosion just moments ago, who could doubt it was anything but a formidable attack? Master, should I absorb this soul ring? But our martial soul is a plant. Is it truly safe to absorb its soul ring? Tang San gazed curiously at the yellow soul ring. The master, adjusting his mindset, reassured Tang San, "Fear not, my dear Mandala snake. A millennium ago, for each passing year, its length increased by 1 centimeter. Presently, this Mandala snake measures approximately 4 meters, indicating its cultivation level is around 400 years. This age aligns perfectly with the threshold for a soul master's first soul ring. Coupled with your innate full soul power, absorbing it will pose no challenge whatsoever. I told you it was perfectly suited for you, brother. Now, how will you express your gratitude for such an apt soul ring?" Tang Yin, who had already procured 3 delectable pieces of snake meat, joined in the banter. "You rascal, what more do you wish for in terms of gratitude?" Tang San retorted. "Xiao Yin, I've noticed since you began defeating me, you've grown increasingly arrogant." Tang San affectionately tousled Tang Yin's hair, playfully disheveling it. Observing the 2 brothers, who had just finished a brawl and were now playfully grappling with each other, elicited a faint smile. However, he cleared his throat to redirect their attention back to him. "You too, cease your frolics. Xiao San, rest assured, I understand your concerns. You are apprehensive about your martial soul being of the plant variety, while the current mandragora snake is of the animal type. You fear that this absorption may lead to a rejection or even a conflict reaction regarding the soul ring. Am I correct?" The master spoke with great patience. "Indeed, that's correct." Once the matter of significance was broached, Tang San ceased his playful antics, recognizing the importance of the situation concerning the future growth of his martial soul. After all, he needed to grow sufficiently strong to protect his lively companion, Odo. Chapter 24. Kindred Spirits. The master had finally recovered from the astonishment brought about by Tang Yin's martial soul. As he spoke of his theories, his eyes sparkled with renewed confidence. "Based on my years of research, I have proposed the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. One aspect of this theory pertains to the form and functional simulation of martial souls. Regarding your blue silver grass, it is not strictly necessary for you to absorb only plant-type soul rings. Some beast-type martial souls that bear resemblance to the appearance or functionality of blue silver grass maintain a high degree of compatibility. This implies that, under certain conditions, both primary martial souls and plant-type martial souls can absorb one another." The master paused, allowing Tang San a moment to digest this information before continuing. "Previously, in my office, I mentioned the developmental direction and advantages of your martial soul. The greatest advantage of blue-silver grass lies in its inherent frailty, which results in its non-exclusivity. This non-exclusivity broadens the range of selectable soul rings, facilitating the integration of various types of soul rings. In summary, there will be no issue in absorbing this martial soul. After imparting this knowledge, the master regarded his soul disciple with utmost seriousness, stating earnestly, whether ordinary soul masters or those from the spirit hall. The current soul master community scoffs at my theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. No one believes it, and there are no case studies to support it. His tone grew more solemn as he continued. Xiao San, would you be willing to attempt this? Although I have complete confidence in my theory, there has been no precedent for such a practice. Experience is the only true measure of truth. And my theory has yet to transition from hypothesis to reality due to the absence of any cases. In that moment, Tang San perceived within the master a fervor he recognized well, an unyielding passion. Due to the mutation of his own martial soul, the master would never stand at the pinnacle of soul masters. Yet, despite this, he had not relinquished his aspirations, dedicating all his energy to the study of martial souls. This relentless pursuit echoed Tang San's own past life, where he, too, had been driven by an obsession with hidden weapons, undertaking various endeavors as a mere outer disciple. Tang Yin sincerely admired this aspect of the master. Despite his flaws and imperfections, he was undeniably deserving of respect in this regard. Master, allow me to be the first to embrace your theory. It would be an honor for me to contribute to your research as its inaugural practitioner. At this moment, Tang San's gaze was resolutely steadfast, embodying an acknowledgement of his kin. Under the guidance of his master, Tang San commenced the absorption of the spirit ring. Although it appeared perilous, Tang Yin was acutely aware that everything would proceed smoothly. After all, he possessed a resurrection token. Even if his elder brother were to meet his demise, 3 years hence he would rise once more. However, this led him to ponder. Would he not then be 3 years older than his brother? In such a scenario, who would address whom as brother? Tang Yin's thoughts wandered whimsically. As Tang San began the process of absorption, the master remained industrious. His mind drifted to the implications of his elder brother's potential demise and the future dilemma of how to refer to Xiao Wu. Would she be a sister-in-law or a younger sister? He then directed his attention to Tang Yin, encouraging him to elaborate on his martial spirit. Upon hearing the various, somewhat ominous aspects of Tang Yin's martial spirit, the master felt an overwhelming urge to suggest that Tang Yin adopt the Haotian hammer for an upgrade. He was convinced that if the Haotian hammer represented the pinnacle of melee martial spirits, then Tang Yin's blue-silver gun could be deemed the most formidable ranged martial spirit. Such an extraordinary martial spirit, combined with Tang Yin's exceptional shooting accuracy and remarkable agility, positioned him to potentially become the most formidable ranged spirit master in this realm. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Typically, ranged spirit masters are vulnerable in close combat, a notion that entirely did not apply to Tang Yin. Imagine an adversary engaging Tang Yin, managing to close the distance, only to find that in the very instant they believed victory was within reach. Tang Yin swiftly produced a weapon even larger than their own to counterattack. What a striking image. The mere thought of it caused the master to wince. In the current circumstances, our foremost consideration should be to amplify our advantages further. When selecting spirit rings, prioritizing speed would be prudent. After all, with the existence of the hand cannon, one does not lack for offensive power, the master reasoned. Indeed, I concur, Tang Yin replied. It would also be beneficial to acquire skills that enhance mental agility, significantly improving my shooting accuracy during high-speed maneuvers. Additionally, any abilities that could potentially generate bullets with control attributes would also be advantageous. Tang Yin remarked, as the master stated. The existence of the hand cannon does not lack in explosive power. Rather, increasing control, restrictions, and enhancing one's responsive abilities should take precedence in the selection of soul skills. Your idea is quite commendable. Tonight we shall take turns guarding Xiao San. Tomorrow, we will seek out soul rings for you based on this approach, the master concluded. After a night devoid of conversation, the following morning, Tang San successfully absorbed his martial soul. While savoring roasted snake meat, he proceeded to introduce his first soul skill, binding. Subsequently, Tang San showcased the new characteristics acquired by his upgraded blue-silver grass. Once he finished, everyone had completed their breakfast. The trio took a moment to rest before continuing their journey. Regrettably, as they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered no soul beast suitable for Tang Yin. Let us proceed a little further. If we find nothing, we shall return. After all, venturing further poses certain dangers, the master advised. Aware that they were approaching the territory of Millennium Soul Beasts, an area beyond their current capabilities, Tang Yin remained unperturbed, recognizing that this was a period of peaceful development for them, allowing everything to unfold at a leisurely pace. As for the master's mentioned friend, Tang Yin needed no guesswork. It was undoubtedly the master as true counterpart, the first generation of Shrek Academy's president, Fred, who, alongside the master, was famously known as part of the Golden Iron Triangle. Suddenly, just as the master finished speaking, a violent crashing sound captured the attention of the three. Such a noise suggested that two soul beasts were engaged in combat. Let us investigate to see if there is a suitable one for Xiao Yin. If so, we might seize a fortuitous opportunity, the master mused. already calculating the likely sizes of the battling soul beasts in his mind. Chapter 25. Two-tailed cloud cat Tang Yin and his companions cautiously traversed towards the source of the sound, and before them lay a rare clearing amidst the forest. In this open space stood two soul beasts facing each other. On one side was a colossal scorpion, its entire body cloaked in a dark purple-black exoskeleton. Opposite it was a creature with two fluffy tails and a neck adorned with a mane reminiscent of a lion's. Its fur was predominantly a pale yellow. Yet the areas around its ears, the diamond-shaped marking on its forehead, and the two stripes on its tail were marked in black. Its crimson eyes were intensely fixed upon the scorpion soul beast. Both creatures were of a size comparable to 2 or 3 lions. It was peculiar that the purple poison scorpion and the two-tailed cloud cat, which inhabit entirely different realms, would engage in such a conflict. Upon witnessing this scene, the master immediately recognized the two soul beasts and voiced his curiosity. Why did the teacher say that? Tang San inquired with curiosity. The two-tailed cloud cat is known for its gentle disposition, primarily inhabiting the banks of rivers within forested areas. In contrast, the purple poison scorpion predominantly resides in arid environments. Under normal circumstances, these two creatures would never cross paths, let alone engage in a deadly confrontation. The master responded, "It is due to the child." Tang Yin's voice trembled. And at that moment, he had activated the purple extreme magic eye, clearly perceiving that behind the two-tailed cloud cat, there was another two-tailed cloud cat. The size of a domesticated kitten. This scene epitomized the adage the seemingly fragile woman displays the strength of a mother, expressed in the most brutal manner. It inevitably reminded Tang Yin of his mother, who had sacrificed herself to protect their family in this life. When he read about it in novels, it might have merely stirred a fleeting emotion, but now it was a visceral reality that had unfolded in Tang Yin's own existence, deepening his understanding of such sacrifice. Xiao Yin, if this two-tailed cloud cat is of suitable age, it would indeed be fitting for the master to recommend it to you. I must save them. However, before the master could respond, Tang Yin spoke first. What? No, that's out of the question. Although we cannot observe closely, their size indicates they are century-level soul beasts. A moment's carelessness could cost you dearly, the master immediately cautioned. Indeed, it is far too perilous, Xiao Yin. Tang San expressed his concerns. This was not to suggest that he and the master were particularly cruel or indifferent to suffering. After all, this reflects the most fundamental laws of nature. One cannot claim to be safeguarding life. When one protects a sheep from a wolf, one is, in essence, condemning the wolf to starvation. Such is the reality of the natural world. Either the feeble sheep falls prey, or the frail wolf perishes from hunger. Regardless of which side one chooses to assist, it inflicts cruelty upon the other. Of course, Tang Yin's desire to save was not born from nobility. Rather, it stemmed from a simple disregard for the complexities of the situation. He would rescue without concern for the repercussions on the opposing side. As the saying goes, I shall annihilate you. What concern is that of yours? Since coming to understand that this realm is the Dolua continent, he recognized that certain truths must be confronted eventually. Thus, Tang Yin's objective was straightforward: to protect his family and prevent the tragedies foretold in the original narrative from recurring. Observing the two-tailed Yunjin's fierce determination to safeguard her child stirred memories of his own mother, whom he had yet to encounter in this lifetime, compelling him to intervene. And nothing more. Having spent considerable time with Tang Yin, the master was acutely aware of his character. Noticing Tang Yin's resolute disinterest in their counsel, he gravely inquired, "What is your level of certainty?" Tang Yin surveyed the external enhancements of the purple venom scorpion, recalling the sounds of its previous attacks along with the formidable firepower of his revolver, rifle, and hand cannon. Although the defensive capabilities of this purple venom scorpion far surpassed those of the mandragora serpent he had previously vanquished, its movement speed was considerably slower. With a confidence of 70%, and bolstered by his brother's new soul technique for support, he felt assured of a 90% success rate. Tang Yin said earnestly, "All right, I will have Luo Sanpao prepare on my end." The master concluded. Observing the determination of his beloved Odaodu, Tang San gently patted Tang Yin's shoulder. As Tang Yin's elder brother, he understood all too well the motivations behind Tang Yin's desire to rescue the mother and child soul beasts. Although the soul rings of the two-tailed cloud cat were indeed well suited for Tang Yin, his decision to aid them was resolute. The reason was simple. His beloved Odaodu wished to undertake this endeavor, and that was sufficient. "Let us proceed. Your brother is here to support you." Tang San has already summoned the blue-silver grass, and with his other hand, the Xiao hammer stands ready for invocation. Should any unforeseen circumstances befall Tang Yin, Tang San is prepared to hurl it at a moment's notice. Tang Yin nodded earnestly, activating the elusive ghost shadow technique at once. He needed to act swiftly, for he had discerned that the mother of the two-tailed cloud cat was already poisoned. Moreover, the toxin had begun to spread throughout her body as the battle raged on. Just as Tang Yin charged forward, flames ignited simultaneously at the four limbs and the tip of the tail of the mother cloud cat. This indicated that she was prepared to unleash her final desperate effort. A glance at the surrounding scorch marks revealed that the two-tailed cloud cat had previously employed this skill. However, due to the unfortunate poisoning, she had been compelled to conserve her strength to protect her offspring. now, by forcibly activating such a devastating skill once more. The toxins within her would only accelerate their insidious spread. Tang Yin did not continue to wait for an opportune moment. As he surged forward, Tang San also acted instantaneously. The blue silvergrass ensnared. Although Tang San's blue silvergrass was only empowered by a single spirit ring, rendering a complete immobilization unattainable. Tang Yin had no intention of restraining him for long. In the instant the blue silvergrass emerged, twin pistols appeared in Tang Yin's hands, unleashing a rapid succession of 4 shots. The target remained the eyes. The sudden assault from both Tang Yin and Tang San clearly caught the purple poison scorpion off guard. Even as it desperately struggled to free itself from the grasp of the blue silvergrass, it was still struck by Tang Yin's concentrated fire, losing one eye in the process. Seizing the opportunity created by the scorpion's blind spot, Tang Yin closed the distance, wielding his hand cannon, which he adjusted to maximum power. With a thunderous roar, the scorpion's damaged eye was rendered utterly useless, and the entire soul beast was pushed back by Tang Yin's formidable shot. At this moment, Tang Yin found himself positioned between the two beasts. The reactions of the two creatures to this unexpected turn of events were starkly contrasting. The purple poison scorpion, enraged by the loss of an eye, let out a furious roar directed at Tang Yin. In contrast, the two-tailed cloud cat, upon witnessing the scorpion's retreat, exhaled in relief. However, as soon as this breath of relief escaped, the creature's entire demeanor slumped, its once powerful howl now reduced to a feeble whisper. Chapter 26. The Pitiful Purple Poison Scorpion. Tang Yin paid no heed to the reactions of the two soul beasts. After repelling the purple poison scorpion, his hand cannon transformed into a blue-silver revolver. He then executed his ghostly movement technique, darting with remarkable agility. The twin guns did not cease their relentless assault. Leveraging the revolver's rapid-fire capability, Tang Yin unleashed a barrage of concentrated shots, primarily targeting the carnage left by the cannon's explosion. Concurrently, he maneuvered in a manner that directed the purple poison scorpion away from the second tail Micah. With Tang Yin launching such an offensive, the purple poison scorpion had little attention left for the second tail Micah, opting instead to pursue Tang Yin directly. At that moment, the scorpion unleashed its full firepower, moving with a speed that rivaled that of the mandrake snake from the previous day, if not surpassing it. Its toxic needles stood poised, ready to strike at any moment. Be cautious, Xiao Yin. This purple poison scorpion is a millennium-old soul beast. Quickly retreat. The master, upon finally noticing the condition of the scorpion's tail, immediately paled. Realizing that the scorpion possessed 16 segments in its tail, it is known that with each passing century, an additional segment of toxic needle forms, compounded with the initial 6 segments, indicating that this scorpion had just surpassed 1,000 years of age. No wonder, Tang Yin mused. Why, aside from the initial wounds inflicted by the cannon and its eyes, the scorpion's attacks had only managed to disrupt and repel him. This was the underlying reason. Despite being constrained by Tang San's blue silvergrass, the purple poison scorpion was nonetheless closing in on Tang Yin. Soon, Tang Yin found himself within the attack range of the scorpion's tail. It seemed there was no time left for practice. Observing the diminishing distance between himself and the scorpion, Tang Yin maximized the potential of his purple extreme magic eyes, accurately tracking the scorpion's every move. Just then, the scorpion's tail lunged directly at him. This was the opportunity Tang Yin had been anticipating. In response to the incoming strike, he instantly leaped backward, his revolver swiftly morphing back into the hand cannon. He raised both cannons before him. Boom. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding explosion, Tang Yin was propelled backward with unprecedented speed. Indeed, he executed the flying cannon technique familiar to all DNF players. A powerful explosion erupted at the most fragile juncture between the scorpion's toxic needle and its next segment, simultaneously hitting the weakest connection with the full might of his dual shots. Tang Yin managed to forcefully drive the scorpion's needle down. The flying cannon technique, utilized by sharpshooters in DNF, allows for rapid movement through the air, propelled by the weapon's recoil. With the hand cannon's exceptional recoil and power, the effect of this technique was most pronounced. Some even refer to this hand cannon flying technique as the flying cannon. In that critical moment, Tang Yin adeptly executed both maximum output and distance creation. The purple poison scorpion, struck directly down by Tang Yin's shot, let out a pained roar, its upper body rising in defiance for an instant, exuding an overwhelming presence, though only for a fleeting moment. For the very next instant, Tang San seized the opportunity. As the scorpion's upper body stood erect, several strands of blue silvergrass ensnared its remaining grounded legs, pulling with force. Just moments ago, the scorpion had radiated dominance, howling to the heavens, only to be unceremoniously toppled onto its back by Tang San, incapacitated and unable to rise due to the searing pain from its tail. Tang San exhibited no hesitation, channeling all his soul power to its utmost limit, binding his opponent with unparalleled intensity and restraining it firmly to the ground. At that moment, Tang Yin's figure appeared alongside the wounded creature, having been propelled by the force of the purple poison scorpion's impact. This exemplified the profound understanding between the two brothers. As Tang Yin successfully launched his attack, sending the scorpion reeling skyward, He recognized the opportunity crafted by his brother, allowing him to seize the moment to create an opening for Tang Yin's subsequent assault. Re-entering the line of sight of the purple poison scorpion, Tang Yin unleashed a torrent of firepower, his hand cannon re-emerging. This time, he was almost face-to-face with his adversary, delivering blow after devastating blow. The spectacle was a perfect embodiment of explosive artistry. With the scorpion's back pressed against the ground and its already incapacitated tail, it found it exceedingly challenging to regain its footing. Now, under Tang San's complete control, the creature struggled. Yet, the purple poison scorpion, a formidable beast with a millennium of experience, astonishingly endured Tang Yin's relentless assault. "You have forced my hand," it seemed to convey. Tang Yin addressed the master once more, requesting that master allow Luo Sanpao to unleash his first soul skill upon it. Tang Yin's words left the master momentarily stunned. After all, if even his hand cannon had failed to vanquish the creature, could Luo Sanpao truly accomplish such a feat, especially with merely a first spirit skill? Although the struggles of the purple poison scorpion were diminishing, it was still a millennium-old soul beast, and Tang Yin resolved to swiftly eliminate it while it was weakened. While the master could not discern Tang Yin's thoughts, he nonetheless beckoned Luo Sanpao to approach. Following Tang Yin's instruction, a formidable blast was unleashed toward the purple poison scorpion's visage. This was precisely the moment Tang Yin awaited. As the gas released by Luo Sanpao served as a hand cannon, it is well known that flatulence can be ignited. Its primary components, nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, methane, and oxygen, are odorless gases, among which hydrogen and methane can combust in air. Thus, flatulence is indeed flammable, and the high concentration produced by Luo Sanpao made it an excellent ignition agent. To amplify the power, Tang Yin had procured some flour from his elder brother, which, when combined with the explosion of the hand cannon, resulted in a resounding detonation far greater than any of Tang Yin's previous assaults. The intense shockwave propelled both Tang Yin and Luo Sanpao backward, but this was all part of Tang Yin's plan, as he had positioned Luo Sanpao behind him to cushion the impact. However, the purple poison scorpion was not so fortunate. One could only imagine the trauma it endured. To be felled by flatulence, what a profound psychological scar for a millennium-old soul beast. This raises the question, was the purple poison scorpion slain by Tang Yin or by the master? The uncertainty loomed large. Yet, the most astonished among them was the master, pondering whether Luo Sanpao's flatulence possessed such formidable power, and what kind of thought process allowed Tang Yin to conceive such a strategy. Contemplating this, the master found himself silently mourning for the purple poison scorpion. To be defeated by a child who had yet to become a true soul master was already a disgrace. But to perish at the hands of flatulence was an indignity beyond measure. It appeared that the uniqueness of Tang Yin's thought process had been underestimated. The master could not help but exclaim, "Third brother, come quickly. This two-tailed cloud mother has been poisoned." Tang Yin immediately shifted his focus to the two-tailed cloud cat, completely disregarding the Millennium Soul Ring floating on the other side. It was absurd. He was not foolish. In terms of physical prowess, he was comparable to his elder brother. And this Millennium Soul Ring was certainly beyond his capacity to absorb. Not to mention the manner of the purple poison scorpion's demise, even without attempting to absorb it. Tang Yin could sense the lingering sorrow intertwined within. Chapter 27, Tang Yin's First Soul Ring. Tang Yin possesses a remarkably clear understanding of himself. Thus he paid no heed to the soul ring of the purple scorpion and promptly returned to its side. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the tissue in the area where the two-tailed cloud cat had been struck by the purple scorpion had begun to necrotize extensively. This degeneration was not confined to the wound alone. Similar conditions prevailed in other regions of its body. In such circumstances, Tang Yin's first thought was of his elder brother. For when it comes to toxins, who holds greater authority than him? Originally, Tang San had endeavored to impart various toxic methodologies to Tang Yin, but after a mere 3 days, during which Tang Yin nearly poisoned himself 9 times, Tang San decided it was prudent to prevent his uniquely thought-provoking sibling from further experimenting with poisons. After all, Tang Yin approached toxicity with an attitude that as long as he did not perish, he would recklessly push the limits. Fortunately, his elder brother was always there for support. It is evident that Tang Yin's previous life had a profound impact on him. In his past existence, his father became so engrossed in survival documentaries that he took Tang Yin and his siblings to construct an ice house, where they ended up having hot pot inside. Had it not been for Tang Yin's mother returning home early, their family might have faced dire consequences. Such tales, when recounted, are often met with disbelief, especially considering they stem from a scientist's escapades. Yet, Tang Yin's father was not the only one with a remarkable story. The trio of siblings also had their fair share of noteworthy exploits. For instance, one night after watching a horror film, the 3 felt an overwhelming need for light, leading them to light 3 candles, which ultimately resulted in their house catching fire. As they departed their home that day, they couldn't help but wonder if their father's reckless antics were a means of ensuring they would toil for an additional 40 years. This illustrates that the concept of death was deeply ingrained in the mindset of Tang Yin's family from his past life. Otherwise, how could one explain the fact that he nearly poisoned himself to the brink of death on 9 separate occasions? Upon hearing the call of his dear Ododo, Tang San made a slight adjustment before hastening over to assess the condition of the mother of the two-tailed cloud cat. Beside her, the small cloud fur, who had been lying close to her, was now nuzzling against her cheek, his tear-filled, misty eyes glistening as he persistently licked her face. I am sorry, little Silver. There is nothing more that can be done. The poison can be cured, but we lack the time to gather the necessary materials. Tang San remarked with a sense of regret after a brief examination. Had the two-tailed cloud cat not been in such a dire state earlier, perhaps it could have held on a little longer while Tang Yin and the others sought out the healing ingredients. Alas, it was now too late. Tang San speculated that the two-tailed cloud cat was determined to perish alongside the purple poison scorpion. Apologetically, Tang Yin gently caressed the forehead of the two-tailed cloud cat, feeling a pang of sorrow. Observing his younger brother's self-reproach and despondent demeanor, Tang San placed a reassuring hand on Tang Yin's shoulder and said, Xiao Yin, you have already done remarkably well. This is not your fault. You should not bear any burden. Meanwhile, the two-tailed cloud mother gazed at the two figures before her, as if resolutely making a decision, and uttered a few soft whimpers towards her offspring. Tang Yin and the others were, of course, oblivious to what the mother of the two-tailed cloud cat had uttered. They could only observe the little cloud cat shaking its head vigorously. Ultimately, however, it resignedly lowered its head in acquiescence to some unspoken agreement. While Tang Yin was perplexed by this peculiar behavior, the mother of the two-tailed cloud cat approached him, affectionately nuzzling against his hand. At that moment, the mother emitted a faint, weakened call towards Tang Yin. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yin tentatively inquired, Are you asking me to adopt your child? The two-tailed cloud cat, hearing Tang Yin's words, weakly nodded in affirmation. Very well, I shall comply with your request. I apologize for my current frailty, which prevents me from offering you any formal acknowledgement. However, I assure you, if it were to perish, it would solely indicate that I had already met my demise prior to that. Tang Yin spoke with great solemnity. Upon hearing his words, the two-tailed cloud cat weakly nodded and then called out to her offspring, responding to her mother's voice. The young two-tailed cloud cat trembled slightly as it retrieved the dagger from Tang Yin's leg and placed it beside its mother. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin gazed at the two-tailed cloud cat in disbelief. The mother cat said nothing, merely glanced at the dagger before weakly gesturing towards herself with her paw. Tang Yin could no longer misunderstand the intentions of the other party, yet he found himself utterly incapable of fulfilling this task. He simply could not bring himself to take the life of a mother in front of her child. Such an act would be unimaginably cruel to the innocent soul. I'm sorry, I cannot do this, he uttered, his voice trembling noticeably at that moment. The two-tailed cloud cat emitted a faint, sorrowful whimper, as if pleading with Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, you should heed its wishes, came the voice of the master from behind him. As Tang Yin turned to look at the master, his eyes were already misted with tears. The two-tailed cloud mother was in great distress, and upon the death of a spirit master, one would transform into a spirit ring. Perhaps she desired to remain by her child's side in this manner. The master explained. At that moment, the two-tailed cloud mother nodded in agreement with the master's words. With a deep sigh, Tang Yin exhaled profoundly and then handed the little cloud cat to his elder brother, saying, Brother, please take the little cloud cat away for a while. Understood. Tang San certainly understood the meaning behind his beloved Edudu's words. Without hesitation, he took the little cloud cat into his arms and turned to walk in another direction. Xiao Yin, take action, he urged, for the two-tailed cloud cat was currently enduring a profound torment. The master comforted, fully aware that Tang Yin required a companion by his side at this moment. Tang Yin no longer hesitated and crouched down once more. Gently caressing the forehead of the two-tailed cloud moth, she said, You have performed exceptionally well. Now, take a moment to rest. We shall handle the matters ahead. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yin could distinctly perceive the expression of gratitude in the eyes of the two-tailed cloud mother, as if she had relinquished all burdens and closed her eyes in serene repose. Yet, in stark contrast to the tranquil and patient demeanor of the two-tailed cloud mother, Tang Yin's hands, gripping the dagger, began to tremble. Tang Yin sat cross-legged, a yellow soul ring tinged with a hint of purple swirling around him. This two-tailed cloud cat possessed over 900 years of age, which explained how it was able to momentarily restrain the millennium-old purple poison scorpion after unleashing its racial talents. Under normal circumstances, a soul ring of such age would be far beyond Tang Yin's capacity to absorb, as it exceeded the age limit of his second soul ring. However, the unique nature of this soul ring was that it bore no trace of resentment from the two-tailed cloud cat. Rather, it seemed to willingly allow Tang Yin to absorb it. In fact, the excess soul power that Tang Yin could not assimilate was actively merging with him, thereby augmenting his physical strength. The entire process of integration was even smoother than Tang San's previous experiences. Initially, there was a slight discomfort, but soon it felt akin to soaking in a hot spring. Unbeknownst to Tang Yin, while he was engaged in the absorption of the soul ring, a transformation was occurring in his crossed legs, enveloped by two flames. This was an external soul bone. The master, who had been safeguarding Tang Yin, exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 28. At 6, almost overwhelmed by a wild boar. The master had never anticipated that Tang Yin would acquire an external soul bone so swiftly. This must surely be a gift from the two-tailed cloud cat. After all, external soul bones are distinct from ordinary soul bones, as they possess the ability to evolve alongside the growth of their master's strength. This singular quality is unattainable by regular soul bones. Therefore, the earlier one acquires an external soul bone, the more advantageous it becomes. The master naturally hoped that both Tang Yin and his brother would have the fortune to obtain external soul bones in the future. But he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Tang Yin had succeeded on his very first soul ring. One could only wonder how advanced the external soul bone would evolve by the time Tang Yin reached the rank of titled Olua. In that moment, the master felt genuine joy for Tang Yin's almost miraculous fortune. The absorption of the soul ring had been remarkably smooth, with the time consumed being even less than half of what Tang San had experienced during his own integration. Once Tang Yin completed the absorption, he did not immediately check his soul power level or soul skills. Instead, he raised his hand and created a deep pit in the ground with a blast from his hand cannon, laying the two-tailed cloud cat to rest there. After completing this task, Tang Yin's expression was decidedly peculiar. Upon hearing the resounding roar of Tang Yin's hand cannon, Tang San realized that Tang Yin had completed his absorption. He approached, accompanied by the little two-tailed cloud cat. The trio then took a moment to pay their respects to the cat's mother before officially embarking on their journey home. From now on, you will be with me, Tang Yin said, gazing at the slightly downcast little two-tailed cloud cat in his arms. Meow? The little cat tilted its round head in curiosity, its large eyes filled with wonder and confusion, a delightful innocence that melted Tang Yin's heart. Observing the appearance of the two-tailed cloud cat, a name suddenly flashed in Tang Yin's mind. From now on, you shall be called Yunmu. What do you think, little Yunmu? Tang Yin had long thought that the cloud cat in this world bore a striking resemblance to the character Yunmu from the anime Inuyasha, which he adored in his previous life, yet he had never quite connected the dots until now, when he found the perfect name. The little cloud cat mewed adorably, clearly enamored with its new name. Observing that Tang Yin had finally emerged from his melancholy, the master inquired, by the way, Xiao Yin, what soul skill did the soul ring from Yunmu's mother grant you? Upon hearing this, Tang Yin recalled the peculiarities of his own situation, and his expression shifted to one of confusion. Master, I need to confirm something with you. A soul ring, it can only bestow one soul skill, right? Tang Yin's tone was somewhat strange. Indeed, that is correct. Except for the rare 10,000-year soul rings, which can grant 2 skills, each soul ring typically provides only 1 skill. The master affirmed. Well, my situation is rather exceptional. I might have a few more soul skills, Tang Yin admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. After absorbing his martial soul, a deluge of information had flooded into his mind. At that moment, he realized that his extraordinary abilities came with a remarkable after-sales service. Indeed, Tang Yin had not only acquired a single soul skill but had rather gained several at once. To be precise, he now possessed all skills from levels 1 to 10 of the game Dungeon Fighter Online. The first soul ring detailed all skills from levels 1 to 10. The second ring covered skills from levels 15 to 20, and the third ring encompassed skills from levels 25 to 30. Moreover, these skills were not gender-restricted, meaning Tang Yin possessed all the skills of both the male and female sharpshooters. Imagining the various awakenings of the 9 classes, first, second, and the cataclysmic third awakenings combined with his unorthodox soul power consumption, Tang Yin felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought. He could proudly declare that he was a one-man army. Additionally, these skills would automatically increase in level. For every 2 levels Tang Yin ascended in soul power, certain skills would upgrade by 1 level, continuing until they reached their designated maximum. In that instant, Tang Yin no longer envied Yao's extraordinary abilities, for his own were far more formidable. What do you mean by having a few skills? The master appeared visibly bewildered by Tang Yin's statement. It's not just a few. It's rather a lot, about a dozen or so, Tang Yin replied softly, concerned that the master's worldview might shatter once again. What? X2 Tang San and the master were utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom the situation. How could you possess such an abundance of soul skills? Wait a moment, Xiao Yin. Please refrain from speaking. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. In this instant, the master felt compelled to re-evaluate his worldview, as the beliefs he had painstakingly stabilized just yesterday crumbled completely today. After a considerable pause, the master spoke with a voice tinged with tremor. Xiao Yin, please recount to me all the skills you have acquired. All right, first, there is this levitation orb. As Tang Yin spoke, a blue-silver pistol materialized in his hand, aimed at a wild boar spirit beast not far away. He fired a bullet imbued with a dazzling blue luminescence. The instant the projectile struck the wild boar spirit beast, it was sent soaring into the air before crashing back down. The floating bullet was designed to unleash a powerful projectile, causing the target to levitate. Unless the opponent employed a frontal defensive spirit skill or a formidable technique, they would be unable to resist the levitation effect. Tang Yin remarked, next, I will demonstrate 2 types of kicking techniques. One is the knee strike, and the other is the backward sweep kick. Both possess the ability to launch the opponent into the air. As he spoke, Tang Yin executed a knee strike, enveloped in a radiant aura of energy. Subsequently, the blue soul power enveloped his knee as he delivered the kick, sending the wild boar, which was about to land, soaring once more. It then fell victim to Tang Yin's backward sweep kick. There are also two pairs of similar kicking techniques, namely the knee strike and the backward sweep kick. Each can propel the enemy into the air or off the ground, and they possess a super armor property. Wait, Xiao Yin, what do you mean by super armor? The master inquired. Super armor refers to the energy that enveloped me when I executed my skill. As long as I remain in the super armor state, my attacks will not be interrupted, unless I am caught by a grabbing skill. Tang Yin remarked, Xiao Yin, wait a moment. What exactly is the skill of capture? The master noted that his inquiries were becoming increasingly numerous. Allow me to demonstrate, he said. Tang Yin, with a decisive motion, stepped out upon the wild boar spirit beast that had once again launched an attack against him. The creature, which had been charging forward with great ferocity, seemed rendered immobile beneath his foot. Following this, Tang Yin unleashed several shots at it, yet did not deliver a fatal blow, as he anticipated the need to demonstrate his skills further. The wild boar, seething with indignation, thought to itself, "You are impressive, so noble. Yet I am but your experimental subject. I must express my exasperation." Meanwhile, Tang Yin's imagination began to run wild as he envisioned the message. Congratulations to player Tang Yin for achieving victory. 6-year-old nearly defeats a wild boar. Chapter 29. The psychological shadow area of the wild boar. This is the essence of the grappling skill. I presently possess two grappling techniques, the recent stomp shot and the piercing shot. These grappling skills exhibit formidable control effects, rendering the ensnared opponent seemingly unable to move. As for the limitations of this control, I remain uncertain. Tang Yin stated that the body of dominance itself possesses inherent flaws. While it allows one to withstand attacks without interruption, the damage sustained remains unchanged. One will still endure the same amount of harm as before. Tang Yin remarked that there are two additional martial arts kicking techniques, namely the floating scoop kick, the spinning kick, and the upward spin kick. Tang Yin spoke as he executed a Thomas spin, sending the wild boar beneath him flying. Following this, he performed a floating shovel, which is akin to a sliding shovel, yet enhanced by a surge of soul power in his feet, also possessing the ability to launch his opponent into the air like a floating projectile. Whenever Tang Yin employs his kicking techniques, a blue aura of soul power surges around his feet. At this moment, the master found himself utterly bewildered. After all, he possessed only one soul ring. Was it not somewhat exaggerated for such a soul skill to exhibit this level of control? Was the ability to capture an opponent truly achievable with just a first soul ring? This seemed excessively formidable, coupled with the body enhancement skill he had just heard of. The master's previously established worldview began to crumble once more. These skills pertain to physical techniques. Next, he would explore the realm of firearms and machinery. Tang Yin, without affording the master and his elder brother an opportunity to establish their worldview, continued, Hey, your skills may be numerous, but you even categorize them? The master felt as though his foundational beliefs were once again crumbling. Just as the master finished speaking, Tang Yin produced an M137 Gatling gun. Aiming the weapon at the descending wild boar, he fired once, followed by a barrage that sent the creature soaring into the sky. The wild boar was mere moments away from the ground. What on earth is this? Is it a soul-guiding device? No. There is no correlation between martial spirits and soul-guiding devices, is there? The master's understanding continued to disintegrate. This is my heavy weapon-type soul skill. It is called the M137 Gatling gun. As for its effect, it is precisely what you see, straightforward firepower coverage for eliminating threats, which is characteristic of heavy weaponry. The initial strike with the M137 Gatling gun on the wild boar was a heavy artillery strike. This is a passive skill. Tang Yin stated that the heavy weapon possesses one final skill, barbecue, which is the only single target attack among the primarily area of effect heavy artillery skills. As Tang Yin spoke, he delivered a swift kick to the descending wild boar, followed by the reappearance of the Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the airborne beast. While executing his assault, Tang Yin elaborated, barbecue is a derived skill that allows me to freeze my airborne adversary at a certain altitude, rather than continuously launching them, as I did initially. However, barbecue falls under the category of offensive grappling, applicable only against opponents in a state of vulnerability. Those in a defensive stance can only suffer damage from knee strikes or rear kicks. Observing Tang Yin, who adjusted his output to the minimum while ruthlessly tormenting the wild boar above, both the master and Tang San could only express, fellow human, how splendid thou art. Hey, there is no need to regard me with such peculiar gazes. I have yet to mention my mechanical, ammunition-based, and rather unique alloy skills. Tang Yin paid no heed to whether his elder brother and the master could withstand the emotional turmoil, and continued speaking, oblivious to the two who were once again on the verge of collapse. In terms of alloys, there are currently two. One is the displacement skill, hyperfrequency, suppression, and the other is the smoke bomb. As Tang Yin awaited the wild boar's approach, his legs were instantaneously enveloped by an array of intricate machinery. In a surge of energy, he found himself on the opposite side of the beast in the blink of an eye. The tremendous force momentarily suspended the boar in midair. As it began its descent, Tang Yin swiftly turned and unleashed a barrage of shots towards the ground. Each discharge erupted into a cloud of dust, capable of inflicting harm upon adversaries. Ultimately, both Both the mechanical and ammunition types were limited to a single skill each. Tang Yin finally offered some words of consolation. Yet they provided no comfort whatsoever. Tang San covered his face, rendered speechless by his peculiar companion, a duel. At that moment, Tang Yin had already summoned a small, square robot. He proceeded to chamber a round in his handgun. The robot advanced toward the wild boar as Tang Yin unleashed a torrent of bullets. Each attack imbued with the potent attributes of both light and electricity, as in Dungeon and Fighter, where light and electricity are intertwined. Tang Yin considered them as one. Silver bullets, grant me 30 rounds of special ammunition infused with light and electric attributes, he commanded, indicating a skill associated with ammunition. The small robot, designated as RX-78 Pursuer, was a manifestation of a mechanical skill. RX-78 Pursuer? Such peculiar names, and why does it move so slowly? Why is it called a pursuer? Curiosity piqued. He contemplated the unfamiliar entity. Before he could finish his thought, he witnessed the RX-78 Pursuer approach the wild boar and promptly collapse in an explosion, executing its task with seamless efficiency. This time, Tang Yin spared no effort. The overwhelming force of the blast was fully unleashed. In an instant, the surrounding trees bent under the pressure of the shockwave. Yet, regardless of the fiery chaos that enveloped them, both Tang Yin and Master Tang San remained unscathed. What could this mean? The Master's CPU was utterly incapacitated. This is a unique attribute of my soul technique. As long as my allies are within proximity, my soul technique remains unaffected, Tang Yin remarked. Even he felt despair at his ability to disturb the slumber of numerous eminent physicists, compelling them to rise and fall repeatedly. Initially, he had not spared the great physicists of his previous life. But now his relentless pursuit even disturbed the resting place of the physicists from this era. His actions were nothing short of madness. Without delving into other matters, is it truly acceptable for one soul ring to bestow so many abilities? His dazzling display left the likes of Xiao Wu and the other 10,000-year soul beasts in a state of dismay. However, Tang Yin harbored a suspicion that this predicament might not be entirely the fault of the soul rings. He even began to contemplate the notion that the soul rings merely served as tools. They did not inherently provide skills but rather assisted Tang Yin in elucidating them, rendering everything comprehensible. 15 skills in total? At that moment, the master's gaze had grown somewhat vacant, a reflection of his shattered worldview. Meanwhile, Tang San was no better off. Yet, no one seemed to care about the already defeated wild boar, pondering the psychological trauma it had endured. Chapter 30. The Foolish Road Deer Ultimately. The master expended considerable time retracing his steps to barely classify Tang Yin as a special case, forcefully reconstructing his already shattered perceptions. So much so that throughout the journey, he found himself devoid of the opportunity to inquire about the effects of Tang Yin's external spirit bone, given the master's current state. It was unlikely he would recall this matter anytime soon. In contrast, Tang San fared slightly better. After all, he had only just embarked on his learning journey, and the impact of his own European being's prowess on him remained relatively limited. Nonetheless, witnessing his European being's triumphant grin elicited an involuntary eye roll from Tang Yin. Having not seen Tang Yin's external spirit bone before, and being unaware of what it entailed, he refrained from asking. Tang Yin was indeed curious about experimenting with the effects of his external soul bone, yet he felt no urgency at the moment. The most pressing matter for him was to indulge in the delightful company of his cat. The two-tailed cloud cat bore a striking resemblance to Yunmu from Inuyasha and was, without a doubt, a genuine feline, considering the stature of little Yunmu's mother. It felt akin to caring for an adorable northeast golden-shaded cat. In his previous life, Tang Yin had been a seasoned cat caretaker, and now, with such a charming little kitty at his side, he would not miss the opportunity to pamper little Yunmu. As he made his way home, he completely ignored the bewildered expression of his master, delegating all responsibilities of looking after him to his older brother. After all, it was only natural for a disciple to care for their master. Thus, he felt entirely justified in reveling in the presence of his little cat. Little Yunmu lamented, "Woo-woo, mama, I'm not clean anymore." Paying no heed to the despondent little cloud cat, Tang Yin buried his face in her belly, inhaling her scent and exclaiming, "Indeed. The act of cuddling cats can be utterly addictive." Reflecting on his former life, Tang Yin recalled that his desire to care for an Ailu cat had led him to play Monster Hunter. However, his parents had forbade him from owning a cat, leaving him to visit cat cafes instead. In retrospect, he was grateful for not having a cat at home, as he could have unexpectedly departed from that world, leaving a pet behind. He shook his head, dismissing the memories of his previous life. Yet, just as he shook off the past, a wave of frustration washed over him once more. Those who have traveled by train know that it is a blessing to fall asleep during the journey, as Tang Yin had done on his arrival. But if one cannot sleep, the experience can be excruciating. This was precisely the sensation Tang Yin was grappling with at that moment. In that instant, he fervently wished for his awakening, envisioning himself utilizing the gunner's skills to create a miniature version of himself in the sky, supported by the expertise of a mechanic. Would it be too much to dream of crafting a mobile phone? Perhaps even establishing an internet, transforming this world into a realm of individuals glued to their screens? The mere thought of such a scenario was exhilarating. Time slipped away in Tang Yin's musings, and after a lengthy carriage journey, the three of them finally returned to the Soul Master Academy. His older brother still needed to return the untested master's room. So Tang Yin decided to seek out Xiao Wu and the others, recalling that in the original story, there had been a brawl when his brother attended school. Now, due to his own circumstances, he had returned later than anticipated and was curious to know if the altercation still occurred. As Tang Yin approached the student dormitory, he overheard a group of upperclassmen conversing. He distinctly caught the term work-study students. Upon hearing this, he stealthily drew closer, employing his soul power to eavesdrop on their conversation. Those work-study students are quite overconfident, daring to challenge the strongest among the 6-year students, the formidable Xiao Lauda. I wager that by tomorrow, we want to see those work-study students again, one voice declared. One cannot be so certain. I have heard that those work-study students do have some backing. It seems that 2 exceptionally strong girls emerged among their first-year students, known as Xiao Wu and Xiao Yao. This incident was reportedly instigated under their leadership, another replied. Yes, I've heard the same. Their stakes in this competition are substantial. If Xiao Lauda wins, the work-study students will become their pets. Conversely, should the work-study students prevail, Xiao Wu and Xiao Yao will belong to our entire academy, added the last voice. Upon hearing their words, Tang Yin couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. Although he was unsure how to critique the butterfly effect of his actions, he felt a sense of joy in knowing he had contributed to this unfolding drama. After effortlessly dispatching the 3 individuals, Tang Yin set off towards the designated rendezvous point. Although the reason behind this skirmish had slipped his mind, he was certain it was not as simplistic as they portrayed. At the very least, the root cause was definitely not his fellow townsfolk or his sister-in-law. Thus, intrigued by their baseless conjectures, Tang Yin unleashed a wave of direct retorts. As he brushed off his unutilized hand, he gently caressed the small cloud-like spirit while making his way to the agreed battleground with Xiao Wu and the others. Before he even fully arrived, he could distinctly see 2 factions poised in confrontation not far ahead, with one side led by none other than his sister-in-law, Xiao Wu. You 2 little girls. If you regret your decision now, I could still offer you an opportunity, as I happen to be in the market for a rabbit and a foolish roe deer. If memory serves, your martial spirits are indeed a rabbit and a foolish roe deer, are they not? A rather arrogant voice rang out from across the way. Upon hearing that remark, Tang Yin couldn't suppress a chuckle, for as the speaker had pointed out, the foolish roe deer indeed referred to a kind of deer. This thought resonated amusingly with Yao. His laughter, a third-party interjection, immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Once he noticed all eyes upon him, Tang Yin promptly reined in his emotions. After all, the one being mocked was his fellow townsman, and he was a trained individual, a him. He simply couldn't help himself just now. What on earth is going on? Such a significant matter, and you didn't even wait for my brother and me to arrive. Tang Yin took a moment to compose his emotions and said, Humph. Who needs your help, you hentai? Upon seeing Tang Yin's reaction, Yao felt a flicker of joy. After all, with Tang Yin's strength by her side, they could face anything with ease. However, recalling the events of that night stirred her anger, even if it was a mistake of her own making. Chapter 31. I am the most powerful elementary student. Well, I admit I was wrong before. But what if I were to say that I intend to pursue you now? How would you feel about that? Tang Yin approached Yao, and before she could react, he swiftly brought his 2 fingers together and playfully poked her forehead, inquiring playfully. Oh. The unexpected scene momentarily left Yao stunned, while the group of work-study students nearby erupted into a chorus of laughter and teasing. Hey, what are you doing? You come back and do this right away. Regaining her composure, Yao, feeling a bit embarrassed, spoke up. Tang Yin did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned and walked towards the direction of Xiao Lauda. This matter was not a hasty decision made on a whim by Tang Yin. In truth, he had contemplated it thoroughly the night before his departure. Logically speaking, it would be utterly implausible to assert that Tang Yin had developed feelings for Yao at this moment, for he was certainly not one to have a penchant for younger girls. Moreover, he would never stoop to inappropriate behavior towards someone as youthful in appearance as Yao. Tang Yin harbored such thoughts purely because Yao could be considered the one person in this world with whom he could set aside all worries and engage in conversation. That evening, witnessing his elder brother on a date, Tang Yin genuinely experienced a rare sense of ease. The feeling of conversing without any reservations, knowing that the other person comprehended everything spoken, was truly delightful. Tang Yin relished this sensation, which ultimately led him to arrive at such a decision after a period of contemplation. This is precisely why he unceremoniously left his elder brother behind to seek out Yao and the others. After all, what could possibly be more significant than a wife? Furthermore, there are numerous teachings within the Tang family's ancestral principles that emphasize this notion. Under Tang House guidance, it is imperative to remember this. A man marries a soul beast, starting from 100,000. A woman, however, marries only those of divine stature. Do you see? Even our ancestral teachings echo this sentiment. Men wed soul beasts, commencing at 100,000. As the second son of the Haotian Dolua, what issue is there in my pursuit of a bride 10,000 years my senior? Do not speak to me of Yao and her youthful innocence in their previous existence. They were already adults. It is needless to mention that the age of 10,000 years looms large here. The old cow grazing on tender grass finds its pasture in Tang Yin, after all. Furthermore, have you not heard the adage, a woman 3 years older brings golden bricks? A woman 30, an empire, a woman 300, elixirs of immortality, a woman 3,000, ranks among the celestial beings, a woman 30,000. Is fed by the Queen Mother, a woman 300,000, stands before the Buddha? This is clearly an opportunity for substantial gain, is it not? Now, what Tang Yin must do is to first deal with those who may be drawn to his future wife and sister-in-law solely based on their beauty. Come on. I urge you to hasten. Let us confront this together, for I find myself rather occupied. Tang Yin summoned a blue-silver hand cannon directly into his hands, resting one cannon on his shoulder while aiming the other at Xiao Lao and his group. Who are you, kid? Questioned a sixth grader. Slightly intimidated by Tang Yin's imposing presence, his tone stubborn, as if striving to salvage his dignity. Me? I am the strongest elementary student in history, Wang Daping Tang Yin, he declared. Strongest elementary student in history? Don't get too cocky, brat. Since you're itching for a fight, let us all take him down, retorted Xiao Lao, incensed by Tang Yin's demeanor. After all, he was the leader of this academy, and here was this little brat trying to outshine him. What's the matter? Do you think you're the one who smashed a wine bottle over the 4 emperors, or the fool who stomped on the future pirate king? As he observed the group advancing towards him, Tang Yin chose to disregard them entirely. He transformed his hand cannon into an automatic pistol. After all, the hand cannon was merely for show. In a competition, he worried that using it might eliminate them too swiftly. Thus, he switched to the least powerful weapon, the blue-silver pistol. As the group of elementary students drew nearer, a line echoed in Tang Yin's mind. I love you, walking alone in the dark alley. I love your defiant stance. The visual impact was overwhelming. With a swift motion, Tang Yin fired a volley from his blue-silver pistol, striking the legs of the leading few, causing them to collide intimately with the ground. After all, if they refused to kneel, they might as well lie down. Tang Yin adhered to the principle that unruly children often deserved a good thrashing. With a swift slide, he plunged into the crowd, skillfully knocking one individual aside. This was swiftly followed by a rising spinning kick, whereupon Tang Yin executed a dazzling Thomas spin, sending the surrounding assailants sprawling. While it is true that, in terms of physical prowess, Tang Yin did not significantly differ from soul masters of comparable rank, the techniques he employed were not merely physical skills. They were imbued with soul power, enhanced further by the unique energy from his mother, Yun Mu. Consequently, Tang Yin possessed the most formidable soul power in the vicinity, bolstered by a 900-year-old soul ring. It was anyone's guess what level his soul power had attained. Thus, effortlessly, he dispatched 4 or 5 individuals with a single kick. Before the spinning kick had fully concluded, Tang Yin executed a forceful backward leap, leaving behind a fleeting white afterimage as he extricated himself from their encirclement. With a swift turn, he drew forth a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the group of elementary school students he had just incapacitated. Stop! Stop! We surrender! We surrender! They cried out, recognizing the futility of resistance. Being children, Tang Yin had no intention of inflicting real harm. Therefore, he tempered the Gatling gun's firepower significantly, ensuring each bullet carried the force of a punch. After this onslaught, the group resembled a bunch of unfortunate souls who had just been on the receiving end of Wang Lufei's rubber machine gun, bruised and battered. Sister Xiao Wu. It's all taken care of. Tang Yin put away the Grelin machine gun and waved his hand, which was already free of dust, signaling Xiao Wu to come over and collect his little brothers. Hey, Tang Yin, weren't you and your brother out hunting for spirit rings? Where's your spirit ring? Xiao Wu inquired with sudden curiosity upon seeing Tang Yin's series of actions. Hearing her words, Tang Yin slapped his forehead in exasperation. He explained that his spirit ring was merely a tool ring, unlike regular spirit masters whose spirit rings reacted according to the skills they employed. His was simply an emotionless unlocking mechanism. Furthermore, Tang Yin felt that his consumption of spirit power for skills was akin to the blue energy depletion in the game. In such a short span of time, he sensed that his spirit power was nearly replenished. This meant that even if he recklessly used various skills in the future, depleting his spirit power entirely would prove quite challenging. Reflecting on this, he realized that his unique advantage seemed excessively powerful. Chapter 32, The Forgotten Xiao Yin. Apologies. I almost forgot that this spirit ring still required activation. Tang Yin expressed a sense of helplessness, and in the next moment, a soul ring of a yellow hue tinged with a hint of purple appeared beneath his feet. Is that Gatling gun your first soul skill? Isn't it a bit excessive to flaunt it like this? Observing Tang Yin stow away the Gatling gun, Yao found herself at a loss for where to begin her teasing. Well, not exactly, Tang Yin shrugged, responding as he retracted his tool ring. Oh, not really? Then what is your soul skill? And what is the situation with this Gatling gun? Yao inquired with curiosity. The Gatling gun is indeed one of my soul skills. To clarify, it is merely one among many. To be precise, I possess over a dozen soul skills. Tang Yin, wearing an expression of helplessness, remarked, humph. Love it or leave it. Yao, observing Tang Yin's eager demeanor, chose to disregard it and turned to leave. Hey, Yao, wait a moment. Aren't you going to ask me? Please don't be upset. Can't I share with you about the soul skill I acquired this time? Tang Yin promptly arrived beside Yao, circling around her while speaking. There was no way to avoid it. Although that incident was an accident, he couldn't help but acknowledge his own fault. In this moment, Tang Yin felt fortunate that the notorious safety shorts had not yet been invented. Xiao Yin, you truly came here to join the commotion. Came Tang San's voice from not far away. What's the matter, brother? Has the master made arrangements? Tang Yin inquired of Tang San, who had already approached him. Indeed. The master instructed us to first visit the spirit hall to attain our soul master rank. This way, we shall receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold coin from the empire. Tang San remarked, oh, indeed, as soul masters, we do receive a modest stipend. Yo, are you and the others going? Tang Yin suddenly recalled that there were small rewards to be claimed up to the 30th level. He inquired with you and the others, only to hear her reply, no, I've already collected it with Sister Xiao Wu. Yao, being a fellow traveler, was well aware of these fundamental settings. The very next day after Tang Yin and the others departed, she had accompanied the already leveled Xiao Wu to claim theirs. In truth, that simple evening of conversation brought a sense of ease not only to Tang Yin, but also to Yao. Coming from different worlds, they both experienced significant divergences in their perspectives and values. This dissimilarity fostered a sense of isolation and solitude within them. It was akin to the loneliness described in the legendary quest of Gulu Gulu rolling down the mountain, where one finds themselves alone in the wilderness. Even amidst the bustling streets, there exists an alienating solitude. However, the feelings shared by Yao and Tang Yin stemmed from the chasm between their entirely disparate worlds. Yet, that night, they conversed with remarkable ease. Though Tang Yin had only lived for 6 years, Yao had endured a staggering 100,000 years. Thus, to claim that Yao harbored no special feelings for Tang Yin would be an understatement in this foreign realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say their souls resonated closely. Naturally, it would be absurd to assert that they had developed romantic feelings for each other at this juncture. Nevertheless, both were willing to explore the possibility, given their initial mutual fondness. As for what the future held, only time would tell. Presently, their sentiments for one another seemed to hover somewhere between friendship and unfulfilled romance. Particularly, Yao felt a tinge of awkwardness when she saw Tang Yin, especially after her earlier carelessness had led to an embarrassing situation. Before Tang Yin could prepare to claim his small rewards with his elder brother, Yao promptly approached him, leaning in to whisper, in light of your gallant rescue just now, I shall grant you an opportunity. Without allowing Tang Yin a moment to respond, she swiftly darted away to join Xiao Wu. How delightful. Tang Yin, in a moment of exuberance, waved his hand, completely forgetting the little cloud mother left aside due to their earlier altercation. Initially, he had urged his elder brother to accompany him in obtaining some small funds, but now Tang Yin felt the urge to meander around leisurely. After all, he must procure a gift for his designated partner. The little cloud mother, discarded on the ground, pondered aloud. So, love can indeed vanish, can it? Previously nestled upon Tang Yin's shoulder, she had only leapt to the ground when he revealed his martial spirit. Yao, aware that this two-tailed cloud mother had accompanied Tang Yin, felt a twinge of sympathy upon witnessing his neglect. She approached and gently lifted the little cloud mother, reassuring her, do not worry, Xiao Yin will return shortly. The little cloud mother, having observed the amiable rapport between her captor and his caretaker, made no attempt to escape the comforting embrace. Rather, she relished the tender strokes. Meanwhile, Tang Yin and Tang San swiftly solidified their identities as soul masters. After absorbing his soul ring, Tang San ascended to the 13th rank, while Tang Yin, with his superior aptitude, attained the 15th rank. This remarkable advancement was partly due to the soul ring of the Cloud Mother's progenitor, which had contributed some of its spiritual energy to enhance Tang Yin's corporeal form. Having amassed considerable resources, Tang Yin was fortunate enough to acquire a golden soul coin at no cost. He eagerly took his elder brother by the arm and ventured into the marketplace, perusing carpets on one side and exploring shops on the other, hoping to discover a suitable trinket for Yao. Tang San did not remain idle during this journey. He was diligently searching for a blacksmith shop. After all, he recalled how, on the eve of their departure, their father had specifically summoned the brothers and instructed them to seek employment at a blacksmith's upon their arrival at the academy. Moreover, Tang San himself wished to seize this opportunity to forge some defensive weapons for both himself and Tang Yin. Little Yin, over there appears to be a blacksmith shop. Let us hasten to confirm. Tang San pointed towards a shop ahead, which emitted a warm glow, with weapons displayed outside. Wait a moment, my friend, he said to the proprietor. I would like these 3 items wrapped up for me, please. Thank you. Tang Yin addressed the shopkeeper, affirming his straightforward approach to selling. He rarely lowered prices and would purchase items that caught his eye without hesitation. No problem, these are the items you ordered. Please keep them safe, the enthusiastic shopkeeper remarked, handing over the goods Tang Yin had sold. Brother, please place these into your 24 bridges on a moonlit night with care. Tang Yin remarked to his elder brother, I must say, the spatial tools are indeed quite convenient. Do you recall what our father said to me on the eve of our departure? Upon observing the appearance of his beloved Udo, Tang San could only helplessly tap Tang Yin's forehead. There was no alternative. He couldn't bring himself to impose a harsher punishment. Did the old man mention anything before we departed? I recall him being in a deep slumber, snoring away, which disrupted my train of thought, leaving me utterly perplexed. Tang Yin inquired with a bewildered expression. Tang San, Tang Hao, who was hiding aside. Chapter 33, The Psychological Shadow Area of Xiao Yin. This pertains to the matters our father instructed us to be mindful of and to undertake upon arriving at school. Tang San has already lost all hope for his little ado. Never mind, just follow me. Tang San found himself in a predicament. All he desired was for Tang Yin to accompany him, and that alone sufficed. Nevertheless, when it came to assisting his own dear Dudu, he had already fulfilled her request without hesitation. After stowing away the items purchased by Tang Yin, Tang San eagerly led his restless companion towards the blacksmith shop. It was soon evident that Tang San's instincts were not misplaced. As they approached the entrance of the blacksmith, a formidable wave of heat surged toward them. Although their own family operated a forge, the equipment in their modest workshop paled in comparison to the impressive setup before them. The intensity of heat alone serving as a stark contrast. Upon entering the expansive hall, the brothers' attention was immediately drawn to the right side, which displayed an array of finished ironwork. The assortment was vast, ranging from agricultural tools to armor, and from kitchen utensils to weaponry. The blacksmith's offerings were truly comprehensive. This was understandable, for despite being known as the Dueling continent, the majority of its inhabitants were ordinary folk, with the number of soul masters being relatively scarce. Everyday items, as well as military weaponry, were indeed in high demand within this world. In this blacksmith's establishment, it was evident that the production of military-grade weaponry far outweighed the domestic ironware. Tang Yin surmised that weapon crafting was the primary source of revenue for the shop. As Tang San beheld these weapons, he couldn't help but reminisce about his previous life in the Tang sect. There, the profits from their intricate mechanisms and concealed weaponry constituted a significant portion of the sect's income, even under the stringent regulations that governed the Tang sect. Their basic and inexpensive mechanisms remained in high demand throughout the martial world, with the more formidable and core items never offered for sale to outsiders. In contrast to Tang San's reflections, Tang Yin began pondering a different matter. He envisioned transforming this world into one dominated by technological advancements. Yet a crucial question loomed. Upon acquiring his second spirit ring, would he gain the knowledge and skills associated with gunners, mechanics, munitions experts, wandering sharpshooters, and alloy warriors? Given his brother's influence, it was inevitable that Tang Yin would align himself with the Tang sect, even contemplating the position of deputy sect master. After all, the sect master bore the weight of responsibility, while the deputy could afford to be more carefree. Should he indeed obtain such technological knowledge, he could potentially establish a fully mechanized production line for concealed weaponry or a dedicated manufacturing department. The mere thought of producing hundreds of Buddhist Fury Lotus in a single day, given sufficient materials, was exhilarating. As Tang Yin was lost in these thoughts, a booming voice interrupted his musings. Young ones, what brings you here? Are you looking to make a purchase? If so, you should call for your guardians, for this is not a place for children to frolic. The brothers turned to the source of the voice, encountering a robust man with a muscular build, clad only from the waist down and wielding a forge hammer that appeared significantly larger than average. His imposing presence emanated an undeniable sense of authority. The sweat glistening on his skin indicated he had just concluded a laborious task. Hello, sir. We would like to inquire if you are accepting apprentices, Tang San replied, his youthful voice ringing clear amidst the cacophony of clanging metal, easily audible to all present. Tang San found himself in a rather helpless situation. As his dear Odo completely disregarded his father's instructions, it fell upon him to inquire about these matters. Upon hearing Tang San's words, many soul masters within the blacksmith shop curiously set aside their work. Observing the benevolent smile on Tang San's face, they couldn't help but feel intrigued. After all, in the realm of Dueling continent, the societal status of blacksmiths is rather low, as they hail from impoverished backgrounds, relying solely on their physical strength for sustenance. Coupled with their rugged appearances, honed through their craft, it is no wonder they are often looked down upon by society. However, both Tang Yin and Tang San, being the children of a blacksmith, understood that the majority of blacksmiths were, in fact, quite kind-hearted. The burly man who had spoken earlier began to scrutinize the two brothers after hearing Tang San's words. He shook his head and remarked, "Young ones, it would be best if you refrained from causing a ruckus here. It's quite dangerous, so you should leave promptly. Moreover, given your current attire, you hardly look like aspiring blacksmiths. You're also far too young. We do not accept apprentices of your age. If you truly wish to become blacksmiths, focus on your meals and grow strong. Come back when you are a bit older and more robust." Realizing the truth in the man's words, Tang San noted that their clean and tidy school uniforms were indeed ill-suited for this environment. Reacting swiftly, he addressed the man, "My apologies, sir. This was our oversight. Please bear with us for a moment. We shall return shortly." As soon as Tang San finished speaking, he pulled Odo, who felt as though she had forgotten something at school, toward the exit. However, as Tang Yin was dragged along by his elder brother, his thoughts, which had almost resurfaced, were once again disrupted. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned upon him. If this continued, he would be compelled to work here daily, leaving him no time to pursue his romantic interests. Contemplating this predicament, Tang Yin considered suggesting that perhaps his brother could take on this endeavor alone while he abstained. Yet, it was evident that Tang San would never agree to such a notion. Thus, under his brother's insistence, Tang Yin reluctantly donned the blacksmith's attire. Now clad in the patched garments, Tang Yin cast a resentful glance at his elder brother. Brother, do you realize that your actions might lead to the loss of your future spouse? Indeed. Tang Yin had yet to recall the psychological impact of his earlier encounters with Little Yun. Chapter 34, The Satellite Ray Gift Pack, Sir. Do you believe our current attire is suitable enough to apply as apprentices here? Tang San returned to the blacksmith shop and promptly addressed the blacksmith uncle. Unable to find a way to divert the conversation, he felt the weight of Ao Dodo's resentful gaze upon him. At that moment, the burly blacksmith noticed the stark contrast between the current attire of the Tang brothers and their previously exquisite school uniforms. This disparity left him momentarily taken aback. He then inquired earnestly, "Children, are you truly not here merely for amusement?" To this, Tang San responded affirmatively. With a serious expression, he replied, "Of course not, uncle. Our situation is as follows. Given our former school uniforms, you must have surmised that we are students from Nodding Academy. However, despite our affiliation, we are merely working students. Furthermore, we have no classes every afternoon, leaving us with ample free time. Thus, we wish to utilize this time to earn some money. Our family has a long-standing tradition in blacksmithing, and we have been learning the craft from our father since childhood. Therefore, we hope to earn a living by working with you." Tang Yin listened attentively to the series of statements from his elder brother, fully aware that his opportunity to escape had vanished. However, he found himself at a loss, as this matter pertained to the practice of the chaotic wind hammer technique. This was a crucial factor influencing his future ability to engage in delightful discussions about physics with his opponents, and in this respect, he could not afford to be negligent. In an instant, Tang Yin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all, he had no idea whom to blame for missing a date with his beloved wife. His elder brother was certainly not an option. After all, his brother's intentions were for his benefit, and the same reasoning applied to their father. Should he simply pass the blame onto the legendary Pot Shadow group? Yet, they were separated by an entire dimension, and it seemed rather excessive to unjustly burden them with his woes. Ultimately, Tang Yin chose to direct his grievances towards the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the foolishness of their previous pope, he would not have to exert himself to become stronger. He could have languidly embraced a life of ease. However, upon this contemplation, Tang Yin felt a renewed motivation for cultivation. If he could achieve a breakthrough to level 50 in soul power before the Soul Master tournament, he would be able to employ his awakening skills. At that point, should his wife or sister-in-law inadvertently reveal themselves due to some unforeseen circumstance, he could unleash a satellite beam or an ancient particle cannon upon them. Moreover, if this awakening ability truly allowed him to retain a satellite after utilizing the satellite beam, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. If he could indeed possess his own satellite, it would enable him to strike at his foes from any location on the globe. He envisioned future escapades with his elder brother in the City of Slaughter, all the while sending satellite beams towards the Spirit Hall. Imagining such a routine, he mused, "Today I'm in a good mood. I'll send a couple of satellite beams to the Spirit Hall. Oh dear. It seems I've taken down quite a few today. Perhaps I should send a few more beams to ease my conscience. Today, that female disciple of Bibi Dong tried to entice my elder brother. Without a doubt, I must send the Spirit Hall a dozen satellite beams on behalf of my sister-in-law. Finally, having attained the City of Slaughter, I shall treat the Spirit Hall to a grand package of satellite beams. Let us say 3 or 4 dozen to start." This whimsical imagery left him unexpectedly eager. Just then, a thought struck Tang Yin. He remembered that the area above the Lake of Life, where Xiao Wu and the others resided, was devoid of any obstructive trees. During the years they had been apart, if Yao had been in the lake at that moment, Tang Yin chuckled at the rather lewd notion. Shaking his head, he forcibly expelled the increasingly bizarre and inappropriate thoughts from his mind. Meanwhile, Tang San had concluded his negotiations with the proprietor, preparing to showcase their skills. "Xiao Yin, get ready, we shall go together," Tang San called out, noticing Tang Yin's momentary distraction and gently tugging at him. Although Tang Yin had not paid much attention to the conversation between his elder brother and their master, he instantly grasped his brother's intentions upon noticing the iron block that Tang San pointed to, which was in desperate need of refining. It is noteworthy that the two brothers had undergone rigorous training under Tang Hao for a full 2 months, coupled with their childhood practice of sparring together. Their bond had developed to such an extent that they could now strike a single iron block in a continuous rhythm without interruption. Such synchronized hammering is an arduous test of their mutual understanding. Any discrepancy in their timing could lead to a noticeable disruption in their forging rhythm, or even a complete halt. Remarkably, by the second day of practicing the chaotic wind hammering technique, the brothers had already mastered this demanding skill. No doubt, Tang Yin made his way directly to the bellows, increasing the intensity of the airflow. Despite his fondness for watching various blacksmithing videos in his previous life, his practical experience in the craft was rather limited. His foray into blacksmithing mainly revolved around practicing the erratic wind hammer technique, leaving all other tasks to his brother, Tang San. In fact, during Tang Hao's instruction, he had subconsciously tuned out much of the surrounding information. This led to a reliance on his elder brother for anything beyond the hammering itself. Whenever faced with uncertainty, he would simply consult his brother, the versatile Tang San. What followed was a display of skill from the two brothers. Their hammers fell in a rhythmic cadence, the continuous sound of striking melding into a harmonious symphony. Under the relentless percussion of their blows, an ordinary piece of raw iron was soon transformed into something approaching the quality of refined steel. It could be said that the distance between their current work and true refined steel was merely a matter of heating and tempering. Was this, perhaps, the legendary erratic wind hammer technique that had long been lost to time? At that moment, a blacksmith in the forge exclaimed in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon something miraculous. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes. While reading this novel, he had considered this a glaring inconsistency. After all, it had been stated that this technique was lost to history, a mere legend. How could someone who had only heard of it so casually master such a technique? Was this not an overly hasty conclusion? Regardless of Tang Yin's various grievances, the prowess demonstrated by him and Tang San had indeed secured their positions as official employees of the forge. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, having missed an opportunity to rendezvous with his beloved due to work, found himself harboring various grievances in his heart, contemplating seeking legal assistance to hold accountable those who employed child laborers. Alas, such thoughts were confined to his mind, as he transformed his frustration into motivation, unleashing the erratic wind hammer technique upon the piece of raw iron that required his attention. Thus, the two brothers toiled throughout the afternoon. As they finished work and prepared to head to school after dinner, Tang San suddenly tapped his head and said to Tang Yin, "Little Yin, I forgot to mention that when the teacher dismissed me earlier, he asked me to find him when I had the time to discuss that external soul bone of yours." "Oh right, I almost forgot about that external soul bone." Prompted by his brother's reminder, Tang Yin recalled his own external soul bone. Previously, he had been so absorbed in his blissful moments with Xiao Yunmu that this matter had slipped his mind. After returning, he had also clarified his relationship with Yao, which had further distracted him from the thought. Wait, where is Xiao Yunmu? In that instant, Tang Yin finally remembered what he had overlooked. Presumably, Xiao Yunmu should be with Yao at this moment. Shall we go find the master now? Brother, will you join me? The realization of having forgotten Xiao Yunmu made Tang Yin hesitant to return alone, prompting him to ask his brother, "Let's go together. We can pack some dinner for the teacher. Besides, I am quite curious about what this external soul bone truly is." Tang San remarked. "What is there to be curious about? My dear brother, I believe you too shall possess it in the future." Tang Yin inadvertently revealed a significant plot point. However, to Tang San, such words served as a source of comfort, prompting him to respond, "Let us take it as it comes. Let us proceed swiftly." Indeed, the subtly revealing Tang Yin, shrouded in humility, placed a hand upon his elder brother's shoulder, and the two siblings made their way towards the Academy's dining hall beneath the waning glow of the sunset. "Master, Xiao Yin and I have arrived," Tang San announced as he knocked on the door of the master's office. Shortly thereafter, the master emerged, stating, "Since you are all here, let us venture to the outskirts. The sky is dimming, and some matters are best kept from the knowledge of many. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. After all, external spirit bones are among the most coveted treasures for spirit masters, and the master harbored concerns regarding potential threats. After all, Tang Yin had only recently acquired his external spirit bone, and complete integration was evidently unattainable. As indicated in later plot developments, Tang San's 8 spider lances had fully merged with him, rendering them inaccessible to others. It is apparent that this particular premise has undergone revisions, and inconsistencies have arisen in subsequent installments of the Doluwa series. Thus, we shall adhere to this interpretation for now. Better safe than sorry. Furthermore, he currently lacked the strength to safeguard Tang Yin, so it was prudent to refrain from exhibiting certain abilities. Despite being aware that these two brothers were the offspring of the Haotian Doluwa, their father was not present to protect them. Thus, under the cover of night, the master guided the two brothers to a mountaintop outside the city, where a clearing awaited them. Coupled with the light the master carried, visibility was quite satisfactory, a fitting locale for experimenting with spirit bones. "Xiao Yin, you may commence," the master instructed Tang Yin. Meanwhile, Tang San harbored concerns, as he struggled to grasp the concept of external spirit bones, fearing that this phenomenon might inflict harm upon his younger brother. Understood. Tang Yin responded softly and began to channel his soul power towards the external soul bones located at his feet. In the next moment, a surge of flames erupted from his feet, revealing the faint outline of a pair of boots resembling either dress shoes or athletic shoes. Does he possess abilities related to the fire element? The master pondered as he observed the flames emanating from Tang Yin's soul ring. Indeed, that is correct. However, the primary manifestation is in the form of flames, yet it seems that I can adjust the temperature of these flames. As Tang Yin spoke, accompanied by a diminishment of his soul power, master and the others also sensed a decline in the temperature of the flames surrounding Tang Yin's feet. Subsequently, I perceived that they bestowed a certain enhancement upon the strength of my feet, approximately in the range of 20 to 30%. Tang Yin spoke as he began to move, his figure flickering before he arrived at another location. His speed of movement had also seen an approximate 50% enhancement. Tang Yin pondered for a moment and remarked that he was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. The advantages of enhanced speed for remote professions were self-evident, and the augmentation of strength would significantly elevate the attack power of his various martial skills as a roaming gunner. With this thought in mind, Tang Yin proceeded to execute a series of kicks, knee strikes, upward sweeps, spinning kicks, and rising kicks, all of which showcased a noticeable increase in power. Indeed, this is quite impressive, he mused. With this soul bone, your agility and melee capabilities will see considerable enhancement. Moreover, unlike other soul bones, this external soul bone evolves alongside your soul power, allowing it to grow continually. Coupled with its attributes, this external soul bone is truly well suited for you, the master elucidated. Wait a moment, master, it seems that this soul bone possesses a passive skill as well. Tang Yin remarked, reflecting on the sensations he had just experienced during his movement. He then stepped forward as if ascending a staircase, flames engulfing his feet, allowing him to stand upon the void. To his astonishment, this soul bone had inherited the unique ability of the two-tailed cloud cat, enabling him to defy gravity. Xiao Yin, you truly possess remarkable fortune, the master observed, a hint of admiration in his voice. Master, what is happening? Tang San inquired, equally astonished by the sight of Tang Yin gracefully performing the moon step in midair. This is an ability that can only be awakened 500 years after the two-tailed cloud cat's evolution. When the cloud cat enters a combat state with its limbs ablaze, it gains the capability to traverse the skies. It is not flying, but running. Although its linear speed may be inferior to flying, it offers greater agility in the air, the master explained. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding boom echoed from above. When the master and the others shifted their focus back to Tang Yin, they beheld him striking a ninja-like pose. His arm cannons positioned like thrusters behind him, propelling him forward with each successive blast, akin to a rocket propulsion system. Master. It seems that the drawbacks you mentioned do not apply to Tang Yin, Tang San remarked. All right, Xiao Yin, enough of the play, come down now, the master said. Having grown somewhat accustomed to Tang Yin's extraordinary capabilities, it was not the first time he had been rendered speechless by Tang Yin's remarkable feats. Reconstructing one's worldview is merely a trivial matter. Very well, Tang Yin replied, though he still felt a lingering exhilaration from soaring through the skies. After all, who wouldn't he desire the ability to fly freely? This was merely Tang Yin's inaugural flight, and it was only natural that he craved more. Xiao Yin, do take care. For the days to come, refrain from practicing or utilizing your soul bone. Remember, external soul bones are precious artifacts that must not be discovered by others. There is no rush regarding your training with the external soul bone. I have already selected a suitable academy for you after graduation, where you can engage in comprehensive training under the protection of capable instructors, the master advised earnestly. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang Yin understood precisely which academy he was referring to. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of anticipation for Shrek Academy. No problem, he replied, fully aware of the implications of possessing such valuable treasures. He knew that, given his current limitations, it was wise to cultivate his strength quietly. In the future, when his power had grown, he would ensure that anyone daring to challenge him would experience the repercussions of their folly. Just be aware of the pros and cons. It is already quite late. Let us return, the master remarked, leading the two younger ones back toward the academy. Yao Jiang, guess what I brought back for you? Tang Yin said as he returned to the dormitory, eager to enhance his girlfriend's affection for him. Meanwhile, in Yao's embrace, the little cloud cat expressed its displeasure at being neglected by its owner in favor of a girlfriend, letting out a cute mewl. Hee, little cloud cat, you are the most obedient. Do not worry, I have prepared a gift for you as well. Tang Yin spoke as he produced a cat teaser wand and a small ball. Tang Yin placed the cat toy on the ground, first delivering the small ball into the embrace of the little cloud mother. Upon catching a whiff of the ball, the little cloud mother immediately began to scratch at it fervently. She even tumbled out of her owner's arms, yet upon landing on the bed, she instinctively clutched the ball with her front paws, her short hind legs kicking in an adorable frenzy. At times, her head would sway slightly, resembling a tipsy individual. The name Little Cloud Mother indeed suits her perfectly. However, what has come over the Little Cloud Mother? Upon hearing Tang Yin bestow this name, Yao instantly grasped its significance. Yet, she found herself puzzled by the Little Cloud Mother's antics. I wonder if you've ever heard of catnip, Tang Yin remarked with a smile. Catnip? Is there such a thing in this world? Yao inquired, genuinely astonished and curious. Yes, it exists, but in this world, it's not referred to as catnip. The material of this ball was something I had to enlist my older brother's assistance to procure. Tang Yin remarked, indeed, I didn't realize you possess such skills. Yao responded with surprise, considering the academic pressures they faced in their previous lives. It was remarkable that Tang Yin had found time to learn this. It's no joke. Back in elementary school, aside from what the teachers imparted, I hardly acquired any other knowledge. Tang Yin spoke with an air of pride. After all, during his elementary school years, there were vendors at the school gate who taught children how to embroider and create various crafts. By purchasing materials from them, one could present the finished product and receive double the payment in return. It was indeed thanks to these vendors that Tang Yin who had little inclination for studying in his previous life, managed to maintain commendable academic results solely due to favorable genetics. Most of his time was spent indulging in those trivial pursuits. How could one utter such words with such pride? You should swiftly apologize to your teachers. Yao was at a loss for how to critique Tang Yin further. Nevertheless, she dismissed it, saying, "These things are inconsequential. Here, this is for you, Tang Yin. Consider it a token of our first meeting." Tang Yin presented the gift he had long procured from his elder brother. Tang Yin produced a necklace adorned with a pendant in the shape of a delicate fawn. The resplendent, glass-like fawn appeared remarkably lively and endearing. Tang Yin noticed that Yao seemed quite fond of the necklace. With a gentle inquiry, he asked, "Shall I help you put it on?" Yao merely responded softly. Offering no further words, Tang Yin, noticing the situation, gently retrieved the necklace from its box and delicately adorned Yao with it. When they were in close proximity, they could even hear each other's breaths. The other dormitory members remarked, "If I am guilty, let punishment befall me, rather than inundating me with such romantic displays. Are you not concerned for the well-being of the dogs?" At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned from their outing. Tang San had just bid farewell to the master and coincidentally encountered Xiao Wu, who had just returned from a late-night snack. Observing the peculiar behavior of his dorm mates, Tang San curiously inquired, "Everyone is here. Have you all finished your meals? What is going on?" The dormitory members turned towards the source of the voice, and their gazes fell upon Tang San and Xiao Wu walking side by side. The others mused, if only they understood what a jester truly is at this moment. They would all exclaim in unison, "The fool is indeed myself." When Tang San finally spotted his dear Odo, he saw that Tang Yin had already fastened the necklace, and the two were playfully teasing the kitten with a pair of cat wands. Intrigued by this scene, Tang San asked, "When did the relationship between Xiao Yin and Yao become so affectionate?" Xiao Wu, with a hint of melancholy in her tone, replied, "Are you not aware? Your brother declared his intention to pursue my sister before the fight this morning." There was a palpable sense of grievance in her voice. She could not help but feel that after nurturing Tang Yin for countless years, it took but an instant for a mere 6-year-old pig to sweep her away. To make matters worse, she found herself unable to contend with this pig, which was quite vexing. "What? Xiao Yin has expressed his desire to pursue Yao? When did this happen?" Tang San wore an expression of astonishment. His exclamation captured the attention of Tang Yin, who, upon seeing his elder brother's return, greeted him warmly. "Brother, you're back. Have Master S lessons concluded?" As Tang San conversed with the amiable Odo, a profound sense of gratification blossomed within Tang Yin. He never anticipated that the pig he had nurtured for 6 years could now begin to root through others' cabbages. Chapter 37. The Return Home a Year Later. Today marked the day Tang Yin and Tang San prepared to journey back to Shahan village. Tang Yin recalled that their father should be somewhere nearby, waiting to converse with Master once they departed. Following their discussion, Master would receive an orange artifact, the Pope's Order. Although this item was only utilized once in the original narrative, its significance remained substantial. Yet, these matters were of little concern to Tang Yin. His primary focus was on his dear brother. Unlike Tang San, who had lived a life of solitude in his past existence, Tang Yin's former life had been quite fulfilling. Thus, his attachment to their father, Tang Hao, was not particularly strong, as he and his brother had begun to assert their independence from a young age. Currently, Tang Yin's sentiments towards Tang Hao resembled those of a child returning home from work. While togetherness was cherished, their separation held no weight, for each could lead their own lives. This was not a matter of affection or aversion. Both understood that if the other ever needed assistance, they would be there without hesitation. However, Tang San's experience differed greatly. As an orphan in his previous life, he held a deep-seated attachment to Tang Hao, despite their father's apparent indifference to their upbringing after they matured. Much of their daily care fell upon the shoulders of the brothers. Nevertheless, Tang San maintained profound respect for their father, and the news of his departure struck a heavy blow to him. "I cannot allow this to stand. I must defend my brother's honor," Tang Yin resolved. He retrieved the notebook he had not used for a year, flipped to the latest page, and began to write. "Today, after an entire semester of studying away from home with my brother, we finally return, only to find our father has abandoned us, leaving the 7-year-old brothers to fend for themselves. Mother, just look at the husband you chose. Not only is he worthless, but he also neglects his 2 sons. With a father like that, do as you will. Even if you strike him down, it matters not, for I have an abundance of revival coins." As the brothers returned home, it was only fitting that they brought along their significant others. After all, returning home alone seemed rather excessive. Naturally, it was only appropriate to accompany their wives. Surely, nobody returns home for the new year without their partner? Surely not. Oh, it appears there is indeed a certain husky who does just that. Well, never mind then. Throughout the year, Tang Yin and Yao had clearly established their relationship. As for Xiao Wu and Xiao San, while they appeared to be merely close classmates at present, their younger siblings were well aware that these two would inevitably end up together. "Yao, do you think our parents might have noticed us at school? Does this count as meeting the parents?" Tang Yin approached Yao with a teasing remark. "How can you say such things? Such an important matter. And you didn't think to give me a heads up? I completely overlooked it." The image in Yao's mind of herself behaving like a big sister in front of their father made her blush increasingly. Ultimately, she playfully punched Tang Yin. Hiki. Tang Yin found her reaction endearingly amusing. By the way, what do you plan to do to comfort him once you return home? With Yao possessing absolute memory, her familiarity with the unfolding events surpassed that of Tang Yin, making her acutely aware of the profound impact this would have on Tang San. She knew well how disheartened he would be afterward. Don't even mention that old man. The more I think about it, the more infuriating it becomes. With this thought, Tang Yin began to feel dejected, as this matter had been troubling him for quite some time. Should he perhaps follow the original storyline and casually toss his sister-in-law like a hidden weapon to his elder brother, allowing Xiao Wu to handle it? However, despite his inner turmoil, Tang Yin understood that such feelings must not be displayed outwardly. Overall, the atmosphere among the four remained quite pleasant, filled with laughter and chatter, resembling a group of elementary school students on a spring outing. Now, the once short-legged children had all become soul masters, even though they were still young. Their stamina was far beyond that of ordinary individuals, whereas their previous excursion had consumed the better part of a day. This time they accomplished it in less than half a day. Upon returning to the familiar surroundings of Holy Soul Village, the two brothers felt as though they had been transported back in time. When they had departed, they had merely been fledgling soul masters. But now Tang San's soul power had reached level 17, while Tang Yin had broken through to level 20 just the previous night. They would soon be able to obtain soul rings for upgrades upon returning to the academy. Tang Yin's rapid advancement was not solely due to superior talent compared to Tang San. The credit belonged largely to Yumi's mother, whose soul ring had propelled Tang Yin's soul power close to level 16. This progress brought Tang Yin one step closer to his goal of reaching level 60 before the Soul Master Finals. Before long, they arrived at Holy Soul Village. Their family resided at the edge of the village, and upon entering, Tang San excitedly pointed to a room with a sign for the blacksmith shop. Smiling brightly at Xiao Wu and Yao. We're here. That's where my brother and I grew up. With their home in sight, Tang San's excitement intensified, his lips curving upwards in a smile. He found himself unconsciously wanting to walk in the rhythm of ghost shadow mysterious steps, though he lacked the accompanying soul power to perform the technique. Within Tang San's heart, he carried gifts prepared for his father, including a brand new forging hammer, some suitable items for Tang Hao, and what he considered the finest wine from Nanning City. Observing his elder brother's joyful demeanor, Tang Yin felt a stir of excitement within his own notebook. Dad, I'm back. As Tang San approached the threshold of his home, he began to call out energetically towards the room. This exuberance was a sight that Xiao Wu had never witnessed since their acquaintance. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him from behind, glancing occasionally at the composed Tang Yin, which only deepened her intrigue. In her little rabbit mind, Tang San was a friend of remarkable gentleness and steadiness, albeit somewhat reticent, always exuding an air of busyness or preoccupation with various tasks awaiting his attention. Beyond this demeanor, he exhibited little else in terms of emotion. Even in the face of defeat during their sparring sessions, she had never seen any signs of anger or excitement. In stark contrast, Tang Yin was a playful spirit, spending his days immersed in various forms of amusement, showcasing a much broader spectrum of emotional expression. This led her to wonder why it was not Tang Yin who was more animated in this moment. The starkly divergent natures of the two brothers puzzled her, leaving her little rabbit brain grappling to comprehend the situation. Chapter 38. The six brothers of the Alt are juniors before their sisters. At that moment, Tang San, oblivious to the deficiencies of the little rabbit's intellect, continued to walk while calling out towards the direction of home. Upon reaching the entrance, he surveyed the yard that appeared to have remained unchanged, the forge still in a state of disarray, even more so than when they last departed. Various incongruous items lay scattered about in haphazard fashion. Yet, despite the apparent chaos of this seemingly dilapidated space, it evoked a profound sense of nostalgia and warmth within Tang San. After all, their forge had often resembled this, and he and Xiao Yin would diligently tidy it up each day, restoring order to the scattered belongings. Tang San was merely a tad quicker than Tang Yin and the others. By the time he opened the door, they had already entered the courtyard. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from behind them, Grandpa Jack's voice. Realizing that his father was no longer present, and having just entered the courtyard while searching for Xiao Wu and Yao, Tang Yin turned towards the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the visitor, he greeted, "Long time no see, Grandpa Jack." Tang San, having overheard Tang Yin's words as he entered, immediately acknowledged the elder as well, inquiring, "Grandpa Jack, what brings you here? Where's my father?" Old Jack, approaching from outside, couldn't help but smile wryly at Tang San's earnest gaze. Upon reaching him, he gently produced a note from his pocket and handed it to Tang San, saying, "You might want to read this for yourself. This letter was left by your father at my doorstep today. I had intended to find him to come and fetch you, but I discovered this letter just as I was about to step out. Hearing your voice, I hurried over." As Tang San received the letter, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, causing a wave of tension to ripple through his being. Even Tang Yin, upon witnessing the old village chief produce the letter, felt a flicker of anticipation within, akin to a child waiting at a train station for the sight of their parents. Tang San wasted no time in opening the envelope, while Tang Yin quietly approached his elder brother's side. Dear Tang San, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed from Holy Soul Village. There is no need for you two brothers to search for me. It is impossible for you to find my whereabouts now. I assume you are the one holding this letter, as if you were to learn of my sudden departure, Xiao Yin would surely be upset with me. Though you are still quite young, you possess a remarkable ability for self-reliance, which alleviates my concerns for your future. In my heart, you are like fledglings. Only by spreading your wings can you soar higher and venture farther. Do not worry about me. Tang San, you have inherited much of your mother's sensitivity, which is a wonderful trait. As for your father, I am but a useless man, unable to provide you any help. You are growing up now, and Xiao Yin will require your care, as he tends to be rather reckless and often overlooks the consequences of his actions, much like myself. I am preparing to retrieve some belongings that belong to me, but rest assured, I believe there will come a day when we shall reunite. I find myself in a quandary. I wish for you to ascend to greater heights and become stronger, yet I also hope for your safety. Wishing you would not become overwhelmingly powerful. Ultimately, what matters is the path you choose and the decisions you make. If one day you find that you no longer wish to pursue the life of a soul master, return to this village and follow in your father's footsteps as a blacksmith. Take care, Tang Hao. Ugh, that infuriating old man. After reading his father's letter, Tang Yin felt a mixture of confusion and frustration, knowing that these events had always been anticipated. Observing the somber expressions on the brothers' faces, old Jack offered them some words of comfort. He then turned to Xiao Wu and Yao, offering a carrot as a token of goodwill. Though the moment, a mere human feeding two 10,000-year-old beasts, went unnoticed by all. Before departing, old Jack left a bag of rice for Tang Yin and Tang San, to which the brothers expressed their gratitude. They then began to tidy up their home, while Tang Yin took it in stride. Having foreseen these happenings and knowing they would reunite in the future, he quickly recovered. However, he was acutely aware that his elder brother was at his most vulnerable at this moment, prompting him to assist Tang San. Throughout this time, Xiao Wu and Yao remained by their side, helping the Tang brothers clean their home. Hey brother, it's alright. It's not as if we'll never see the old man again. Besides, you're not alone. You still have me and Xiao Yin. Tang Yin spoke as she directly placed the small and adorable Yunmu into her elder brother's embrace, for indeed, the charming little Yunmu was the most effective balm for the soul. Xiao Yin's words rang true. Do you not have us, your friends? If you desire more familial warmth, both I and Xiao Wu would be more than willing to assume the role of your sisters. Yao interjected at that moment, offering support for her elder sister. Yes, currently within the academy, everyone refers to me as Sister Xiao Wu. Even Xiao Yin addresses me thus. Yet you alone choose to be exceptional, Xiao Wu remarked. Ever since Tang Yin and Yao had solidified their relationship, he had taken to calling Xiao Wu Sister Xiao Wu. In this regard, Tang Yin bore no psychological burden whatsoever. Setting aside the fact that his wife was, in essence, her sister, and that she was destined to be his sister-in-law, he felt entirely at ease calling her sister. Especially considering that Xiao Wu was 10,000 years his senior. Those familiar with Dueling might think that a 10,000-year-old soul beast is merely a footnote. Yet let us not forget that our nation has existed for merely 5,000 years. Xiao Wu's age was indeed 200 times greater than ours. Just contemplate what Earth was like 10,000 years ago. Even the venerable Ultraman mother and Ultraman father were only 14 and 15,000 years old, respectively. The ages of his wife and sister-in-law were nearly on par with theirs. In such a context, it is not only Tang Yin who feels this way. Even the 6 Ultramen would be regarded as juniors in the presence of these two sisters. Given this hierarchy, Tang Yin's call of sister was made with utmost sincerity. Chapter 39. Will the revival coins be insufficient? You see, dear brother, you truly need not feel overly distressed, for we are not alone in this journey. Moreover, did not the old man say that his departure was meant to hone our growth? To wallow in sadness would be to stray from his intentions. Shouldn't our focus now be on striving to become stronger? Tang Yin remarked, and as he continued speaking, he suddenly fell silent. After all, according to this line of reasoning, did his elder brother not seek strength in order to find their father? This path seemed misguided. Should one not seek strength through their mother instead? Not to mention the tale of the hero, Xin Xiang, who ventured to split mountains to rescue his mother. Moreover, there existed a certain enigmatic black entity that had conceived countless plans to cleave the moon in a bid to save its mother, ultimately merging with her. As for seeking a father, the last notable figure who undertook such a quest was an alchemist. Wait a moment, that alchemist also had a younger brother. In that instant, Tang Yin felt as though he had ensnared himself in a predicament. Tang Yin has begun to enter a state of daily abstraction. However, Tang Yin's words have had a certain effect. Indeed, we are not alone. As Tang San spoke, he glanced at the ever-present Xiao Wu and Yao by their side, and his thoughts drifted to the teacher who awaited their return at the school. The emptiness in his heart, a void left by his father's departure, seemed to find a semblance of solace. Ultimately, his gaze lingered on Xiao Wu. As if he had made a profound decision, he addressed her. Xiao Wu, let us embark on another journey together. I wish to take you to a special place. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Yin and Yao understood that the most exquisite scene of this narrative was about to unfold, a moment so iconic that they could not possibly miss it. Brother, we must indeed go there. In that instant, Tang Yin once again unleashed his acting prowess. Before those he cherished the most, he performed spontaneously, raising the question, was this a manifestation of the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? To the mountaintop, where we train every day. Tang San, glancing at his younger brother, swiftly took Xiao Wu's hand and dashed towards the back mountain. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin couldn't help but smile, as the melody of a romantic victory played endlessly in his mind, reminiscent of the show If You Are the One. Naturally, having assisted his elder brother, Tang Yin was not to be left behind. He extended an invitation to Yao, asking, would you care to explore our childhood memories? Indeed, Yao replied with a gentle smile that was truly enchanting. With Tang Yin and Tang San leading the way, their journey proceeded seamlessly. However, by the time they reached the mountain summit, they had entirely lost track of time. Tang Yin and Yao intentionally slowed their pace, not merely to relish their own moments together, but to afford their elder siblings a bit more privacy. Yao could swear on Tang Yin's integrity regarding this matter. Upon their arrival at the peak, Xiao Wu had already agreed to become Tang San's little sister, witnessed by a sky filled with shimmering fireflies. The two stood facing each other, hands intertwined, bathed in the glow of the twinkling fireflies in the resplendent galaxy above. This scene was so breathtaking that it stirred deep emotions within. How I wish I had a camera to capture this moment, Tang Yin mused. Unable to contain his admiration for the beauty before him, Yao echoed his sentiments, remarking that although she had witnessed similar sights in the spirit beast forest for countless years, the atmosphere at this moment was unparalleled. The dearest person stood across from her, while the one she cherished most stood by her side. As Tang San and Xiao Wu settled nearby to take in the scenery, Tang Yin and Yao finally made their entrance. No sooner had they arrived than Yao playfully remarked, Tang San, you are quite cunning. By making my sister your little sister, does that mean I am now inexplicably your sister as well? That hardly seems fair. Tang San's mood had eased considerably, and upon hearing Yao's words, he retorted directly, oh, is there anything wrong with that? Haven't you already become my sister-in-law? When did I ever say I wanted to marry this guy? At Tang San's sharp response, Yao's face turned slightly red. She had no words to counter him, so she directed a light kick at Tang Yin's foot. But was little Silver so easily bullied? That was a joke. The reputation of being vengeful was not unfounded. Tang Yin endured the pain and said, brother, you have a point. They say that an elder brother is like a father. So I suppose this also counts as bringing my wife to meet the family. What do you think, brother? Do you approve of this sister-in-law? I agree. I absolutely agree. Sister Xiao Wu, what is your opinion? Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu, who had just recognized Tang San as her elder brother, enthusiastically joined the cheerful atmosphere, declaring, I also agree. I am quite pleased with this little brother-in-law, Xiao Yin. No, Sister Xiao Wu, why are you following their lead? Tang Yin retorted, feeling a bit petulant. I don't care. Have you persuaded Xiao Wu? I have not yet agreed. Your mother? Yao's words caught Tang Yin's attention. Just like Xiao Wu, she had not anticipated her own situation. Humph, my mother loves me dearly. Just you wait, you said proudly, secretly anticipating Tang Yin's reaction upon meeting her mother. Indeed, the thought of Yao's mother, a formidable figure, startled Tang Yin. After all, she was a significant presence, comparable to the top-tier individuals. Remembering how in the original story, the group from Shrek was thoroughly defeated when they returned, Tang Yin briefly worried that his revival coins might not suffice. It's all right, with you, Sister Xiao Wu, I will help you, he began. But Yao quickly covered Xiao Wu's mouth. Sister Xiao Wu, you promised me not to discuss this with Xiao Yin, Yao urged. Wu, Yao, you've covered my nose. You cannot say such things. That is absolutely unacceptable. Wu, Yao, hurry and let go. I can't breathe. Furthermore, their mother had strictly instructed them not to mention her name outside. Wu, third brother, come save me. I truly cannot hold on any longer. If you continue like this, I will tell mother to pinch your ear. Wu, Xiao Wu began to foam at the mouth, seeing her mother waving at her. Fortunately, Tang San, with his medical knowledge, managed to pull the nearly suffocated Xiao Wu back from her mother's embrace. What followed was a delightful scene of Xiao Wu chasing Yao, perfectly illustrating their playful dynamic. After all, two true hunters were nearby, enjoying snacks while watching the spectacle. Tang Yin even gave it a 5-star rating. Yao decided to unleash her first spirit ability upon Xiao Wu, rendering her immune to all of Xiao Wu's attacks, leaving Xiao Wu utterly helpless against Yao's antics. Chapter 40. The transformations of Xiao Wu and Yao. Eventually, the frustrated Xiao Wu calmed down after much coaxing from Tang Yin and Tang San. This left Tang Yin curious, as it seemed Yao's mother was someone of notable recognition, at least within the context of the original story. In the Soul Beast Forest, humans could be eliminated as possibilities. Therefore, the only candidates remaining were the formidable female beasts residing in the depths of the forest. The more he pondered, the more intrigued Tang Yin became. Unfortunately, following this lesson, no matter how Tang Yin tried to pry information from Yao or Xiao Wu, they remained tight-lipped. Faced with Yao's expression, which seemed to relish his future embarrassment, Tang Yin could only sigh in resignation. What could he do with a mischievous girlfriend? He could only continue to indulge her. Next came Tang San's gift-giving segment. Due to Tang Yin, Tang San had crafted a silent crossbow for him at the blacksmith shop in Notting City. The second set of crossbows was also a gem. The moment they received the silent crossbows, they eagerly began to experiment. After all, arriving in the Dolua world without trying out Tang San's various hidden weapons would be akin to not having come at all. Tang Yin had been anticipating these for 10,000 years. Seeing Yao so delighted, Tang Yin naturally shared the knowledge of their safe usage, determined to ensure her safety. His intentions were purely protective. He was not one to harbor inappropriate thoughts. As for Yao, her 10,000 years of age rendered such concerns moot. Nonetheless, Tang Yin remained serious, fully aware of the challenges they would face in the future. While he may not possess Tang San's finesse with hidden weapons, he was adept enough to strike a mosquito without causing harm, thanks to his shooting talent. Due to Tang Hao's departure, Tang Yin and Tang San did not linger long in Holy Soul Village. They stayed merely 2 or 3 days as Tang Yin wanted to share some childhood memories with Yao. After their tour, the four of them began their return to Notting Academy. After all, a home without parents held little significance for them. Conversely, at Notting City, there was still Master. For Tang San, it was a place worth returning to. 5 years later, time flew by. And now Tang Yin and his companions found themselves in the southern part of the Tiando Empire, in the Barak Kingdom. This kingdom was the closest to the Fasno province, with the two regions sharing a border. Though it was a kingdom, its area was only about 3/4 that of Fasno province. Not particularly large or small, politically. It was a kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire. Yet, despite its size, it remained one of the 4 largest kingdoms within the Tiando Empire. Consequently, the royal family comprised relatives of the Tiando imperial family. The kingdom's geographical position was also quite unique. Although part of its territory was enveloped by the Tiando Empire, it shared a border with the Xinglua Empire. This strategic location meant that the Barak Kingdom's military strength was significantly greater than that of other similarly ranked nations, serving as a gateway for the Tiando Empire. However, as time passed, despite these nations and principalities outwardly adhering to the larger empire, they had developed into true nations within nations. Politically, aside from the annual tributes, they had gained substantial autonomy. Had it not been for the formidable military strength of the two empires keeping them in check, internal strife would have erupted long ago. In this regard, the situations of the two empires were quite similar. Although the overall strength of the two empires remained formidable, signs of decline began to emerge in various aspects, indicative of the onset of chaotic times. Returning to the Barak Kingdom, the core cities included two: the capital, where the royal family resided, serving as the political and economic center, and Soto City, renowned for its fertile land, aptly nicknamed the Granary of Barak. However, Soto City's most significant claim to fame was its status as the birthplace of Shrek Academy. Under the sun, 4 figures appeared at the western gate of Soto City. The 4 figures appeared to be just over 10 years old. Despite each of them exuding a somewhat worn demeanor, they bore little in the way of luggage. Indeed, these 4 are our protagonists. Over the course of the past 5 years, Tang Yin and his companions have undergone significant transformations. To speak of their stature alone, each of these 12-year-olds now stands around 170 centimeters tall. If one were to look at them from the front, it would be surprising how many would attempt to strike up a conversation. Among them, Tang Yin's transformation is the most pronounced. Perhaps due to the influence of his martial soul, Tang Yin has inherited the height characteristic of the celestial gunman from the DNF universe, now nearing 1.8 meters. In terms of appearance, the brothers have yet to fully awaken the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor within them, resulting in looks that are merely pleasing to the eye, radiating an amiable charm. In stark contrast, the girl accompanying them could be described as a beauty of unparalleled grace. Xiao Wu, with her signature pink scorpion braids, has hair that now cascades to just below her knees. It is unclear to Tang Yin, but every time Xiao Wu washes her hair, it seems quite time-consuming. In terms of height, she now surpasses Tang San slightly. Clad in vibrant shades of pink, her attire reflects a lively spirit, complementing her developing figure, which, although still youthful, is tightly embraced by her clothing. Despite her age, one can still catch a glimpse of her toes when she bows her head. Her slender waist, which can be encircled by a single hand, evokes envy among all the women who have seen her. Yu has similarly transformed. Unlike Xiao Wu, her hair is a pristine white, flowing freely down her back and reaching her waist. Above her enviable waistline, she boasts a figure that would make Xiao Wu envious, resembling the stature of a certain pirate empress. Yet, such a figure exudes an ethereal, almost celestial aura. The allure of their forms, combined with their otherworldly grace, creates a striking contrast to their still youthful faces, occasionally drawing the sounds of admiration from those around them. In the intervening 5 years, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yao have all reached the 29th rank, standing on the precipice of the 30th. For Tang Yin, due to the nearly millennium-old soul ring inherited from his mother, he initially surpassed his older brother by 2 or 3 ranks. Thanks to the high age of his first soul ring, when it came time to absorb his second, the master decided to let Tang Yin attempt to acquire a soul ring from a 1,000-year-old soul beast. This event unfolded shortly after the 4 of them returned to the Notting Academy. With Tang Yin's ascension to the 20th rank, The master promptly summoned Flinder to assist in Tang Yin's quest for a 1,000-year soul ring. In truth, while the master has stringent criteria regarding the age of soul rings, Tang Yin himself is less concerned about the years of his soul rings. From his perspective, regardless of the age, a soul ring does not grant him skills. It is merely a tool. To simplify matters, he even contemplated using a 10-year soul beast to unlock his skills. After all, he recalled that in the second part of Dolua, a 1,000,000-year soul ring was somewhat white. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to use a 10-year soul ring for a brief moment. Moreover, the 10-year soul ring has its own deceptive quality. Just imagine. While others regard your soul ring as trivial, Tang Yin could counter with a satellite ray to the face. The visual is rather delightful. However, Tang Yin did not voice his thoughts to the master. After all, absorbing a higher-aged soul ring does have its merits, potentially allowing for several rank increases post-breakthrough. It is essential to note that Tang Yin aspires to reach the 50th rank in the Soul Master competition, as only by awakening his skills can his plans come to fruition. He is acutely aware that, in terms of cultivation speed and talent, he and his brother are on equal footing. Thus, relying solely on conventional training to achieve his goals is impractical. Some hardship must be endured. With the addition of his second 1,000-year soul ring, Tang Yin's soul power surged ahead, coupled with the soul ring from this level 30 breakthrough. His soul power level has now reached 33. Upon acquiring his second soul ring, Tang Yin discovered that he had misjudged its capabilities. His soul ring indeed possessed a soul skill transformation. Yes, it is precisely what you envision. In simple terms, Tang Yin can instantaneously change his attire into that of a gunner, mechanic, ammunition expert, rogue gunslinger, or alloy warrior. Remarkably, it carries no additional properties or bonuses. It is the purest form of transformation. So much so that upon realizing its effects, Tang Yin contemplated shattering the soul ring in frustration. Yet, there was a silver lining, the skill associated with his martial soul. As he initially suspected, unlocked all the class skills from levels 15 to 20 of the gunner. Furthermore, these skills could be employed without cooldowns, allowing for seamless cross-class skill usage without the cumbersome restrictions of needing to don specific attire to utilize particular skills. Thus, Tang Yin's second soul skill is the epitome of pure transformation, leaving him with substantial psychological shadows. Of course, Tang Yin did not become complacent due to this seemingly chaotic skill, excluding the Haotian hammer. His current melee skills are limited to those of the rogue gunslinger and alloy warrior. Melee combat remains a minor shortcoming for him. Therefore, before he can wield his Haotian hammer with its devastating power, Tang Yin resolved to create his own soul skill. Upon discovering that he could project his soul power onto his feet, allowing him to adhere to tree trunks and walls, inspiration struck. From that moment onward, he vowed to master the art of crafting a perfect sphere, inspired by the neighboring prince from Naruto who utilized a similar technique to save the world. The essence of the spiral sphere lies in its transformation of energy. As long as one can control their own energy perfectly, replication is within reach. After all, soul power is fundamentally a form of energy. Through recalling the original narrative and continuous practice in reality, Tang Yin ultimately succeeded in forming a perfectly round and robust sphere before graduation. Following this, he began to impart his teachings to his beloved, incorporating playful moments into their daily lives. Given the nature of the spiral sphere, theoretically, anyone possessing soul power can employ it. The sphere's potency is proportional to the soul power input, meaning this skill theoretically has no upper limit of power. In other words, this skill could accompany them from now until they achieve the rank of title Dolua or even ascend to godhood. Just look at the neighboring prince, who, despite carrying a fox spirit within him, rose from humble beginnings to greatness, wielding the sphere to dominate the realm. This perfectly exemplifies the notion that there is nothing a sphere cannot resolve. If there is, simply create another. If that is insufficient, gather your companions for an even grander endeavor, or, if all else fails, have one's father craft an even larger sphere. Following Tang Yin's successful experimentation with the spiral sphere, even the master extolled the virtues of this skill. One might say that mastering this skill allows even auxiliary spirit masters to possess a certain degree of combat prowess. Merely days after delving into the intricacies of the spiral pill, Tang Yin ascended to the 30th level. It was at this juncture that Flinder, summoned by the master to assist Tang Yin in hunting spirit rings, beheld the spiral pill and its derivatives. He promptly awarded Tang Yin the first special enrollment slot in Shrek Academy's history. In fact, as he aided Tang Yin in acquiring his third spirit ring, Flinder contemplated surreptitiously whisking Tang Yin away to preempt any change of heart from the master, though he was ultimately thwarted when the master discovered his intentions. Citing Tang Yin's need to acquire further theoretical knowledge, the master dismissed Flinder. Now that Tang Yin and his companions have successfully graduated, the master, of course, will no longer impede their progress. Flinder initially intended to come and take Tang Yin directly. However, given the journey's essence, Tang Yin naturally wished to accompany his beloved wife rather than travel with Flinder. Thus, the quartet has only just arrived in Soto City. It is worth mentioning that both Xiao Wu and Tang Yin now adorn necklaces, each featuring a pendant embedded with a resurrection coin. Indeed, These two resurrection coins are a product of Tang Yin's martial soul's passive abilities developed over recent years. Upon discovering the extraordinary nature of Tang Yin's resurrection coins, even the master could not help but exclaim at the terrifying potential of his martial soul. The coin worn by Xiao Wu is intended to probe whether her mother's relics remain within the Stardo forest, in hopes of resurrecting her mother through these artifacts. Meanwhile, the coin worn by Yao serves as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances that might befall the two sisters. However, these are not the most impressive aspects. The true marvel lies with Tang San, who possesses 11 such coins. This naturally raises the question, aren't resurrection coins supposed to appear only once every 3 years? How could Tang San possess 11? Initially, Tang Yin was equally intrigued. Upon gifting the first resurrection coin to his wife, he discovered that the cooldown for the next coin had extended to 1.5 years, then reduced to 9 months with each subsequent use, ultimately diminishing to a mere day. Yet, a daily acquisition represents the limit, as the cooldown necessitates that Tang Yin must not possess any coins himself. With this mechanism in mind, Tang Yin speculated that it resembled a promotional offer within a game where one could receive a free resurrection coin the following day upon utilization. Upon realizing this, a question arose in Tang Yin's mind. If resurrection coins exist, then where is my marketplace? Where has my extensive marketplace vanished? Ultimately, Tang Yin discerned the reason for this anomaly through a peculiar connection with his martial soul. It had forgotten how to activate that feature. In that moment, Tang Yin's mind began to unravel the myriad ways to reintegrate his martial soul, for he was acutely aware of the magnitude of what he had lost. This was no trivial goal, nor could it be described as a fleeting pleasure. One could only imagine the psychological toll this realization exacted on Tang Yin. Alas, in this world, there exists no miraculous herb to restore one's mental acuity. Otherwise, Tang Yin would have surely sought to remedy his martial soul. Chapter 42. Absolutely no thoughts of revenge over the years, it has not been devoid of good news, at the very least. After Yao and her companions acquired their resurrection coins, they stumbled upon an unexpected phenomenon. The coins have the ability to mask their spirit beast Saurus. This revelation bodes well, for it means that during the finals of the Spirit Master competition, Tang Yin could directly assume his sister-in-law's position, allowing Xiao Wu and Yao to remain off the battlefield, thereby minimizing their chances of exposure. After all, if safe and sound withdrawal is possible, why engage in arduous combat? In such a scenario, Xiao Wu and the others could comfortably conceal themselves in the resting area, ensuring that the spirit hall could not trouble them. This might even prevent any future incursions into the Stardo forest to hunt Xiao Wu and her companions, thus allowing for a significantly more tranquil period of development. Though Tang Yin is acutely aware that should any complications arise, his father would undoubtedly intervene, the reality of his father's injuries renders such a feat somewhat daunting. To claim that he is unconcerned would be disingenuous. Tang Yin occasionally pondered the notion of eliminating his father for the time being, only to resurrect him later with a revival coin. After all, this approach would alleviate his father's injuries, sparing him from the need to sever limbs in the future. His strength would remain unaffected, which seemed quite advantageous. Who knows, by that time, Tang Yin might even acquire a forbidden skill at level 1. So, dear father, would you believe me if I claimed that I killed you to save you? Rest assured, there is absolutely no vindictive intent behind this. The evidence lies within my several notebooks. Meanwhile, in reality, Xiao Wu had begun to wipe her brow, exclaiming, "My goodness, we have finally arrived at the city called something like Tua. By the way, is this really the location of the academy that the master spoke of? However, that owl-like uncle is rather perplexing. Why did he only send an admission notice to Xiao Yin? We came together, so why are we left out?" With a tone of palpable indignation, Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. If only you could possess as many soul skills as Xiao Yin at the third soul ring, and even develop your own unique techniques like the spiral sphere, as well as skills for walking on water and climbing trees. Then surely Dean Flandra would grant you a special admission opportunity. Tang San affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, yet his tone carried an air of pride as if he were extolling his own achievements. Indeed, dear Xiao Wu, once we are in the academy, you shall have the protection of Senior Tang Yin. Ah, it seems a tad inappropriate to call you sister now, as you are but a junior, Xiao Wu, with a rather insufferable demeanor, remarked, Yao, your boyfriend bullies my sister. You must help me deal with him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, incensed, rushed to Yao's side, adopting a playful demeanor. All right, how long have you been boasting about this? It's been a while, you should tone it down a bit. Yao gazed at her boyfriend, who wore an expression of smug satisfaction, feeling a sense of helplessness. Yet, Yao found herself at a loss for words, for even the most scathing reprimands seemed inadequate. After all, despite Tang Yin's insistence that his relentless pursuit of developing a close combat skill, the spiral sphere, was purely for self-improvement, Yao understood the underlying motivation was her well-being. Ultimately, Tang Yin possessed numerous skills that did not pertain to close combat. Yao was no stranger to the game, having dabbled in various classes, from the newly introduced alloy warrior to the roaming gunslinger, relying solely on Tang Yin's external enhancements. The melee skills associated with these classes were more than sufficient. Not to mention, in the later stages, one could wield the Haotian hammer to devastating effect. Thus, Rather than viewing Tang Yin's 5 arduous years of training as merely an effort to acquire a melee skill, it was clear he was deeply concerned for her safety, wishing to equip her with additional means of self-defense. The techniques derived from the spiral sphere, such as tree climbing and water treading, were only recently introduced by Tang Yin, and they had barely begun to practice. The master wholeheartedly supported their learning, recognizing that while these skills might lack utility in competitive settings, they proved immensely practical in real combat scenarios. Yao, you cannot indulge Xiao Yin every day. You are far too lenient with him. What will you do if he continues to bully you? Xiao Wu observed, exasperated by Yao's gentleness towards Tang Yin. Wua. This is my cherished cabbage nurtured for 100,000 years. How could it be so thoroughly uprooted by Tang Yin, that insufferable swine? Hey, Sister Xiao Wu. Do not speak so recklessly. Honestly, when have I ever bullied our dear Yao Chan? Tang Yin retorted, scratching the chin of his little companion, Xiao Yumu. Awuwu. Xiao Yumu. Adorably chirping, expressed her allegiance to her caretaker, her innocent expression embodying the essence of rule-breaking. Ah, Xiao Yunmu, you traitor. We were on the same side. Have you forgotten that I took you out for a treat? Xiao Wu said, her face a mixture of indignation and heartbreak. Yes. And then you left Xiao Yunmu behind in that shop. How dare you even mention it? Tang Yin delivered a merciless strike. All right, Xiao Yin, do not torment Xiao Wu any longer. Xiao Wu, did you not mention your desire to explore this city thoroughly? Let us first seek a hotel to rest and recuperate. Afterwards, I shall accompany you on your delightful excursion. How does that sound? Tang San consoled Xiao Wu, saying, you're still the best. Let's set off. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Wu replied. Soto City, being of a higher tier than Notting City, naturally boasted a greater flow of people and a larger scale that Notting City could not compare to. Not to mention, the incessant influx of people was a sight unseen in Notting City. The 4 of them, along with the cat, sought accommodation while sampling local delicacies along the way. As they strolled and indulged, Xiao Wu soon spotted a hotel with a remarkably unique style. This hotel was 3 stories tall. Its entrance was not particularly grand. Yet the overall decor was strikingly cohesive, adorned with various types of roses. The ambience evoked the sensation of a blooming rose. The design leaned towards a Western style. Yet it possessed its own breathtaking charm. Rose Hotel. I adore this name, Yao. How about we stay here? Xiao Wu expressed with satisfaction. In contrast to Xiao Wu, Tang Yin and Yao exchanged peculiar glances upon seeing the hotel's name. For a moment, they could only marvel at the power of fate. Yao glanced at Tang Yin, who was eager to take action, and gave her a thumbs up, feeling a sense of helplessness. She was well aware of Tang Yin's intentions. He was simply looking to take matters into his own hands. Just be cautious with your strength. After all, he is still your brother. And do be careful not to hurt yourself, Yao advised as she approached him. Hiki, you needn't worry about that. With your man's strength, are you still concerned? Tang Yin stated. Tang San observed Tang Yin and Yao whispering to each other, then glanced at the excited Xiao Wu, noticing that everyone seemed agreeable to Xiao Wu's choice. The 4 of them proceeded into the Rose Hotel. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by the enchanting fragrance of roses. A scent so delightful that it effortlessly lifted their spirits. The hotel's decor, primarily adorned in shades of white, silver, and rose red, exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere, while the gentle elegance of the design added a touch of sophistication to the establishment. Taking the lead as both the team's laborer and chief model worker, Tang San approached the front desk and requested, could you please provide me with 4 rooms? Thank you. The staff. Upon recognizing the leader Tang San and glancing at Xiao Wu beside him, as well as the still whispering Tang Yin and Yao, exchanged a knowing look with Tang San, leaving him utterly perplexed. Hello? Is there something amiss? Or is there an issue with your eyesight? Tang San cast a puzzled glance at the waiter who was observing him with an odd expression. Oh, my apologies, I seem to have lost my thoughts in reverie. He said. I just checked, and we currently have only 2 rooms left, the waiter informed him, behind Tang San. Tang Yin noticed the waiter's gaze and understood that there were certainly more than just 2 rooms available. However, the waiter was merely looking out for their best interests, and Tang Yin had no intention of exposing that fact. 2 rooms? Upon hearing the waiter's words, Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet, considering that he and Tang Yin would share one room while Xiao Wu and Yao would occupy the other, 2 rooms would suffice for their one-night stay. Observing Tang San deep in thought, the waiter reiterated, Dear guest, although we only have 2 rooms left, you need not worry about the space. Our accommodations are fully equipped, easily accommodating 2 guests in each room. As he spoke, the waiter cast Tang San a knowing look. However, Tang San appeared oblivious to the waiter's insinuation. Since there was ample space, he decided against being overly selective and readily agreed. This unexpected outcome astonished Tang Yin. Could it be that his elder brother had suddenly become enlightened, willing to accept such arrangements? Tang Yin had not even considered the possibility of sharing a room with his elder sibling, especially given the decor and ambience of the hotel, which clearly indicated its purpose. Thus, it was clear that Tang Yin had underestimated his brother's resilience in this regard. Just as the waiter was about to assist them with the check-in process, a commanding voice resonated from behind them, startling the waiter and causing him to halt mid-motion. Are you mistaken? If these 2 rooms are indeed the last available, one of them should rightfully belong to me. Upon hearing this statement, Tang Yin recognized that the leader of Shrek Academy, the individual destined for confrontation, had arrived. As Tang Yin and his companions turned around, they beheld 3 figures approaching from the entrance. Among them, 2 were young women, adorned in flamboyant attire, exuding a bold sense of style. Judging by their youthful appearance, they seemed to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Yet what truly captured attention was the fact that they were twins. However, Tang Yin's gaze scarcely lingered on them. Instead, it fixated on the central figure, Dai Mubai. For he was currently ensnared by Yao's grip on the soft flesh at his waist. It could be said that any slight movement on Tang Yin's part would result in a rhythmically painful demise. Not to mention, his elder brother had a precious item, an axe, that he needed to retrieve from home. That said, Dai Mubai was undeniably striking. Standing over 6 feet tall, he towered over Tang Yin, whose stature was already impressive. His broad shoulders accentuated a chiseled, handsome visage marked by resolute features, complemented by flowing golden locks. He exuded an aura of regal strength. Yet, what truly captivated onlookers were his eyes, possessing a rare dual pupil phenomenon. His eyes were not merely side by side in an uncanny manner, but rather nested within one another, creating a visually stunning effect. The blue hue of his irises lent him an icy demeanor, and the cold glint in his gaze, combined with a wicked allure, imparted an illusion of sharp blades slicing through the air upon making eye contact, a most peculiar sensation. In terms of sheer attractiveness, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly become the center of attention wherever he went. Although Tang Yin and his brother Tang San's gazes were directed toward Dai Mubai, the latter seemed oblivious to their presence, his attention fleetingly drawn to Xiao Wu and Yao, a momentary flash of admiration crossing his features. After surveying the 4 before him, Dai Mubai strode directly to the front desk, his dual pupils exuding an inherent pressure as he addressed the staff member. You must be a new hire. Are you aware that this hotel is obliged to reserve a room for me? The staff member was taken aback, wishing to assert that there were indeed rooms available. But with Tang Yin and his companions present, he hesitated. To suddenly claim a vacancy would be quite the conundrum. Ultimately, he could only meekly inquire. May I ask who you are? Dai Mubai, however, had little patience for pleasantries and brusquely commanded, call your manager over. After all, the manager would be familiar with the arrangements, making it simpler to handle matters directly. Startled by Dai Mubai's demeanor, the staff member hurried off to the manager's office. At that moment, Tang San attempted to interject, but was swiftly silenced by Tang Yin. Stepping forward, Tang Yin addressed Dai Mubai, stating, this is my brother, and it is only reasonable to note that we had reserved the private room and made the payment first. Tang Yin was well aware that Dai Mubai had a room reserved in advance, yet that did not deter him from delivering a beating to Dai Mubai. After all, they would soon become brothers, and it would be inappropriate for him to strike thereafter. At this moment, it was essential to gather some of the other party's dark pasts. In the future, once they ascended to divinity, he could regale their descendants with tales of their misdeeds. This was Tang Yin's plan for collecting dirt on Shrek. And whether it succeeded was of little consequence, as it was merely a whimsical endeavor for him. However, Dai Mubai paid no heed to Tang Yin's words and coldly retorted. What of it? He had no intention of explaining himself to anyone, especially considering that within Shrek, there was a saying that those who dared not seek trouble were mere fools. Thus, rather than clarify the misunderstanding, Dai Mubai intended to stoke the flames of this misconception to provide himself with a convenient excuse. Meanwhile, Tang Yin was still searching for a plausible justification to pummel his future brother. What? You say Tang Yin is unreasonable? Nonsense. They would soon be brothers. Adhering to the belief that the children of brothers are akin to one's own grandchildren, what was wrong with giving his son a thrashing? At that moment, Xiao Wu interjected. Not much, just want you to scram. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's audacious words, Tang Yin silently applauded his sister-in-law. Their conversation was refreshingly straightforward. Chapter 44. Artistic gunplay. Xiao Wu's remark resonated perfectly with Dai Mubai, who sought to resolve the matter in the simplest manner possible. As he turned, his icy gaze locked onto Xiao Wu, and he sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Yin and his companions. With a slight smile, he said, very well. To be honest, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. I can sense the soul power within you, which indicates that you are also soul masters, correct? Since you are soul masters, let us resolve this matter in a soul master-esque way. You may all come at me together. If you can convince me, I will leave immediately. However, should you lose, I expect you to demonstrate to me what it truly means to scram. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's declaration, the 2 twin maidens at his side chuckled, completely unfazed. Being locals, they were well aware of Dai Mubai's formidable strength and the power he wielded. Consequently, they harbored no concerns about any potential repercussions for him, and instead eagerly supported his initiative. Together, they stepped away from Dai Mubai, transitioning from participants to spectators. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a server who had previously sought the manager finally emerged from the hotel's rear, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Their expressions of alarm indicated that they had overheard the earlier exchange between Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. The manager, visibly anxious, called out as he hurried, esteemed soul masters. Let us discuss this calmly. Please, do not resort to violence. This humble establishment cannot withstand it. Meanwhile, Tang San approached Tang Yin and said, leave this to me. He recognized the strength of the man before them, and, despite knowing Tang Yin's capabilities, was reluctant to let him take any risks. There was no need for his brother to intervene in dealing with this individual. Tang Yin was certainly aware of his elder brother's intentions, and he directly gave him a thumbs up. Observing that his dear friend Ododo was unwilling to make any concessions, Tang San felt a slight headache. At that moment, Yao approached Tang San and said, Brother San, why don't you let Xiao Yin go and have some fun? He's quite excited right now. Over the years of their companionship, Yao had discovered a quirk about Tang Yin. Her boyfriend had a tendency to act like a character afflicted with a severe case of middle school syndrome. Particularly when Tang Yin was in high spirits, he would often mimic lines from certain anime characters. In this world, such behavior was rather acceptable, considering it was a realm where skills were often accompanied by the invocation of their names. However, Tang San was oblivious to this. Even if Tang Yin referenced some anime concepts, Tang San would not comprehend them. Yet, Yao was acutely aware that Tang Yin was currently imitating Naruto's lines from the scene where he returned to save the day during Pain's invasion of Konoha. Seeing the affirming gazes from both Tang Yin and Yao, Tang Yin ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, the hotel manager rushed over from behind. Dai Mubai glanced at the manager and remarked, Manager Wang, your business seems to be thriving more than ever. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Manager Wang, who was already drenched in sweat from the strenuous activity, spoke with even greater caution. I apologize, young Master Dai. You have truly wronged us. This was indeed a failure on my subordinate's part. He only joined us yesterday and is still unfamiliar with our rules and client information. I'm so sorry. I will arrange your room immediately. Afterward, Manager Wang turned to Tang Yin and the others, expressing his sincere apologies. I am truly sorry, esteemed guests. There has indeed been a misunderstanding. Young Master Dai had made prior arrangements with us. Would it be acceptable for all four of you to share a room? If that doesn't work, perhaps your other group could find accommodation elsewhere? We refuse. Why should we leave? Protested Xiao Wu, indignant. Do you think we are easy to bully? Is our Xiao Wu sister someone who can be taken advantage of? Not to mention we have already made arrangements. This was a battle that must be fought. After all, they were acutely aware of Tang Yin's prowess. They knew that even the three of them combined would fall short against Tang Yin in just a few minutes. It was only Tang San, the protective older brother, who was determined to shield Tang Yin, while Xiao Wu harbored absolute confidence in him. This confidence had been hard-earned through countless encounters where Tang Yin had showcased his strength. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mubai let out a cold snort. You should be wary, for I fear you all as well. Even if you wish to leave now, it won't be that simple. There is no way one can insult others and just walk away. Such fortunate circumstances do not exist in this world. As the atmosphere between both parties grew increasingly tense, the hotel manager became visibly distressed. He was merely a manager, and if anything were to transpire in the hotel, the repercussions on his assets could be devastating. Dai Mubai, fully aware of Manager Wang's concerns, did not wish to involve an ordinary person in their conflict. With a piercing gaze directed at the opposition, he stated, no need for further discussion. Any losses incurred will be on my account. How generous of you. Then everything shall be on your tab, replied Tang Yin, adhering to the principle of saving wherever possible. Witnessing Tang Yin's demeanor of already claiming victory, Dai Mubai chose not to say much more. He concentrated his soul power into his right fist, applying immense force as he prepared to deliver a powerful strike directly at Tang Yin. There were no flashy maneuvers. In that fleeting moment, all of Dai Mubai's might, strength, and speed converged into that singular punch. It could be said that this was his strongest blow devoid of soul skills or martial spirit enhancement. Achieving such a feat without extensive real combat experience was no small task. In stark contrast to Dai Mubai's overwhelming presence, Tang Yin exuded an air of tranquility. His purple extreme magic eyes activated instantly, allowing him to perceive all of Dai Mubai's movements. Just as Dai Mubai's fist, charged with soul power, was about to make contact with Tang Yin, the latter had transformed into a mere afterimage. This afterimage indicated Tang Yin had moved, yet Dai Mubai remained unaware of it. But whether he was aware or not became inconsequential, for in the instant the afterimage appeared, Dai Mubai felt two heavy strikes land on his chest in quick succession. The tremendous force left him no opportunity to react. As he struggled to stabilize himself, Tang Yin, having executed a spinning kick, had once again morphed into an afterimage. The next moment, Dai Mubai found himself propelled backward at an astonishing speed. This instant kick, known as instant kick, was a level 15 skill of the Wandering Gunslinger, boasting powerful knockback effects and a certain degree of disorientation. While Dai Mubai braced himself against the overwhelming force, he looked up just in time to see Tang Yin, having executed a kick, now appearing as an afterimage, while the real Tang Yin brandished an automatic pistol. Bang! A floating bullet shot towards Dai Mubai. In the blink of an eye, 3 skills had been employed by Tang Yin, yet the afterimage from his first spinning kick had yet to dissipate. This was the passive skill of the Wandering Gunslinger acquired after reaching level 20, Fancy Gunplay. The effect of Fancy Gunplay was quite straightforward. When using physical skills, it allowed for a forced interruption and immediate transition to the next skill. Each time a skill was forcibly cancelled and executed, it would leave an afterimage at the original spot. While the practicality of this skill was noteworthy, it undeniably added an element of flair during combat, which Tang Yin greatly enjoyed. After all, while power may be fleeting, style is everlasting. Chapter 45, The Enlightenment of Dai Mubai. Why not just unleash your martial spirit? Since we are destined to fight, it would be wiser to harness that experience. As Tang Yin spoke, he casually stretched his neck, exuding a sense of ease. In stark contrast, Dai Mubai's expression was one of deep displeasure. Tang Yin's kick had sent him crashing against the wall, not to mention the various tables and chairs he had collided with along the way. Now, having risen from the ruins, Dai Mubai was forced to acknowledge that he had underestimated his opponent. Despite the apparent youth of the individual before him, their strength was undeniably formidable. The relentless barrage of attacks had caught him completely off guard, leaving him no time to react before being sent flying. Then I shall grant your wish, White Tiger. Possess me. With a powerful shout, Dai Mubai unleashed an overwhelming surge of soul power. In an instant, he began to extend his arms outward, transforming from a somewhat disheveled figure into one of imposing stature. Empowered by his formidable soul energy, Dai Mubai's form grew even taller, with the contours of his muscles clearly visible through his clothing. Behind him, a colossal humanoid white tiger emerged, its presence magnifying the soul power enveloping Dai Mubai. Alongside the white tiger came an aura of regal authority, causing the very air around him to crackle with intensity. In response, Tang Yin began to crouch slightly, his eyes glimmering with a fierce, ethereal light. At this moment, Dai Mubai, despite not having undergone the trial of killing, emanated an aura reminiscent of a relentless machine of slaughter. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings materialized alongside his martial spirit, a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, showcasing Dai Mubai's formidable strength as a member of Shrek Academy. A 1,000-year soul ring. Tang San and Xiao Wu were somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that this youth, who appeared only slightly older than themselves, was indeed a soul master of over level 30, much like Tang Yin. Dai Mubai, with the martial spirit of the White Tiger, stood as a formidable 37-level battle soul master. I humbly request your guidance. The current battle bore no resemblance to any previous encounters. With the declaration of his title, this marked the commencement of a true duel. Regardless of who his opponent might be, Dai Mubai would not flinch. His imposing presence remained unwavering. This time, he extended a challenge to Tang Yin. Allow me to also present a soul ring as a sign of respect. In Tang Yin's hand, the azure silver pistol twirled, creating a dazzling display of gunfire. Henshin, he exclaimed, as a radiant light enveloped him. In the next moment, a suit akin to Iron Man's nanotechnology materialized, replacing his original attire. A violet trench coat adorned his figure, topped with a black cowboy hat. The image of a wandering gunslinger emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. Initially, Tang Yin merely intended to engage casually, yet he found himself captivated by Dai Mubai's embodiment of his martial soul, exuding an undeniable charm. It was reminiscent of the exhilarating battles he had shared with his wolf cub in his past life. In that instant, he too was tempted to transform. Although he wielded a weapon-type martial soul, his second soul ring granted him soul skills. If it were not for the fact that he was not clad in armor, Tang Yin would have certainly proclaimed a fusion of armor. However, such musings were merely a reflection of Tang Yin's unconventional thought process, as his attention was predominantly diverted elsewhere. What? 2 Millennium Soul Rings? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yin, with the martial soul of the azure silver firearm, is a 33rd level strong attack-type weapon soul master. Tang Yin Jian tipped his cowboy hat, one eye shrouded in shadow, perfectly inheriting the noble tradition of a certain reaper. Whether he could prevail or not was secondary, the entrance must exude charm. Blue silver gun? What kind of martial spirit is that? Is it a mutated martial spirit? But why can you change clothes upon activating your martial spirit? Moreover, isn't blue silver grass considered a useless martial spirit? Little Dai Mubai's mind was filled with bewilderment. As for this question, Tang Yin was too indifferent to explain, casually implying that his external abilities were entirely normal. If his abilities were indeed normal, the great physicists could rise from their coffins, perform a celestial dance, and then lie down once more. Thus, Tang Yin casually quoted a master's words, "There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters." For reasons unknown, Dai Mubai felt that Tang Yin was merely toying with him, yet he had no evidence. "Let us begin, do not hold back." Tang Yin spoke. Upon hearing his words, Dai Mubai recalled a series of previous attacks. Now, he regarded Tang Yin with utmost caution, and upon hearing him speak, he refrained from hesitation. First soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai initiated with 2 state-enhancing soul skills, the latter being his most formidable Millennium Soul skill. It is worth noting that under the enhancement of the first soul skill, a barrier had already formed around Dai Mubai, simultaneously augmenting his own capabilities. With the activation of his third soul skill, Dai Mubai's momentum surged once more, and the spectral form of the white tiger behind him grew increasingly vivid and imposing. In this state, both his offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as his fundamental attributes, experienced a significant enhancement of 100%. It could be asserted that Dai Mubai had elevated his state to an extraordinary pinnacle. Recalling Tang Yin's previous assaults, Aside from physical techniques, Tang Yin's attacks had been executed with the items in his possession. Coupled with Tang Yin's earlier declaration of being a weapon soul master, it became evident that the object in his hand, capable of ranged attacks, was indeed his martial soul. When it comes to ranged martial souls, the fundamental principle remains the same. Close combat is paramount. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai, already crouched in a preparatory stance, erupted into action, swiftly transitioning from stillness to movement. He executed a powerful strike. Yet, every movement of Dai Mubai was laid bare under Tang Yin's purple extreme magic eyes. Sensing Dai Mubai's form, Tang Yin unleashed the formidable skill of a sharpshooter, a technique akin to a bug within the Duel realm. One could assert that if he successfully ensnared his target, there would be no possibility of further movement. The upper limit of this skill remained uncertain, but it was evident that even Frank, in his martial soul manifestation, would be rendered immobile if caught, unless Tang Yin's skill concluded, which, as it stood, had no cooldown. Thus, the ensuing battle between Tang Yin and Dai Mubai unfolded in this manner. Dai Mubai, behold my might, only to be stamped down by Tang Yin. Dai Mubai, once again, I am struck down by Tang Yin. Dai Mubai, you are still suppressed by Tang Yin's foot. Dai Mubai, cease, yet still under Tang Yin's dominion. Dai Mubai, halt, and still subdued by Tang Yin. Dai Mubai, I yield, yet still crushed by Tang Yin. Dai Mubai, I am utterly defeated, still under Tang Yin. Dai Mubai, indeed, I am yet again overpowered by Tang Yin. As Dai Mubai lay on the ground, his expression reflected that of someone thoroughly toyed with. In that moment, he seemed to have an epiphany, perceiving the chaotic world around him, with only 3 existential queries echoing in his mind. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Chapter 46, The Unveiling of Black History. Observing Dai Mubai's disenchanted demeanor, Tang Yin realized he might have overindulged in the excitement of the moment. Although he had meticulously controlled the power of his weapon attacks, he was still at the 30th level. Not to mention, this method of overpowering his opponent was a perfect illustration of low damage but high humiliation. Ah, my apologies, brother. I had not encountered an opponent of equal caliber for a while, and in this moment of excitement, I may have overstepped. My sincerest apologies. Tang Yin spoke somewhat awkwardly, having previously promised his wife to exercise restraint. It was only when Dai Mubai was pulled up that he began to comprehend the situation. Recalling that the attacks he had endured were indeed limited in power, while they had caused him discomfort, they were certainly not indicative of a 30-level soul master's might. This suggested that his assailant bore him no significant malice. Given the nature of the inflicted harm, it was likely the result of his conversation with the assailant's sister-in-law. However, Dai Mubai had misjudged the intentions. Tang Yin merely wished to engage in a spar while gathering some intriguing tales about the Shrek monsters. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, who was not a person prone to defeat, the assailant had already shown restraint and even offered a sincere apology. What more could he possibly say? No worries. I must thank my brother for his mercy. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Those rooms are yours. Boss, please add the expenses for the 4 of them to my tab. Dai Mubai declared with great generosity, encompassing Tang Yin and his companion's accommodation costs. Brother Dai, your magnanimity has won my friendship. It seems we have forged a bond through this encounter. Hiki. Upon witnessing someone offering to treat, Tang Yin instantly became amicable with Dai Mubai, already engaging in a friendly display of camaraderie. This scene left Dai Mubai bewildered. Was this person capable of such rapid mood changes? Come, allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, Tang San. Tang Yin began to introduce Dai Mubai. For they would soon share a bond that transcended life and death, it was advantageous for them to become acquainted sooner rather than later. Greetings, Tang San. I am a level 29 control system battle spirit master. I apologize, my younger brother can sometimes act recklessly when he is having fun. At this moment, Tang San and his companions had arrived beside Dai Mubai, as it was indeed their own Ododo who had initiated the conflict. Surprisingly, the other party had even reimbursed their accommodation expenses. From this, Tang San deduced that the individual before him possessed a demeanor that appeared cold yet was warm-hearted, characterized by a generous spirit. Such a person could certainly make for a valuable friend. I need not. My words inherently carry a hint of provocation. However, on this occasion, I have encountered an insurmountable challenge. Dai Mubai chuckled, readily accepting his defeat. Subsequently, Tang Yin pointed to the small Yunzi that had returned to his shoulder, declaring, "This is a 2-tailed cloud cat named Xiao Yunzi, and she is also my companion." The adorable Xiao Yunzi responded to Tang Yin's introduction with a sweet meow. Greetings, Xiao Yunzi. Dai Mubai was evidently charmed by the feline's appearance, his tone softening considerably. This is my sister Xiao Wu, or perhaps you would like to introduce yourself. To be frank, the nature of the relationship between Xiao Wu and himself was rather ambiguous. Following the current course of events, there was no escaping the fact that Xiao Wu would be regarded as a sister-in-law. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that his older brother, a staunchly straightforward man, perceived her as a younger sister. Thus, from that perspective, Xiao Wu could indeed be considered his sister, as she was merely a few minutes younger than him. However, it raised the question, how could his own wife still refer to Xiao Wu as elder sister? This convoluted web of relationships made casual address seem trivial. Yet it posed a challenge for Tang Yin when it came to introductions. After all, their familial ties were akin to a pair of earphones tangled in a pocket, functional yet utterly impossible to untangle. Xiao Wu had initially intended to ignore the individual confronting her, harboring disdain for his behavior of bringing along a pair of twins. Nevertheless, acknowledging the goodwill extended towards them, especially the reimbursement of their lodging, she relented and introduced herself. Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system soul master. Another level 29? Coupled with your earlier assertion that he is your brother. How old are you both? Dai Mubai, having anticipated Tang San's higher level due to his 30-plus rank, was taken aback by the revelation of another individual of similar standing. And then there's Yao, who is also a support-type soul master. She too has reached level 29. Dai Mubai was quite pleased with his own assessment, recognizing the rarity of support-type soul masters, who face significant challenges in advancing their soul power. Yet, despite these difficulties, this support-type soul master had managed to keep pace with her peers. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's introduction, Yao chimed in, "Hello, I apologize, my boyfriend simply loves to have fun. Please do not take offense." Observing their levels and talents, Dai Mubai surmised, "You all must be here to enroll at Shrek Academy." Faced with these prodigies, whose talents surpassed even his own, Dai Mubai was confident of their purpose for being there, a conviction rooted in his unwavering belief in the merits of his academy. "Not entirely. They are here to apply to Shrek, while I was not," Tang Yin remarked. Brother Tang Yin, are you not considering enrolling in Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai responded, "I do not mean to boast, but I genuinely believe that there is no institution in this city that can match Shrek in terms of quality." Humph. That vain fellow Xiao Yin is merely relying on the special admission quota granted by Dean Flinder. He can simply stroll in without even the need to apply. Already a student of Shrek, Xiao Wu said indignantly, her tone dripping with envy. What? Dean Flinder actually grants special admission quotas? This is unprecedented in the history of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai expressed his astonishment upon hearing this news. After all, they were well acquainted with their dean's character, and it was indeed surprising that he would take such an action. Dai, you have also heard of Dean Flinder? Are you a student of Shrek as well? Tang San inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. Indeed, I am one of the rare students currently at Shrek, Dai Mubai confirmed. You are also a student of Shrek? Rare? Does our academy have so few students? Xiao Wu responded with surprise, realizing that she had encountered a future classmate during this altercation. Indeed. I am one of the 3 students at Shrek, Dai Mubai reiterated. 3? What is the situation? Even Tang San was taken aback, and the astonished expressions of both boys were captured by a miniature camera attached to the decorative collar of Xiao Yin's pet, which was purely for decoration and certainly not the reason for its owner bathing with the little creature. A hidden history revealed. Chapter 47. Tang Yin's Artificial Intelligence. You will discover all these matters when you arrive at school tomorrow. Who would have thought? It feels as if a flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple. However, given your capabilities, entering Shrek will be a walk in the park. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. See you all at school tomorrow. Dai Mubai signaled to the twin siblings and prepared to depart. The situation was apparent to any man. Tang Yin, of course, would not ruin the other's good fortune, especially after having just bested him in a fight. It would be too excessive to disturb him now. Well then, Brother Dai, see you tomorrow, he said. Tang Yin waved his hand as well. After Dai Mubai departed, Tang Yin intended to escort his beloved wife back to their chamber. However, amidst Yao's laughter, Tang Yin was unexpectedly pulled away by his elder brother. An hour later, he inquired, Xiao Yin, have you had your fill of gazing? You have been looking at me with that expression for an entire hour. Do you still need your eyes? Tang San reluctantly exited his meditative state, feeling somewhat powerless as he addressed Tang Yin, who had been gazing at him intently. Brother, do refrain from speaking. Today, I, Uchiha Tang Yin, shall fixate on you with a gaze that could slay. Tang Yin continued to fix his gaze upon his elder brother. Even his eyes, cultivated to the level of the purple extreme magic eye, began to show traces of blood. Alas, the purple extreme magic eye ultimately lacked the lethal prowess of the Sharingan, which could claim the life of anyone caught in its stare. Well then, enough of this mischief. Xiao Wu and the others should have finished their tasks by now. Let us proceed to join them. Tang San was likely aware that he had inadvertently disrupted his beloved Dudu's plans. Yet, he found himself powerless to rectify the situation, for they had all grown and begun to mature, and he could not share a room with Xiao Wu. Upon hearing that he would soon reunite with his wife, Tang Yin temporarily decided to spare his elder brother from further scrutiny. However, he began to fervently cheer for his sister-in-law in his heart, hoping she would swiftly win over his brother. The 2 brothers exited their rooms, while Xiao Wu and the others had already tidied up and refreshed themselves. Observing Yao's damp hair, Tang Yin realized all too well what he had missed, casting a disapproving glance at his rather ineffectual Onii-chan. Ahem. Xiao Wu, did you not mention wanting to explore the city? Let us set off at once. Tang San thus directly pushed Xiao Wu outward. All right, look at what you've become. Anyway, once we reach Shrek, we will all have to part ways, so you should get used to it, dear brother. Yao approached Tang Yin, playfully lifting his chin with a single finger, her voice adopting an innocent yet commanding tone. Without granting Tang Yin the opportunity to respond, she activated her first soul skill, transforming into a spirit form that soared above Xiao Wu before descending upon her. She left no chance for Tang Yin to intervene. Yao, just wait. You can only prance around for these last few years. Once you come of age, I will reclaim everything with interest, Tang Yin remarked, once again producing a small notebook from an unknown source to begin recording. Previously, his notebook solely chronicled the antics of his elderly father. But since Xiao came to the realization that Tang Yin, being still quite young, was not capable of resisting her, she began to tease him intermittently, providing him no opportunity to gain the upper hand. Moreover, she audaciously danced perilously close to the edge of danger. This notebook marked the second of its kind. Ignoring the dejected Tang Yin, the others had already embarked on an exploration of the city with Xiao Yin. Half an hour later, Xiao Yin had transitioned from Tang Yin's shoulder to Yao's, as there was no longer any space for her to perch upon him. The Tang brothers were now swathed in a multitude of packages. When asked why Tang Yin did not simply store these items in the 24 bridges under the moonlight, the answer was clear: it was already overflowing. However, let there be no misunderstanding. The primary reason for the overstuffed 24 bridges under the moonlight was not due to the items purchased by Yao and the others, but rather the culinary pots and pans of Tang Yin. Upon acquiring his second soul ring, Tang Yin gained not only skills, but also a wealth of knowledge pertaining to all professions of a sharpshooter, with the most significant knowledge deriving from the mechanic class, followed closely by that of the alloy warrior. This extensive technological understanding enabled Tang Yin to create a miniature camera for Xiao Yin, with various technological insights from DNF. He first set his sights on the robots he summoned. After all, what man does not enjoy dismantling various gadgets? In his previous life, Tang Yin often indulged in such activities, with the ability to reassemble them being left to fate. Upon examining the various robots he had summoned, Tang Yin discovered that by removing their self-destruct systems, they would no longer explode. These non-explosive robots once again engaged in the delightful pastime of pilfering from prominent physicists. However, this time, the pillaging was rather severe. Not only did they target Tang Yin's original physicists, but even the eminent scientists of DNF fell victim. The reason was simple. All robots with their self-detonation systems removed had their energy cores transformed into a seemingly infinite source of power, endlessly fueling their movements, thereby perfectly defying the law of conservation of energy. Tang Yin repurposed these infinite energy robots into various domestic helpers, 8 for cleaning, with 6 stationed in their dormitory and 2 designated for the master's quarters and office. Additionally, he created 4 to assist with cooking. Initially, he intended to build only 2, but the first 2 robots proved too short to reach the stove, necessitating the addition of 2 more. For those areas that were too high, he instructed them to stack upon each other like a playful tower. Moreover, with the assistance of his artificial intelligence, each robot was endowed with an independent AI. At this juncture, one might question how Tang Yin procured this artificial intelligence without infrastructure. This brings us to Tang Yin's opinion of his seemingly useless second soul skill, transformation. This transformation not only altered his own spear and the gun slung across his back, but also the magazine of the ammunition expert and the various mechanical limbs of the alloy warrior. However, this was relatively inconsequential, as they did not provide substantial enhancements. The true marvel lay in the small helicopter that hovered beside the mechanic, which housed a remarkably powerful artificial intelligence. Tang Yin named the male mechanic's AI Jarvis and the female's Alicia. Initially, he considered names like Skynet or Morpheus. But reflecting on the tasks these AIs performed, he ultimately opted for Alicia and Jarvis, as one was a girl who loved everyone, while the other became part of the illusory god for the same purpose. After all, Tang Yin did not consider himself a traditional scientist. Some things were better left untouched. As they prepared to leave the Nodding Academy, having lived alongside these robots for an extended period, both Xiao Wu and Yao felt a pang of reluctance, prompting them to invite Tang San to accompany them. Tang San did not object, given that the AIs Tang Yin had integrated into these robots exhibited an intelligence level akin to that of Iron Man's AI in movies, a level of sophistication sufficient for emotional connections to develop. Tang Yin did not impede this, as he had no intention of vigorously advancing technology in this world. In that moment, a thought struck him. Would the knowledge he brought from outside become forbidden in this era? Would he ultimately have to render himself forgotten by the world? With this notion, Tang Yin was even less inclined to pursue technological advancement here. After all, he was no Senku. He would rather unleash a satellite beam upon the Holy Academy than engage in such endeavors. Thus, he reiterated, with a blade in hand, "Follow me, save the grass god, and vanquish the traitors." Chapter 48. The near-blinding Flander Yao. Look over there. Do you think the items for sale are related to us soul masters? Xiao Wu pointed toward a nearby shop. Following Xiao Wu's gesture, Yo beheld a modest establishment, its facade unassuming and not particularly grand. The shop's sign hung conspicuously, out of place amidst the surrounding shops. Yet, the most striking aspect was a unique symbol etched upon the sign, a composition of several peculiar patterns. While these designs may not convey meaning to the average person, those familiar with the ways of soul masters, such as Tang Yin and his companions, recognized it immediately. It bore an exact resemblance to the insignia on the medallions issued by the Spirit Hall. The emblem of this shop featured a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, a combination identical to the medallions that Master had previously shown to the security personnel during their expedition to the soul-hunting forest. This resemblance heightened their curiosity regarding the existence of this shop. Intrigued by the Soul Master insignia, Yao suggested to Xiao Wu, "Shall we go take a look?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's enthusiasm surged. Without a word to Tang Yin and the others, she seized Yao's hand and dashed toward the shop. Witnessing this scene, the Tang brothers could only feel a profound sense of helplessness and despair. "Brother, perhaps we should release all 12 of them. At this rate, I'm afraid we might just be left with nothing." Tang Yin spoke with a hint of despair, remarking that indeed, one should never venture out shopping with a woman, lest one face dire consequences. What a splendid notion! At this juncture, Tang San's tone became somewhat breathless. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning 12 robots, each perfectly cubic, from the enchanting scene of the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. These were the 12 domestic robots crafted by Tang Yin through the skill of Tracker. Due to Tang Yin's lack of creativity in naming, they were simply designated from 1 to 12. "Greetings, Mr. Tang. How may we assist you?" inquired Robot 1, taking the lead. "Not at the moment. For now, please follow us," was the response. Tang Yin remarked, after summoning them. "Tang San's 24-bridge moonlit night will have ample space. If Yao and the others wish to purchase items later, we can have them retrieve them." "As you wish, gentlemen." The 12 robots responded in unison. In the next moment, the previously chaotic assembly of robots neatly arranged themselves into 2 rows of 6, trailing behind the 2 brothers. Once Tang San had stored all the items in the space, the brothers finally relaxed, feeling a sense of relief. "Xiao Yin, let us hasten, lest Xiao Wu and the others wander too far." Tang San gazed at the 2 sisters who were nearing the shop, turning to Tang Yin, who was about to take a break. "Well, what else can I say?" Tang Yin replied, equally perplexed by the seemingly boundless stamina of the girls during their shopping spree. It is worth noting that he possessed an external spirit bone, yet his legs trembled with fatigue, while Yu and Xiao Wu appeared utterly unfazed. "I say, why don't you wait for us?" After much effort, the 2 brothers finally managed to keep pace with the 2 spirit beasts. Why are you so slow?" Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. "Tang Yin, have you heard any news?" "Xiao Yin, where are our belongings?" At this moment, Yao inquired, glancing at the 2 brothers whose hands had become empty. "Ladies, may I assist you in any way?" At this juncture, Tang Yin and Tang San, accompanied by a multitude of robots, leaned forward to address Yao and Xiao Wu. "Little cubes, what brings you out?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, gently patting the top of the robot behind Tang San as if it were a pet. "So, you released them. It makes sense, considering the previously intricate terrain we traversed. Now that we are no longer in a hurry, letting them out is indeed more convenient." Observing this scene, Yao quickly grasped the situation. After all, the robots had limited mobility, and during their journey through the complex landscape, Tang San had opted not to release them, keeping them sheltered within the serene confines of his 24-bridge moonlit night. "Is this the establishment you were just discussing?" Tang San inquired of Xiao Wu and the others. "Indeed, we share this sentiment. After all, this emblem bears a striking resemblance to that of the Master." Yao pointed towards the sign nearby and remarked, "All right, let us cease our conjectures. We shall uncover the truth upon entering," Xiao Wu declared, pulling Yao along as she opened the door and stepped inside. However, despite Xiao Wu's efforts, the interior remained shrouded in a dim haze due to the backlighting. Yet, as the 4 entered, they could distinctly perceive certain objects within the room. Although obscured from view, the emanation of soul power was palpable. Such a fluctuation could only be found within the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. While the intensity here was not as formidable, Tang San, guided by the Master's teachings, could discern that this particular soul power emanated from soul-guiding devices. The nature of the items within the store thus became evident. The characteristic of soul-guiding devices is that each possesses an intrinsic aura of soul power. If not bonded with a user, this energy would uncontrollably radiate outward. Due to the principle of energy conservation, soul-guiding devices cannot perpetually release soul power. Maintenance by a soul master is essential for their preservation. Should these devices remain unmaintained for an extended period, their soul power may completely dissipate, leading to total obsolescence. Presently known soul-guiding devices are predominantly mundane, with limited offensive capabilities. The most useful among them are primarily auxiliary, such as the 24 bridges on a moonlit night that Tang San possessed. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that all soul-guiding devices are exceedingly rare. A significant reason for this scarcity is the lost art of their creation. The devices in use today are essentially antiques passed down through generations. "Is the proprietor present?" Xiao Wu cautiously inquired, taken aback by the dark ambience. Here, a voice, rich with maturity, echoed from the depths of the shadows, imparting an air of mystery. However, before this enigmatic atmosphere could fully envelop them, Tang Yin commanded 12 robots to maximize their illumination. In the next moment, the eyes of all the robots behind him flickered to life like searchlights, bathing the store in a brilliance akin to daylight. "Hey, who are you? Turn off those lights quickly. My eyes are going to be blinded." The previously composed figure was momentarily thrown off balance. That voice, is it Dean Flander? Earlier, Tang Yin and Yao had exchanged a knowing glance, although they had not met him. They recalled that the original narrative depicted Flander as the proprietor of a soul-guiding device store, prompting them to seek confirmation. "Oh, so it is you. You've arrived and completed your registration. I see," Flander remarked as Tang Yin dimmed the majority of the lights, leaving only a faint glow, allowing him to finally discern the visitors. Chapter 49. Tang Yin finally can be human. Flander was rather disheartened. The arrangement of his store was intended to evoke an aura of mystery, combined with his own prowess to intimidate and negotiate effectively. Yet today, as he prepared to execute his original plan, he was met with blinding light. He contemplated retaliating against the intruders. But being aware that Tang Yin was one of his specially recruited students, he had no choice but to refrain, as he needed to extricate himself from the situation. One could only speculate on the extent of Flander's psychological turmoil. Meanwhile, Tang Yin was equally astonished that his suspicions were indeed validated. He had truly encountered Flander here. This left him somewhat speechless, considering he was now adept at utilizing skills to deftly navigate interactions with formidable figures across various realms. Yet the will of the world seemed intent on guiding them in a different direction. Just then, under the illumination of the robots, Tang Yin spotted an item, a bracelet strikingly similar in style to the 24 bridges on a moonlit night belonging to his elder brother. Beside the bracelet, Tang Yin curiously inquired, "Dean Frank, what is this bracelet? Its design seems somewhat akin to my brother's soul guide device." "Oh, this? It is a spatial soul guide device. Akin to your 24 bridges bright moonlight. It is a superior quality item containing a space of 15 square meters. It ranks among the finest in the realm of storage soul guide devices," Dean Flandra proudly elaborated. Upon hearing Flandra's words, Tang Yin's enthusiasm surged. After all, he had always felt embarrassed for not measuring up as a traveler, especially when he observed how effortlessly other travelers managed various spatial needs. Even his older brother was among them. Could a traveler without a storage space truly be considered a traveler? Reflecting on the myriad instances over the years when he had to borrow from his brother's belt left him feeling both vexed and helpless. Here, one might wonder, if it is a storage soul guide device, then doesn't TL lack one as well? Let us not misunderstand. Tang Yin refers to individuals. But for those who bear the burden of 100,000-year-old foolish deer, his human-centric perspective evidently proves ineffective. However, such matters may finally come to a close, as Tang Yin now stands before a storage space. Today, I, Tang Yin, can finally be a person. I apologize to the world for not comprehending your benevolent intentions before. Please continue to guide us in this manner. Do not cease. Dean Flandra, how much is this bracelet? What is its price? Tang Yin shifted his focus directly onto Flander. Upon meeting Tang Yin's unabashed gaze, Flander pondered briefly before stating, "If you wish to purchase it, the price is 300 gold coins. However, I have one condition." Flander recalled the matter he wished to entrust to Tang Yin and spoke with utmost seriousness. Logically speaking, in the current realm of Dolua continent, the value of soul tools is such that the absence of even one diminishes the market significantly. It is worth noting that this top-tier storage soul guide is certainly valued at more than 300 gold coins. Thus, Flander's price is undoubtedly a substantial gain for Tang Yin. However, knowing Flander's character, Tang Yin was well aware that such a modest price implies that the condition attached would not be so straightforward, at least not for him. Dean Flander, might you first elucidate what this condition entails?" Tang Yin inquired. "It is not something particularly significant. I merely wish for you to impart your skills in climbing trees and wading through water to your future classmates. Especially since there is a support-type spirit master in our academy, I would also like you to teach him the spiral sphere." Flander, with a face full of ingratiation, rubbed his hands together. After all, self-created spirit skills are largely a personal trump card, considered a closely guarded secret among major sections. Now, to expect to acquire 2 techniques and an infinitely potential attack spirit skill using merely a spirit guiding device is rather audacious. Frankly, only Flander possesses the audacity to make such a request. Had it been anyone else, they would surely lack the courage to speak thus. "Oh, while I am not entirely unwilling to comply, I must also take something else from you in return," Tang Yin remarked. Initially, he believed it to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor, yet it turned out to be this matter. It is worth noting that he had originally intended to impart these techniques to the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils, considering their future relationships. Furthermore, with their impending journey to Sea God Island, mastering water manipulation in that environment would be an unparalleled skill. As for the spiral pill, while its potential is considerable, Tang Yin perceived its most evident utility as being for support-type soul masters, merely an enhancement for assault-type soul masters, adding an additional offensive option. Thus, he estimated that, most likely, only Ning Rongrong and Oscar would learn it. This was precisely what he aimed to accomplish, and now, with Flinder presenting such conditions, it felt almost as if it were being handed to him freely. However, on the other hand, since the other party had mentioned conditions, Tang Yin certainly sought to acquire a bit more. It is important to note that Tang San had imparted everything he knew to Tang Yin, including all matters concerning hidden weapons. Consequently, Tang Yin sought out the inconspicuous premium metal sheet located in Flinder's shop within the original narrative. Upon obtaining that metal sheet, Tang San's eyes brightened noticeably. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile. each refraining from further comment. This is the one in your hand, correct? Then it is settled. Upon hearing Tang Yin's agreement, Flinder, feeling reassured that it was merely a crystal stone, expressed his consent, seemingly worried that Tang Yin might reconsider. However, what Flinder was unaware of was that while he thought he was on the third tier, Tang Yin was actually operating at a much higher level. Here lay 300 gold coins. May the educational journey in the academy be delightful. Tang Yin chuckled. Hee, a delightful transaction indeed. At that moment, Flander wore a grin reminiscent of an owl that had just pilfered a chicken. Yao, is there anything here that piques your interest? Feel free to take your pick. Clutching the soul guide device, Tang Yin felt as though he were flaunting a coveted possession to his beloved. Naturally, Yao refrained from disturbing Tang Yin's exuberance and wandered leisurely through Flander's shop, seeking trinkets that caught her eye. They were reasonably priced, as she was aware that Tang Yin, in his current jubilant state, would eagerly indulge her whims. Consequently, you selected a few charming accessories, perhaps sensing a twinge of guilt for the recent transaction. Flander offered these items at a remarkably low cost. Upon exiting the shop, Tang Yin eagerly stowed away his newfound treasures within his soul guide device, only to retrieve and then store all the robotic creations once more, repeating the delightful cycle. Tang Yin even had his elder brother release one item after another from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, only to gather them back for his own amusement. Observing his own little Ladudu with a childlike demeanor, Tang San felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. What could he do with his beloved Ladudu? Was there any choice other than to indulge her? Chapter 50. Journey to Shrek. All right, little Yin, I acknowledge my mistake. You indeed received a piece of metal crystal from Flander, did you not? Tang San observed that Tang Yin had been engrossed in play without any intention of stopping. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. After all, Tang Yin's first instinct was to stow away that precious board crystal, denying him even a fleeting glance. Tang San was acutely aware of the underlying reasons. After all, Tang Yin had harbored resentment for quite some time, and that animosity was not without justification. While their bond was strong, Tang Yin showed no inclination to be courteous towards his elder brother. However, given that they spent each day together, there were ample opportunities for revenge, rendering any need for a notebook unnecessary. Heh, dear brother, that is not merely an ordinary board crystal. It is, in fact, a rare treasure, akin to the illustrious works of Wang Wei. To be precise, it is an exquisite board metal. Upon witnessing his elder brother's moment of confusion, Tang Yin chose to cease his playful torment and promptly retrieve the exquisite board crystal he had acquired from Flander. An exquisite board crystal. Yet, dear Xiao Yin, it truly is an exceptional treasure, a rarity that one can only hope to encounter. Let us return to the inn at once. With the sight of the exquisite board crystal igniting excitement within him, Tang San's desire to continue wandering the streets dissipated. His sole intention now was to hasten back to the inn with his beloved Dueling. Ah, but we have only just begun our stroll. Must we return so soon? Xiao Wu voiced her discontent with Tang San's declaration. Tang Yin, Sister Xiao Wu, would you care to listen to what you were saying? It's quite simple. Come here, Yao. Let's continue. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San recorded Tang Yin's storage soul guide from his hand and tossed it aside, instructing, Sister-in-law, you all carry on with your fun. We shall take our leave for now. Tang San did not even wait for himself to finish speaking before he grasped Tang Yin and dashed towards the inn. His movements fluid and graceful, leaving Tang Yin momentarily bewildered. Tang Yin could only watch as the soul guide device he had just acquired drifted further away from him, contemplating the psychological shadow it cast upon him. Ultimately, he could only comfort himself with the thought that, after all, the storage bracelet was in the hands of his beloved wife and would eventually find its way back to him. With an expression of utter despair, Tang Yin was dragged back to the inn by his elder brother. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly noticed the peculiar gaze of the staff directed at the two siblings, prompting a fleeting urge within him to emulate Uchiha Ibido and enact a fratricidal vengeance. Upon returning to his own direction, Tang San observed that his dear Idu was still in a daze, and he vigorously shook Tang Yin, mercilessly restoring his attention. What could Tang Yin do in response? Ultimately, he could only transform his sorrow and indignation into motivation. Thus, the two brothers commenced their efforts on that exquisite slab of metal. Truth be told, were that slab capable of speech, the two brothers' merciless actions would have warranted a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Come here, my dear little Yunmu. Enjoy this specially crafted cat treat. Now, you must understand, it is not that I do not wish for your company. I was forcibly separated by my brother. He is the one who tore us apart. The following day, while en route to the Academy of Joy, Tang Yin consoled the little Yunmu perched on his shoulder. After Tang Yin had nothing to offer the previous day, little Yunmu intended to return to his side. However, before it could do so, Tang San whisked him away, leaving Yunmu behind, which incensed the little creature, resulting in a morning devoid of Tang Yin's affectionate strokes. Consequently, Tang Yin sought to soothe the little Yunmu with the cat treats he had prepared earlier. Meow, the little Yunmu softly called out, indicating that, in light of the cat treat, it would begrudgingly forgive Tang Yin for today. Hey, little Yin, that's rather ungracious of you. You certainly did not skimp on the metal. How can you shift all the animosity onto me? That is quite unfair. Tang San, with a sense of helplessness, remarked. How can you still speak? Ultimately, it is your responsibility. As Tang Yin reflects on the gaze of the service staff when they departed from the hotel, a wave of melancholy washes over him. In his current state of despair, he has donned a mask, a testament to his desolation. Xiao Yin, Xiao San, are you certain we are heading in the right direction? Why have we been walking for so long without catching sight of Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu inquires. Their group had set out early in the morning from Soto City, heading southward. As they progressed, the scenery on either side transformed into vast farmland, underscoring why Balak Kingdom is aptly known as the granary of the realm. However, this piqued Xiao Wu's curiosity. With farmland surrounding them, there was nothing to obscure their view, and they could see the road stretching ahead. Yet, despite this clear visibility, there was no indication of the academy, only the occasional villagers they encountered. As they traversed various villages, doubts crept into Xiao Wu's mind about their increasingly off-course path. Is there really an academy ahead? She pondered. Logically, they should be nearing their destination, but as it was their first visit, it was understandable that they had yet to find it. There's no need to rush. We'll continue walking for a bit. Our direction is correct. It's merely a matter of time before we arrive. Encountering Dean Frank indicates that Shrek is indeed nearby. Tang Yin reassured them, having some understanding of Shrek's current circumstances. Brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she turned to Tang San, employing her most endearing tone. The effect was immediate. After years of companionship, Tang San was well aware of her intent whenever she spoke in such a manner. Given the current situation, he could easily surmise her request. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, Xiao Wu, you're no longer a child. You're already a level 29 soul master, capable of walking on your own. Exactly. Who was it that caused both of us to collapse yesterday? Tang Yin chimed in, fully agreeing with his elder brother's sentiment. Hee, I don't care. You're my brother. Isn't it only natural for an older brother to carry his younger sister? As she spoke, Xiao Wu took a running leap and landed on Tang San's back. Tang San, having developed a conditioned reflex to her antics, swiftly caught her and leaned forward slightly to cushion her landing. Hee, I knew third brother was the best. Let us go, Xiao Wu declared, resembling a captain commanding her crew, gesturing dramatically to Tang San. What could Tang San do? Did he possess the right to refuse? With a resigned shake of his head, he signaled to Tang Yin and began to run forward with Xiao Wu on his back. Observing this scene, Tang Yin smiled at Yao and gestured for her to join him. I refuse to be carried, Yao retorted, activating her first soul skill and transforming into a spirit form, soaring above Tang Yin's head. Since that first encounter with Tang Yin, Yao had seldom worn skirts. Realizing that his playful intentions had been discovered by his wife, Tang Yin shrugged off any concern and activated his spirit skill to chase after his elder brother. Chapter 51. Why do I, as an internal tester, have to wait in line? The Tang brothers, accompanied by their various future brides, sprinted down the countryside path. However, as they ran, Tang San and Xiao Wu began to perceive something amiss in their surroundings. They noticed an increasing number of children of similar age to theirs. Upon reaching the entrance of a village, they found a considerable gathering of children, all accompanied by adults, in stark contrast to Tang Yin and his companions, who were alone. As the four of them approached the village entrance, they beheld a somewhat dilapidated table, at which sat an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s. Tang Yin and Yao had anticipated such a sight, yet the expressions on Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces were rather peculiar. They were aware that their principal was a soul sage, yet they could hardly fathom that an academy presided over by a soul sage could appear so run down. Frankly, had it not been for the wooden plaque above the old man inscribed with Shrek Academy, they might have thought they had taken a wrong turn. While Tang San and Xiao Wu were astonished by the academy's decrepitude, Tang Yin and Yao's attention was drawn to the image of the soul beast, Shrek, adjacent to the plaque. There was no denying that the soul beast, resembling a green Hulk, was indeed quite peculiar. Strangely enough, the longer one gazed at it, the more inexplicably endearing it seemed. Could this possibly be the Shrek Academy presided over by Dean Flander? Xiao Wu dismounted from Tang San's back, her expression one of incredulity as she stared at the plaque, clearly questioning its authenticity. After all, having lived alongside you for 100,000 years, she was well aware of what the color green represented. Turning her gaze to Tang San, she found him equally bewildered. Although they had somewhat anticipated such a scenario, the stark simplicity was undeniably exaggerated. Yao and Tang Yin could not help but voice their critiques. After all, they had reached their destination, and it was likely that they would soon be interacting with others. Consequently, you promptly jumped down from Tang Yin as had to stand beside him. Their criticism was understandable. Without comparison, one could not appreciate the disparity. For instance, when juxtaposed with their modest, nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Shrek Academy appeared to be merely a third of its size. From a certain perspective, it evoked the ambience of a small village. Dean Flander, being a soul sage, was reputed to possess considerable strength, and the faculty was said to be equally formidable. With such esteemed teaching prowess, it was perplexing that the academy would be so impoverished. At that moment, a significant doubt flickered in Tang San's young mind. Indeed, it seemed that Dean Flander was not one to possess substantial wealth. Tang Yin began to reminisce about the plot of the original work. To be honest, it was only because Tang Yin had read the original that one could even conceive of it. Who would have imagined that the most formidable academy in the continent, which would later hold an unparalleled status, was now in such a dilapidated state? Yao, upon reflection, it appears that our generation of teachers is indeed somewhat remarkable compared to the future Shrek Academy. Tang Yin murmured with a sense of admiration. They truly are a generation worthy of respect. Yao wholeheartedly concurred with Tang Yin's sentiment. At present, only Tang Yin and Yao maintained their confidence in Shrek, while the others, including Xiao Wu, furrowed their brows upon witnessing the situation at Shrek. Regardless of these concerns, it was of little consequence to Tang Yin and the others, as they were undoubtedly determined to enter Shrek. Thus, they quietly began to line up. Wait, that's not right. I am a special recruit. I am here to report, not to stand in line for the Hautian hammer. Finally realizing his distinction as an insider, Tang Yin recognized the disparity between himself and the ordinary players before him. Well then, I shall proceed inside first. Best of luck to you all. Come along, Xiao Yin. I shall take you to savor some delightful delicacies. As Tang Yin spoke, he dashed inside, his small cloud-like head bobbing with urgency. Hey, you can't just leave me like this. I want something to eat too. Xiao Wu protested indignantly from behind him. However, it was clear that Tang Yin paid her no heed and proceeded directly towards the enrollment office. Upon arriving, he encountered an elderly man lounging lazily at the village entrance. This old man, clad in simple attire, though one might describe it as austere in a less flattering light, seemed akin to those who bask in the sun daily at the village square. Each time one glimpsed him, it appeared as if he were on the brink of death, yet he remained remarkably spry and long-lived. In truth, Tang Yin even felt that old Jack from their village exhibited more vitality than this elder. Before the old man stood an underqualified student seeking a refund of the enrollment fee. The elder, accustomed to such occurrences, responded with a weary tone, Mubai. Here comes another one wanting a refund. Please take care of it. As his words faded, a figure leapt from the shade of the tree beside him, revealing himself with a flourish of his soul ring. Who wishes to reclaim their enrollment fee? It's quite simple. Defeat me, and the fee shall be returned in full. The newcomer was none other than Dai Mubai, who, due to the crowd obstructing his view, had yet to notice Tang Yin on the opposite side. Hey, Dai. My friend, are you busy? Tang Yin, like a fleeting shadow, gracefully navigated through the crowd before anyone could react, greeting Dai Mubai. The little cloud mother atop Tang Yin's head waved her tiny paws adorably at Dai Mubai. Oh, little Yin, you've arrived, I see. And little cloud mother. It has been quite a while. Where are the others? Dai Mubai smiled upon Tang Yin's arrival, also extending a warm greeting to the little cloud mother. They are still behind, struggling to squeeze through the crowd like a meat bun. Tang Yin gestured with his thumb towards the back and inquired, so, you have cast them aside. Well, your privilege indeed seems to be devoid of any relation to others. Please proceed directly. Teacher Li, he is the individual the dean mentioned. Dai Mubai remarked, providing an explanation to the elder beside him. Oh, you are the little monster that Flanders spoke of. Very well, you may enter directly. We welcome you as a member of Shrek, Li Yusung stated, as Flander had already informed them of Tang Yin's situation. Wait, on what grounds does he get to enter directly while we are left waiting in line? Are you engaging in underhanded dealings? Just as Tang Yin was about to step into Shrek, the father and son duo, who had just failed to receive their refund, began to mock him, inciting animosity. This is quite troublesome. Little Yin, why not reveal your spirit ring to silence them? Dai Mubai observed the commotion unfolding with a sense of helplessness. Merely a trivial matter. Tang Yin spoke nonchalantly, yet as soon as his words fell, a breathtaking configuration of two purple rings manifested beneath his feet, dominating the scene entirely. Chapter 52, Boss. Please bring me 100 gold soul coins worth of sausages. Thank you. Level 30? 2 Millennium Soul Rings? How can this be possible? The father and son, who moments ago were filled with animosity, suddenly found their defenses shattered, their hostility evaporating. Tang Yin cast his gaze towards the other boisterous individuals, and in an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. This fellow is indeed a monster, Li Yusong couldn't help but exclaim, for the soul ring configuration was truly beyond his comprehension. Have you all seen clearly? If you possess such strength, you too could gain direct admission without examinations, Dai Mubai declared with impressive authority, and at that moment, not a single soul dared to respond. All set, then I shall score first. Oh, by the way, Tang Yin suddenly recalled something and leaned close to Dai Mubai's ear, whispering, on my way here, I encountered a girl with the spirit of a phantom spirit cat. She is likely connected to you, so do take care. Tang Yin kindly reminded his future superior. Xiao Yin, why are you wearing Mubai? A hint of surprise flickered in his gaze. For even though the connection between his white tiger martial soul and the nether cat martial soul was well known throughout the Star Luo Empire, they were in the Heaven Do Empire, where few were privy to such knowledge. Yet, Tang Yin appeared to be entirely aware of it. Naturally, my brother's mentor is the one renowned as the invincible master of theory. Such common knowledge is effortlessly grasped. Tang Yin remarked that it was time to use the master as a shield. The invincible master of theory, is it? Thank you, Xiao Yin. Next time, I shall treat you all to a feast. Dai Mubai expressed his gratitude. It's a minor matter. I shall head in first. Please take care of my brothers for me. Tang Yin, speaking with enthusiasm, led Xiao Yunmu into the academy. Meow at that moment. Xiao Yunmu adorably waved her tiny paws at Dai Mubai, signaling goodbye. As Tang Yin and Xiao Yunmu entered the academy, they were greeted by a soft, inviting call. Sausages for sale. Grilled sausages of all flavors. Come and take a look, everyone. Unique to Shrek, we offer the delectable Oscar brand sausages, tender and delicious. Exceptional taste at an affordable price, with ample meat content, truly a product of sincerity. 1 will invigorate you, 2 will keep you tireless. 3. Cough, cough, how peculiar. Why does it feel like something strange has crept in? Nevertheless, the effects are outstanding. Each sausage is merely 5 copper coins. With 5 copper coins, you cannot suffer a loss. With 5 copper coins, you won't be deceived. With 5 copper coins, you can purchase nothing else, yet procure a substantial sausage from me. Eating my Oscar brand sausage may even enhance your probabilities. Upon hearing a series of sounds, Tang Yin instinctively turned his gaze towards their source. Before him stood a private food cart, emanating an enticing aroma of grilled sausages. At that moment, a number of children had already gathered in line to register their orders. Behind the cart, a young man was busily flipping various sausages before him. Clad in a crisp brown jacket and sporting a neatly trimmed hairstyle, he appeared quite striking. The only element that seemed somewhat incongruous was the beard adorning his face. Tang Yin recognized this individual as the future culinary deity, Oscar, who, at first glance, might be mistaken for an older gentleman by those queuing for sausages. However, that was merely an initial impression. His voice was strikingly discordant, possessing a soft, almost feminine timbre that, in a previous life, would have rendered him a formidable voice actor. Though the future food god's hands never ceased their motion, his enchanting peach blossom eyes remained fixated on the female candidates among the students. This piqued Tang Yin's interest. After all, having ventured into the world of duel, it would be a grievous oversight not to indulge in the culinary creations of a divine chef. Regardless, he was determined to partake, free from any lingering apprehensions. Tang Yin approached Oscar's sausage cart with an innocent demeanor, inquiring in a genuinely naive tone, "Sir, if I were to purchase a substantial quantity, would there be any discounts available?" Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Oscar recognized the potential for a significant order and confidently replied, "My young friend, that's easily arranged. How about a buy 3, get 1 free offer?" To which Tang Yin responded with gratitude, "Thank you, kind sir. I would like to start with sausages worth 100 gold soul coins, please." Tang Yin, with the most innocent and naive voice, uttered the most brutal words. "Oscar, are you not able to play this game? 1 gold soul coin equals 100 silver soul coins, which in turn is equivalent to 10,000 copper soul coins. Although the original text states that 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins and 100 copper soul coins, later calculations by experts revealed that 1 gold coin is approximately equal to Tang San's annual salary, 365 days times 3 years times 10. Tang's daily wage is 10 copper, totaling 10,950 copper soul coins. With this approximate value established, we can convert the ratio accordingly. Thus, 1 gold soul coin should equal 100 silver soul coins and 10,000 copper soul coins. Now, a question arises. Given that 1 gold soul coin equals 10,000 copper soul coins, how many sausages must Oscar prepare for Tang Yin to conclude this transaction? Excuse me, but this quantity seems rather excessive. I may not be able to complete it. And I do not have that much inventory on hand. Oscar, now flustered, began to stutter in his speech. Take it easy. I haven't imposed any deadline for delivery. It's only about 260,000 sausages. What a trivial matter. I have faith in you. Tang Yin, ever the instigator, remarked, Oscar, I have little faith in myself. Rest assured. I too am studying at this institution of Shrek. Once you have completed your tasks, simply come here to deliver them to me. Tang Yin encouragingly patted Oscar on the shoulder, signaling him to persist in his endeavors. So, young brother, are you here to enroll as well? Oscar's eyes sparkled at Tang Yin's words, and he was ready to shift the conversation. After all, this task was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. It was essential to divert the topic. Oh, I'm not here to enroll. I have come directly to join. Here are 100 gold coins, esteemed proprietor. I shall leave them here. Thank you for your hard work, and best of luck. Tang Yin, without affording Oscar a chance to decline, directly thrust a bag of gold coins into his hands before making a swift retreat. Boss, keep up the good work. I shall take my leave to explore elsewhere and return shortly for a meal. Before departing, Tang Yin cast a glance at Oscar, conveying a silent encouragement with a playful expression that seemed to say, you were the most robust. Oscar, reminiscing about Tang Yin's remark regarding approximately 260,000 grilled sausages, found himself utterly bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, Oscar's startled expression was thoroughly captured by the miniature camera on the pet brand of Xiao Yin, adding yet another chapter to the illustrious black history of the Shrek monsters. Chapter 53. The countenance reflects the heart. The realm shifts with the mind. Tang Yin chose not to pay any further attention to Oscar, who was already thoroughly disheveled by the wind, accompanied by the little cloud mother. He prepared to observe the second round of interviews. After all, idleness was unproductive. A leisurely perusal would suffice. Meow? The little cloud mother curiously called out as she watched Tang Yin remove the tag from her collar. It's nothing, merely recording the future culinary deity's less than glorious past. I might as well change the tag. The memory here seems to be nearly full. I shall replace it with something new. Tang Yin spoke as he removed the original tag from the neck of the little cloud mother and replaced it with a new one. As he had only recently developed this item, both the storage capacity and battery life had significantly improved. The little cloud mother realized that her caretaker was indeed becoming increasingly cunning. Very well, my dear little cloud mother, you have been so good. Soon, I shall let you taste the first sausage. Tang Yin cradled the little Yunmu once more in his embrace, gently stroking her as he spoke. Reflecting on it now. Once Oscar and Dai Mubai ascend to divinity, we shall show them this historical moment. Just imagine the scene when Zhu Shuqing, who also attained godhood, sees Dai Mubai arriving at the inn accompanied by a pair of beautiful sisters. Even a god of cuisine must still settle debts. The thought of it is quite amusing. Tang Yin glanced at the current sky, realizing that it was still too early for his elder brother and the others to return to their position in the team. He contemplated whether he should take this opportunity to explore the third and fourth trials of the Shrek Academy's 10 unsolved mysteries in the Dolua continent. Tang Yin glanced at the situation in the second level and prepared to venture further inside. At that moment, he heard the voice of his elder brother. Xiao Yin, we are over here. Tang San and his companions waved at Tang Yin and the others from a short distance away. Brother? How did you arrive so swiftly? Did you cut in line? Or did you seek Brother Dai's assistance for a backdoor entry? Tang Yin observed his elder brother and his companions approaching with curiosity and inquired. What sort of person do you envision me to be? Am I truly that kind of individual in your eyes? In response to his younger sibling's words, Tang San merely rolled his eyes. However, he soon found himself on the receiving end of Tang Yin's piercing gaze, which seemed to question. Are you not indeed that sort of person? Tang San observed the unfolding situation and realized that Tang Yin had forgotten to explain this particular plot to her partner. In essence, shortly after Tang Yin's departure, others attempted to create disturbances by seeking alternative methods to withdraw their registration fees. However, such maneuvers were evidently futile. Consequently, Teacher Li opted for a direct and enlightening discourse, elucidating the enrollment criteria of their Shrek Academy to all present. This lecture resulted in a significant exodus of attendees. The sheer number of those departing would have surely caused a heart attack for Dean Flander, should he have witnessed it. Well, congratulations. It seems fortune is on our side today. Come. I have discovered a delightful sausage shop nearby. I procured quite a few, and they are still being prepared. Allow me to lead you all to savor their offerings. Upon hearing his wife's words, Tang Yin was reminded of that particular scene. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolutely led the group towards Oscar's food cart. After all, such delights were destined to be savored. It was merely a matter of time. In this moment of uncertainty, it was prudent to indulge, for when Flander eventually invited everyone to partake, the experience would be far less arduous. Tang Yin was genuinely considering the well-being of his brother and sister-in-law, and his intentions were certainly not to ensnare them. Indeed, not at all. However, as Tang Yin formulated his firm plans, they approached Oscar's stall and were greeted by the boisterous proclamation of Oscar. Behold my exquisite sausages. Tang Yin covered his face. Tang San, Xiao Wu, only Yao, who knows everything, wore a playful expression. Meanwhile, Oscar, upon seeing Tang Yin return, mistakenly assumed he was coming for more grilled sausages, and immediately said, Boss, please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly. As he spoke, Oscar continued to conjure sausages, deliberately so. For even with hundreds of thousands of sausages, it was impossible to produce them all at once. However, Oscar evidently underestimated Tang Yin, jokingly thinking that such a trivial soul spell could affect him. It is important to note that in his previous life, Tang Yin hailed from Guangdong, where the college entrance examination focused on capturing Fujianese and mastering 108 culinary techniques. How could such a mere soul spell have any impact on him? Thus, in front of his elder brother and the others who were conducting tests nearby, Tang Yin casually picked up a grilled sausage and took a bite. To his surprise, it was indeed quite delicious. The flavor is commendable. Keep up the good work, boss. I shall take these already grilled ones with me. Tang Yin, while holding a food container filled with grilled sausages, fed Xiao Yunmu as he made his way back. By the way, boss, please add some chili peppers to the rest. Tang Yin distinctly recalls that his wife has a penchant for spicy food. Oscar, come, everyone gather around to taste this. The flavor is indeed delightful. It is made entirely of pure meat sausages, with ample ingredients. Tang Yin placed the grilled sausages before his elder brother and sister-in-law, saying, Tang San, Xiao Wu, they feel that Xiao Yin is deceiving them, and they even possess evidence. This time, even Dai Mubai was somewhat intrigued and quietly inquired, How on earth did you manage to consume that, Xiao Yin? After all, if Tang Yin had not heard Oscar recite the soul incantation before consuming it, Dai Mubai would not have thought much of it. However, learning that Oscar's rather dubious soul incantation could still be ingested without issue truly impressed him. Oh, these humans. You must understand that in this world, there originally existed no gaze. It is only through overthinking that colors naturally emerged. Yet in reality, what you perceive is merely their protective coloration. Tang Yin spoke with the tone of a river deity. What is happening? Dai Mubai appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unable to grasp Tang Yin's line of thought. In response, Tang San and Xiao Wu could only cover their faces. It was not just them. Even the little Yin Mu cradled in Tang Yin's arms covered its eyes with its chubby little paws. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart, and the environment shifts with one's mindset. All forms are but illusions. The inability to see through him is rooted in your own impure thoughts. Indeed, as it is said, to see a mountain as a mountain and water as water. Only by discerning the essence of things can one move freely. Tang Yin, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened monk, proclaimed, "Behold the sage Tang Xiao Yin." Why am I certain that Xiao Yin is simply rambling nonsensically? Yet I still find a peculiar logic in his words. Xiao Wu shook her slightly inadequate rabbit head, clearly perplexed by the profoundness of his discourse, which seemed rather convoluted for a 10,000-year-old little rabbit. Meow? Little Yun Mu tilted its head adorably, indicating its lack of comprehension as well. Yet this scene left Tang Yin utterly flustered. Chapter 54. Oscar in the corner drawing circles. Tang Yin was quite pleased with his recent maneuver, despite what you all claim. I am not at all naive. Most of the time, I exhibit remarkable cleverness. However, since it seems that neither my elder brother nor my sister-in-law has shown any inclination to try, I shall not press the issue. After all, my primary intention was merely to allow my brother to adapt more comfortably. If it fails, then so be it. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. Just as Tang Yin was about to express his thoughts, a hand reached for a grilled sausage. It was indeed quite good, though it lacked chili, warranting a deduction of 5 points. Yo cast a disdainful glance at Oscar, indicating that while the sausage was commendable, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Yet, this action left Xiao Wu, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had come to witness the spectacle, in sheer astonishment. Even Tang Yin was taken aback. What is so surprising? My grandmother hails from the northeast, while my maternal grandmother is from Yunnan. What is peculiar about that? You stated in a northeast dialect. Upon hearing Yao's words, Tang Yin understood, as those regions are known for their exotic delicacies such as roasted grasshoppers and grilled silkworm pupae, which made even him shudder. In such an environment, Oscar's modest soul skill was indeed trivial. However, only Tang Yin grasped the implications of Yao's remarks. The others remained ensnared in astonishment at her nonchalant consumption of the grilled sausage. The most affected was undoubtedly Oscar, given his soul skill and abilities. Finding a girlfriend who wouldn't disdain him was quite a challenge. Now, witnessing such a beautiful lady eating the sausage he had prepared without any hesitation, hope illuminated his heart, prompting him to abandon his task and approach her with eagerness. Greetings, beautiful lady, my name is Oscar. Would you consider being my? Before Oscar could finish his sentence, a colossal beam of light streaked past him. Aware that the attack was angled upwards, it carved a long, several-meter-wide groove into the ground before soaring into the sky. Nonetheless, the intense heat left Oscar's back drenched in cold sweat, as he hesitantly turned his neck to observe the ground still emitting black smoke, even showing traces of lava, and the long, tubular object in Tang Yin's hand that he did not recognize, which was expelling smoke from its split end. The laser cannon, a skill unlocked by Tang Yin upon acquiring his third soul ring, had just been utilized in the form of a charged laser cannon. This was the passive skill of a gunsmith at level 30, allowing for a brief charge to enhance the laser cannon's power. Upon completion of the charge, the front part of the cannon would separate, emitting a more potent laser beam. More importantly, the initial power of these gunsmith skills is derived from game mechanics. In simpler terms, even if Flinder were to defend with all his might, he would still be vulnerable to the laser cannon's assault. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the gunsmith skills. Furthermore, this is what makes Tang Yin's abilities so formidable within the game. Sustaining such attacks merely results in a deduction of health points. However, in the realm of Dolaw, should one be struck by Tang Yin's decisive shot, it would signify a true critical hit. The power of the gunsmith skills is particularly pronounced. For these reasons, in typical circumstances, the master would hesitate to allow Tang Yin to utilize gunsmith skills, given their destructive potential and the trouble they may invite. Yet, the current situation clearly fell outside the boundaries of Tang Yin's self-imposed restrictions. With a grim expression and golden light flickering in his eyes, he fixated on Oscar, the glow signifying the awakening of the 30-level skill potential of the gunsmith, which enhances the attack power of his skills. Sausage vendor, what were you about to say to my girlfriend? I am quite curious. As Tang Yin spoke, the laser cannon in his hand began to charge once more. Oscar exclaimed, God knows what I've experienced today. Fortunately, Tang Yin was soon calmed down. However, even after putting down the laser cannon, Oscar continued to tremble and draw circles on the wall. Helplessly, he gazed at the several-meter-long scorch mark on the ground and resolutely chose to follow his heart. After all, at the moment the laser had whizzed past him, he had been closest to paradise. Witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai felt a wave of relief. He wished he could return to the previous day and give his past self a good beating for wanting to confront Tang Yin. If Tang Yin had unleashed that skill yesterday, he doubted he would have been left with even a trace. He truly could not comprehend the extent of his own foolishness in challenging Tang Yin head-on. At that moment, a second academy teacher noticed the commotion and hurried over. Although Tang Yin had little impression of the teacher, he vaguely remembered that the teacher's martial spirit resembled the Stardo chess. Dai Mubai quickly clarified the situation, explaining that while Tang Yin had intended to scare Oscar, the primary motive was merely playful mischief. After all, it would be utterly foolish for Tang Yin to annihilate someone simply for exchanging words with his girlfriend. Thus, he had been careful with his attack angle, ensuring that not even a building would be harmed. Seeing that there was no further issue, the teacher paid little mind and continued with the testing. Well, now that this matter is settled, Tang San, you all come with me. I will take you directly to the final stage. Xiao Yin, do you plan to explore on your own or join us? Dai Mubai inquired. Of course, I shall join you, came the reply. Tang Yin remarked, after all, my wife has come over, so I must accompany her. He then inquired, by the way, Brother Dai, is it acceptable for us to proceed directly to the final stage? Tang Yin was inquiring on behalf of his elder brother and the others, as they were unfamiliar with the regulations of Shrek Academy. Rest assured, this is not me providing you with a backdoor. Rather, it is a stipulation of our esteemed institution. As long as a Soul Master's soul power reaches the 25th level, they may directly proceed to the final stage of assessment. Given your strength, the last challenge should pose no difficulty. Dai Mubai remarked. This regulation is splendid. I truly appreciate it. Upon hearing that they would no longer have to wait, Tang Yin's spirit soared. Dai Mubai, noticing his delight, smiled faintly and departed to explain the situation to the instructor. Once the teacher comprehended the circumstances surrounding Tang Yin and Tang San, he naturally refrained from imposing any obstacles, gesturing for them to advance. Dai Mubai returned to Tang Yin and the others, leading them further inside. However, upon witnessing this scene, another candidate, unwilling to concede, exclaimed, "Wait, instructor. Why can they proceed without undergoing any tests while we must go through each one individually?" Tang Yin found himself at a loss for words. Was this antiquated trope of humiliation still being played out? Upon hearing the candidate's protest, the teacher responsible for the second round remained unfazed and replied coolly, "If your soul power also reaches 25 or above, you too may pass directly. This is our regulation. Once you meet the criteria, you can advance to the fourth round. However, the reality is that your soul power is merely in the early 20s. So you must proceed through each stage." Yet, upon hearing Teacher Li's words, the examiner grew increasingly convinced and retorted, "Are you implying that their soul powers exceed 25? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We are merely 12 years old. You cannot expect me to believe they have already reached such levels." At this point, other students joined in the commotion. Their incredulity stemmed not from disdain, but rather from the sheer absurdity of the situation. After all, those who could be present here were all above level 20 and not exceeding 13 years of age. Given their talents, they had previously been regarded as chosen ones in their former academies. Yet, now, they faced numerous challenges within this institution, inevitably causing their morale to waver. Dai Mubai, accustomed to such disruptions, disdainfully replied, "If you find yourself lacking, do not disparage others. When I first entered the academy, my soul power was precisely at 25. Tang San, you all come forth. Let them witness the standards of Shrek Academy." As he spoke, he tossed the crystal on the table to Tang San. Observing this scene, Tang Yin felt somewhat helpless. Why must I, a person who prefers to remain low-key and avoids commotion, be pressured into showing off? The testing crystal was a special gem capable of measuring each individual's soul power, emitting varying degrees of light. Under Tang San's control, the crystal began to radiate a brilliant white luminescence, clearly indicating that his soul power was nearing the 30th level. The instructor overseeing this round of examinations, witnessing such a display, could not help but express his amusement, remarking, "It seems this year's Shrek Academy will be quite lively, as we have welcomed a number of exceptionally gifted little prodigies." After Tang San concluded his actions, he paid no heed to the astonished audience and directly handed the crystal to his companion, Xiao Wu. Having already taken the step, he wished to shield Xiao Wu from any potential gossip. After all, the disparity in rank between Xiao Wu and Yao rendered such speculation unnecessary. As the crystal passed into Xiao Wu's hands, a surge of white light erupted once more. This display from the duo of Tang San and Xiao Wu shattered the perceptions of the onlookers. Yet, Xiao Wu had no intention of allowing them time to recover. She observed their astonishment with a playful smile before promptly passing the crystal to Yao. At that moment, it seemed she had grasped the thrill of Tang San's flamboyance. Yao, understanding the situation, wasted no time in channeling her soul power into the now dimmed crystal ball, which immediately radiated with the same brilliance as before. The spectators, who had only just begun to regain their composure, found their beliefs once again upended. They could hardly fathom what they were witnessing. Here stood a mere 12-year-old, yet already at level 29. Was this truly human? And now 3 of them appeared? Their thoughts were surprisingly close to the truth, for aside from Tang San, none of the trio could be classified as human. As the bewildered crowd grappled with their confusion, a clear voice rang out, "Teacher, if such regulations exist, then I need not take the second and third examinations." Drawn instinctively to the source of the voice, the crowd beheld a pale-skinned, exquisitely beautiful young girl gracefully stepping forward. With just a few strides, she exuded an air reminiscent of a noble princess. She greeted Yao with a gentle smile, and upon recognizing her identity, Yao handed the crystal to her without hesitation. Upon receiving the crystal, it once again emanated light, but this time less intensely than before. This softened luminosity brought a sense of comfort to the onlookers, yet it undoubtedly surpassed the threshold of level 25. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Ningrongrong, the little princess from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a fitting companion for Oscar. As Ningrongrong prepared to inquire if she had passed the test, she suddenly felt the crystal lighten in her grasp. When she regained her focus, the crystal had vanished, replaced by a silent figure beside her. Moments later, the crystal ball shone once more, though still not as brightly as Tang San's display, yet it surpassed Ningrongrong's. The newcomer appeared even younger than Xiao Wu and her companions. Her cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall, framing a visage that exuded an icy demeanor. Despite appearing the most youthful, she stood slightly taller than Ningrongrong. However, it was not these attributes that captivated everyone's attention. Rather, it was her figure. Strikingly mature for her age. In terms of form, she eclipsed not only ordinary women but even the current Yao, presenting an exquisitely youthful appearance. The stark contrast between her voluptuous figure and her frigid expression was jarring, and her beautiful eyes bore no hint of warmth. This juxtaposition of qualities, combined with her elegantly proportioned limbs, created a formidable presence. It was evident to all that the swift captor of the crystal ball was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, the ghostly tiger soul cat. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin felt a twinge of regret. The original Shrek team had now reached 6 members, and he was just one little chubby figure away from summoning a dragon. Alas, what a pity. What say you now? Do you have anything further to express? Dai Mubai's icy gaze swept over the candidates present. The stunned crowd, having been thoroughly impressed, found themselves momentarily speechless. However, youthful spirits are not easily quelled. And it was not long before a voice piped up, "Wait, isn't there's still one test remaining?" Given that Tang Yin's abilities did not require the activation of a soul ring, the spectators were unaware of his circumstances during the earlier displays. "Brother, you know nothing of true genius." As Tang Yin stepped forward, the configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shattered the recently restored perspectives of everyone present. "Why? We have all exerted ourselves so diligently in our cultivation." Once again, the dual perspectives were detonated, and finally, someone's mentality exploded. "Ah, dear brother. You may have overlooked a crucial point. If effort alone sufficed, what need would there be for genius?" Tang Yin remarked. Tang Yin has always found the deleted remark by Li Bai to be exceedingly audacious, yet it perfectly encapsulates the essence of Shrek, as they're all monsters, and thus, it is only fitting for monsters to exude a certain arrogance. In Chapter 56, Tang Hao awaits you in the grove. Dai Mubai's gaze momentarily lingered on Zhu Zhuqing, though neither party elaborated further. After addressing the minor roles, Dai Mubai continued to guide Tang Yin and the others toward the final challenge. During the journey, at Tang Yin's inquiry, Dai Mubai took the opportunity to elucidate the levels they had bypassed, greatly satisfying Tang Yin's curiosity. Upon hearing the comprehensive admissions criteria and process of Shrek, aside from Tang Yin and Yao, who possessed foresight, the others fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, it was Xiao Wu who could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Are you certain that Shrek is selecting students and not merely handpicking veterans? This standard is excessively stringent." Tang San resonated with Xiao Wu's sentiments, adding, "No wonder our instructor during the first challenge stated, Shrek only admits monsters." In light of this, it truly appears that those who meet Shrek's criteria are indeed extraordinary. This revelation likely elucidated Dai Mubai's earlier comment regarding the scant number of candidates, as only 3, including himself, qualified. Upon hearing Tang San's observation, a wry smile crossed Dai Mubai's face as he lamented, "This is simply the reality of our situation. You see, Shrek has weathered over 20 tumultuous years, yet throughout this time, only 42 students have been admitted. On average, securing even 1 or 2 students per year is considered commendable." He then surveyed the group with a touch of nostalgia, remarking, "If all goes according to plan, this year's unprecedented selection of 5 students will undoubtedly set a new record since the Academy's inception. While I cannot speak for other times, during my 2 years at the Academy, we have not received any new students. Currently, there are only 4 of us enrolled." "4?" exclaimed Zhu Zhuqing and Ningrongrong, both taken aback, while Tang San and Xiao Wu, already privy to Tang Yin's situation, exchanged knowing glances. In response to their astonishment, Dai Mubai chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, "And this count includes our special recruit, Xiao Yin. It is safe to say that our academy is the only one on the entire continent where the number of teachers surpasses that of students." Intrigued, Tang San inquired further, "But if that is the case, how does the academy manage to sustain itself? After all, without new students, there would be no revenue." "Ah, brother. Can you guess why Flinder originally established the academy here?" Tang Yin posed a rhetorical question to his elder brother, the reasoning behind which was evident. Given the challenges the academy faced, why not slightly relax some requirements? This could potentially increase enrollment numbers. Ning Rongrong, intrigued, inquired further. As the topic unfolded, the group noticed a distinct admiration in Dai Mubai's demeanor as he recounted, "Our esteemed dean, Flinder, has asserted that our approach towards students is one of better to have none than to accept mediocrity, regardless of the academy's circumstances. It is feared that Shrek Academy may close its doors. We will not accept the inept. We shall only admit prodigies." He continued, "You may not be aware of the graduation criteria at our academy. Since its inception, we have had 62 formal students, yet fewer than 15 have graduated. To be precise, only 14, and each of these graduates is revered across the Dolua continent, with one even attaining the remarkable status of the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall. Second only in authority to the current pope." He paused, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of those who failed to meet the threshold of 40 levels by the age of 20. Either succumbing to untimely deaths while hunting spirit beasts or simply not achieving the required level. Our dean's philosophy is straightforward. If you do not reach level 41, do not embarrass yourself by stepping outside. The tone in Dai Mubai's voice shifted, revealing his deep respect for the dean. Observing Dai Mubai's demeanor, Tang Yin realized that his perception of Dai Mubai's character had been misguided. After all, one does not choose to attend an academy like Shrek if they are intent on self-destruction. With this revelation, Tang Yin expressed, "Dai Mubai, hearing you speak in such a way fills me with gratitude for the opportunity to study here." Dai Mubai smiled in appreciation but then sighed, initially. The royal family of the Barak Kingdom intended to sponsor our academy, but they demanded that all graduates pledge allegiance to them. Naturally, our dean could not acquiesce to such a request, leading to some degree of ostracism from official channels, resulting in our current state of isolation from other institutions. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to reconcile the playful, avaricious demeanor of Dean Flinder with the formidable figure Dai Mubai had just described. They wondered, why was Flinder so committed to maintaining the academy? "We have arrived," announced Dai Mubai, stopping in front of a backfield of the village. Although this area appeared smaller than previous ones, it still encompassed at least 200 square meters. In the middle of the field lay a middle-aged man, seemingly around 50, reclining in a grand chair, basking in the sun, and appearing to be asleep. "Teacher Xiao, wake up. This year, we have someone reaching the 4th trial." Dai Mubai called out, shaking the man gently. Tang Yin couldn't help but think, "Teacher Zhao, Tang Hao is waiting for you in the grove." Chapter 57. The Directionally Challenged Xiao Yin? "Is that you, Mubai? What is the matter? Has someone finally made it to the final trial this year? Let me see. Oh, there are 6 of them?" Zhao Wujia opened his drowsy eyes, glancing toward Tang Yin with mild surprise. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Dai Mubai quickly clarified, "Teacher Zhao, they have bypassed both the 2nd and 3rd trials to reach the 4th. And this one here is the special recruit, Tang Yin, as mentioned by the dean." "Oh, so you are the one Flinder has dubbed a monster. This is intriguing," Zhao Wujia remarked, his interest piqued, as he stood up. As Zhao Wujia's full stature came into view, it became apparent that, despite being slightly shorter than Tang San, he exuded a robust presence. His broad shoulders and muscular build conveyed an imposing aura, giving an impression of solidity and strength. Although his words were cordial, his physique alone commanded respect. With a friendly smile, Zhao Wujia scanned the group before addressing them. "I am Zhao Wujia, the Vice Dean here. Since you are all exceptionally talented individuals who have bypassed earlier trials, I shall accompany you for this one." He then produced an incense stick and said, "I will give you a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves with one another and formulate strategies against me. After that, our assessment will commence." Zhao Wujia gestured around, stating, "We will conduct the assessment right here. The objective is simple. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of the incense stick burning, even if only one of you remains standing, you will be deemed victorious. However, I must make one thing clear. Do not entertain thoughts of exploiting any loopholes. No one can evade my attacks solely through speed, nor can you rely on individual strength to withstand them. Only through cooperation will you stand a chance. Of course, you, the so-called monster acknowledged by Flinder, will be exempt from this teamwork requirement. We shall spar one-on-one afterward." With a mischievous smile, Zhao Wujia added, "And a final word of caution, do not harbor any false hopes during my assessment. As Vice Dean of this academy, I assure you, without my approval, even a special recruit will not gain entry." Tang Yin felt a sense of helplessness. He truly wished to remain low-key, growing stronger quietly and unobtrusively. However, at present, there exists a prohibition regarding the Zhao Wuji's trial. Tang Yin bears no psychological burden in this regard, as the nickname Zhao Wuji's is well-earned. Indeed, throughout the entirety of the combat trials, Zhao Wuji's has endured more blows than he has dealt. His singular moment of glory may have been vanquishing a turtle approximately 20 levels beneath him. Regrettably, the mastery required to wield heavy artillery is not something Zhao possesses, unlike the more casual approach taken by Tang Yin. Therefore, one can only hope that Zhao will tread lightly, should he dare to harm his beloved. While it may not provoke a serious response, a thorough thrashing would be inevitable. After all, this is his long-awaited partner, a treasure he cherishes dearly. Tang Yin has certainly inherited the commendable traditions of his family. Were they currently within the realm of gaming, one might hear a notification. Your friend, the devoted protector of his wife, Tang Xiao Yin, has logged in. Xiao, don't you think this regulation is somewhat inappropriate? Dai Mubai queried with a hint of hesitation in his voice. As soon as Dai Mubai uttered these words, Xiao Wuji shot him a glare and retorted. What is inappropriate about it? With Flinder absent, I am the highest authority in this academy. My word is law. Now, I shall begin the incense ritual. Hurry up. Time is of the essence. Stabai, relay the characteristics and information of my martial soul to them. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Wuji waved his hand, igniting the incense beside him before resuming his meditative state. Dai Mubai, feeling utterly helpless at the outcome, could only approach Tang San and the others with a grave expression, saying, Everyone, come here. I need to explain Xiao Wuji's characteristics, particularly to you, Xiao Yin. You must pay special attention. Observing the situation, Xiao Wu inquired curiously, Are these two Xiao teachers exceptionally strong? Are they akin to the elder from the first trial? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's speculation, Dai Mubai let out a bitter laugh, replying, Not quite. Xiao is a soul sage, correct? Yao casually interjected. What? A soul sage? You're joking, right? Wait, how do you know this, Yao? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, only to find herself intrigued once more. It's quite simple. He previously mentioned being the vice dean, which implies he ranks second in strength within the academy. Since Dai Mubai said Zhao is not a soul emperor, he must be on par with Dean Flinder as a soul sage, a conclusion that isn't difficult to draw. Yao explained nonchalantly. Wow, Yao, you're amazing. When did your analytical skills become so sharp? Weren't you directionally challenged? Xiao Wu gazed at Yao as if she had uncovered a new continent. Yao glanced back at her sister with a hint of exasperation. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, who understood the full truth, chuckled quietly to himself. After all, this method of reasoning based on known outcomes was something he taught his beloved. He never expected her to adopt it so adeptly, and Xiao Wu's timely remarks were genuinely lethal. Yao had many admirable qualities, yet her lack of directional sense was a notable flaw. Had she been more adept at navigation, she would not have wandered the academy for so long without locating the dormitory. Nevertheless, in Tang Yin's eyes, his partner's similarity to a certain green-haired individual rendered her particularly endearing. What? Someone dares to mock my wife. They clearly haven't encountered a cannon that matches the size of their own head. Chapter 58. The more you think about it, the more buggy it becomes indeed. Yao's deduction was flawless. Our Zhao teacher is now a level 76 soul sage, wielding a beast martial soul, specializing in powerful attack-type battle souls. Dai Mubai provided a definitive answer to the group. Upon receiving Dai Mubai's confirmation, Tang San and the others felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. After all, level 76? From what they had previously learned, every soul sage could confront thousands of troops and maneuver freely among them. Now, Xiao Wu's amazement had dissipated, replaced by a sense of incredulity as she remarked, He is a soul sage? But he appears so much younger than the teacher from the first trial. Sister Xiao Wu, you must understand that age does not necessarily denote strength. After all, aren't we living proof of that? Tang Yin explained. Dai Mubai concurred with Tang Yin's viewpoint, stating, Time is of the essence. I will briefly outline Zhao's martial soul and abilities. You must devise a countermeasure against him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, considering the gap in soul power, even with a single incense stick, you would struggle to withstand his initial assault. In response, Tang San and the others stood poised, recognizing that they were up against a genuine soul sage. In stark contrast to their tension, Tang Yin leisurely summoned a chair from his bracelet, along with 2 housekeeping robots, to serve him tea and prepare popcorn. He recalled Xiao Wuji's capabilities quite well, knowing that he would face him one-on-one. With his footwork mastery at hand, Tang Yin felt no anxiety. As long as his opponent remained unaware of his secrets, he could declare victory with a single well-placed strike. You're strong, are you? Then prove your worth by breaking through my nearly rule-based abilities. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's voice drew everyone's attention. Are you all right? You asked with concern. I'm fine. I just suddenly recalled who he is, the unmoved King Xiao Wuji's. Ning Rongrong shared with astonishment the tale of how Xiao Wuji's single-handedly broke through the siege of 16 bishops from the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Dai Mubai, though Xiao had never mentioned it, acknowledged, Xiao should indeed be the soul master you speak of. As of now, I have yet to witness his full strength. So you must exercise extreme caution. Good luck. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San shook his head in resignation, saying, Brother Dai, are you joking with us? We should first discuss Zhao's martial soul characteristics. Certainly. First, regarding his soul rings, Zhao's configuration is optimal, primarily focused on strength and defense. This should clarify the terrifying nature of his attacks, Dai Mubai elaborated. The remainder of the time will be devoted to you all getting to know one another. Share insights about your respective martial souls and abilities, so you can better coordinate your efforts. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, Tang San took the initiative, stating, I shall begin. My martial soul is the Blue Silvergrass, a control-type battle soul master at level 29. Following Tang San's introduction, Xiao Wu chimed in. I am Xiao Wu, like the character for dance. My martial soul is a rabbit, also a level 29 powerful attack-type battle soul master. Next, Yao confidently declared, I am Yao. With a martial soul of the divine deer, a level 29 support-type soul master. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong introduced herself. I am Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, a level 26 support-type weapon soul master. Lastly, Zhu Zhuqing stated coolly, I am Zhu Zhuqing. With a martial soul of the Nether Cat, a level 27 agility-type battle soul master. Wait a moment. Since we're introducing ourselves, allow me to join in. We will all be classmates after all. I am Tang Yin, with a martial soul of the blue-silver firearm, a level 33 powerful attack-type battle soul master. What I cherish is following a series, while what I detest is the week-long wait for updates from those I admire. Tang Yin chuckled, his gaze turning toward Yao. The implications of his look unmistakable. After all, during self-introductions, one naturally speaks of preferences and aversions, as well as those one admires. As for the term-chasing series, it was evidently beyond the comprehension of Ning Rongrong and the others. If my brother fails to grasp it, it is best to simply disregard it. However, since your martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, you must surely belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, correct? Tang San addressed Ning Rongrong and the others, acknowledging that it was not surprising to discern this fact, considering the lineage of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Presently, all individuals possessing this martial soul on the continent belong to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, rendering Ning Rongrong's identity quite evident. At that moment, Tang San recalled his mentor's assessment of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which could be succinctly summarized as the most formidable auxiliary martial soul in the entire Spirit Master realm, the coveted companion of every Spirit Master in battle. Upon hearing Tang San's remarks, Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, You need not regard me in such a manner. We are not much different from ordinary people. Let me share a secret with you. I sneaked out this time. Observing her demeanor, Tang Yin was uncertain whether she was feigning innocence. He found it impossible to discern her true intentions. Ning Rongrong continued, Currently, I possess 2 soul rings, which can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30%. With my current soul power, I can maintain this enhancement for a considerable duration. A 30% augmentation is already quite impressive. The reason the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is hailed as the most potent auxiliary martial soul is that for every 10 levels she ascends, all attributes are augmented by an additional 10%, and this continues in succession. This implies that in the future, when Ning Rongrong's martial soul reaches level 30, she will not only be able to increase one attribute, but all other attribute enhancements will concurrently rise to 40%. Ultimately, it is conceivable that all 7 attributes could achieve a staggering enhancement of 80%. Tang San, being the disciple of a master, instantly found himself inundated with all the techniques associated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. His mind was flooded with thoughts on the unique effects of his martial soul, as well as strategies for both allies and adversaries. Observing his elder brother deeply engrossed and recalling the intricacies of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Tang Yin felt a retort bubbling at the tip of his tongue. After all, the master had expressed concern that the brothers might uncover their true identities. During his earlier explanation regarding the 3 loyal ones, he had elaborated extensively on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, while merely glossing over the fact that the Xiao clan had now closed its doors. Moreover, Tang Yin harbored doubts about the educational system in this world. How could a Soul Master Academy fail to introduce even the basic martial soul sects and their characteristics? What kind of education is that? At least the ninja school in Konoha teaches the shadow clone technique. If they had imparted even a modicum of knowledge, his elder brother would not still be in the dark about his own identity after all this time. Tang Yin consistently regarded this as a flaw in the system. It was quite absurd that the sole disciple of the illustrious theoretical master was completely ignorant of what the Haotian hammer looked like. The situation was undeniably perplexing. Chapter 59, Thick-skinned and boundless, engaged in battle. Now, within their team, there existed 2 supportive soul masters, and Tang San quickly formulated a clear strategy for their approach. As Tang San pondered, he spoke. Ning Rongrong, you shall serve as our enhancement support, positioned at the rear to provide assistance. The primary offensive role will naturally be taken up by the formidable Xiao Wu, while I shall oversee overall control of the battlefield and ensure the efficacy of Xiao Wu's assaults. Zhu Zhuqing, as a swift attack-type soul master, the task of flanking and providing supplementary support is entrusted to you. Make the utmost of your speed advantage. However, the most critical component in our strategy is you, Yao. Currently, we lack a defensive soul master. Thus, when confronted by Teacher Zhao's aggressive onslaught, we shall rely on your first soul skill, the True Shield, along with your passive ability to forcibly withstand an unlimited damage instance. Tang San concluded, noting that Yao, being a fellow traveler, possessed skills akin to those of the protagonist, thereby enjoying a certain enhancement. For instance, her ultimate ability allowed her to embody a form that could withstand an unlimited amount of damage passively, although once this was utilized, she would be compelled to revert to her original state. Leave the 3 to me, Yao stated. The group then engaged in a brief discourse regarding the overarching strategy, acknowledging the constraints of time and their nascent acquaintance, which rendered a comprehensive discussion somewhat challenging. The forthcoming results would necessitate practical testing. It appears you all have reached a consensus. The time has come. The test shall commence. With these words, Zhao Wujing declared as he extinguished the first incense stick and lit another. Yes, Teacher Zhao, you may begin the assessment. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. He then approached Tang Yin, casually accepting a handful of popcorn from him. Gazing at the popcorn in his hand, Dai Mubai appeared bewildered and hesitantly remarked to the relaxed Tang Yin, are you not concerned about your brother and the others? Concerned? Don't be ridiculous. My old man is probably lurking nearby, Tang Yin replied nonchalantly. If anyone should be worried, it's Zhao Wujing, as he knows he can't perish. Should he dare act recklessly as depicted in the original work, he would surely face repercussions from my father after school. Although he feigned indifference, Tang Yin was reluctant to voice his true thoughts. Thus, he casually asserted, what is there to worry about? Although the master has forbidden me from wielding heavy weaponry. Should Zhao teacher strike indiscriminately, I would be granted an excuse. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow at the surging energy of the laser attack. Surely, with this level of exertion, their teacher would manage it without issue. Dai Mubai maintained a degree of faith in his instructor, but more importantly, he was eager to observe the combat, for as a fellow battle soul master, Zhao Wujing's prowess offered invaluable lessons. At that moment, Zhao Wujing rose again, stretching his limbs, producing a symphony of cracking bones. A formidable aura began to descend upon the group. In response to the heightened vigilance of Tang San and the others, Zhao Wujing casually ignited another incense stick. Concurrently, Ning Rongrong from Tang San's side sprang into action. 7 treasures, turn out the glazed tile. 1 for strength, 1 for speed. As she spoke, a resplendent 7-colored treasure pagoda materialized above her, casting several beams of light toward Tang San and his companions. To alleviate the strain on Ning Rongrong's soul abilities, Yao Ao promptly activated her first soul skill, as she did not require Ning Rongrong's enhancement. First soul skill, independent on the mountain. As she spoke, her form became translucent and ethereal, drifting gracefully onto Xiao Wu, enveloping her in a protective barrier. Observing the soul skills of Yao Yao and Ning Rongrong, Zhao Wujing could not help but exclaim, remarkable. This year's candidates include a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan, and this possessive soul skill is quite intriguing. It seems that Flinder will be pleased this time. However, despite his compliments, Zhao Wujing showed no signs of restraint. Just as Tang San and his companions were settling into their stances, he unleashed a powerful strike against the ground. The force he summoned appeared to have a definite target, not creating a massive crater but instead launching a surge from beneath the surface towards Ning Rongrong's direction. Excellent. As Tang San witnessed Zhao Wujing's assault on the ground, he immediately grasped the opponent's intent. As his teacher had stated, whenever a 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Soul Master appeared, they would forever hold the highest priority as targets. This was precisely the outcome Tang San desired, for Ning Rongrong was their bait. Although evasion was impossible, it was time to strategize effectively. This was a tactic he had learned from Tang Yin, who often referred to it as a common strategy employed by an unbounded, glorious newcomer. Tang San swung his blue silver grass, ensnaring Ning Rongrong's waist with a single tendril. In a swift motion, he flung her into the safety zone beyond the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity created by Zhao Wujing's attack on Ning Rongrong, the main assaulter, Xiao Wu, along with the supportive Zhu Zhuqing, launched their assault, taking the initiative. Their figures flickered. Zhu Zhuqing, leveraging her speed advantage, struck first, forcing Zhao Wujing to block. After the initial strike, Zhu Zhuqing deftly repositioned herself, vanishing from Zhao Wujing's line of sight. Though he considered pursuing, Xiao Wu had already leapt towards him. Xiao Wu go. Several strands of blue-silver grass surged forward behind her. Yet, she didn't need to glance at the unfolding scene. Her feet barely grazed the woven platform of blue-silver grass. Both combatants unleashed their power simultaneously. With the momentum from Tang San's blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu shot forth like a sharpened blade, aiming directly at Zhao Wujia. Observing the seamless coordination between his brother and sister-in-law, Tang Yin found it puzzling. Brother, during battle, you're in perfect sync with sister-in-law, yet why are you so straightforward in matters of the heart? Regardless of Tang Yin's musings, Xiao Wu's attack was imminent. She delivered a powerful kick aimed at Zhao Wujia's chest, while Tang San had already positioned himself using his ghost shadow perplexing step to obstruct Zhao Wujia's movements. Just then, the previously hidden Zhu Zhuqing re-emerged, targeting Zhao Wujia's shoulder with a precise kick. However, Zhao Wujia seemed unfazed by their nearly flawless assault and mockingly remarked, interesting. Let us see how well you play. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of soul power, creating a tempest that sent everyone flying. At that moment, Xiao Wu's spirit, Yao, made its move, second soul skill. If someone is here, this skill, akin to Yao's first ability in the game, unleashed a wave of soul power that struck enemies in its path, dealing damage while also inflicting a brief stun if it reached its target. In the present Dolua world, Yao could control the attack's range. Having already anticipated their positions, she unleashed a soul power wave. Just as Zhao Wujia was reveling in his overwhelming power, he was struck. The force, though not damaging, pushed him back uncontrollably. This retreat, though unavoidable, was not the most lethal aspect. Accompanied by the wave's explosion, a wave of dizziness enveloped him. What can one say? It was akin to Goku unleashing a furious outburst only to be struck with an unexpected urge to release his energy. The moment he did, it felt as though all the power had been siphoned from his body. Though fleeting, this sensation was ample for Tang San and his companions. Shielded by Yao's protection, Xiao Wu landed and erupted once more. Boom. Xiao Wu delivered a heavy kick to Xiao Wujia's head. The sound alone made Tang Yin wince, while Xiao Wujia, dazed and weakened, staggered backward, barely regaining his footing with a backflip to avoid embarrassment. Yet, this did not signify the end of Xiao Wu's onslaught. Just as Xiao Wujia landed from his flip, his feet were ensnared by blue-silver grass. Xiao Wu, go. Without granting Xiao Wujia a moment to recover, Tang San hurled a wooden box toward her with blue-silver grass. Xiao Wu caught it midair, activating her first soul skill, waist attack. Her limbs extended like springs, and all her force was unleashed upon Xiao Wujia's head. Boom. The sound was even more thunderous than before. Although the display was grand, it bore little harm to Xiao Wujia. He was prepared to deliver a mocking retort, but just then, Xiao Wu unleashed another wave of her second soul skill. If someone is here, this forced him deep into the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Yu swiftly retreated from Xiao Wujia's vicinity, replaced by looming shadows. As Xiao Wudre glanced up, he saw Tang San lifting a wooden pavilion with blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhiqing, agile as a spirit cat, dashed across the rooftop. Reaching the edge, grasping the pavilion, and, using her body as a pivot, propelled it downwards towards Xiao Wujia. Boom. The impact was magnitudes greater than before. Driven by the combined strength of Tang San's blue-silver grass and Zhu Zhiqing's force, shattering the pavilion completely. The sight, regardless of its effectiveness, pained Tang Yin to behold. Turning to Dai Mubai beside him, he weakly inquired, Dai brother, we won't be held accountable for damages incurred during training, will we? Probably not, Dai Mubai replied, though his tone was uncertain, which left Tang Yin feeling troubled. Brother, you all aren't graduates of some demolition school, so why the penchant for destruction? Although demolishing things is every student's dream in our academy, isn't this a bit premature? Yet, as he pondered, it struck him that the culinary school, New Oriental, was for cooking. Could it be that his brother was from a construction school? But wasn't that related to excavators? With the demolition efficiency of his brother's team, they must be a group of civil engineering students, right? What? You ask why civil engineering? Let us compare. In a regular classroom, when students chatter, the teacher might say, are you here to attend my class or for yourselves? If not, come up and speak. Typically, this silences the room. Occasionally, the teacher might add something absurd. However, in a civil engineering class, the same scenario prompts the teacher to say, if you're this rowdy, why not just take your discussions home? Promptly, the engineering students would produce various demolition tools and head outside, with the class leader often adding, the lower the better for completion. With such thoughts, Tang Yin momentarily lost track of whether he was a traveler or simply caught in battle, as there were indeed two travelers among them. Regardless of Tang Yin's whimsical musings, Xiao Wujia, somewhat disheveled, struggled to extricate his head from the ground. It was evident that he was about to get serious. Yet, how could Tang San miss this opportunity? With Xiao Wujia's vision obscured? Just as Xiao Wujia was attempting to free himself, Tang San's assault was upon him. At that moment, Xiao Wujia suddenly felt an intense constriction enveloping him as the blue-silver grass ensnared him completely. His entire body was ensnared tightly. As the bindings drew closer, the potent paralyzing toxin of the blue-silver grass began to be released, accompanied by an overwhelming force emanating from the plant, which flung him away. Regardless of how immense one's strength may be, once both feet leave the ground, it becomes exceedingly difficult to exert force. At this moment, Xiao Wujia found himself spinning continuously under Tang San's manipulation. However, Xiao Wujia remained unfazed, remarking that it was quite enjoyable to spin around occasionally. Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Zhiqing's assault had already arrived. With her second soul skill, Phantom Claw, she moved with remarkable agility, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the immobile Xiao Wujia. Not only did she execute the Phantom Claw, but she concluded her attack with a Phantom Thrust, delivering maximum damage in the briefest span of time. As Zhu Zhiqing concluded her offensive, Xiao Wujia prepared to counterattack, but Yao reappeared above Zhu Zhiqing, intercepting his strike while simultaneously executing another attack, if someone were here, pushing Xiao Wujia back in the desired direction. In that direction, Xiao Wu had long been poised for action. Her first soul skill, Waist Bow, manifested once more as she charged toward the airborne Xiao Wujia, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. At that moment, Yao unleashed her third use of the premeditated if someone were here, inflicting additional damage along with a stunning effect. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to leap, surpassing Xiao Wujia's height, and executed a lion's roar. At the instant Xiao Wujia was stunned, the tremendous force shattered the blue-silver grass binding him, propelling him headfirst into the ground. At this juncture, Tang San swiftly followed up, re-establishing the bindings. Yet, Xiao Wujia's furious roar pierced through. You little brats think this victory is yours? You are still far from it. A surge of power erupted once more, this time unimpeded by Yao's soul skill, unleashing a force that sent both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing flying. Observing this scene, Dai Mubai, who had been near Tang Yin, rushed to catch Zhu Zhiqing. Xiao Wu, however, required no assistance, as Yao was still with her, absorbing most of the shockwave. Currently, Yao had completely depleted her soul power, having the highest consumption among them. unlike Tang Yin, whose consumption was extraordinary. Following Yao was Ning Rongrong, who had maintained dual attribute enhancements for everyone throughout the ordeal. Now, her soul power was nearing its limits, leaving only Tang San, who had been providing assistance, with any remaining combat capability. As Xiao Wujie contemplated how to justify allowing them into the academy, he found himself unable to avoid employing a method of coercion, reflecting on how he had previously overestimated himself, having been buried in the ground twice. Thus, he had unleashed his full power in an attempt to salvage some semblance of dignity. While Xiao Wujie was still pondering, Tang Yin's voice suddenly interrupted. Teacher Zhao, how about this? Since you need to assess me, why not allow everyone to pass if I succeed? As the group shifted their gaze, they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, Yao had taken Tang Yin's place, even preparing refreshments for him, attended by a couple of robots providing service and massages. Pampering my wife is my specialty. Your suggestion is rather intriguing. Are you so confident in your abilities? I am quite curious to see what you can do, Xiao Wujie replied with a playful expression, genuinely intrigued by Tang Yin's bold claim of being able to hold him off for a duration. However, this was not solely Tang Yin's affair. He turned to his companions and inquired, what do you all think? Do you trust me? Zhu Zhuqing, feeling somewhat fatigued and being supported by Dai Mubai, hesitated but eventually expressed her support. I have no objections. Similarly, Ning Rongrong, equally exhausted, voiced her agreement. Yao offered no additional words, merely smiling gently at Tang Yin. Her trust evident. Of course, no worries. Xiao Yin, make sure to avenge me against him. Give him a good beating. Xiao Wu, ever eager for chaos, was even more enthusiastic. Xiao Yin, the next move is yours. Is that all right? Tang San extended a fist towards Tang Yin and remarked, of course. Tang Yin lightly tapped his fist against that of his elder brother. Observing that the individuals opposite had reached a consensus, Xiao Wujie inquired, do you require a moment's respite to prepare? To which the response was, that will not be necessary, thank you. Tang Yin spoke with utmost politeness. Since that is the case, let us commence directly. This time, Xiao Wujie, having learned from previous experiences, promptly activated his first soul skill, the Indomitable King, to avert any mishaps. Naturally, Tang Yin would not hold back. In the next instant, flames enveloped his feet, courtesy of the external soul bone gifted by Yun Mu's mother. Tang Yin named this external soul bone Cloud Boots. With the recent enhancements and evolution, the Cloud Boots now granted a remarkable 45 increase to Tang Yin's speed. More significantly, it also augmented his attack speed by 5, a benefit he acquired only upon reaching level 30. As a marksman, rapid attack speed is paramount. And though this increase may seem modest, Tang Yin felt immensely satisfied with such attributes. However, the most astonishing aspect was the boost to his movement speed. Coupled with the ghostly shadow technique, Tang Yin's velocity could rival that of agile attack-type soul masters of the same level. Observing the transformation beneath Tang Yin's feet, Xiao Wujie's interest intensified. No soul ring appears. Is this a skill of the soul bone? Intriguing. But if this is your sole reliance, you may be somewhat overconfident. Relying solely on a soul bone offers no real chance. Do not say I did not give you an opportunity, come. Xiao Wujie deduced that the change in Tang Yin's feet was likely his main advantage, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was the same Tang Yin that Flanders praised to the heavens. Merely an inexperienced individual. Such individuals still had much to learn, and thus Xiao Wujie intended to strike at Tang Yin's confidence first. The best way to do so was, of course, to showcase his own prowess, simultaneously reclaiming his lost dignity, which would facilitate future discipline of these young prodigies. Xiao Wujie had already plotted the ensuing course. First, he would enhance his own abilities, then observe the astonished expression on Tang Yin's face when he realized he could not breach Xiao Wujie's defenses, before swiftly executing a gravity crush followed by a tracking strike to conclude the battle. While Xiao Wujie was still reveling in his strategic planning, a voice pierced through. Step shot. The ensuing moments unfolded amidst a cacophony of cannon fire. Do not misconstrue this, since Xiao was unharmed. Tang Yin would not resort to using heavy weaponry so brutally. The sounds of cannon fire stemmed solely from the hand cannon's attack effects. However, Xiao Wujie, being a level 70 soul sage and having previously activated Indomitable King, possessed formidable defenses. Tang Yin's attacks, lacking any projectile enhancements, were unlikely to inflict significant damage, leaving him somewhat beleaguered. Nevertheless, while this was true, Tang San and the others, observing the testing ground engulfed in smoke from the explosions, were still anxious about whether their teacher might be gravely injured. Clearly, their worries were unfounded. The explosions primarily resulted in dust clouds from the hand cannon blasts. After all, even a basic attack from a hand cannon could only deal effective damage to soul masters of levels 45 to 50 at most. Xiao Wujie, with his robust defensive capabilities as a powerful attack-type soul master, was not at risk of being severely harmed by such damage. Of course, while incapacitation was impossible, it was still painful, as evidenced by Xiao Wujie's bruised visage. Teacher, the testing time has concluded. You may emerge from the ground now. Tang Yin, with an innocent and kind expression, spoke. Yet, gazing at the enormous craters on the ground created by his relentless stomping, It was impossible for the onlookers to associate the current scene with innocence and kindness, except for Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yao, who were well acquainted with Tang Yin. Everyone present, including Dai Mubai, was utterly bewildered. At that moment, a singular thought crossed their minds. What have we just witnessed? A soul master of over 30 ranks was mercilessly pummeling a soul sage of 70 ranks, who was unable to retaliate. In that instant, Dai Mubai felt a renewed sense of relief. Had Tang Yin exhibited such prowess in the previous battle, he would likely have been reduced to mere ashes. Tang Yin, with an expression of enlightenment akin to that of the previously contemplative Dai Mubai, lifted Zhao Wuji, who had posed 3 ultimate questions to himself. He gestured towards his elder brother with a sign of accomplishment. Observing this scene, his brother could only shake his head in exasperation, giving Zhao a gentle tap on the forehead with 2 fingers. Have I not already emerged victorious? Why must you still point at me? Tang Yin gazed up at her older brother with an expression of utter grievance. Stop messing around. Your antics have gone too far this time. Let us first go and apologize to Teacher Zhao. What could Tang San do upon witnessing the look in his little sister's eyes? After affectionately ruffling Tang Yin's hair, he couldn't bring himself to scold her further. Oh, my apologies, Teacher Zhao. Tang San led Tang Yin before Teacher Zhao. Well, I never anticipated that I would encounter such setbacks today. Xiao Yin, what is the nature of your soul skill? Why am I rendered immobile? Zhao Wujia inquired with curiosity. After all, when he was struck by the kick executed by Tang Yin, his body ceased to respond to his commands, leaving him in a state of inertia. Ah, that is my first soul skill, known as stamp shot. It is a type of grappling technique. Once the opponent is hit, they will be subjected to a restraint effect, preventing any actions until my skill concludes. Currently, I am uncertain about the limits of this grappling ability, as the strongest test subject so far has been Flander. Yet even he could not evade the effect. Tang Yin explained. No, such a terrifying control soul skill is merely the first soul skill. Upon hearing Tang Yin's explanation, Dai Mubai, who was still safeguarding Zhu Xing, felt as though he could have wept in despair had it not been for her presence. Why is there such a stark disparity among humans? Indeed, after Dai Mubai received Zhu Xing, who had been sent flying by Zhao Wujia's attack, he did not let her down, epitomizing the concept of taking advantage of another's misfortune. Of course, at that moment, Dai Mubai would not have thought in such a manner. In the words taught to him by Tang Yin, what does it mean to take advantage of someone when I am merely holding my fiancée? Chapter 62. The shattered worldview of Shrek. In contrast to the astonishment of others regarding Tang Yin's soul power, Zhao Wujia focused on another remark made by Tang Yin. You just mentioned that it is one of your first soul skills, correct? What does one of signify? A peculiar thought crossed Zhao Wujia's mind. Yet it contradicted his understanding so profoundly that he could not bring himself to believe it. This matter is not urgent. We can discuss it while we dine. Come. Let me treat you. Tang Yin called out to Oscar, who had long been drawn in by the sound of explosions. Sausage vendor, how many sausages have you grilled? Please give me a few. By the way, do you have any restorative sausage soul techniques? Tang Yin inquired, acknowledging that he had only recently arrived and that some matters required a semblance of pretense. Oh, there are indeed some. These few skewers I just grilled will suffice. You may wait for the others, Oscar replied. Thank you, boss. Here, Teacher Zhao, please have some to replenish yourself. Consider it my way of making amends. With that, Tang Yin handed Zhao Wuji several fragrant skewers as the footwork exerted little drain on him. Even after several uninterrupted minutes of action, Tang Yin's soul power remained remarkably abundant. A chuckle escaped as Dai Mubai and Oscar could not contain their amusement at Zhao Wuji's current demeanor. In response, Zhao Wuji shot them a glance that caused both to stand at attention in an instant. However, Zhao Wuji was not about to let them off so easily, declaring, You two shall come to me for individual training tomorrow. With that, he dismissed the pair, who were now huddled in a corner, lost in their own thoughts. Indeed, after enduring a sustained barrage from the hand cannon, he truly needed to recuperate. Tang Yin also handed a soul power restoration item to his wife. And although he offered it to others as well, including his brother, none of them intended to partake. Tang Yin was indifferent to their refusals, merely extending his courtesy. Since everyone had declined, he felt no obligation to persist and began to enjoy the item himself while introducing his martial spirit. Consistent with his previous presentations to the masters, he categorized his skills according to their respective professions. The detailed skill descriptions will not be elaborated here. Rest assured that whenever the protagonist employs a new skill, it will be vividly depicted, alleviating any concerns for those unfamiliar with DNF. As Tang Yin continued his relentless exposition, the members of Shrek Academy underwent a profound upheaval of their worldviews, culminating in a state of disarray and helplessness. It was perplexing. Why did Tang Yin possess so many soul skills when they were all merely human? This disparity seemed utterly unreasonable. Nevertheless, recognizing the necessity for future teamwork, Tang Yin demonstrated each skill while explaining, intending to reinforce their understanding for better collaboration. Unbeknownst to him, this only exacerbated their already tumultuous reconstruction of beliefs. Amidst his explanations, an unexpected thought struck Tang Yin. In DNF, starting from level 35, a certain item called the colorless small crystal block became essential for skill acquisition. This item, within the game, could only be obtained through a disassembly machine. However, he lacked such a device. What would he do if he required the 5-color small crystal blocks in the future? Tang Yin pondered for a considerable time but could not devise any solution. Ultimately, he could only hope that his appearance would prove sufficient, rendering this setting unnecessary. After all, his external enhancement was not the first to breach the confines of the DNF world. Indeed, such an inexhaustible energy core could not be manufactured even within the realm of DNF's worldview. A basic understanding of physics is essential. It can be said that the extraordinary core of Tang Yin's robot is entirely attributable to the capabilities of this enhancement, which intermittently defies the fundamental laws of physics. I now comprehend why Flanders specifically sought you out, Xiao Wuji mused silently. Well, since you have passed, they shall likewise be admitted. Mubai, please escort them to select their dormitories. Certainly, Teacher Xiao. Everyone, please follow me. Dai Mubai beckoned. At that moment, however, Xiao Wu darted in front of Tang Yin, gazing at him with an expression that conveyed a shared understanding. Very well, this fortuitously brought everyone together. Tang Yin was well aware of his sister-in-law's intentions. She was clearly seeking free labor. What is it? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. It's a housekeeping robot modified from a tracking robot, using my first soul skill. It's incredibly convenient, Xiao Wu explained. With them around, you'll never have to worry about cleaning or taking out the trash again. They will handle it all for you. Leaving everything spotless and utterly convenient, Yao added. Tang Yin remarked. Have you considered who created this? With a sweeping gesture, he summoned all the robots designated as number 8. In an instant, 8 rectangular robots, each approximately knee-high, materialized before the onlookers. These 8 units came equipped with artificial intelligence. Allow me a moment to revoke my permissions. You may recognize me through facial recognition, thus establishing ownership. Tang Yin observed the quizzical expressions of the crowd and elucidated. Oh, the audience nodded somewhat in comprehension, though their interest was piqued by the unfamiliar robot before them. In response, Xiao Wu and the others remained unperturbed, confident that understanding would come in due time. They were already well acquainted with these robots and thus did not share the same level of curiosity as Dai Mubai and his companions. Tang Yin spoke as he donned the mechanic's suit, and a small helicopter materialized beside him. Jarvis, reset all personnel information for housekeeping robots 1 through 8, and reassign their service targets. Tang Yin remarked, no problem, sir. The reset has been completed. Jarvis added. Upon witnessing Tang Yin's completion, Yao stated, now, you may approach the robots that pique your interest. Hearing Yao's words, Dai Mubai and the others curiously advanced, only to find the robots before them emitting a beam of light that scanned over them. Just as they pondered the peculiar situation, they heard all 8 robots simultaneously address their new masters, introducing themselves. Housekeeping robot number 1, at your service. Housekeeping robot number 7, at your service. The 7 robots bowed respectfully to their new masters, with one additional robot designated for the absent Ma Hongjun, prepared by Tang Yin. Wow, this thing can talk? How amazing! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Indeed, we can communicate with them, and even name our own robots, Xiao Yin remarked, admitting her inability to devise names, hence the numerical designations. This is so entertaining. Can they really chat with us? Oscar inquired. Certainly. You may interact with them, came the reply. Tang Yin chuckled as well. In that moment, everyone began engaging with the robot, exchanging remarks like it was their first encounter with a voice-activated system akin to Siri. Chapter 63, Tang Xiaoyin's scheming. Subsequently, Tang Yin meticulously elucidated the operational guidelines for these domestic robots to her companions. For instance, these robots are equipped with communication channels, allowing them to function as telephones. However, since Tang Yin does not yet possess her own satellite, communication is currently restricted to a radius of 1 kilometer. Beyond this distance, the signal begins to weaken. Of course, she also instructed the girls on the Do Not Disturb mode, particularly addressing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing to prevent Dai Mubai and the others from making late-night calls. By the way, Xiao Yin, didn't I mention that our academy had 3 students previously? There is still 1 classmate who has yet to arrive. After all, Ma Hongjun refers to himself as the boss, so Dai Mubai assisted Ma Hongjun in requesting Tang Yin's help. It's a minor matter. There's still 1 more. So please take this along. When you encounter that individual, kindly assist in delivering it. Tang Yin gestured towards Dai Mubai, mistakenly believing that the domestic robot was a gift from him. As for Tang Yin himself, he had retained 4 robots, all of which were culinary robots, boasting a plethora of functionalities. The primary reason for keeping these chef-moduled machines was to enhance the meals during the times when their father would summon the brothers for practice in the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Speaking of their father, Tang Yin pondered whether he would seek out Teacher Xiao today. He felt an urge to witness the unfolding scene. Xiao Yin? Xiao Yin? Tang Yin, with a sly smile, momentarily lost in thoughts of the scene where Teacher Xiao was being beaten, only returned to reality after being called several times by Dai Mubai. Oh, my apologies. I was just lost in contemplation. Tang Yin awkwardly remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he was engaged in conversation with his companions while his mind wandered elsewhere. It's nothing. Perhaps the recent test was a bit exhausting, especially since you have been utilizing your soul skills for such an extended period, he reassured. Sensing the concern from Dai Mubai, who remained unaware of the soul energy consumption involved, Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu and the others exchanged an exasperated glance. Knowing that the energy expenditure was likely trivial compared to the considerable drain Tang Yin experienced when he initially summoned his soul bone to impress others. Based on their understanding of Tang Yin and the expression he had just displayed, it was evident that someone was about to face misfortune. It's all right, Dai. Please lead us to the dormitory. Tang Yin spoke. All right, everyone follow me. Dai Mubai clearly misunderstood Tang Yin, thinking that he was concerned about everyone's worries. Thus, he hurriedly led everyone to choose their dormitories. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shared a room, conveniently allowing Dai Mubai to directly hand over the robot to Ma Hongjun later. Oscar initially lived alone, as there were plenty of rooms available. However, now he shared a room with Tang San. On the ladies' side, Xiao Wu originally planned to share with Yao. But since Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing had many questions regarding the robot, and since they were all neighbors, they decided to form new friendships. Consequently, Xiao Wu stayed with Ning Rongrong, while Zhu Qing shared a room with Yao. This arrangement left an extra room, which Tang Yin occupied, allowing him to have a room to himself, facilitating his research at night. Thus, he promptly entrusted his older brother to Oscar, enjoying his solitary space. Once the room assignments were completed, everyone prepared to return and rest, as they had already exerted considerable energy and had yet to partake in Oscar's restorative sausages. After having played with the robot excitedly for so long, they now felt somewhat fatigued. Meanwhile, the only one full of energy, Tang Yin, busied himself with his plans in his room, pondering, I wonder if using this skill will allow the old man to detect me? Tang Yin pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Soon, the night deepened, and with the dusk's arrival, the entire Shrek Academy fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the gentle chirping of insects in the fields. These soft sounds were not jarring. Rather, they provided a soothing ambience, lulling one into deeper slumber. Amidst this tranquil and harmonious environment, only one room remained illuminated, Zhao Wuji's private quarters. However, Zhao Wuji was feeling somewhat melancholic. Although he had changed into fresh attire and his wounds had healed, the psychological impact of the day's events lingered. Reflecting on his recent misadventures, he couldn't help but bury his face in his hands. What had begun as a mere whim to engage in a bit of fun had spiraled into an embarrassing defeat at the hands of a 30-level prodigy, leaving him with an immense psychological shadow. In the past, he would have seized any opportunity to eliminate Tang Yin, but circumstances had changed. Now, he was a teacher, and his opponent was but a student. From this perspective, a flicker of happiness emerged amidst his gloom. Zhao Wuji's emotions oscillated between frustration and joy. Finally, clenching his left fist and placing it resolutely against his right palm, he declared, despite my earlier misfortune, I have resolved to nurture this remarkable little monster. After all, one cannot forge a masterpiece without diligent shaping. With that, a sinister smile crept across his face. Just as Zhao Wuji contemplated how to torment the seemingly perverse Tang Yin, a voice suddenly extinguished his smile. It was noteworthy that Zhao Wuji, a formidable soul sage, had escaped the clutches of death countless times throughout his life. Yet, he had sensed nothing prior to the emergence of that voice, an alarming oversight. Upon reaching the soul sage realm, one's aura typically creates an invisible field of awareness, alerting them to any disturbances. Yet, he had felt nothing. Who goes there? Zhao Wuji understood the gravity of the situation, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. He was acutely aware of the many enemies he had made in the Soul Master world. Though he had remained at Shrek Academy for years without venturing out, he could not dismiss the possibility of encountering a formidable adversary. Show yourself. As he uttered these words, an elusive presence locked onto him. Zhao Wuji, however, was not one to shy away. If someone dared to confront him, he would face them head-on. He had never backed down from a challenge. Without hesitation, he charged towards the small grove within the academy, propelled by that mysterious energy. Upon entering, he found the presence had vanished, yet he was certain the individual remained nearby. Now that I am here, why do you hide? If you wish to fight, let us engage in a spirited battle, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, noticing that his opponent still refrained from revealing themselves. As his words echoed, he completed his martial soul fusion, 7 soul rings manifesting beneath him, the first glowing brightly as his initial soul skill emerged. In an instant, Zhao Wuji amplified his state and aura to their zenith. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged from behind a tree, its form obscured beneath a hooded robe. Who are you? What trickery is this? Zhao Wuji scoffed, now fully unleashed. His martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, had enveloped him, radiating an overwhelming presence. Yet, in the face of Zhao Wuji's full-force soul power, the newcomer appeared unfazed. Leisurely responding, I did not expect to encounter the immovable king in such a quaint place. I mean no harm. I merely wished to seek you out for a friendly spar to stretch my limbs. As the enigmatic figure approached, a massive hammer rested upon his shoulder. With each step, a soul ring appeared, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. The formidable display of 9 perfectly matched soul rings unleashed an overwhelming aura. Even without the full display of power like Zhao Wuji, the immense soul energy and the unmistakable red ring proclaimed the might of its bearer. Indeed, The newcomer was none other than Tang San and Tang Yin's father, the titled Doluo known as the Haotian Dolua, Tang Hao, the youngest known titled Dolua on record. Initially intending to check on his son's enrollment and well-being, he had overheard Zhao Wuji's idle threats against his younger son and found it laughable. After all, he had never been able to bring himself to harm his own child, so how could he allow another to do so? Upon witnessing the immediate summoning of 9 soul rings, Zhao Wuji was left momentarily dazed, and a chill coursed through him as he regained his senses. Just moments ago, he had exuded authority, but now he shivered at the realization of the disparity in their levels. As a soul sage, he understood that each rank brought a qualitative leap in power. Thus, a mere 1 or 2 levels could signify an insurmountable gap. Now, he found himself over 20 levels below this mysterious figure, the difference in soul power far greater than that between himself and Tang Yin. Title Dolua, Zhao Wuji stammered, his once commanding demeanor evaporating. The oppressive aura of the titled Dolua, a pinnacle among soul masters, rendered him speechless. In that moment, all arrogance faded, replaced by deep respect. He bowed low, saying, "May I inquire which esteemed elder graces our Shrek Academy? Please, do not jest with someone of my humble stature. I am unworthy of engaging in a spar with you." Tang Hao, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, did not hastily take action. He set aside the colossal Haotian hammer without dismissing it entirely. Relaxing his wrist, he remarked, "Let us not speak of compatibility. Did you not also seek to exploit your soul power to intimidate those children earlier? You seem to relish in your bullying. Thus, I have come to realize that occasionally asserting one's dominance over others can be beneficial for both body and mind. Allow me to indulge in this as well. Of course, you may perceive my actions as nothing more than oppression of the weak." Despite Tang Hao not exuding any overwhelming aura, his nonchalant gesture of massaging his hands already imposed immense pressure upon Zhao Wuji. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wuji's mind raced. As a pinnacle soul master, the number of titled Doyuos on the continent was exceedingly limited, each being a figure of great renown. Judging by the weapon soul employed by his opponent, it was evident that he wielded a weapon-type soul, and those who achieved titled Dolua status with such a soul were exceptionally rare. He could not recall any familiar individual who would seek him out. Just as a distance remained between Tang Hao and Zhao Wuji, Tang Hao suddenly halted his advance and casually stated, "Since you have come this far, why not join us? 1 or 2 makes little difference." As his voice faded, a figure emerged slightly in front of Zhao Wuji, visibly alleviating his tension. "Boss, this person is none other than Flinder, the esteemed head of Shrek Academy." Without waiting for Zhao Wuji to finish his inquiry, Flinder waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to remain silent. Faced with the imposing aura of Tang Hao, the title Dolua, he had no choice but to summon his weapon soul. In the next instant, the ethereal image of a 4-eyed cat eagle appeared behind Flinder, and his pupils transformed into a pair of orange-yellow vertical slits. Subsequently, the optimal 7 soul rings manifested beneath him, fortifying him against Tang Hao's formidable presence. "I am Flinder, head of Shrek Academy, honored to meet you under the auspices of the Haotian crown. I beg your pardon for any oversight regarding your esteemed visit." Flinder offered a respectful bow, clearly indicating no intention of confronting his counterpart directly. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Zhao Wuji's mind erupted with realization. What had he just heard? The individual before him was none other than the Haotian Dolua, Tang Hao. Zhao Wuji was no longer merely sweating. He felt his heart constrict violently. My heavens, when did I offend such a deity? I could only aspire to admire him, he thought. It was widely recognized that the Haotian crown was hailed as the most powerful strength-type title Dolua in the current Dolua continent. As a fellow strength-type soul master, Zhao Wuji understood the sheer terror that lay within this reality. Although he too was a strength-type soul master, the chasm between them could be likened to the insignificance of a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the moon. Zhao Wuji felt as though he were being crushed beneath Tang Hao's might, and the existential questions of life resurfaced in his mind. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? In response to Flinder's flattery, Tang Hao coolly retorted, "There is no need for such empty praise. I am here merely to stir up trouble. Flinder, I see you possess soul power at level 78. It is no wonder you are regarded as a primary combatant in the Golden Iron Triangle." Flinder, wary of Tang Hao's commendation, quickly replied, "I am merely fortunate to have friends who hold me in high regard. I am perplexed as to how Zhao Wuji might have offended you, esteemed elder. I apologize on his behalf and hope you might show him some leniency." Tang Hao, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, responded, "Spare me the pleasantries. Step aside, or I shall not hesitate to include you in the reckoning. Zhao Wuji, do not accuse me of bullying you. You need only endure my onslaught for the duration of a single incense stick, and I shall take my leave. Otherwise, you shall be obliged to perform a task for me." Hearing these words, Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with frustration. He felt relieved that his life was spared, yet disheartened that he could not evade the impending beating. What could he do? He could only respond with a wry smile. "Haotian Crown, I truly do not know how I have offended you. If I must endure this beating, might you at least clarify the reasons behind it?" In contrast to Zhao Wuji's disheartened tone, Flinder, now reassured of Zhao Wuji's safety, gallantly stepped aside, perfectly exemplifying the concept of superficial camaraderie. Tang Hao, unfazed, casually remarked, Isn't it simple? You were just contemplating how to make things difficult for me. As a father, it is only right that I intervene to restore justice. Now, let us begin. As soon as Tang Hao's voice fell, his figure vanished, only to reappear a moment later. With a fist the size of a large pot hurtling towards Zhao Wuji's face. In an instant, a cacophony of thuds and crashes filled the air. A tumultuous symphony that transcended mere grandeur, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams that lent rhythm to the chaos. This brutal scene left even Flender, who boasted a superficial camaraderie, somewhat abashed. He discreetly covered his eyes with one hand, projecting an expression of profound sorrow, despite the betraying upward twitch of his lips. Although it was said that the conflict would last as long as an incense stick burns, it ultimately required far less time to achieve Tang Hao's objective. His intention was not solely to admonish Zhao Wuji against reckless antics, but also to extract the accumulated internal injuries Zhao had harbored over the years, thereby rendering him indebted. After a gratifying series of strikes, Tang Hao felt quite pleased with the results of his exertions. Having engaged in such a vigorous bout, he appeared utterly unfazed. Not a wrinkle marring his coat, while the only evidence of the recent fray lay in the pitiful state of Zhao Wuji, who was now a battered mess. Far worse off than after being struck by Tang Yin. Yet, despite the pain, Zhao Wuji felt a surprising sense of relief within. Do you understand now, Zhao Wuji? Tang Hao casually remarked, and his immense popularity became undeniably apparent. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, primarily focusing on Zhao Wuji. This extraordinary occurrence instantly captured everyone's attention. Ah, my apologies. I forgot to turn off the flash while taking a photo. Unfortunately, it's nighttime. And my camera automatically adjusted to flash mode. A voice laced with palpable embarrassment chimed in, surprising the three individuals present with its youthful tone. At that moment, a radiant light flickered above the Houghton hammer, which had been left untouched by Tang Hao. Before them appeared a youth holding an unknown object. Indeed, it was Tang Yin, who had been scheming in the dormitory for quite some time. One might wonder why Tang Yin, despite being in the presence of Tang Hao, the esteemed title Dolua, had gone unnoticed. This can be attributed to Tang Yin's third soul ring ability, the mechanic's level 30 skill, camouflage. This form of concealment is not akin to wearing camouflage gear, but rather resembles the cutting-edge cloaking technology utilized by Marvel's airborne carriers when they become invisible. Moreover, upon entering the Dolua realm, this skill was augmented by an additional soul power magnetic field, ensuring that his presence remained undetected. Coupled with Tang Yin's ability to traverse the air, landing softly on his father's hammer, he made nary a sound, evading detection by all present. Little Yin? The trio expressed their astonishment, realizing none had noticed Tang Yin's arrival. Hey, old man, long time no see. Just so you know, as a good student, I shall definitely keep a record of your behavior in bullying teachers. Tang Yin, realizing that his past had been exposed, ceased documenting his murky history. He promptly leaped down from the hammer and remarked, however, considering that you acted on behalf of me and my brother, I shall reluctantly forgive you. Thank you, old man. Tang Yin approached Tang Hao, gently patting him on the shoulder, wearing an encouraging expression that seemed to convey his optimism for the young man. There was little he could do. After all, it was a moment of joy for Tang Yin. Given that he was reunited with his biological father after 6 long years, who wouldn't he feel elated? Ahem. As for the teachers, perhaps we should conclude tonight's parent-teacher meeting here, as I still have some inquiries to make with my old man. So haha. Tang Yin felt somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Zhao Wujin and the others. For being discovered was indeed quite awkward. Not to mention, he had followed Zhao Wujin all the way here. And witnessing the latter being reprimanded by his own elder without intervening felt rather dishonorable. Fortunately, they were unaware of his arrival. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Flanders, cognizant of the relationship between Tang Yin and Xiao Yin de Law, assumed that Tang Yin was seeking an opportunity to exonerate them and promptly responded, "Please wait. I have a few matters to discuss with you." Suddenly having his whereabouts uncovered by his own son, Tang Hao felt an inexplicable sensation akin to having been caught in a secret, although he could not quite understand why. This did not deter him from using the pretext of conversing with Zhao Wujin and the others as an opportunity to discreetly slip away. With this thought in mind, he prepared to depart alongside Zhao Wujin and the others. It is certainly acceptable for you to discuss matters with them. But I too have something I wish to converse with you about, specifically regarding my Xiao Yin hammer and my mother. Tang Yin spoke to Tang Hao with an air of unwavering certainty. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Tang Hao momentarily hesitated. Yet, he ultimately continued to stride towards Zhao Wuji. Observing this scene, Tang Yin added, "If you do not arrive soon, I shall seek vengeance upon the spirit hall myself. Should you be willing to retrieve my remains? You may choose not to come." Tang Yin's tone remained as unwavering as ever, displaying a steadfast resolve. This time, Tang Hao was genuinely taken aback. Gazing at Tang Yin with astonishment, with a stammering voice, he uttered, "Xiao Yin you." Upon meeting Tang Yin's uncompromising gaze, Tang Hao experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He waved his hand dismissively towards Flender and the others, saying, "You may leave for now. Furthermore, nothing has transpired today, and I have not been here." In conclusion, Tang Hao stated, "Understood. We are aware," Flender acknowledged, assisting Zhao Wuji as they withdrew. In an instant, only you remained. seated once more upon the Haotian hammer, and the two figures exchanged glances. Chapter 66. Reviving the dead is no easy task. Observing that his elder had yet to approach him with any intent to confess, Tang Yin remained unperturbed, continuing to sit atop the Haotian hammer. Indeed, Tang Hao had not yet retracted the hammer, while Tang Yin, adhering to the principle of sitting whenever possible, utilized the Haotian hammer as a chair. Glancing at the Haotian hammer he occupied, Tang Yin summoned his own. Holding in his hand a hammer comparable in size to Thor's Mjolnir, he contrasted it with his father's Haotian hammer, which stood nearly as tall as a person. The disparity was truly remarkable. It became evident that without the addition of soul rings to the Haotian hammer, his own weapon would suffer from stunted growth. Tang Yin, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked. As he pondered over possible methods to enhance the Haotian hammer without the addition of soul rings, Tang Hao had appeared behind him unnoticed. He gave Tang Yin a light pat, startling him so much that he nearly fell from the Haotian hammer. Hey, old man, can't you see that I'm deep in thought? You could give someone a heart attack like that. Tang Yin addressed his father, saying, before you jest, please enlighten me. How did you come to know about your mother's connection to the spirit hall? Tang Hao remarked as he approached the other side of his Haotian hammer, leaning against it. Is this not a simple matter? Merely a straightforward deduction. Tang Yin spoke with ease. Upon hearing his words, it was now Tang Hao who was astonished. After all, in his memory, such cerebral matters were always the responsibility of his eldest son. As for this youngest son, what else could he possibly do besides harboring grudges? Hey, old man, what kind of gaze is that? Tang Yin observed her husband's demeanor, which seemed to suggest he was emulating the persona set by his elder brother, akin to pulling out a small notebook. The underlying relationships are quite straightforward to deduce. Firstly, there's the Haotian sect, which once held the esteemed title of the foremost sect in this continent. However, when Master introduced us to the various sects, he provided elaborate details about all the other sects, yet he merely glossed over the Haotian sect. Tang Yin remarked. My older brother, due to his unwavering trust in the Master, did not inquire further. However, this piqued my curiosity, prompting me to scour various bookstores in search of information about the Haotian sect. Can you guess what I ultimately discovered? Tang Yin remarked as he patted the seated Haotian hammer, continuing. The representative martial soul of the Haotian sect bears an uncanny resemblance to the hammer wielded by my elder brother and me, coupled with the chaotic cloak hammer technique you imparted to us before our journey to Notting Academy. It undoubtedly indicates that the hammer martial soul we possess is a legacy derived from your own, Tang Yin remarked. According to the Master's theory, a child's martial soul is derived from their parents, which implies that our mother's martial soul is the blue-silver grass of our other hand. With this in mind, your earlier statement about using the hammer of our left hand to safeguard the grass of our right hand becomes quite comprehensible. Tang Yin spoke as he took a sip of water, observing Tang Hao's expression of sheer astonishment. He continued, if everything that has transpired thus far is indeed valid, then a new question arises. Why would someone of your caliber, possessing the most prestigious martial spirit on the entire continent, fall in love with a mother who bears the blue-silver grass? This, in itself, is a fallacious proposition. Tang Yin spoke as he summoned the blue-silver pistol, its body adorned with the shimmering patterns of blue-silver grass, radiating vibrantly under the moonlight. With this question in mind, I sought out the Master to request his research materials on dual martial souls. Soon, I uncovered an intriguing detail. The formation of a dual martial soul necessitates a prerequisite condition, namely, that the martial souls of both parents must possess remarkably similar qualities. This revelation ignited a fresh idea within me. Tang Yin, having retracted his martial soul, turned his gaze towards his father and earnestly stated, according to the soul beast data I obtained from the Master, I have discovered that the blue-silver grass can evolve into a formidable soul beast known as the Blue-Silver King after 10,000 years. However, the Blue-Silver King alone is insufficient to rival the might of the world's foremost weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer. After a brief pause, observing the astonishment in Tang Hao's eyes, he continued, our mother is a 100,000-year-old plant-type soul beast, the Blue-Silver Empress, surpassing even the Blue-Silver King. Do not inquire how I possess this knowledge regarding the transformation of 100,000-year soul beasts. You must have already envisioned your future daughter-in-law upon your return today. In conclusion, Tang Yin was taken aback. He had never anticipated that, relying solely on the Master's brief introduction of the Haotian sect, he could uncover the entirety of Tang Hao's lineage with such clarity. Is this truly my little son? Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Hao, this was precisely the method Tang Yin sought to employ for discerning the truth through reverse reasoning. It was upon hearing Tang Yin's plan that Yao also learned this technique of revelation and deduction. As for Yao and Xiao Wu, Tang Yin was well aware of their identities, having encountered them during his school days alongside Tang San. However, this revelation piqued his curiosity, for upon observing Xiao Wu and Yao once more today, he could no longer detect the presence of their soul beasts. Tang Yin observed that his father had nearly recovered and continued, your expression confirms my deductions. As for the spirit hall, the matter is rather straightforward. Now that we are aware of Mother's identity, our next step must be to seek out our adversaries. Interestingly, while I was researching, I stumbled upon the news that the Haotian sect has sealed its mountain, given that we brothers were born in the same year. I find it hard to believe that this is mere coincidence. This implies that there is undoubtedly a connection between these two events. Tang Yin remarked that during this period, the most significant event was the previous generation of the Spirit Hall's Pope leading several titled Doluos to seize a treasure belonging to the Xiao clan, or rather, the Xiao Dolua. Both sides were unwilling to hold back and engaged in a fierce battle. It was during this confrontation that the former pope was gravely injured, on the brink of death, and several titled Doluos sustained severe wounds. This very conflict culminated in the emergence of the youngest titled Dolua in history, the Xiao Dolua. Tang Yin gazed upon his father's hands, now stained with fresh blood, and felt an overwhelming reluctance to continue speaking. Thus, he directly articulated the purpose of his visit to his father. "Father, please take my elder brother and meet a mother. We wish to assist in her revival." Tang Yin patted his father's shoulder with a smile, revealing the depth of his commitment to a plan he had initiated during his time at the academy. It was true that he had diligently researched the necessary information, all to establish a legitimate avenue for his intentions, which were ultimately aimed at resurrecting his mother. He was acutely aware of all the truths surrounding him, including the fact that the previous pope, who had pursued his parents relentlessly, was ultimately slain by Bibi Dong. From this perspective, one could argue that Bibi Dong was, in a sense, a benefactor to their family. Unfortunately, the divergent positions of each party complicated matters. When the time came to confront each other, there would be no room for lofty ideals of justice or righteousness. In the realm of adulthood, the dichotomy of good and evil is seldom as clear-cut. Often, it is merely a matter of differing stances. "Little Yin, what are you saying?" Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Tang Hao responded with disbelief. "Isn't resurrecting someone supposed to be a straightforward endeavor?" Tang Yin casually spoke words that would overturn Tang Hao's worldview. The third update of the day. The eager request for recommendations and collections was made with gratitude. Chapter 67, The Shocked Little Monsters. The notion of resurrecting life. How could that be possible? Even though Tang Hao desperately wished for Tang Yin's words to be true, reason told him it was utterly impossible. "Well then, can you take me to find out? If we don't go, how will we know? Let us first seek out my elder brother." As Tang Yin spoke, she did not allow her husband a moment to respond. Instead, she pointed in the direction of the academy and commanded, "Let us set forth." Tang Hao, caught off guard by this series of actions, only realized the excitement emanating from behind him after a brief moment of confusion. He suddenly felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards these two brothers, yet chose to say little more. "Hold on tight." Tang Hao waved his hand, swiftly stowing away the Haotian hammer. With a graceful leap, he returned to the academy in mere moments. As he approached, Tang Yin noticed a flickering light on the open ground in front of the dormitory. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the members of Shrek Academy were gathered around a bonfire, engaging in lively conversation, including a rather plump boy he had not seen earlier that day. It was evident that this was Ma Hongjun. As the Shrek group reveled in their merriment, an unexpected figure descended nearby, adorned with 9 soul rings. One could only imagine the shock they experienced upon witnessing such a sight. The revelation Tang Yin had shared earlier was so staggering that Tang Hao had yet to fully process it. The outcome was that Tang San and the others were left utterly bewildered, after all. Encountering a titled Dolua in the middle of a midnight gathering with children was quite alarming. "Hey, brother, I brought the old man back." As the minds of the Shrek members momentarily faltered, Tang Yin's had appeared from behind Tang Hao, followed by him leaping down from his father's back. "Xiao Yin." The onlookers were astounded to see him perched upon the back of a titled Dolua. At that moment, Tang San finally discerned the visage beneath the black robe. His voice a blend of astonishment, joy, and disbelief. "Father." Just then, Flinder and Zhao Wujin, who had left earlier, made their return. However, only Flinder appeared, for Zhao Wujin was not in a state to be seen. "Your Excellency, Xiao Yin," Flinder inquired, initially anticipating that Tang Hao and Tang Yin would depart after their conversation. But the current situation had taken him by surprise. "Xiao Yin Dolua, Tang San, your father is the youngest titled Dolua in history, the Xiao Yin Dolua, Ning Rongrong." Having grown up under the tender care of 2 titled Doluos, immediately recalled the significance of the name Xiao Yin. This was someone who had single-handedly vanquished several titled Doluos of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, you and Xiao Yin have endured much over the years. Tang Hao brought Tang San before him, gazing at this child who had always been the most understanding and worry-free since his early years. He couldn't help but affectionately ruffle his hair. Witnessing this scene, the group of young companions looked at the figure, now devoid of the 9 soul rings, as if they were admiring an idol, with the exception of Xiao Wu. To be precise, Xiao Wu was currently in a state of anxiety. After all, it was only now that she realized that Tang San and Tang Yin's father was, in fact, a titled Dolua of level 90. It is worth noting that a titled Dolua possesses the ability to discern their true forms. Just as Xiao Wu was feeling uneasy, you had already grasped her trembling hand. When Xiao Wu shifted her gaze, she saw Yao offering a gentle smile, indicating that everything was all right. Meanwhile, Tang Yin approached Yao and inquired, "I thought you all were resting? Why have you gathered again?" Yao succinctly summarized the situation, explaining, "Not much, really. After Ma Hongjun acquired the robot, he introduced us using it. Today, he happened to bring some late-night snacks, and since everyone had already rested and felt no drowsiness, we decided to come out and chat to get to know each other better. Understanding the circumstances, Tang Yin nodded and, noticing his father still affectionately stroking his older brother's head, couldn't he help but remark, "Old man, are you still addicted to this? If you keep rubbing my brother's head, you might just rub it bald." As Tang Yin spoke, he led Yao and Xiao Wu over. "Come, this is Yao, your future daughter-in-law. As for this young lady, Xiao Wu, you may inquire with my elder brother." After all, since their patriarch had made an appearance, it was only fitting to formally introduce his wife. Patriarch? The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yin's casual reference to his elder as patriarch. After all, this was a title Dolua. Yet, considering that Tang Yin was indeed his child, it was clear that the name he chose was entirely at his discretion. Moreover, judging by Tang Hao's reaction, it seemed that Tang Yin had always addressed him in this manner. "Excellent. You must ensure to conceal your belongings well." Tang Hao spoke an ambiguous remark, initially leading one to believe that Yao was referring to the resurrection coins, thus alleviating any concerns that Xiao Wu might have about being exposed. In an instant, Xiao Wu turned to Tang Hao with a look of sheer astonishment. However, in stark contrast to Xiao Wu's anxiety, Yao nodded with utmost seriousness. "Dean Flinder, tomorrow the old man intends to take us brothers to a certain location, and we should return in a few days. By then, my brother should have also achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level, and Xiao Wu and Yao should be nearing the same milestone. Therefore, what do you think about postponing our hunt for the third spirit ring until after our return?" Tang Yin inquired. Tang Yin had contemplated sending his father to assist them in acquiring the third soul ring. Yet he harbored concerns that his elder brother might not secure the external soul bone. However, Flander, without a trace of hesitation, readily acquiesced to Tang Yin's request. Once this matter was settled, Tang Yin took his wife aside, and they engaged in a discussion regarding Ningrongrong. Despite her seemingly amiable demeanor, there loomed the possibility of her revealing her witch-like nature the following day, which could lead to her being subjected to various criticisms by the members of Shrek Academy. Consequently, Tang Yin hoped that Yao could remain vigilant during that time. Unfortunately, the academy was rife with mischievous youngsters, and as parents, they found themselves in a position of helplessness. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Ningrongrong truly integrated into the team only after their expedition to the soul-hunting forest. However, the timing of their current journey to the forest had shifted, introducing numerous uncertainties that could potentially trigger a butterfly effect. Tang Yin even feared that, due to their interference, Oscar's flight soul ability might be jeopardized. At present, his primary objective was to ensure his elder brother's acquisition of the external soul bone. Rest assured, focus on your endeavors. I will handle matters here. It must be said that despite her youth, the essence of a virtuous wife and devoted mother was unmistakably evident in her demeanor. As it was evening, Tang Hao did not hasten to depart, and instead, the group settled down at Shrek for the night. Tang Hao followed Flinder to the designated place for rest, leaving the time for the little monsters to take center stage. Chapter 68. Is this what a human would do? With the elders gone, it was now time for Dai Mubai and the other Shrek members to interrogate Tang Yin and Tang San. After all, their father was a titled Dolua, renowned as the Xiao Yin Dolua. It felt akin to discovering that your classmate's father was none other than Jay Cho or Uncle Long. Of course, Tang San was completely unaware, while Tang Yin resorted to various evasions. He certainly could not reveal that all of this was derived from a book called Dolua Continent, which was quite an intriguing tale in itself. Imagine the chaos if someone here were to awaken unexpectedly, like a certain mischievous character, and sought to obliterate the Dolua universe for the sake of salvation. However, under Tang Yin's playful banter, the atmosphere among the group became remarkably pleasant, with Yao already deep in conversation with Ningrongrong. As they chatted, time slipped away unnoticed. Perhaps it was due to the nostalgic stories shared during the interrogation of the Tang brothers, which prompted a delightful exchange of amusing anecdotes from their pasts. Surprisingly, Dai Mubai emerged as the one who gained the most from this dialogue. He had initially engaged in conversation to enhance his strength, not entirely succumbing to lethargy. This outcome eased Zhu Zhuqing's prejudice against him, at least alleviating her initial aversion. Meanwhile, Yao and Ningrongrong had nearly become inseparable confidants, both being support-type soul masters. Their exchange of experiences proved mutually beneficial. This scene even stirred a tinge of jealousy in Xiao Wu. "Dai, do you trust me?" Noticing how smoothly things were going for his beloved, Tang Yin intended to lend Dai Mubai a helping hand. After all, Dai Mubai had taken a beating but still bore no grudges, even covering all housing expenses for him and his friends. Failing to assist would leave Tang Yin feeling quite remiss. He was certainly not trying to stir up trouble. "Absolutely not. Dai, do you trust me?" Tang Yin gazed earnestly at Dai Mubai and inquired, What is it, Xiao Yin?" Dai Mubai, despite being unaware of what Tang Yin was about to reveal, chose to place his unwavering trust in him. "Since you are willing to believe in me, then you must dedicate yourself fully to your training. I possess a means to address the matters concerning your elder brother and sister to create opportunities for you." Tang Yin remarked, "Alas, Xiao Yin, our situation is quite intricate. After all, you are well aware of our backgrounds." Before Dai Mubai could finish his sentence, Tang Yin interjected, I am also familiar with the traditions of your family. Still, I must ask, Brother Dai, do you trust me? Tang Yin inquired once more, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. Dai Mubai, taken aback by Tang Yin's earnest demeanor, instinctively glanced towards Zhu Xuqing, who evidently had overheard their conversation. At that moment, as Dai Mubai turned to look, he felt an inexplicable sensation of having been caught eavesdropping. He let out a haughty hum, his expression strikingly proud, and combined with his naturally icy visage. This contrast rendered him remarkably endearing. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Xuqing, his betrothed, appeared to Dai Mubai as an exquisite beauty. Xiao Yin, I trust you. Dai Mubai declared earnestly. Very well, then. Give your all in the upcoming training. Have faith. The future sessions will be truly invigorating. After all, the next phase involved the Master S training, which filled Tang Yin with trepidation. Yet, all of this seemed inconsequential. Tang Yin observed that the situation had nearly reached a resolution, noting the distinctly relaxed atmosphere between Dai Mubai and Zhu Xuqing. He discreetly led Dai Mubai to a spot out of Zhu Xuqing's sight, where he surreptitiously handed him an object resembling a perfume bottle. Of course, amidst their training, should there be an opportunity for solitude with Zhu Xuqing, he could apply a spritz of this. As Tang Yin spoke, he incessantly cast meaningful glances. In response, Dai Mubai regarded Tang Yin with a look that conveyed, since you were such a mischievous little one. Tang Yin, oblivious to the fact that this fellow had misconstrued his intentions, raised his hand and delivered a light slap. Dai, keep your thoughts pure. I assure you, this is not some unsavory item. It is merely a perfume I crafted myself. Just remember to use it when the time comes. Having achieved his objective, Tang Yin promptly withdrew, leaving Dai Mubai no chance to decline. Tang Yin completed his tasks and then settled beside Yao, gently placing the already slumbering Xiao Yin from her embrace onto his lap, stroking the child affectionately. What did you just give Dai Mubai? Although Tang Yin's subtle maneuver had eluded Zhu Xuqing's notice, Yao, who occasionally cast her gaze towards him, observed everything with keen clarity. It is merely a fragrance that can enhance their emotional bond, Tang Yin remarked, and upon hearing his words, Yao instinctively distanced herself from him. The implication was unmistakable. Tang Yin, must you all be so devoid of purity in your thoughts? Do you truly perceive me as such a person? Tang Yin spoke weakly, then swiftly leaned in closer to Yao's ear and whispered, moreover, if I truly desired it, would I even need that? Stop fooling around. Everyone is watching. Yao's cheeks flushed crimson at Tang Yin's sudden proximity. Though she frequently teased him, it was typically when no one else was paying attention, or in private. Yet now, they were in front of all their classmates. Reflexively, Yao glanced at her peers, only to find that none were focused on her. This revelation offered her a slight sense of relief. However, the reality was far from it. Everyone was gathered around the bonfire, even if their gazes were diverted. Peripheral vision would still betray their situation. Initially, they all intended to stir up some mischief, only to be met with the sight of Tang Yin's hand cannon positioned behind him. The scene unfolded as follows. Tang Yin, are you moved? The crowd, we dare not move, we dare not move. Thus, everyone consciously chose to adhere to their own hearts. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin felt a profound satisfaction and ceased to tease his wife further. He put away his playful antics and continued to pet the cat. So, what exactly did you give to Big Brother Dai? You still inquired with some confusion. It's nothing much, merely a perfume I crafted myself. If you desire, I can offer you a bottle as well. However, this perfume is made from catnip. Tang Yin casually remarked, catnip? Yao Yao gazed at the perfume that Tang Yin had presented with disbelief, then turned to look at Zhu Xuqing. She glanced back at the catnip perfume and once more at Zhu Xuqing, her astonishment growing. Is this even humanly possible? Yao exclaimed, covering her face. Chapter 69. Our own Obadu is quite terrifying. I believe it should be fine. After all, Zhu Xuqing does possess quite a number of real cats. Tang Yin chuckled, simultaneously presenting a bottle of catnip-scented perfume to his wife, continuing, you should keep this to tease little Yunmo. Starting tomorrow, we shall likely embark on our journey. So she will not wear it this time. Upon receiving the perfume from Tang Yin, Ye was suddenly struck by a tantalizing thought. What if she bathed in catnip that day? What an extraordinary scene that would be. After all, she shared a dormitory with Zhu Xuqing. The mere thought made Yao erupt into a fit of unsettling laughter, startling Tang Yin, who was unaccustomed to such behavior. It is evident that they truly influenced one another. Thus, the first gathering of the Shrek monsters concluded splendidly. Meanwhile, just as the gathering was wrapping up, Tang San arrived outside Tang Yin's dormitory. He knocked softly on the door and inquired, Xiao Yin, are you asleep? Brother, just come in. I knew you would come looking for me. As Tang Yin spoke, he ushered his elder brother into the room and proceeded to reiterate the reasoning he had previously shared with Tang Hao. However, upon concluding his series of deductions, Tang Yin noticed that his brother was regarding him with an expression akin to that of one observing a peculiar creature. Hey, brother, your gaze is rather excessive. Tang Yin expressed his frustration, saying, I must apologize. Your analysis has somewhat overturned my understanding. After all, my impression of you has always been that you adhere to the principle of solving everything with an explosive approach. If one explosion isn't sufficient, then simply launch several more. And if that still fails, just eliminate the one posing the problem. I never anticipated that you would resort to critical thinking now. This is quite remarkable. Tang San. You have finally grown up, he exclaimed with a tone of astonishment. Tang Yin. Tang Yin gazed at his elder brother's countenance, which radiated a sense of profound contentment, and felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a surging electric laser beam directly upon his brother's forehead. Is it appropriate for you to speak of your younger sibling in such a manner? Noticing Tang Yin's subdued expression, Tang San refrained from teasing him further and continued. So, do you intend to utilize the resurrection coin to bring our mother back to life? Indeed, it is only fitting that, given the circumstances surrounding our father's departure. Now that we have encountered him, we must strive to restore our mother to life as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, would all my meticulous notes not have been in vain? Tang Yin spoke as he retrieved from his space the small notebook specially designated for recording the grievances of his elderly patriarch. Tang San, so your primary objective is this? Wait, this doesn't seem right. Tang San suddenly realized the inconsistencies in Tang Yin's words. Haven't you been recording these notebooks since you were young? Tang San inquired. Indeed. That is correct. Tang Yin nodded in agreement with his elder brother's words, affirming their validity. However, at that time, we had yet to awaken our martial souls. Nor did we possess revival coins. So, whom were you keeping this in mind for? Tang San felt an increasing curiosity about the purpose of Tang Yin's little notebook. Naturally, it was intended for the time when the old man would eventually pass away. At that moment, he would burn these items for our mother, thereby enabling her to assist him in avenging his grievances. Tang Yin stated with an air of assurance. Tang San, in that fleeting moment, Tang San suddenly realized how terrifying his do was. It seemed even the king of hell would hesitate to confront his younger brother, for he could not contain him. The following morning, the Tang brothers bid farewell to everyone and set off together, following Tang Yin in a particular direction. Hey, old man. I understand your exhilaration at the prospect of resurrecting our mother, but could you perhaps consider the feelings of others? I possess an external soul bone that allows me to keep pace, but my brother truly needs to exert himself to keep up. Tang Yin addressed his old man, expressing, unexpectedly, I too long to reunite with our mother. In contrast, Tang San seemed indifferent to this sentiment, harboring a slight grievance regarding his own sluggish pace. How about this? He suggested. Father, why not carry my elder brother on your back? That would expedite our journey. Tang Yin proposed. All right, Xiao San, you come up. Upon hearing the suggestion from his younger son, Tang Hao agreed, recognizing its fairness. After all, the younger son had already memorized it, and neglecting the elder son would indeed seem biased. Thus, he directly beckoned Tang San to come forward. Oh, splendid. Tang San was evidently taken aback, for the words spoken seemed incongruous with what one would expect from his father, especially considering the negative image his father had previously held. Even for someone like Tang San, who held deep respect for his father, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm in that moment. However, as Tang San began to study alongside his younger siblings, striving to become a competent companion, their pace of progress significantly quickened. After several days of relentless travel, Tang Yin and the others finally arrived, under the guidance of Tang Hao, at a secluded valley. As they entered this tranquil expanse, the thunderous roar of cascading waterfalls greeted them. Yet, apart from the resounding falls, an eerie silence enveloped the valley. If one were to block out the sound of the waterfalls, the place would be utterly still. Observing such a landscape, though he had never seen it before, Tang Yin speculated that this was indeed the site where he and his brother would practice the chaotic wind hammer technique. Xiao Yin, we have arrived. Keep pace with me. Tang Hao, with determination, leaped directly towards the waterfall. Upon noticing that Tang Yin was closely following his rhythm, Tang Hao shifted once more. With a swift motion of his arms, a colossal Xiao Yin hammer, measuring 3 meters in length and with a hammerhead nearly the size of a water tank, materialized in his grasp. Yet, astonishingly, this immense hammer was effortlessly lifted with a single hand as Tang Hao soared into the air. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yin immediately activated the flying cannon, and the cloud boots manifested beneath his feet, allowing him to tread upon the void with ease. The twin-hand cannons fired in succession, akin to Iron Man's repulsor beams. This was the very reason Tang Yin could match his elder's pace throughout their journey. The cloud boots granted him the ability to hover when necessary, while the hand cannons served as propulsion devices, synergizing with his passive skill, the ammunition expert, to create a singular propulsion system. His speed surged to astonishing heights. Meanwhile, as Tang Hao ascended, he wielded the Xiao Yin hammer, gathering power with each swing. Yet, even the mere act of charging the swing was sufficient to reverse the cascading waters of the waterfall. Unfazed by this, Tang Hao leaped to a designated height and, with a decisive strike of the Xiao Yin hammer against the roaring torrent, water splashed in all directions. The formidable force of his energy cleaved through the colossal waterfall, revealing a cavern within its depths. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback by this scene. The flower and fruit mountain, the abode of paradise. And the water curtain cave, wasn't this a realm from Dolua? How could there possibly be matters pertaining to Journey to the West? Might there be a troop of monkeys residing within this cave, or could there be some celestial stone for mending the heavens hidden in this valley? If I were to stealthily procure that stone for sale, would I be engaging in the illicit trade of wildlife or the unlawful commerce of mineral resources? Tang Yin's mind wandered, having only glanced at Doluo once. His ability to deduce that this location might be where they would practice the chaotic wind hammer technique was already pushing the limits of his understanding. As for the whereabouts of his mother, he was genuinely uncertain. Chapter 70. A Yin's resurrection. Despite Tang Yin's thoughts drifting aimlessly, his feet instinctively followed his father's leap. Entering the cave behind Tang Hao after passing through the waterfall. Perhaps due to the proximity of the waterfall, the cave exuded a distinctly damp atmosphere. The cavern stood approximately 3 meters high and about 2 meters wide, yet the three of them found it to be comfortably spacious. The cave extended straight ahead, with the illumination diminishing as they ventured deeper. However, Tang Hao was evidently prepared. He promptly retrieved a gemstone from his soul guide, radiating a golden light to illuminate their surroundings. As the trio continued onward, they gradually encountered flickers of blue-gold light surrounding them. Soon, a stone chamber of roughly 10 square meters emerged before them. This chamber bore no furnishings or decorations. Apart from a gem embedded in the ceiling that emitted a gentle glow, it was devoid of any other items. Beneath the luminous stone lay a small mound of earth, atop which a strand of blue-silver grass danced gracefully in the gentle breeze wafting through the cave entrance. Tang Yin glanced over and noticed that this blue-silver grass appeared to be significantly taller than the genuine blue-silver grass. However, this was not the most extraordinary aspect. The true marvel lay in its veins, which were of pure gold. The plant emanated a luminous blue-golden radiance, harmonizing beautifully with the glimmers from the stones above. Xiao Yin, come here and kneel. Tang Hao gestured towards a patch of vacant ground beside him and settled down cross-legged. Observing this scene, Tang San felt his heart race with heightened intensity. He promptly approached and knelt before the blue-silver grass, just as Tang Hao had instructed. In contrast, Tang Hao's expression radiated warmth as he tenderly gazed at the faint golden veins of the grass, saying, Yin, today I have brought our children to see you. They have all grown up now. Even little Yin has begun to deduce the truths of our past through careful analysis. Can you see? Our son, hey. What are you doing, little Yin? Just a moment ago, Tang Hao had been filled with affection, but he was suddenly thrown off guard by the sight of Tang Yin sprinting towards Yin with a shovel in hand. Mother, let's not pay attention to this clueless old man. He truly lacks even the most basic understanding. Does he not realize that plants require photosynthesis to thrive? As Tang Yin spoke, he soared gracefully through the air, swiftly unearthing not only his mother's true form but also the surrounding soil. Once he had accomplished this task, he enveloped her with his soul energy and, while gently patting her, declared, I shall take you outside to bask in the sunlight, mother. Let us disregard that old man. Tang Hao, in an instant, I found myself kneeling in solitude. Tang San, at that moment, I truly wished to give that mischievous child, Tang Yin, a good thrashing. But I was immediately stopped by Tang San. As a father, it is indeed essential for the blue-silver grass to receive ample sunlight for its growth. Tang San remarked, echoing the words of the master. Tang Hao, brother, please hurry out. Come and help us choose a suitable place for our mother-S transplant. Tang San possesses a rather rudimentary understanding of pharmacology and various herbs. It can be said that aside from the celestial-grade herbs, he tends to disregard the teachings imparted by his elder brother, allowing them to enter through one ear and exit through the other. Thus, when it comes to selecting suitable land for his mother, it is only fitting to entrust this task to his knowledgeable elder brother. Very well, let us proceed. Tang San responded briefly before hastily departing to see his mother, having witnessed his younger brother's astonishing speed when he unearthed their mother-S essence. The rapidity was so remarkable that he scarcely had a moment to discern his mother-S visage. Observing his two brothers, who seemed to have forgotten him in their haste, Tang Hao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He pondered with frustration why events could not unfold according to his expectations. The atmosphere had been so harmonious mere moments ago, yet it had devolved into this chaos. However, what could he do? Realizing through his son's enlightening comments that he had mishandled the situation, he resigned himself to exit the cave. Upon Tang Hao's emergence, he found that Tang Yin and Tang San had already successfully restored their mother. The essence of their mother, now intertwined with them, gently caressed their faces, reminiscent of a mother soothing her children. Both brothers reveled in this, cherishing their first experience of maternal affection. Oh, you're out, old man. Come here. Tang Yin, seated beside the blue-silver empress, called out upon spotting his father leaping down from the waterfall. All right. In the face of such a heartwarming family reunion, Tang Hao felt a surge of excitement and leapt to join the blue-silver empress. Suddenly, Tang Yin smacked his forehead, realizing, right? Since we are bringing our mother back to life, why didn't we just revive her within the cave? What was the point of moving her outside? He turned to his father, exclaiming, this is all your fault. Tang Yin, with an expression of righteous indignation, unceremoniously shifted the blame for his forgotten responsibility onto his father. After all, had it not been for his father's utter lack of common sense, he would never have made such a blunder. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cue the sound of chow chow. Tang Hao. Tang Yin paid no heed to the bewildered expression on Tang Yin's face. Instead, he promptly retrieved a resurrection coin and directed it towards his mother, unleashing a shot reminiscent of an electromagnetic cannon. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant column of white light erupted, and a powerful wave of energy sent the three surrounding individuals staggering backward, its force radiating outward before ultimately dissipating. Witnessing the resurrection accompanied by such a spectacular effect, akin to that in a game, Tang Yin could not help but admire his own clever maneuver in bringing his mother back. The rapid shift in his mindset perfectly illustrated the notion that mere calculations fail to encompass the extraordinary. The magnificent light beam lingered for but a fleeting moment, dispersing in a manner identical to that in the game. As the brilliance faded, a woman emerged, her hair a hue that, if wisdom had a color, would undoubtedly be blue. Clad in a matching blue dress, her beauty epitomized grace and allure, her features radiating an endless tenderness. At that moment, this woman gazed in astonishment at her own corporeal form and hands, her face a canvas of disbelief. This woman was none other than the Blue-Silver Empress, Yin. Tang Hao beheld the familiar beauty that had long occupied his heart, and at last, she appeared before him in all her reality, his eyes brimming with tears. In this poignant moment, Tang Yin chose not to stir the pot further, gently guiding his elder brother a few steps back. He understood that both of them needed a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, trembling slightly, approached Yin. His hand, usually steady enough to wield the Xiao Yin hammer without a quiver, now shaking as it caressed her cheek. Yin gazed at him with a touch of sorrow. Recognizing that the man before her seemed to have aged far beyond his years, her vision blurred with emotion before they finally embraced. They held each other tightly, fearing that this might all be a fleeting dream. Upon their embrace, Yin turned her gaze towards Tang Yin and Tang San, extending her hand to beckon them closer. This marked the first time their family was truly reunited in a warm embrace. "Mother, I am your youngest son, Tang Yin, and this is my brother, Tang San." Tang Yin introduced himself and his elder brother, who was still grappling with the overwhelming sensation of maternal love, thus Tang Yin spoke for him as well. Noting his brother's tear-streaked face, which hardly seemed capable of coherent speech. "My children," Yin murmured, looking at her two offspring, now nearly as tall as she, and drawing them into her embrace once more. Tang Hao, witnessing this heartfelt reunion, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, convinced that in this moment, he was the luckiest man alive, until he noticed the small notebook that had suddenly appeared in Yin's hand. Chapter 71. Preparing for the future. The time had now reached the day after Tang Yin resurrected their mother. As for what transpired the day before, how to describe it? In simple terms, Tang Yin had utilized another resurrection token. Ahem, let it be clear, there is no misunderstanding, given their mother's gentle nature. The notion of avenging her children by eliminating her beloved husband was not something she took lightly, especially after perusing a few pages of her little notebook. However, being the kind-hearted individual she was, she ultimately refrained from enacting such vengeance. Thus, it was Tang San who wielded the hand that dealt the blow. To say dealt the blow may be somewhat misleading. It would be more accurate to say he administered poison. Ahem, once again, I urge you not to misinterpret the situation. How could Tang San, such a dutiful and respectful son, ever harm his own father? This entire affair was orchestrated by Tang Yin. Once more, I implore you not to misunderstand. Tang Yin firmly believed that his actions were in the best interest of his father. He had openly stated that his father would surely feel indebted to the Xiao Yin clan for everything Tang Yin had done, leading him to seek reprieve by making sacrifices. Thus, after enduring a series of punishments, 80 in total, including but not limited to kneeling on durians, do not inquire why durians exist in this world, Tang Hao finally confronted his most arduous trial yet. At the outset, Tang Yin proposed to swiftly eliminate the old man, for there exists no anesthetic in this world more effective than a quick demise. Subsequently, he intended to unleash a flurry of strikes upon his father, targeting the limbs that required amputation, initiating with a vigorous onslaught. The goal was to achieve a truly painless amputation, as Tang Hao, in an educational capacity, served as the mentor for his hammering technique. As a young man of the new era, having grown up with the tale of Naruto, Tang Yin felt compelled to embrace the will of fire, especially since he had already appropriated the Rasengan. He thought it fitting to occasionally pay homage to his mentor. Regrettably, Tang Yin's noble intentions were met with unanimous opposition from all present, compelling him to reluctantly abandon his plans. Ultimately, he suggested a compassionate end for his father, reasoning that in the endeavor to secure a victory for his father, he would at least detain and assist. Thus, dear father, when your sons hasten your end, it is truly for your benefit. There is no personal vendetta here, nor any desire for retribution after all these years. After all, they are father and son. How can there be lingering animosities? Under the inquiries of Tang San and Yin, Tang Hao was compelled to admit that he indeed entertained such thoughts, leading them to concur with Tang Yin's suggestion. After all, possessing a revival coin was certainly preferable to enduring a life of disability. It would also provide an opportunity to heal Tang Hao's myriad of old ailments, potentially restoring him to peak physical condition. Eventually, Tang Hao observed Tang Yin approaching him with a sinister expression, wielding the euthanasia potion crafted by Tang San himself. His emotions were profoundly conflicted. It was akin to the scenario where the four disciples of the journey to the west, after arduous trials, finally retrieved the sacred texts, only to have a passing child set fire to them just as they reached the gates of Chang'an. Fortunately, the amputation procedure proceeded remarkably well, with Tang San, being somewhat of a doctor, effortlessly extracting his father's soul bone. This enabled the Tang brothers to achieve two significant milestones, fatherly tribute and dismemberment, within a single day. Tang Yin mused that it was hardly excessive for his forbidden skill to rise by 3 levels due to this endeavor. Once everything was resolved, Tang Yin promptly used the revival coin. In an instant, the previously woeful old man appeared before them, brimming with vitality. All of his old ailments and injuries were miraculously healed, and his physical condition reverted to the zenith of his youth. Even the strands of white hair had significantly diminished, making him appear rejuvenated. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that Tang Hao's soul power level remained unchanged. He retained the same level upon revival as he had possessed before death. The revival coin, as Tang Yin had anticipated, suppressed the Doloa laws that sought to escape the grave and secured them back within, reinforced with iron nails. As this series of events concluded, night had fallen. The family casually sought out a nearby inn, reserving 2 rooms for the night, leaving their conversations unspoken. This silence, however, pertained only to the Tang brothers. On the other side, the hotel's soundproofing proved effective. "Brother, we have already begun our lunch. Why have the old man and the others not yet come down? Should we assist them in ordering?" Tang Yin stretched lazily and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Tang San, who had already surmised the reason behind it, found himself at a loss for words in response to his younger brother. Just as the 2 brothers were about to order without waiting, their parents' room finally opened. Their mother emerged, radiant and seemingly refreshed from a bath. Upon stepping out, she noticed Tang Yin and greeted them. Where's Mom? And where is Dad?" Tang Yin was certainly aware of the circumstances, for it is quite natural for 2 individuals deeply in love to experience such feelings after years of separation by life and death. Moreover, it was not surprising that his father had regained his vitality. Thus, spending a night apart was understandable. However, he wondered why only his mother had emerged. And where was his father? "Your father was simply too fatigued and has only just fallen asleep," she explained gently. "We shall set off tomorrow." As she spoke, she affectionately ruffled the hair of her 2 children. Tang Yin was taken aback by his mother's words. Had he truly just rested? It was known that they had returned to their respective rooms the previous evening, yet his father had only just now found rest. Observing his mother, who radiated with vitality and appeared so relaxed after her bath, left him in astonishment. Tang Yin found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to deem his father overly ambitious or his mother exceptionally formidable. Wait a moment. Could it be that all soul beasts of 100,000 years possess such extraordinary prowess? Although Tang Yin had been but a novice in his previous life, he had lived in an era characterized by an explosion of information. He had certainly heard tales of various wolves and tigers. Following this line of thought, 100,000 years. By the way, this afternoon, I plan to procure some goji berries and other ingredients for tea. Would you like some, brother? I can bring some back for you. Suddenly gripped by a sense of crisis, Tang Yin became acutely aware of his circumstances. After all, he harbored a multitude of grudges against Yao. Should he be ambushed while seeking vengeance? Would he still have any face left? Then do bring me some as well. Although Tang San did not understand why the rather eccentric Ododo had posed such a question, an inexplicable intuition urged him to prepare a portion as well. Do not inquire why Tang San knows about National Highway 318. It was merely a conversation he had had with Tang Yin in the past. For those unfamiliar with National Highway 318, the ever-enthusiastic Tang San strongly recommends searching for it, as it is undoubtedly a breathtaking and formidable route. Tang Yin casually responded to his elder brother's words, yet a question suddenly emerged in his mind. Speaking of the azure sky and the cow python, since it contains the character for python, should it also be considered a snake? It is said that snake wine possesses remarkable restorative properties. Chapter 72. Heart and Mouth at Odds. Xiao Yin, please wait a moment. Mother has some matters to discuss with you. Let us not rush back to your academy just yet. First, I shall take you to awaken your bloodlines. Mother Yin, observing the close bond between her 2 children, felt immense joy. Mother, after our awakening, will we be able to possess our own soul rings that can enhance as we grow during our next breakthrough? Tang Yin confirmed. Oh, I did not expect you, little Yin, to be aware of this. Yin inquired with a hint of surprise, for this knowledge was a secret known only to soul beasts. How did Tang Yin come to learn of it? It was Yao who informed me. She is my girlfriend, and, in the future, your daughter-in-law. Moreover, she is a soul beast of 100,000 years. Tang Yin directly shifted the blame onto his wife. What? You has actually transformed into a soul beast after 100,000 years. Tang San was evidently taken aback by this news. Did I not mention this to you? Facing his elder brother's astonished expression, Tang Yin responded with an innocent and cherubic demeanor. When did you ever say that? Tang San roared, questioning whether his dear friend Dudu truly wished to witness his misfortune. The fact that his sister Xiao Wu was, in reality, a soul beast of 100,000 years had never been disclosed to him. Nevertheless, now that the truth had surfaced, Tang Yin seized the opportunity to reveal Xiao Wu's identity as well, relishing the exhilarating sensation of this unexpected revelation. The realization that Xiao Wu, too, was a soul beast left Tang San momentarily bewildered, his mind flooded with a singular memory, the moment he acknowledged Xiao Wu as his sworn sister. When she had posed a poignant question, "If one day, countless individuals sought to take my life, and their power surpassed yours, what would you do?" The echo of Xiao Wu's query resonated in his ears, accompanied by Tang Yin's voice in the present. "Brother, has your vow ever wavered?" Reflecting on Tang Yin's words, Tang San recalled his steadfast reply, "Then let them first tread over my corpse." With this thought, a faint smile graced Tang San's lips. Indeed. What did it matter what Xiao Wu's true identity was? She remained his sister, his beloved Xiao Wu. And so, without a word, the two brothers shared a knowing glance, exchanged smiles, and playfully tapped each other's knuckles in camaraderie. "Tang San, we are still those youthful spirits of the past. Tang Yin, there is not a hint of change." Observing her two children, who inexplicably shared a silent understanding as they lightly bumped fists, Yin felt a sense of confusion. Yet, witnessing the harmonious bond between her sons filled her heart with joy as a mother. "All right, I see that your brotherly affection is strong. When the time comes, I will take you both to fully awaken your martial spirits," Yin called to her two sons. Mom, how about we take our time and wait until we reach level 40 before awakening?" Tang Yin scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. "Well, Xiao Yin, what is the reason for this?" Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Yin did not hastily retort. Instead, she gazed tenderly at her younger son. "I need not elaborate. After all, I am only at the 34th level. Even if I were to awaken now, I would not be able to directly acquire a soul ring." As for how to address the elder brother, Tang Yin felt a bit awkward. He certainly couldn't express his desire to take his elder brother to tackle the human-faced spider dungeon in the Stardo Great Forest, hoping to obtain a rare external soul bone. After all, if he voiced such thoughts, it would raise questions about how he knew that such a rare external soul bone could drop from a human-faced spider in the Stardo Great Forest. He couldn't possibly say he gleaned this knowledge from a novel entitled Soul Land. Seeing the pained expression on his younger brother's face for the first time, Tang San felt a twinge of sympathy and spoke up ahead of Tang Yin. "Mother, why don't we follow Xiao Yin's suggestion for now? Once we reach level 40, we can awaken our martial spirits." I trust that Xiao Yin must have her reasons for saying this. "Well, since you both have said so, what more can I say? My son has grown up and now finds my soul rings inadequate," Yin said, her face reflecting sadness, as if seeking comfort from her two sons. "Mom, please don't tease us any further," Tang Yin remarked. Although he had forgotten how the original work described Tang Yin's mother, he was certain she wasn't this playful. Initially, Yin was slightly displeased with Tang Yin's reference to her as mom, since she appeared to be no more than in her 30s, which felt too far removed from the notion of aging. However, upon hearing Tang Yin refer to Tang Hao as old man, she felt more at ease. Though their time together had been brief, she had already discerned that Tang Yin possessed a personality that, while sharp-tongued, was fundamentally caring particularly towards those close to him. Not to mention, in the context of knowing all the circumstances, neither she nor Tang San had considered the possibility of Tang Hao deliberately severing a limb. Yet Tang Yin had thought of it, respecting Tang Hao's choice without obstruction, and instead devised a solution that was beneficial for everyone involved. Despite the terrifying nature of his words, it echoed the adage, one should not focus on what is said, but rather on what is done. Thus, even though she did not understand why Tang Yin could not articulate his reluctance to awaken at this moment, she chose to unconditionally trust her child, placing no demands upon him. Tang Hao had just fallen asleep, so he could not accompany Tang Yin's mother. Perhaps due to the fact that Tang Yin's mother was originally a blue silver grass, basking in the sunlight seemed to rejuvenate her spirit entirely. Her energy felt inexhaustible. Despite having not slept the entire night, she was able to take her two sons out for an afternoon stroll. It wasn't until evening, when Tang Hao woke, that the family gathered once more for dinner. Following their meal, they returned home to rest, preparing to depart for the academy the next day. Initially, Tang Hao intended to take Yin away from Tang Yin and the others, concerned that their presence might distract Tang Yin from his cultivation. However, considering that Yin had only recently been revived and had spent just a few days with her children, he could not bear to separate them so soon. Left with no alternative, Tang Hao agreed to first escort them back to the academy before taking his leave. The following day, after Tang Yin and his older brother concluded their daily training with the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San experienced a sense of breakthrough and subsequently achieved it. Tang Yin calculated the timing and realized it was about right. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San also broke through around this time, albeit without the confrontation with the granddaughter of the Dragon King and Snake Lady that served as a catalyst in the original story. Therefore, it was entirely normal for there to be some discrepancies in the timing of the breakthrough. As they continued their journey, Tang Hao carried Tang San on his back while Yin carried Tang Yin. One should not underestimate their mother, as she possessed strength close to that of a soul sage. This significantly hastened their return, allowing them to arrive back at Shrek Academy in just 3 days. Chapter 73. I will remember this grudge. Xiao Yin, hurry over here. Let me introduce you to your mother first, so you can see who will be my future daughter-in-law. As soon as Tang Yin and his family returned to Shrek Academy and exchanged greetings with the dean, Flander, Yin pulled Tang Yin to the group of girls and inquired about him. Mom, your daughter-in-law isn't going anywhere. Dean Flander and the teachers are still here, right? Master? When did you arrive? Tang Yin was just about to have his mother greet Flander when he noticed the master beside him. Master, you have come to Shrek as well? Will you be teaching here? Upon seeing the master, Tang San, his most delighted disciple, exclaimed, Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed mentor who has cared for both Xiao Yin and me over the years, and he is also my teacher. Everyone refers to him as the master. And this gentleman is the dean of Shrek Academy, Flander, whom you are also acquainted with. Tang San was the first to introduce his mother to the master. Your father has spoken highly of you, master. I am grateful for your care of the children over the years. Since the conversation had shifted to the master. Even though Yin was eager to catch a glimpse of her daughter-in-law, she felt it necessary to greet him first. It has been a long time, Your Excellency Houghton. May I ask how to address your esteemed wife? After all, it was the first time the master had met Yin, and no one in the Soul Master realm knew the name of Xiao Yin Dolua's wife, prompting the master to inquire. Her name is Yin. She is the biological mother of Xiao Yin and Xiao San. Tang Hao spoke. The elders engaged in conversation without any particular emotions. However, upon seeing Tang Yin and Tang San return unexpectedly with their mother, they momentarily felt a sense of tension. Even those who were usually unafraid of anything found themselves at a loss as to where to place their hands. Mother, allow me to introduce you, he continued. This is your future daughter-in-law, Yao, whose martial soul is the divine deer. Tang Yin felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Yao's anxious demeanor. He could not bear to let her remain in such a state. Thus, he promptly introduced her to his mother. In response to Tang Yin's actions, Yin silently commended her son in her heart. After all, in this vast world, their daughter-in-law held the utmost importance. Everything else could wait. Observing Yao's nervousness, Yin also felt a sense of compassion. As a 100,000-year soul beast herself, she was acutely aware of the arduous trials and tribulations involved in the process of cultivation and transformation. Although Yin had successfully taken on a human form, her profound bond with the entire Soul Beast clan remained strong, stemming from her own experiences as a 100,000-year soul beast. This emotional connection fostered a deep disdain for those who hunted intelligent 100,000-year soul beasts, a sentiment that was evident even in the original narrative, where it was difficult for her to accept such actions, even if the Soul Master was her own son. Though I have never heard of a martial soul like yours, Yin said gently, I understand that your journey to this point must have been incredibly challenging. Come, let me embrace you. With that, she enveloped Yao in a warm hug. Mother has not finished yet. You must not show favoritism. This is an elder brother's sister, recognized when our father departed. And her martial soul is the gentle bone rabbit. While saying this, Tang Yin intentionally raised his voice slightly at the word sister, the implication clear. Upon hearing her son's words, Yin shot him an exasperated glance. However, being in public, she chose not to undermine Tang Hao's reputation. Instead, she extended her hand toward Xiao Wu and said, since she is the sister recognized by Xiao San, you will also be considered my daughter from now on. Come, let me embrace you. Thank you, Auntie. Upon being accepted by Yin, Xiao Wu's previously tense heart began to relax significantly, and she found herself immersed in the warmth of the moment. Still calling me Auntie? You must remember to address me differently from now on, all right? Yin gently kissed the foreheads of the two young ladies. At that moment, she was genuinely happy. She had never anticipated that upon her revival, her child would already have prepared a daughter-in-law for her. At this rate, she would soon be embracing grandchildren, once these little ones reached maturity. Moreover, knowing that these daughters-in-law were also 100,000-year soul beasts filled her with joy. Xiao Wu, you must strive to do your best. In this regard, Xiao San may not be as nimble as Xiao Yin, but I believe you will certainly manage him, Yin whispered into Xiao Wu's ear. Flushed with embarrassment at the teasing from her future mother-in-law, Xiao Wu felt her cheeks heat up. Meanwhile, the male comrades from Shrek Academy looked on with envy at this heartwarming scene, as they found themselves either on the pursuit of romance or remaining entirely single. Observing Tang Yin and his brother, they noted how even their parents had met. By the way, are our families still around? It would be good for everyone to meet. As we are to be in-laws, Tang Yin suggested, acknowledging the importance of familial connections. My mother passed away 9 years ago, and since then, I have lived with my adoptive mother, who is also Yao's adoptive mother, Xiao Wu explained. Though a hint of sadness lingered in her voice at the mention of her late mother. My dear, I am truly sorry to bring up such a painful subject, Yin said, compassionately embracing both young women once more. There was no need for further inquiries. If Yao's parents had also passed, it was understood. Nonetheless, do not worry. My children, from now on, you will be under the protection of both me and Xiao Yin's father. If anyone dares to bully you, simply come to me, and I will ensure they regret it. If I cannot handle it, your father will, Yin declared, her demeanor exuding the fierce authority of a protective elder sister. Indeed, Tang Hao has always been a man of few words, yet he promptly expressed his stance regarding his future daughter-in-law. The aura he exudes instills a profound sense of security. This sensation is one that Xiao Wu and her companions have long forgotten. It has been an eternity since they felt such paternal protection. Very well. You may focus on your cultivation without any disturbances from us. Tang Hao glanced at the sky and spoke. Very well. Since his beloved had expressed such sentiments, Tang Yin was now acutely aware of the pros and cons at play. After all, Tang Yin and the others were in the prime of their cultivation, and she was concerned about the potential impact her presence might have on them. Thus, she released Yu and Xiao Wu, embraced Tang Yin and Tang San once more, and then waved goodbye to Tang Hao as they departed. Farewells are always tinged with melancholy. It took a moment for Tang Yin and the others to compose themselves before continuing to greet their classmates, while the master took the lead in welcoming the return of the two brothers. Upon learning of Tang San's recent advancement to the 30th level, the master was greatly pleased, especially as Tang Yin mentioned that he could obtain a soul ring alongside Oscar. No way, Xiao San. You can't do this to me. I just broke the record set by Dai Lauda, and I haven't even had time to revel in the glory before you go and pull this stunt. Oscar exclaimed in despair upon hearing the news of Tang San's breakthrough. Taken aback by Oscar's reaction, Tang Yin countered, wait a moment. It should have been me to achieve this first, right? We are discussing human accomplishments, and what does your situation have to do with that? The group chimed in unison. Tang Yin, woe is me, you have ostracized me. I shall not forget this grievance. Chapter 74, The People's Teacher, Tang Xiao. Well. Today let us take a moment to recuperate, for tomorrow we shall embark on the quest to obtain soul rings. Zhao Wujia exclaimed joyfully. For the sudden emergence of several soul masters reaching the 30th level within their academy was indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration in any institution. Teacher, do you intend to join us this time? Tang San was particularly concerned about whether the master would attend, for over the years of companionship, the master had become akin to a father figure in Tang San's heart. Let this matter go. After all, once you return from acquiring the soul rings, I shall need to prioritize your subsequent training. Taking advantage of your absence, I can meticulously organize your physical data and ultimately devise a comprehensive plan, the master stated. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yin's expression fell, and he gazed at the master with a pleading look, murmuring, Master, I implore you to show mercy. From your perspective, the latter training will indeed be somewhat easier, the master contemplated. You speak truly. I have taken note of your words. Once spoken, they cannot be retracted, Tang Yin exclaimed, revitalized by the master's assurance. After all, who would willingly endure torment when there was an opportunity for ease? The original work depicted the Shrek monsters enduring tremendous suffering, a fact not lost on many. Indeed, for the later stages of training, I intend for you to teach everyone the techniques of water walking and tree climbing. As for the Resurrecting, aside from the two support-type soul masters, it shall depend on everyone's individual willingness. And Tang San, you too must learn the Resurrecting. As a control-type soul master, it will compensate for your deficiencies in offense, the master concluded, addressing Tang San. That is agreeable. I am fond of it, Tang Yin replied, as he had already harbored the intention of imparting these skills to his companions. Now, he could cleverly take a breather while simultaneously seeking opportunities to enjoy moments with his beloved, a situation he wholeheartedly endorsed. Conversely, Flander, overhearing the master's remarks, wore a face of utter dismay. Had he known the master's intentions earlier, he would never have sold the Spatial Soul Guide at such a low price, particularly as he viewed this cohort of Shrek students as the last he would cultivate. What kind of soul skill is the Resurrecting that one can learn it directly? And do climbing trees and walking on water truly necessitate instruction? In the future, I may even fly, Ma Hongjun inquired, curiosity piqued. It's simple. Since Teacher Zhao has indicated departure tomorrow, today is for rest. Little Yin, you should take this opportunity to demonstrate for everyone, the master instructed. Upon hearing that Tang Yin would demonstrate, Flander quickly urged Dai Mubai and the others, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, pay close attention to Tang Yin's demonstration. It is of utmost importance. Though you, as Assault-type soul masters, may not lack offensive soul skills, the potential of the Resurrecting is significant, and I hope you will master it as well. Understanding their dean's esteem for such techniques, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun recognized the extraordinary nature of the skills being taught, prompting them to regard the matter with utmost seriousness. Tang Yin, intrigued by the master's words, expressed his curiosity about the esteemed educator, Tang Xiao. Allow me to first introduce the spiral sphere, for it is the origin and foundation of all things. Tang Yin spoke as he extended a hand, and in the next moment, a cerulean sphere of soul energy materialized in his palm. Even to the naked eye, one could perceive the swirling currents of soul power rapidly rotating beneath its resplendent blue exterior. This was the spiral sphere, its potency modulated by the quantity of soul energy infused into it. The more soul energy one channeled, the larger the spiral sphere would become. As Tang Yin spoke, he intensified the infusion of soul power, and the Resurrecting in his hand continuously expanded, eventually halting at the size of a basketball. When the Resurrecting reached this size, or even slightly larger, I referred to it as the Great Resurrecting. As Tang Yin executed a leap, he descended, thrusting the colossal Resurrecting directly into the ground. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by a powerful spiraling force. Once the dust settled, a substantial crater had formed on the earth. This power surpasses even my fullest effort, Ma Hongjun remarked in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Naturally, Tang Yin replied. For I infused it with the energy akin to a 30th level soul skill. In terms of sheer power, it can rival a 30th level attacking soul skill. This is precisely what I meant. The more soul energy you inject, the greater its potency. Moreover, the Rasengan can be further enhanced. It is safe to say that as long as your soul energy is sufficient, creating a Rasengan larger than yourself is entirely feasible. However, at that point, I believe the title-tailed beast would be more fitting. Tang Yin directly began to appropriate the names of skills. Is the effect truly that exaggerated? Does it mean that as one's soul power level advances, the potency of this move will also intensify? Dai Mubai expressed his astonishment. Considering that Tang Yin had just mentioned utilizing only the soul power of a level 30 skill, if he were to concentrate all his soul power into a single strike, what kind of devastating force would that unleash? It's merely average, he chuckled. Tang Yin humbly smiled and said, Little Yin, what about the subsequent tree climbing and water stepping? It must differ from our understanding, right? Dai Mubai continued to inquire, as the grandiosity of the spiral sphere was undeniable. One could only wonder how the techniques of water stepping and tree climbing, which their esteemed dean insisted they master, could be perceived. In truth, water stepping and tree climbing could be regarded as supplementary products derived from my research on the spiral sphere. From a learning perspective, one should first engage in tree climbing, followed by water stepping, and ultimately practice the spiral sphere. Tang Yin elucidated that although it took him nearly 5 years to develop the spiral sphere from scratch, with proper training as he prescribed, one could typically master this skill within a month or two. Moreover, this technique only requires the input of soul energy, meaning that any soul master, in theory, can utilize it without any restrictions. This is one of the notable advantages of the spiral sphere. Tang Yin elucidated, expressing his astonishment at the absence of any learning threshold. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing his words and reflecting on her own circumstances, found a thought suddenly emerging in her mind. Next, I shall demonstrate how to climb a tree. Tang Yin, speaking with determination, made his way toward a nearby grand tree. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly onto the trunk, and to the astonishment of all the Shrek students, he walked effortlessly along the vertical surface of the tree. Ultimately, like a bat, he positioned himself upside down on one of the thicker branches. How is this even possible? This time, even the usually composed Zhu Qing was rendered speechless in her astonishment. Now, do you understand the utility of Tang Yin's tree climbing skills? I need not emphasize their practical significance in the depths of the forest. Flander observed the students' reactions with great satisfaction, as he too had worn a similar expression upon witnessing this feat for the first time. Chapter 75, The Female Doctor. All right. Xiao Yin, you may come down now. There is still the water stepping demonstration to conduct, Flander instructed Tang Yin. Okay. Tang Yin did not hesitate. He executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing lightly on the ground before making his way towards the river adjacent to the academy. Soon, he arrived at the riverbank, greeted by the eager gazes of the Shrek monsters, and continued onward as if strolling on solid ground, leisurely meandering through the water. Was this a feat achievable by any ordinary human? The Shrek team found their perceptions challenged once again. They realized that since their acquaintance with Tang Yin, their worldview had scarcely survived unscathed. What exactly had they experienced over these past few days? This was Tang Yin's water-walking technique. If the battlefield were to be a river, lake, or even the sea, this skill would undoubtedly be a divine marvel. The master, too, had never hesitated to lavish praise on the various soul skills developed by Tang Yin. Well, it's not too bad. These are merely what I refer to as tree climbing, water walking, and the spiral sphere. By the way, the spiral sphere actually has 3 distinct developmental directions. Tang Yin continued, capturing even the attention of the master this time. After all, he had yet to discuss this matter with him. Merely augmenting the soul power within to enhance its potency is one aspect. However, this fundamentally constitutes merely a transformation of the Rasengan's form. In truth, it can also undergo a change in nature. Tang Yin spoke. Nature transformation? Wait a moment. Xiao Yin, are you implying that upon hearing Tang Yin's words, the master experienced a moment of enlightenment, instantly comprehending his meaning? Indeed, take Ma Hongjun as an example. Due to the nature of his martial spirit, his soul power lacks any extraordinary attributes. However, if Ma Hongjun were to master the spiral sphere in the future, infusing his fire attribute soul power into it, he could alter the nature of the spiral sphere. This represents the second developmental direction of the spiral sphere. The third, naturally, would be the combination of the 2 methods, culminating in the most formidable form of the spiral sphere. Tang Yin harbored no intention of withholding knowledge from the Shrek group. He openly shared the potential future developments of the spiral sphere with everyone. After all, it was primarily invented for Yao, and others merely served as benefactors. As for him, the spiral sphere held little significance. Regardless of the circumstances, with just a single spiral sphere's soul power, how many skills could he unleash? Others, however, were different. After all, this technique, akin to the seductive arts, had nearly salvaged the ninja world, and if it lacked sufficient strength, Tang Yin himself would feel it to be inadequate. In truth, Tang Yin was quite eager for the Shrek group to master the spiral sphere. He envisioned a time when they would all ascend to the title of Dolua, each wielding a spiral sphere akin to the tailed beasts, launching an assault on the spirit hall together. Conveniently, their number was also 9, thus gathering the 9 great tailed beasts. Since he was cultivating the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Yin felt that if he possessed the Rinnegan, he could even summon the 10 tails. Let us not overlook the fact that Tang Yin frequently referenced the spirit hall, as their relationship resembled that of a human brain to a canine brain. Naturally, they aimed their grievances at the spirit hall. What other target could there be? Xiao Yin, your talent is truly remarkable. As Tang Yin elaborated on all of this, Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. After all, whether it was the practicality of climbing trees or walking on water, or the self-created soul skill of the spiral sphere with an exceptionally high growth ceiling, these were undoubtedly the hallmarks of genius. Most importantly, these techniques and soul skills bore no threshold. Theoretically, any soul master with soul power could practice and learn them. He chuckled, just average, really, third in the world. As for the first and second, they have yet to make their appearance. Tang Yin, with a proud and somewhat mischievous expression, remarked, Brother Tang Yin, why must we begin with climbing trees and treading water? Why not directly learn the spiral sphere? At this moment, Ning Rongrong posed her question. Her query demonstrated a commendable level of insight, indicating that she had begun to contemplate the methods of mastering these skills and soul techniques. Allow me to elucidate further. As I previously mentioned, the essence of the spiral sphere's soul power lies in its transformative nature. The crux of this transformation is the control over soul power. In essence, both climbing trees and treading water serve as effective methods to enhance your mastery over soul power manipulation. Tang Yin explained, Xiao Yin, since there are no thresholds for practicing these techniques, why don't we commence our training right now? Dai Mubai replied with a hint of excitement. It is worth noting that, up until now, Dai Mubai had yet to use the peculiar perfume Tang Yin had given him. The expression on Tang Yin's face at that moment had been rather strange, leaving him quite hesitant to apply it. However, he had experimented with it on Ma Hongjun, though he had not observed any noticeable reaction from him afterward. Now, as Dai Mubai witnessed the techniques and soul skills that Tang Yin had created, he felt a twinge of desire to engage. There was no need for haste. Mastering soul power was no simple feat, and such endeavors demanded a systematic and gradual approach. Furthermore, practice required a significant expenditure of soul power, which would directly affect their condition for the following day. Thus, it was best to postpone the training, allowing everyone to prepare adequately for the next day's expedition to obtain soul rings for Xiao San and Oscar, with plans to schedule learning subsequently. At this juncture, the master interjected, Tang Yin, may we have a word? Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Ning Rongrong suddenly called out to Tang Yin. This situation immediately captured Yao's attention. Sensing Yao's scrutiny, Ning Rongrong hastily waved her hands, eager to clarify, Yao, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to strike a deal with Tang Yin. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Yao, with her photographic memory, recalled a similar instance from the original story where she too had sought out Tang San. With this realization, Yao surmised Ning Rongrong's intentions. Understanding the situation, Yao gracefully smiled at Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, it's perfectly fine. Xiao Yin is free to use it. No need to consider my feelings. Hey. Even if I grasp the reason, it's merely a FAA day. Tang Yin seemed to infer Ning Rongrong's intentions as well. However, hearing his partner's nonchalant tone left him somewhat exasperated. Rongrong, I can sense what you wish to trade, but I must apologize. Sharing these methods is my utmost limit. I do not wish to disseminate these techniques, my apologies. Tang Yin awkwardly remarked. After all, the members of Shrek were akin to family, yet he harbored distrust toward others. He primarily wished to reserve these 3 skills for the future of his Tang sect, hoping they would bring about some transformation, ensuring that in the subsequent era of Dolua, the Tang sect would not be so desolate. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat dejected. I apologize, Ning Rongrong. Tang Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, having rejected the very first request from a fellow classmate. No need to apologize. Truly, there is no need for such sentiments. My request was indeed rather abrupt. These self-created soul skills are inherently personal, secrets of the sect. I am already immensely grateful that you could share them with me. It is my request that has placed you in a difficult position. Hearing Tang Yin's response, Ning Rongrong immediately reassured him. However, Tang Yin was taken aback by her words. Was this truly the Ning Rongrong he knew? After all, who was Ning Rongrong? She was the epitome of civility and grace. Despite her title of civilized and gentle Ning Rongrong, she was akin to illustrious figures such as the unrestrained Yi Buxiu, the swift Yuanzhou, and the reticent Huang Xiaodian. Tang Yin then shifted his gaze towards his wife, realizing that such a transformation could only be attributed to her influence. Before his departure, he had merely hoped that Yao Nang would stabilize Ning Rongrong. Yet his wife had effectively replaced Ning Rongrong's very processor. What is there to be surprised about? I am a female PhD from BJ Normal University, Yao declared proudly. A female PhD? What position does that entail? Zhu Zhuqing, waiting for Yao to return to the dormitory, inquired curiously upon overhearing their conversation. Zhuqing, you must understand one thing. In our world, people can be categorized into 3 types: men, women, and female PhDs. Female PhDs are akin to combat aircraft among humanity. Endowed with multiple accolades, knowledge aura reduces the time required to learn new information by half. Indifference aura ignores all mental attacks. Rational aura doubles the damage dealt to all males. Tang Yin spoke earnestly to everyone, but they could not fully comprehend his words. However, it seemed that Yao was quite formidable, as Zhu Zhuqing's sentence had yet to conclude. In a sudden gesture, Yao struck her man on the head. "You've played too much World of Warcraft, haven't you?" she declared, raising her still smoldering fist. This exchange left Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing utterly bewildered, pondering what on earth they were discussing. Chapter 76. Persuasion through reason. While Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing remained in a daze, a hand landed on their shoulders, jolting them back to reality. Turning around, they found Xiao Wu and Tang San gazing at them with a mixture of exasperation and understanding. "You need not pay too much attention to what Xiao Yin says," Xiao Wu remarked. "Indeed, we grew up together, and to this day, we can hardly keep pace with his train of thought. Only Yao seems to synchronize with him inexplicably." Tang San sighed. "Yao manages well, but my brother." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing even Tang San and Xiao Wu's reactions, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. With nothing pressing at hand, everyone returned to their respective dormitories to recuperate. Despite being undeniably brilliant prodigies, they were acutely aware of the importance of cultivation. The past had shaped them, and the discovery of Tang Yin, a rather extraordinary individual, added an additional layer of pressure. However, some remained unperturbed. For instance, Yao and Tang Yin strolled leisurely along the riverbank. "Now that you've met my family, in a few days when we visit your territory, shouldn't you introduce us to your esteemed mother-in-law?" Tang Yin grasped Yao's hand and said, "Humph, we shall see how you perform when you come down. Should you dare to bully me or fail to meet my expectations, I shall summon Deming and Erming to give you a beating." Yao, holding Tang Yin's hand, waved her other hand as if to threaten him. "One must adhere to reason. When have I ever bullied you? I have always maintained that it is the one who is bullied that deserves sympathy." As Tang Yin spoke, he simultaneously retrieved a cup of goji berry tea to sip. Some habits must indeed be cultivated from a young age. "Oh, are you attempting to reason with me?" he inquired. "But let me clarify one thing. I am a soul beast, not a human. Your theories hold no relevance for me." Yao regarded Tang Yin with a dangerously piercing gaze. "By the way, what is the name of my future mother-in-law? Surely you can disclose that now. Also, what are her preferences? Please enlighten me, so I may prepare in advance." Observing Yao's perilous expression, Tang Yin promptly shifted the topic. "I shan't reveal it, for I am quite eager to see your expression when you meet my mother," Yao replied playfully. In that moment, comprehending why some find such delight in the moment when Ultraman's identity is revealed. The astonishment of others is undeniably amusing. "From your tone, it seems my future mother-in-law must be a woman I know or a notably perilous female character from the original narrative. She resides in the Stardo forest, and I wonder if she is one of the two formidable female beasts at its very heart." Tang Yin inquired with a hint of surprise. "Of course not." Yu swiftly shook her finger, unequivocally denying it. "Huh? Is that truly the case? Then I must be the only woman still residing in the starry dusk forest. Surely, the mother you speak of isn't the Silver Dragon King, recuperating among them, is she?" Tang Yin expressed disbelief, stating that if it were the Silver Dragon King, one could hardly make any assertions. The safety of his beloved wife within the Stardo forest could undoubtedly be assured. "What are you thinking? Such a reality is evidently impossible to fathom." "I have never even been to the center," Yao remarked, exasperated. "Alas, nothing seems to align. How frustrating." Tang Yin has begun to anxiously scratch his scalp, for there is no remedy to the vexing nature of Yao, who delights in tantalizing others. "Well, let us not dwell on this issue. I simply hope that when we eventually encounter Erming, you will kindly advise him to be gentle. After all, he is a sole master of nearly 100,000 years, and a strike from him would be quite unbearable." Tang Yin remarked. "Well, we shall see how things unfold." Yao, however, was acutely aware that if her adoptive mother were to learn about her and Xiao Wu's return, she would undoubtedly come out to greet them herself, leaving no room for any misunderstandings. With this thought in mind, you began to anticipate the astonished expression on her mother's face upon meeting Tang Yin. Not to mention Tang Yin. You'll believe that had it not been for the 6 years spent living together with her adoptive mother and the shared experience surrounding Xiao Wu's mother's circumstances, she would have found it truly hard to believe that this woman could become her adoptive mother. Ultimately, she even took on the responsibility of raising them after Xiao Wu's mother passed away. "Are you all right, Xiao Yin?" On the following day, as the group journeyed towards the Stardo forest, Tang San noticed that Tang Yin seemed drowsy throughout the trip, prompting him to voice his concern. Tang Yin was naturally restless, anticipating his imminent meeting with his mother-in-law, causing him to struggle with sleep throughout the night. However, now, observing his oblivious elder brother who remained unaware of the dire situation at hand, he found himself at a loss for words. "It's nothing. Just a lack of rest last night. We can take a break in the nearby town," he responded to the concerned gazes of his companions. After all, since he and Dai Mubai were at the forefront, their pace directly influenced the entire team's progress, hence Tang Yin's speed could not afford to falter. As for the circumstances in Zhuxi, Zhao Wujing merely watched from the sidelines, showing no intention of joining in. Regarding Shrek's financial situation, It was evident that they could not afford to hire carriages. Astonishingly, they had been relying solely on their own feet for this journey. Of course, prior to their departure, Flander had provided Tang San with a lesson on savoring Oscar's sausages. Once he confirmed that everyone had completed this lesson, Tang San no longer hesitated. To be fair, Oscar's sausages were indeed delightful, with a robust flavor and substantial meat. At that moment, the small cloud mother perched on Tang Yin's shoulder was gnawing on a sausage nearly equivalent to its own length. Indeed, for this hunt for soul rings, the little cloud mother had come along. After all, since Tang Yin had departed for several days without taking it, the little cloud mother had caused quite a stir. If he were to leave it behind again, it might very well resort to setting the entire academy ablaze. To prevent such a calamity, Flander had roasted the little cloud mother, yet Tang Yin decided to take it along regardless. After all, as a promising youth embodying the will of fire, he would not mind a little shamelessness in pursuit of a teacher's accomplishment. Later, using a resurrection coin, he could revive the little cloud mother, then Flander, and finally, exact vengeance in front of the little cloud mother to ease its grievances. With resurrection coins in hand, Tang Yin felt he could act with impunity. To avert any potential bloodshed spurred by the little cloud mother, Tang Yin decisively advocated for its inclusion in the journey. His method of persuasion was straightforward. When reason failed, he resorted to physical might, for did not the great sage Confucius himself assert that one should convince others with reason? Thus, Tang Yin saw no issue in using physicality to persuade his companions. Chapter 77, Relying on the Mountains. Meow. Xiao Yin noticed Tang Yin's condition and gently licked him with her little tongue. Rest assured, I truly am fine. You can enjoy your grilled sausages. If you still think of it later, just go find Brother Oscar, Tang Yin said with a warm smile, gently stroking Xiao Yunmu's small head. As they pressed onward, the distance from Shrek Academy to the Stardo Forest was neither too far nor too close. However, even with the enhancement of soul power, the arduous march was still quite taxing. Regardless of the hardships of the journey, the Stardo Forest was indeed the most suitable place for the Shrek team to acquire their soul rings. With Oscar's grilled sausages fueling their journey, they sped along and reached a small town on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest in just a day. By this time, night had fallen, and the Shrek team had already covered over 400 kilometers. Despite the support of Oscar's delicious sausages, they were utterly exhausted. Xiao Wu understood well that reaching the Stardo Forest today was impossible, so he decided to let everyone rest in this small town and continue their journey the following day. Upon their arrival in the quaint town, Tang Yin and his companions quickly discerned that, despite its designation as a town, it surpassed the typical small settlement in vibrancy. In terms of scale, it was thrice the size of an ordinary town, rendering the description of it as a small city entirely justified. Even on this night, the town remained resplendently lively, bustling with a myriad of vendors offering an array of goods. Notably, Tang Yin observed that a significant portion of these was pertained to soul masters, with a predominance of items suited for outdoor expeditions. This perfectly illustrated the adage of thriving off the land, whether from mountains or seas. It was evident that they possessed a clear understanding of their target clientele. Oscar, taken by the scene, could not help but exclaim, "This nearby town truly relies on the nourishment of the Stardo Forest. I recall that several other towns in the vicinity are similarly sustained." In response to Oscar's remark, Tang San expressed mild surprise, asking, "Is this place already dependent on the Stardo Forest? Yet, isn't it still several kilometers away from it?" Addressing his elder brother's query, Tang Yin clarified, "Brother, one cannot equate the soul beasts within the hunting soul forest to the wild soul beasts present here. The creatures we encounter together are fundamentally tamer than those in the wild. The aggressiveness of soul masters is considerably limited. However, the Stardo Forest is entirely different. It is a genuine realm of soul beasts. Here, the most brutal laws of nature prevail, and in such an environment, all soul beasts exhibit acute savagery. If they were to establish their city too close to this territory, they would face the dire threat of a sudden beast tide, with monstrous entities laying siege, leaving no chance for escape. Nevertheless, such concerns are secondary at present. What is paramount is to find an end to rest, for I am utterly exhausted." Upon concluding his remarks, Tang Yin gently urged his elder brother, who still wished to linger, to move forward. Xiao Wu, in complete agreement with Tang Yin's perspective, pointed ahead and proclaimed, "Xiao Yin is correct. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the Stardo Forest. Let us take today to properly adjust our states. We shall reside here, thus sparing ourselves the trouble of searching further. By the way, allow me to convey a rule to you newcomers. Once you leave the academy, all expenses will be borne by yourselves." The group led by Tang Yin exhibited a profound understanding of Xiao Wu's rule, fully aware of their own academy's economic circumstances. It was evident that both Flander and Xiao Wu were not earning much each year, and their financial situation was even more dire. In contrast, they themselves were fortunate, each benefiting from the generous imperial subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall, resulting in a rather affluent treasury. Before long, the members of Shrek arrived at the modest establishment pointed out by Xiao Wu. It was a simple two-story building, with the first floor serving as a common area and the second designated for accommodations. Xiao Wu promptly secured a room for himself, retreating to rest. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai gathered the others for a discussion, leading to a consensus to book a couple of twin rooms and one triple room for the 5 boys, as well as 2 twin rooms for the 4 girls. Let us first have dinner. We've been feasting on sausages all day, and I am beginning to feel unwell, remarked Ma Hongjun, voicing the collective sentiment. By the way, Oscar, I truly believe you should consider Yao's suggestion and experiment with a variety of flavors for the grilled sausages. Having only one is quite torturous. Even the usually taciturn Zhu Qing couldn't help but nod in agreement. You all go ahead and eat. Do not mind me. I shall take a moment to rest first. Please pack me a portion of supper afterward. As Tang Yin spoke, he began to ascend the stairs with an air of lightness. All right, Xiao Yin and Xiao San will occupy the double room, after all. Having 3 people might lead to quite a commotion, Dai Mubai remarked, noticing that Tang Yin seemed rather out of sorts today. Thank you, Boss Dai. I shall not be courteous any longer. Tang Yin, accompanied by Xiao Yunmu, entered the room, provoking a wave of curiosity among the onlookers regarding his condition. After all, Tang Yin had appeared perfectly fine just the day before. How could he have changed so drastically overnight? Were it not for Yao's assurance that Tang Yin was not ill, they might have suspected he was suffering from a fever. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai and the other 6 did not dwell on the matter for long. And soon they had selected a large table to sit at. As Tang San was about to take a seat, he suddenly inquired of Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, are we not inviting teacher Zhao to join us? No need, Dai Mubai replied. This is one of our Shrek Academy's traditions. Although the Academy does not cover any expenses for students while outside, neither do the teachers accept any favors from us. I hear this was actually the first rule established by our esteemed Dean Flinder. Really? Dean Flinder would set such a rule? Xiao Wu expressed her disbelief. After all, Flinder was known for his avarice and stinginess. It seemed improbable that he would implement such a regulation. Mentioning Flinder piqued Ma Hongjuan's interest, and he chuckled, indeed. You must understand that when it comes to matters concerning the Academy, Dean Flinder is exceptionally cautious and meticulous. I greatly appreciate our Academy's attitude. Everything is laid out clearly without any ambiguity. Dai Mubai shot Ma Hongjun an exasperated glance in response to his self-aggrandizing remarks. All right, Fatty. We are all aware that you idolize the Dean. Enough talk. You are in charge of ordering, as you have the most voracious appetite among us. Ma Hongjun eagerly replied. No problem. However, I lack the funds to treat you all, as my subsidies are primarily from you and Xiao Yin, with Xiao Yin off to rest. It seems I am the only one with enough resources. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. No worries. It is a serendipitous encounter that we all gathered at Shrek Academy. As the eldest present, even with Tang Yin here, it is only fitting that I treat everyone. Besides, it's a chance to welcome you back, Xiao San. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's promise, Ma Hongjun was elated. His round face quivered with glee, presenting an amusing sight. Unfazed by his appearance, he joyfully exclaimed, that sounds splendid. Boss Dai, rest assured, I will not hold back. Bring me the menu. Before long, Ma Hongjun showcased his culinary knowledge, acquired through his unique physique. After confirming everyone's dietary restrictions, he began placing orders with remarkable fervor. His mouth moved like a rapid-fire announcer as he rattled off dish after dish, managing to order over 10 plates in mere minutes. He even restrained himself slightly, concerned about wastage should they not finish everything. The others, especially Yao and the others witnessing this for the first time, were left in awe. The restaurant, though small, was indeed a treasure trove of flavors, boasting a diverse array of dishes. They could only wonder about the quality of the food. Ma Hongjun, having wrapped up his ordering, couldn't resist offering his critique. Embodying the persona of a food connoisseur, Dai Mubai, observing Ma Hongjun's antics, explained to the others, due to the peculiarities of his martial soul, Fatty devotes his subsidies to food and women. Honestly, if he were not a soul master, I believe he would make a remarkable chef. However, the current dynamics among them diverged significantly from the original narrative. With Tang Yin and Yao's prior efforts, relationships had blossomed, especially as Zhu Qing was no longer as aloof with Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong had also formed strong bonds with the group. The atmosphere at the dining table was filled with laughter and conversation. Ning Rongrong's transformation was particularly striking, largely thanks to Yao's guidance. As a psychology doctorate holder, Yao understood Ning Rongrong's vulnerabilities and supported her in forging friendships, ensuring she did not succumb to laziness as she had in the original story. Thus, the ambience at the table was vibrant, a stark contrast to the original tale. This was precisely the intention of Tang Yin and Yao, having entered this world. They aimed to effect positive change. Everyone present had once offered them support, and now, as peers, they were eager to reciprocate. The lively atmosphere at Shrek Academy drew them closer as they shared their meal. Since Tang Yin was absent, they made sure to pack extra portions for him, resulting in his dinner being the most abundant. Just as they were savoring their meal, a new group entered the restaurant, emanating waves of soul power that unmistakably revealed their identities. Leading the group was a man of similar stature to Zhao Wujin, though lacking the latter's dependable aura, instead appearing somewhat shifty. Behind him were a row of well-dressed young soul masters, their attire adorned with silver and gold thread, showcasing intricate patterns that shimmered with vibrancy. This group comprised 5 men and 2 women, all of commendable appearance, with the characters Songhui emblazoned on their garments, indicating their affiliation. While the rest of Shrek remained largely indifferent to their arrival, Yao's expression shifted to one of surprise. Could their influence be so minimal that we still encounter Songhui Academy members? They departed several days after us, yet here we are, crossing paths. In truth, Yao was mistaken. This group was not from the original story, but merely a different cohort under the same instructor. Songhui Academy, a prestigious institution, had its share of students who had recently broken through to the 30th level, albeit older in age, as these students were nearing graduation. The restaurant owner promptly welcomed the new arrivals, not because they were deemed malicious, but rather because, as Oscar had noted, these soul masters were vital to the local economy, sustaining the town with their patronage. Soul masters were not only a noble profession but also a lucrative one. Who would ignore such valuable customers? While Ma Hongjun had little interest in the newcomers, his attention was immediately drawn to the two female soul masters in their ranks. Though they could not match the allure of Xiao Wu or Yao, their maturity and fully developed figures held a certain allure for him. Ma Hongjun instinctively called out to Dai Mubai, but this startled Dai Mubai, who was still navigating his newfound rapport with Zhu Zhuqing, making him hesitant to respond. After casting a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai cautiously began to shift his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. What he encountered was Zhu Zhuqing's frosty visage, which startled him into a hasty clarification. Zhuqing, please don't overthink it. I have no interest in them. They seem utterly foolish to me. Both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai showed no intention of lowering their voices. At times, they even raised their volume, coupled with the innate superior hearing of soul masters. Even amidst the clamor of the bustling restaurant, the newcomers from Songhui Academy heard every word clearly. The leader among them frowned visibly, and upon noticing that the speakers were merely a group of youngsters appearing to be just over 10 years old, his expression grew even grimmer. Oscar, observing this scene, instantly felt intrigued and remarked to his companions with a mischievous grin, "Congratulations. Soon, you shall witness an entertaining spectacle." However, Tang San, deep in thought about feeding his beloved Obao, was oblivious to the incoming group. He was preoccupied with plating dinner for Tang Yin and had no time to concern himself with the Songhui Academy fellows. Thus, Oscar's sudden comment piqued Tang San's curiosity. Not only Tang San, but also Ning Rongrong and other newcomers turned their attention towards Oscar, who, feeling somewhat elevated by the attention, spoke in a senior's tone. "This is actually part of our training at the academy. As our esteemed Dean Flander puts it, a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a worthy soul master. After all, it has been said that those who avoid conflict are mediocre." He continued, "Drawing from years of experience, in situations like this, provoking the soul masters of other academies is most suitable for us. After all, we are all students. And even if a scuffle occurs, it amounts to nothing more than a mere brawl." Oscar's explanation elicited amused smiles from the Shrek newcomers, particularly from Xiao Wu and Tang San. In recent days, the image of Dean Flander in their minds had undergone a remarkable transformation, leading to a plethora of quotes that could fill a volume of Shrek's sayings. It was at this moment that Tang San slightly shifted his focus towards the unfolding drama, gleaning a few key details. While continuing to plate the food, he inquired of Oscar, "These individuals appear to be over 20 years old, suggesting that Songhui Academy is likely a prestigious institution. Would provoking them not bring trouble upon our academy? Such matters are trivial if any real trouble arises. Our deans will handle it. This is why I assert that the best scenario is that they are students," Oscar replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the members of Songhui Academy had taken their seats, merely 2 tables away from Tang San and his companions. Tang San soon noticed the middle-aged leader whispering to a couple of young men beside him, but he paid little heed, as long as their antics did not interfere with his plans to feed his younger brother. After all, in the grand scheme of things, feeding his Obao took precedence. Just as Tang San returned his focus to his task, the youths who had been instructed began to rise and approach their table. Although Tang San remained unaware of their intentions, Dai Mubai observed their approach with disdain. Sensing their advance, Tang San felt their presence, but was too engrossed in the delicate plating process to pay them any mind. He was determined to present the dishes Tang Yin loved most, even employing the purple extreme magic eyes for precision. Having completed the plating, Tang San prepared to ascend the stairs with Tang Yin's dinner when he remembered that Xiao Yin had also gone to rest with Tang Yin. He intended to find Oscar for another roasted sausage. However, just as Tang San turned to locate Oscar, the youth from Songhui Academy abruptly lunged, colliding with a waiter and sending him crashing into Tang San, who had just turned. Though one's balance is often precarious when turning, Tang San managed to stabilize himself. Alas, this distraction caused the carefully arranged dishes, especially Tang Yin's favorites, to tumble to the floor. The Songhui youth, evidently pleased with the chaos he had instigated, wore an unabashedly sly grin and remarked, "Oh dear, what a misfortune." Yet, before he could finish his taunt, he found himself ensnared by the suddenly materializing blue-silver grass, binding him thoroughly and sealing his mouth. In the next instant, Dai Mubai appeared before him and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying despite being restrained by the blue-silver grass. Tang San was exceedingly enraged, and the consequences were dire. It is important to note that this dinner was originally intended to surprise Tang Yin, especially since Tang Yin had generously imparted his exceptional self-created soul skills and techniques to everyone without any compensation. The entire group was immensely grateful and wished to express their appreciation in some small way. Many of the dishes had even been prepared based on inquiries made to Tang San regarding Tang Yin's preferences. However, the very dishes that Tang Yin adored the most had been completely eliminated. How could they possibly tolerate this? If they let it slide, they would no longer be the little monsters of Shrek. Regardless, trouble was inevitable, and they decided to engage in a direct confrontation. The sudden upheaval prompted a middle-aged man from Songhui Academy to swiftly rise, catching a student who had been sent flying. He placed one hand on the back of the young man, commencing treatment. The young man's complexion shifted dramatically, culminating in an expulsion of a significant amount of blood, at least enough to indicate a serious condition. As he coughed up blood, he appeared utterly weakened. Yet it was evident that his injuries had stabilized. In response, Dai Mubai positioned himself protectively in front of his companions, addressing their adversaries with a smirk. My sincerest apologies. It seems I may have accidentally exerted too much force. Next time, I shall endeavor to be gentler. At that moment, Dai Mubai's aura of the evil white tiger was unmistakably evident. The disdain in his gaze and the arrogance in his demeanor were palpable. Even his allies, including Yao, found themselves thinking that Dai Mubai was quite insufferable. The eruption of conflict startled the patrons of the restaurant, causing many timid guests to hastily depart. Yet, a number of braver souls remained, their faces alight with excitement. The reason for this enthusiasm was simple. Ordinary folk had to visit the major soul arenas to witness battles between soul masters, a venture that often demanded considerable expense. Here, however, they were afforded the opportunity to witness a soul master battle up close without any cost. How could they not feel exhilarated? Regardless, neither Dai Mubai nor the middle-aged leader paid much heed to the gathering crowd. Once he had ensured the young man's safety, the leader, with a dark expression, whispered to Dai Mubai, "Which academy do you little brats belong to? Is this the level of your conduct?" In response to the inquiry, Dai Mubai crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, "Are you trying to interrogate me? You think you have the right?" Witnessing this exchange, Yao could not help but marvel at Dai Mubai, the principal T of Shrek, whose mocking prowess was undeniably high. Indeed, the leader was evidently provoked by Dai Mubai's taunts, angrily declaring, "Very well. Since your instructor has failed to discipline you, I shall take it upon myself to educate you today. All of you attack." With the leader's command, all but 2 female students surged forward, launching an assault on Tang San and his companions. Observing this, Yu swiftly positioned herself above Dai Mubai, feeling a sense of responsibility. After all, if it were not for her, Tang Yin would not have been in such a state today. Seeing her boyfriend looking dispirited filled her with a touch of guilt, especially since she had just been arranging dishes with Tang San. Now, her efforts seemed in vain, inciting her anger. Chapter 80. Songhui's leader, are we about to fight? This excites me. Upon hearing of the impending brawl, Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit, immediately perked up with interest and dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyes began to shimmer with a hazy purple hue. Neither side had activated their martial spirits, leaving them unaware of each other's levels. Yet, for a 10,000-year-old rabbit, Xiao Wu charged in, instantly activating her martial spirit. She leaped at one of the male students, ensnaring his neck with her legs in a powerful waist-bow maneuver, propelling him through the air. Xiao Wu executed a graceful backflip as she landed, seamlessly turning to cast a charm control on the remaining students. In that fleeting moment of immobilization, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared them all together, triggering a paralyzing toxin. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tang San's crowd control, Xiao Wu unleashed a flurry of waist-bow strikes, delivering a barrage of kicks in midair. Tang San's confidence in allowing Xiao Wu to engage in combat alone undoubtedly stemmed from his own capabilities. His purple extreme magic eyes had reached a profound level, granting him not only exceptional visual acuity but also the ability to instantly perceive every detail within his field of vision. This enhancement significantly improved his eye's ability to capture movement, effectively slowing down his opponent's perceived speed from his perspective. However, the most crucial aspect was that, within the realm of Doloa, at this level of the purple extreme magic eyes, he could directly discern the soul power levels of others, provided their soul power was inferior to his. In this instance, that was precisely the case, as his purple extreme magic eyes had relayed the soul power levels of the 6 students before him. With his understanding of Xiao Wu, he knew she was more than capable of defeating them effortlessly. Yet, considering that the adversaries had ruined their companion's dinner, Tang San felt compelled to intervene. After all, Xiao Wu had already taken action, leaving no room for him to remain idle. In the next moment, Tang San's hands transformed, becoming as solid as stone, and he charged forward. The scene shifted from Xiao Wu's one-sided dominance to a dynamic duo of husband and wife, delivering both physical and psychological blows to their opponents. Witnessing the intensity of the battle between Xiao Wu and Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement, and the situation escalated into a 4-person melee. Ultimately, apart from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who leisurely enjoyed their meal, everyone else joined the fray. The spectacle was nothing short of brutal. With all the Tsanhui Academy students experiencing the wrath of Shrek's team, even the two girls being swiftly taken out by Xiao Wu. After a thorough thrashing, Shrek's team finally ceased their assault, while the defeated Tsanhui students were reluctant to concede defeat, believing their inability to unleash their soul power was the reason for their failure. As soon as they caught their breath, they began to unleash their respective martial spirits, convinced that as students of a prestigious academy, they could not be bested by mere children. In an instant, various martial spirit auras illuminated the area, revealing their soul rings, an unimpressive combination of one white and one yellow. This paled in comparison to Shrek's formidable configuration. Bamboo Ching, Xiao Wu, Yao, you need not participate further. The men will handle this, Dai Mubai declared. The three women had no objections and returned to the dining table, though it was evident from their frequent glances back that they were still eager to engage. With their female companions withdrawn, Dai Mubai and the others no longer held back, summoning their martial spirits, showcasing an array of optimal soul ring configurations. Notably, Dai Mubai's Millennium Soul Ring plunged the Tsanhui students into despair. It was not merely the quantity of soul rings that demoralized them. The sheer quality of Shrek's soul rings was beyond their reach. In that moment, the morale of the Tsanhui Academy students shattered completely. Faced with opponents who were significantly younger yet possessed superior soul power and soul rings, they felt utterly powerless. They lacked even the courage to confront Shrek's team, let alone the will to continue fighting. Enough. Everyone, stand down. The team leader, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. He called back his students and approached Tang San's group, instructing his students to return to their positions. Upon witnessing the soul rings and power levels of Shrek's team, the Tsanhui Academy leader was equally astonished, although Tang San and his companions appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old. The eldest among them seemed no older than 15. Yet, these children boasted optimal soul ring configurations, and the eldest among them possessed 3 soul rings, indicating that he was at least a soul master at the soul sovereign level. Such accomplishments were unprecedented in the leader's experience. He even felt a tinge of envy towards Dai Mubai, who, despite being over 50 levels, could only boast 2 Millennium Soul Rings. Because of Tang San and his companions' exceptional talent and soul ring arrangements, the leader hesitated to provoke them directly, aware that those with such capabilities held a significant status in the spirit master community, especially given the formidable power behind them. We hail from Tsanhui Academy, and I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department. May I inquire as to your academy or sect? Yi Zhiqiu inquired solemnly. Upon hearing his name, Yao instinctively covered her face. She recognized him as the turtle who had been reprimanded by Vice Dean Zhao Wujin in the original story. This realization made her expression more serious, considering that Zhao Wujin had indeed been the one to confront him. However, Zhao Wujin would not be able to subdue them. We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun proclaimed proudly. Chapter 81. A man never looks back at an explosion. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's declaration, Yu Zhiqiu quickly searched his memory for any knowledge of Shrek Academy, confirming that they were not a renowned spirit master institution. He began to ponder whether they were descendants of any significant powers. Observing their martial spirits, Yu Zhiqiu's thoughts began to stir. Unaware that Dai Mubai's martial spirit had low recognition in the Stardo region, and Ning Rongrong had yet to summon hers, he mistakenly assumed that the group lacked any substantial background, prompting him to consider teaching these disrespectful students a lesson. Resolute, Yu Zhiqiu summoned his martial spirit without hesitation. Dark Tortoise, manifest. His beast martial spirit, the Dark Tortoise, materialized behind him, enveloped in a green aura that formed a protective shell-like armor. 5 soul rings emerged beneath him, showcasing his prowess, a configuration of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple rings, establishing him as a genuine soul king. However, despite the unimpressive quality of Yi Zhiqiu's soul rings, his over 50 levels of soul power were undeniable, and his explosive display of power overwhelmed Shrek's team. Now you shall understand why it is wise not to provoke those outside, Yi Zhiqiu began, but before he could finish, a beam of energy surged toward him, delivering a powerful penetrating blow that sent him crashing out of the inn. Who the hell is making all that noise outside? Can't anyone get some sleep? A voice emanated from the 2nd floor, prompting everyone to move aside and trace the source of the sound. They beheld a young figure, sporting an advanced technological device slung over his shoulder, speaking with confidence. Indeed, it was Tang Yin, who had just unleashed a laser cannon. Infuriated, Yu Zhiqiu, who had been blasted outside and collided with a tree, glared at the suddenly appearing Tang Yin. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Yin, whose soul weapon had been released in response to Yi Zhiqiu's explosive soul power, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He had been awakened by Yi Zhiqiu's surge of power and, upon emerging, saw his elder brother being pushed back by another soul force. How dare anyone bully his brother? Surely they had never encountered a cannon of such magnitude. Without hesitation, Tang Yin fired a laser cannon, leaving Zhao Wujie, who had been monitoring the unfolding battle, without an opportunity to intervene. Now fully aware of the circumstances, Tang Yin descended directly into the fray, the laser cannon having vanished, replaced by a futuristic anti-tank gun. With a single hand, he aimed the cannon at Yu Zhiqiu, asserting, "Why engage with you? Just to clarify, I am here to support my classmate, not to dispense justice. As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, he unleashed a shot from the anti-tank gun. He then swiftly summoned another, firing again. The two shells were released in rapid succession. The first from the male artillery specialist, renowned for its immense recoil effect, which sent Yi Zhiqiu crashing into the tree behind him. The second shot, from the female artillery specialist, followed closely behind. While both types of anti-tank guns differed, with the males inflicting damage upon impact and then exploding. The females detonated with 3 successive blasts, dealing continuous damage. Collectively, the male's gun was slightly more powerful, yet each had its advantages. After firing the 2 shots, Tang Yin executed a graceful turn, and the air was soon filled with a series of deafening explosions behind him. The brilliant blast rendered Yi Zhiqiu, still unprepared, unconscious. Ignoring the fallen Yi Zhiqiu, Tang Yin turned to his elder brother, proclaiming, "Brother, this is what I meant. Men never look back at explosions." Having resolved the matter, he casually neglected to check on the group of students from Songhui Academy, stretching with an air of nonchalance. As if having effortlessly defeated a Soul King who surpassed him by nearly 20 levels, Tang Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. The damage from his skills did not adhere to the perfect calculations of the game, but rather aligned more closely with reality. It was as if the stronger attacks leaned towards the opposing side, a scenario that left him feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, little Yinmu remained serenely perched atop Tang Yin's head, resembling a hat. Oh, Tang Yin, how ruthless. Compared to the stunned onlookers, the Shrek Academy students had adapted remarkably well, dismissing the incident as merely Tang Yin engaging someone 20 levels above him. After all, their vice principal had once been trampled underfoot by Tang Yin during an output demonstration. At that moment, Xiao Wujia's voice rang out from above. He had intended to challenge the Shrek students, but now, witnessing Tang Yin's rapid display of power, he no longer hid his thoughts. Is the fighting over? If so, return to rest. It's too noisy here. Although slightly disappointed that his plans had been thwarted, Xiao Wujia knew they would have ample opportunity to train in the Stardo forest the following day, so he felt no urgency. As he descended, he admonished, "You all are making me lose face. Remember this event. When we return, I will ensure each of you undergoes rigorous training. It's just a level 50 opponent. What's there to hesitate about? Hey, Xiao, weren't you observing us from above? Why the sudden change of heart?" Tang Yin feigned ignorance, concerned that the new students might misunderstand. He preferred to avoid any potential misconceptions, knowing Xiao Wujia's tough exterior belied a softer heart. A truth that would become evident in their continued interactions. "You talk too much. Why don't you head back to sleep instead of bothering me?" Xiao Wujia retorted, swiftly shifting the conversation and making his exit with remarkable decisiveness. Chapter 82. Unearthing Secrets. I, Tang Yin, am a professional. After the battle, silence reigned until the next morning. The Tang brothers commenced their training in the purple extreme magic eye. Just as they concluded their practice, Xiao Wujia called them to rise. The brothers were unconcerned as they were early risers, ready to meet their companions. To be precise, only Tang San was truly early, and his first task was to rouse his lethargic brother, Tang Yin, who could sleep indefinitely unless prompted. While the brothers were accustomed to this wake-up call, the others were not, particularly Oscar, who loathed rising early. The agony on his face as he emerged was palpable, sending shivers down the spines of even the Tang brothers, who were the farthest away. The sun had fully risen, and the Shrek students stepped into the daylight, advancing towards the Stardo forest. Among them, Oscar was the most excited, eager to discover the nature of his third spirit ring. Although Tang San, also at level 30, shared in the enthusiasm, his extensive experience kept him composed. As a disciple of the master, he had a clear direction for his third spirit ring. Upon entering the Stardo forest, he encountered a desirable cave spider over 1,500 years old. Just as he expressed his desire for its spirit ring, Tang Yin interrupted, "No, you do not wish for that." He then pulled his bewildered brother away, leaving the others in a state of confusion. "Little Yin, you may not fully grasp the situation with spirit rings. If that cave spider were a 10,000-year-old, it could just barely suffice for my brother's fourth spirit ring. But as it stands, it is too weak. Moreover, that assessment holds true even before our martial souls have awakened. Once they do, who would want it?" Tang Yin spoke disdainfully. "Are you really considering a 10,000-year soul ring for your fourth? Xiao San, you don't harbor any animosity towards Xiao Yin, do you? If you feel threatened, just blink," Oscar suggested. "Indeed, Xiao Yin, selecting a soul ring over 10,000 years is exceedingly perilous," Dai Mubai remarked, for in their eyes, Tang San still fell within the realm of normalcy, unlike the aberration that was Tang Yin. How could such a thing be possible? Moreover, Xiao Yin, what do you mean by soul awakening? Ma Hongjun inquired, his curiosity piqued by Tang Yin's earlier mention of the soul awakening process. "There's not much to it. My brother and I possess somewhat unique soul abilities. The blue-silver grass and blue-silver weaponry have yet to undergo true awakening. Originally, our mother intended to take us for our fifth ring awakening, but since I had already arranged for my elder brother's third soul ring, it was ultimately cancelled." Tang Yin remarked, "Is it truly possible for a martial soul to awaken once more? This time, I am particularly eager to see Zhu Zhuqing, for she too has never encountered such a scenario. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, yet our situation is indeed exceptional." Tang Yin spoke with a tone of exasperation, expressing his frustration over the overwhelming number of external aids. Is this for real? Brother San has already counted, and you, little Yin, are already so formidable. If you were to awaken another martial soul, would there be any room left for others? Ning Rongrong expressed her bewilderment, as Tang Yin was already extraordinarily powerful. And now he was poised to become even more so. What kind of world is this? Her perspective instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Indeed, with Tang Yin's current prowess being so extraordinary, what might his capabilities transform into after awakening? Who can say? Tang Yin shrugged. But what connection is there between awakening one's martial soul and the soul rings? At this moment, Oscar also inquired with curiosity. My mother mentioned that after we wage and awaken, we will generate a soul ring. Since the soul ring is uniquely ours, the age of this ring will be capped at the maximum limit that my brothers and I can withstand at that time. Tang San elucidated. To generate a soul ring on one's own, how remarkable. However, wouldn't it be more advantageous to acquire such high-age soul rings earlier? After all, the utility of soul skills from earlier stages is inevitably diminished by their age. Given this, why not awaken the martial spirit once more before proceeding? Zhao Wujia, being a mentor, contemplated deeply. Indeed, the logic stands, and Xiao Yin is certainly aware of this. Nevertheless, since Xiao Yin insists on bringing me to the Stardo forest, there must be a compelling reason behind it, so I shall not rush. Tang San harbored unwavering trust in his younger brother, to the extent that even without a word from Tang Yin, he willingly relinquished the abyssal spider, which he held in high regard. Behold, this exemplifies the bond of true brotherhood. If my elder brother remains unperturbed, why should you all be astonished? I intend to summon him for the purpose of acquiring soul rings, and the reason is quite amusing. However, just as he was about to elaborate, Tang Yin abruptly fell silent, exhibiting a playful demeanor akin to someone distracted while fishing. What on earth is this? Hey! The crowd exclaimed in unison. Xiao Yin, you would do well to articulate your thoughts clearly. If you continue to tease Sister Xiao Wu like this, beware of her wrath. Xiao Wu admonished, her voice tinged with irritation. You are no match for me, Tang Yin replied softly. Xiao Wu retorted. It has been proven that one should seize the opportunity to discipline their younger brother early on, lest they find themselves unable to do so later. In truth, there was no particular reason behind this. It was merely to ascertain a certain matter. Rest assured, even in the event of failure, it would not lead to any significant loss. Tang Yin remarked, indeed. My primary intention is to confer with Yao regarding a particular matter, the extent of our impact on the narrative. After all, if we consider the conventional butterfly effect, the existence of Yao, who is 100,000 years old, could potentially obliterate the ancestors of Shrek. However, in the current scenario, aside from minor alterations, the overarching trajectory appears unchanged. The members of Shrek still manifest in this world. They continue to experience lives and circumstances akin to those in the original narrative. If we were to seek an explanation for this phenomenon, apart from the will of the world or the historical corrections alluded to in the Flash, we truly cannot conceive of any other rationale. Verifying this matter is quite simple. We can assess whether Tang San can still acquire the 8 spider lances. Given that our protagonists have postponed their departure by a few days, the outcome of this experiment is of utmost importance if pivotal turning points remain unaltered. Our plans regarding the Spirit Hall's pursuit of Xiao Wu must be approached with greater caution, especially with Yao's presence this time. The allure of 2 unascended 100,000-year soul beasts is, as one can imagine, quite significant. This urgency also drives Tang Yin's relentless pursuit of enhancing his own strength. His stance is straightforward. The world S will may be adjusted to our advantage, but if it disrupts our interests, I shall not merely knock on the coffin of your rules. I will pry open the very fabric of your world. After all, when it comes to prying open various coffins, I consider myself an expert. Chapter 83. Entering the Stardo Forest. Xiao Yin, if your conjecture holds true, suggesting a capacity for correction, will we still encounter Dragon King and Snake Empress? Tang Yin quietly inquired as they ventured into the Stardo Forest. It's hard to say, as certain minor details have indeed changed. Let us observe for now. By the way, here's today's resurrection coin. You might want to take it. When you return, you can try it with Xiao Wu's mother's relic. Let us see if it succeeds. If not, we'll find another way. So there is no need for Xiao Wu to worry. Tang Yin handed over the resurrection coins produced today to Yao, saying, all right. Yao responded while adjusting her posture. She was positioned in the middle of the team for optimal protection, though due to the unique nature of her soul skills, she remained closer to the front, near Tang Yin. However, Tang Yin was not at the forefront. That position was occupied by Dai Mubai. Tang San stood behind Oscar, ensuring that all members were within his support range, while Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun flanked the sides. Zhu Qing took on the role of scout. This formation had been meticulously planned prior to their entry into the Stardo Forest. After all, the hunt for spirit rings was a test in itself, and Zhao Wujing was stationed at the rear to provide backup. The Stardo Forest sprawled across a vast expanse, directly spanning the continent and connecting 2 great empires. The number of soul beasts within was innumerable, and this forest represented one of the most ambiguous borders between the 2 empires. From a cartographic perspective, The portion of the Stardo forest within the Starluo Empire was indeed larger, but the Tian-Do Empire had never acknowledged this. As one of the three great gathering places for soul beasts on the continent, it naturally became a favored locale for soul masters, as each visit signified an opportunity for substantial strength enhancement. The exact duration of the Stardo forest's existence remains undocumented in historical records, while others may be unaware. Tang Yin and Yao were acutely cognizant of the fact that within this forest resided the formidable beast god, the Silver Dragon King, who possessed an astounding cultivation of 890,000 years, undoubtedly the oldest entity on the Doloa continent. This indicates that the forest itself is likely even more ancient than that. However, in terms of age alone, there exists a million-year-old ice silkworm, yet it lacks the prestige typically associated with a million-year soul beast, particularly when compared to the aspirations of Tang Yin's elder brother regarding the ultimate target, the whale. Of course, discussing these matters seemed trivial, for the true sovereign of this realm was the soul beast princess, the Silver Dragon King, who had carved out a space to recuperate. She was a veritable second-level deity, and that was in her injured state. In her prime, she would be undeniably a first-level god. Nevertheless, Tang Yin believed it unlikely that they would encounter her, as they were not venturing into the heart of the Stardo forest. His apprehension stemmed from the relationships involving Xiao Wu, Yao, and his mother. If the Silver Dragon King were to seek their assistance, could they refuse? Yet, what sort of matters would that entail? Would it require Tang Yin to present himself before a congregation of deities to ascertain the efficacy of his abilities? While Tang Yin held confidence in his unique advantages within the Doluo realm, he was not so presumptuous as to invite divine experimentation. After all, failure in such a scenario would be met with inevitable consequences. Thus, Tang Yin resolved to avoid provoking those formidable beings. However, there was no time for distractions, as the Stardo forest was rife with soul beasts aged thousands or even tens of thousands of years. An unexpected attack could prove disastrous, especially given the high fatality rate among Shrek Academy's students. This was precisely why Zhao Wujing had taken on the critical role of rearguard, while all support personnel were strategically positioned in the central formation. Dai Mubai, as the team's primary tank, led the way, while Zhu Zhuqing scouted in the area ahead. Within Tang Yin's range, both Tang Yin and Tang San provided cover for their teammates, with one specializing in ranged attacks and the other in control, ensuring a heightened sense of safety. Amidst the tension, there were moments of levity, particularly for Xiao Wu and Yao, who felt as though they were returning home to visit family, eagerly anticipating reuniting with loved ones. Although Yao felt a tinge of guilt for not having visited her mother in years, she was bringing a boyfriend home, which could only bring joy. Xiao Wu's situation was similarly solidified. Their mothers would surely be delighted to see their daughters return with companions. Yao reassured herself fervently, convincing herself of her mother's inevitable happiness, blissfully oblivious to the potential consequences of Tang Yin and Tang San's presence. The Shrek team advanced swiftly, with Dai Mubai activating his martial soul to facilitate their progress. His hands transformed into powerful tiger claws, forged from soul power, resembling daggers. As he swung his arms, a fierce wind followed, rendering his efficiency superior to that of many mundane tools. Meanwhile, Tang Yin had activated his purple extreme magic eyes, heightening his dynamic vision to the utmost, meticulously observing their surroundings. Tang Yin was acutely aware that the soul beasts dwelling in the vast, starry forest harbored an intense aggression towards soul masters. After all these years, they had become painfully cognizant of the relentless hunting inflicted upon them by these masters. Consequently, their animosity towards humanity had deepened substantially. Among them, the most formidable were the gregarious soul beasts. The very nature of their collective existence endowed them with formidable offensive capabilities. And notably, such groups typically had a particularly powerful soul beast at their helm. Under these circumstances, unless one were an exceptionally strong individual soul master or a coordinated team of several soul masters, the chances of survival upon encountering such a group were exceedingly slim. Thus, while Tang Yin's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, his primary focus remained on his surroundings. Should he inadvertently trespass into the territory of these soul beasts, a hasty retreat would be imperative, with no room for error. Otherwise, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Of course, the reason for activating the purple extreme magic eyes was not solely based on these considerations. At that moment, with his purple extreme magic eyes activated, Tang Yin swiftly appeared beside Dai Mubai, intercepting the powerful claw strike he had intended to unleash. Chapter 84. Stewing the Great Ancient. What's the matter, Xiao Yin? Did you discover something? Dai Mubai inquired curiously upon seeing Tang Yin suddenly appear beside him. Meow. Before Tang Yin could utter a word, the small mica perched upon his shoulder let out a delightful chirp directed at Dai Mubai. Following the sound of the mica, everyone soon discovered a diminutive spirit beast resembling a trembling squirrel, cowering in the underbrush. This very patch of grass was precisely where Dai Mubai was poised to strike. Upon noticing the terrified creature, Tang Yin's eyes sparkled with interest as he gently scooped up the frightened spirit beast and placed it on the opposite shoulder from the mica. Are you considering adopting this spirit beast, Xiao Yin? Dai Mubai inquired with curiosity, observing the little squirrel spirit as it curiously surveyed its surroundings, showing no inclination to escape. Indeed, Tang Yin replied, since we will be preoccupied with training and unable to attend to the mica, if this little one wishes to remain by my side, I shall gladly accept it. Tang Yin remarked, Ah, Xiao Yin, possessing compassion is indeed commendable. However, this spirit beast is still quite small and lacks any offensive capabilities. If we were to encounter danger, it might become a liability. It would be best to release it. Zhao Wujie responded, rest assured, you are unaware of its background. Tang Yin chuckled. After all, his words were not entirely unfounded, for he had indeed encountered this little squirrel in the Dueling anime. It is noteworthy that this creature hails from the same realm as his elder brother. The squirrel made several appearances throughout various scenes, from Holy Soul Village to the current Stardo forest, and even accompanied Tang San to the ice and fire Yin Yagai in the place of the Haotian hammer's cultivation. Eventually, it even planted its own little flag atop the Haotian Sect's peak, almost akin to the beloved Stan Li of the Dolua world. Indeed, the squirrel that Tang Yin had captured was the very one widely referred to by netizens as the 10,000-year spirit beast, bearing the title, Emperor of Extras. This was not, in fact, Tang Yin's first encounter with it, though it had always appeared from a distance before. He had no intention of nurturing it like he did with Xiao Yunmo. However, considering the daunting training tasks that lay ahead and the pitiable plight of Xiao Yunmo, a solitary cat, the arrival of this little squirrel felt serendipitous. Should it choose to remain perched upon his shoulder, Tang Yin contemplated a charming abduction in lieu of a purchase. Rest assured, it shall not impede our endeavors. At worst, in the face of danger, I could simply use it as a projectile. Tang Yin chuckled. Although the little squirrel did not fully comprehend speech yet, it could not help but shiver at that moment. As for Tang Yin's words, the onlookers had no retort. After all, they were no match for him. What could they do? Thus, at this moment, Tang Yin found himself with a plump little squirrel on one side and an adorable little cloud mother on the other. In his mind, he conjured a sound effect. Congratulations. Player, you have completed the achievement of cat and mouse. However, the squirrel's docility surprised everyone, as it remained quiet and unbothered. It seemed to have developed a fondness for Tang San, as it soon hopped from Tang Yin's shoulder to Tang San's. Perhaps it felt a lingering apprehension of being tossed aside by Tang Yin. The trees of the Stardo forest were indeed lush, nearly obscuring all sunlight, causing a distortion in the human perception of time in such an environment. With scant light sources to guide them, waiting for complete darkness would prove too late. It could be said that they relied on Tang Yin's periodic ascents to the treetops to gauge their situation, as these trees rose at least 20 meters high, making his climbing the most feasible option. After a day of trekking, the group's spirits were somewhat exhausted. Thus, around 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Wujin signaled for a halt, allowing everyone to rest. They had encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, typically circumventing those they deemed unnecessary to confront. However, should they encounter any soul beasts that required a solo engagement, they would not hold back. The series of battles and detours had kept everyone on edge, making an early respite essential. Let us rest here for today, Zhao Wujin announced to the Shrek team, prompting a wave of relief among them. Dai Mubai immediately began clearing a patch of weeds with his claws, swiftly creating a clearing for their temporary campfire. As the fire crackled to life, Yao chose to sit beside Tang Yin, resting her head lightly on his shoulder. Her expression had shifted from the initial joy and excitement to a more somber demeanor. Although she had once been human in her past life, she understood the necessity of hunting soul rings for advancement. Yet now, as a soul beast with a lifespan of 100,000 years, witnessing the slaughter of her kin weighed heavily on her heart. Little Dance shared a similar plight, perhaps even more profoundly, as her identity was solely that of a soul beast. Observing such scenes naturally cast a shadow over her mood. Tang San, recognizing Little Dance's distress, felt helpless in providing comfort, ultimately resorting to gently stroking her hair to offer reassurance. Tang Yin, witnessing Yao's sorrow, felt an ache in his heart. He glanced around, searching for a way to console the two girls. Suddenly, he had an idea. When spirits are low, one must cuddle pets. With that thought, he handed the little cloud mother to Yao. Tang San, understanding his brother's intent, passed the little squirrel to Little Dance. This scene drew envious glances from the other two girls, who rushed to their roommates, eager to join in the affectionate play. Gradually, the atmosphere among the four girls began to brighten, leaving Tang Yin and Tang San momentarily sidelined. Well done, Little Yin. You must have had this in mind when you decided to raise that little squirrel, Zhao Wujin remarked, patting Tang Yin's shoulder with a sense of pride as he attentively observed his students' every move. He indeed. Tang Yin shamelessly admitted it directly. Just as they had barely rested for half an hour, the Tang brothers and Zhao Wuji's gazes simultaneously darted toward a specific direction. Zhao Wuji, even before Tang Yin and the others, shouted, "Everyone, be on guard. Something is approaching us." With Zhao Wuji's figure descending, the Shrek team, who had been resting mere moments ago, instantly transitioned into a state of combat readiness, summoning their various martial souls without delay. Tang Yin, Tang San, and Dai Mubai quickly gathered together, positioning themselves in front of the others to shield a few auxiliary members. Chapter 85. A successful hunt. Xiao Yin immediately took to the skies, hovering in the center of their formation. Which was precisely why Tang Yin was willing to bring Xiao Yin along. Now capable of flight, Xiao Yin could protect herself, alleviating any concerns from Tang Yin and his companions. As time passed, the rustling sounds around them grew increasingly pronounced, to the point where even Yao and the other support-type soul masters could clearly hear them. I'll check the trees first. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, tasked with reconnaissance, wasted no time. With a series of agile leaps, her high mobility as an agile attack-type soul master allowed her to ascend the tree almost as swiftly as Tang Yin. Having completed her martial soul manifestation, Zhu Zhuqing possessed visual acuity comparable to that of felines. Even in the limited light, it was more than sufficient. The continuous rustling sounds gradually intensified. Now, even support-type soul masters like Yao could effortlessly discern the commotion ahead. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's voice, clear from her elevated vantage point, reached them. It appears to be a serpentine soul beast, but it seems capable of flight, albeit not very high, perhaps 2 to 3 meters off the ground. It appears to have a fleshy crest on its head and a uniquely shaped tail resembling a fan. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's description, Tang Yin felt a palpable sense of relief. It was evident that this group was indeed the protagonists of their story, standing firmly in a realm of their own. Truly a child of destiny. Zhao Wuji, upon hearing the previous description of the soul beast, expressed his delight, stating, if I'm not mistaken, this soul beast should be the rare phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Its head is notably valuable. Tang San, Oscar, you're in luck. This soul beast is well suited for either of you. We just need to ascertain its age. If it's suitable, you two can decide who it belongs to. Zhu Zhuqing, keep a close watch on this soul beast. If it attempts to flee, inform me immediately. Understood, but it seems its current target is us, and it is definitely fast. Zhu Zhuqing replied from above. Zhuqing, observe its movements. Is there any indication of injury or imbalance? Yao inquired at that moment. No, its speed is impressive. And it shows no signs of injury, Zhu Zhuqing responded. No signs of injury? Upon hearing this, they could confirm that the creature was not the phoenix tail coxcomb snake they had initially envisioned. Some changes had indeed occurred. At this juncture, the Dolua version of Baidu, Tang San, began to engage as he asked Zhu Zhuqing from above, Zhuqing, could you describe the length of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake and the color of its wings? It should be approximately 7 to 8 meters long, with wings of a reddish hue. Tang San, processing Zhu Zhuqing's information, calculated in his mind before confidently stating, Oscar, congratulations. This phoenix tail coxcomb snake is exceptionally suited for you, as the pale red wings can only form after evolving for a millennium. If it measures 7 to 8 meters, its age should be around 17 to 1900 years, making it perfect for a third soul ring. What about you, little San? Oscar, noticing Tang San's willingness to relinquish it to him, immediately inquired. Don't worry, I have already identified a target for my soul ring. You can focus on absorbing this one. Tang Yin patted Oscar on the shoulder and said, really? Oscar felt that Tang Yin appeared rather enigmatic at that moment, as if he possessed the ability to foresee the future. Rest assured, would I ever harm my dear brother? Just focus on your absorption, you need not worry. As Tang Yin spoke, he hesitated no longer. With one hand gripping a gremlin machine gun, he unleashed a barrage of fire towards the direction of the sound, effectively sealing off the escape routes. Indeed, he wielded not one but 2 gremlin machine guns, for this was no mere game, and there were no cooldowns to consider. If he so desired, he could wield one machine gun in one hand and a laser cannon in the other, raining destruction upon his foes. The rationale behind this capability was akin to his ability to summon numerous robots. In an instant, the dense barrage of bullets completely restricted the movement of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As Tang Yin initiated his attack, Dai Mubai and the others were not idle. They surged forward with remarkable speed. Tang San struck the ground, causing countless blue-silver grasses to surge forth, ensnaring the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake completely, rendering it immobile due to the difficulties imposed by Tang Yin's strategic positioning. In that fleeting moment, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun unleashed their long-range soul skills. The White Tiger's light wave and the Phoenix's fire line, hurtling towards their target. Ning Rongrong's enhancement of their attacks was delivered with utmost urgency. After a barrage of skills, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, once in prime condition, now lay utterly weakened. At this juncture, Dai Mubai had closed the distance, and seizing the snake's tail, executed a shoulder throw. He then pivoted and delivered another fierce toss. Yet, Dai Mubai did not relent. He followed up with a series of brutal Hulk-like slams. Such ferocity would have even earned a nod of approval from the Hulk himself. Following this relentless onslaught, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had entered a state of near death. Little AO, it's your turn, Dai Mubai signaled to Oscar, brushing the dust from his hands. He had not anticipated such seamless cooperation among them. A swift takedown of the foe that felt remarkably smooth. Observing this scene, Tang Yin and Tang San embraced their respective partners, covering their ears with their hands to provide as much comfort as possible. Although there exists a food chain among spirit beasts, these were herbivorous beings, having slain few spirit beasts even over the course of 100,000 years. Thus, witnessing such brutality, they understandably needed a moment to compose themselves. As Oscar began to absorb the soul ring, Dai Mubai approached the Tang brothers, casting a concerned glance at Xiao Wu and the others. Are Xiao Wu and Yao all right? He inquired. They're fine. They just aren't accustomed to witnessing such carnage, came the reassuring response. Tang Yin responded to Yao and the others, expressing relief. It's good to hear that everything is fine. However, I must say, Xiao San, you are truly akin to an encyclopedia in the realm of soul masters. Your depth of knowledge is impressive, said Dai Mubai, filled with admiration. He genuinely respected the Tang brothers. The elder brother possessed a calm demeanor, clear thought processes, and an exceptionally rich reservoir of knowledge. As for the younger brother, aside from his lack of social grace, he exhibited unparalleled talent in every other aspect. Hiki. I can't take all the credit. After all, my teacher is the master. It's simply a testament to his exceptional teaching, Tang San humbly remarked. Chapter 86. In any case, I will not perish, so I might as well indulge. Tang San would not be excessively modest. For claiming that he is akin to an encyclopedia is still an understatement. After all, he has only spent a few years by the Master's side and could not possibly absorb everything. Yet, the Master possesses an immense wealth of knowledge. One could say that he is the absolute pinnacle in all research pertaining to soul beasts, soul masters, and martial souls within the Doluo world. It is precisely due to the Master's teachings that, in terms of theoretical knowledge alone, Tang San is now qualified to serve at any esteemed Soul Master Academy. Initially, Tang San would bring his brother Tang Yin along to attend the Master's lectures, but after just one session, Tang Yin resolutely refused to return. How could that tome? Measuring over 50 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width, and at least 10 centimeters in thickness, merely contain a catalog of future study materials? The Master even claimed that this was merely the tip of the iceberg in terms of knowledge. There was still so much more for Tang Yin and his peers to learn. At that moment, only one thought occupied Tang Yin's mind. Master, do you truly know how to encourage people to study? I cannot ascertain whether that catalog could enlighten my mind, but it could certainly serve as a blunt instrument for opening skulls. Were I able to comprehend such texts, I should be pursuing a doctoral degree at Tsinghua University alongside my elder siblings from my past life, rather than here prying open the coffins of various eminent physicists. Thus, ultimately, it was only Tang San who attended the Master's classes daily, observing his elder brother's diligent studies. Tang Yin was certain that if his brother were to enter his previous world, he would undoubtedly be the envy of others. Little Yin, what kind of soul ring do you wish for your brother to absorb? What kind of soul beast? Ning Rongrong could not contain her curiosity and inquired once more. In an instant, all eyes from the Shrek crowd turned towards Tang Yin, for the soul ring that could compel Tang Yin to forego awakening must be something extraordinary. Were it not for their knowledge that Tang Yin would never jest about his brother's soul ring, they might have suspected that some soul beast had offended him, prompting Tang Yin to painstakingly lead his brother to hunt for its soul ring. Wait a moment. It seems little Yin is quite capable of such things. Well, it's not a problem to share this now, Tang Yin replied, feeling emboldened by Oscar's precedent. He was confident that his brother's soul bone was nearly established. With a villainous grin, Tang Yin declared, I have set my brother's goal to be a human-faced demon spider that should be over 2,000 years old. Little San, did you offend little Yin at some point? I feel he simply wishes to sacrifice you to the heavens, Ma Hongjun remarked, unable to suppress a cough upon hearing Tang Yin's words. Although he was uncertain about the upper limit for the third soul ring, the 2,000-year mark was undoubtedly excessive. Little Yin, you may not have attended the Master's lectures, so you might be unaware that he mentioned the typical upper limit for the years one can absorb for the third soul ring is generally around 1,700. Tang San interjected. Without hesitation, Tang Yin summoned his martial soul, revealing 3 soul rings, the first at 900 years, the second at 1,200, and the third at 2,400. The sound of Tang San's voice grew ever fainter. Brother, you are already aware of Xiao Wu and the others' identities. Do you believe we can protect them solely based on the limits of ordinary people? Trust me, dear brother. Our goal is to reach the 100th level and ascend to divinity. Tang Yin whispered softly into his elder brother's ear. Xiao Yin, what are you saying? Is it too exaggerated to mention becoming a deity at level 100? Tang San had never heard of such a notion. Yet what in the realm of the divine was ever straightforward? Brother, heed my words. For a man to attain success, he must possess a certain degree of unrealistic confidence. Tang Yin chuckled. Is it an unrealistic confidence? Tang San had yet to fully comprehend Tang Yin's words, while Dai Mubai, upon hearing them, was suddenly engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. From tentative efforts to seize a chance at survival to the despair of succumbing to hopelessness. He recognized the weight of his brother's superior soul power, acquired through years of diligent cultivation. Dai Mubai found himself lacking the confidence to defeat his opponent. However, the unexpected utterance from Tang Yin sparked a new resolve within him. Gazing at the enchanting companion resting beside him, memories of Xiao Yin's earlier words echoed in his mind. With little left to lose, he decided to take a bold risk. Just as Tang Yin had asserted, a man aspiring for success must possess a certain measure of audacious confidence. In contrast, Tang San was preoccupied with reflections on the grievances he still needed to avenge for his younger brother, while thoughts of his father's plight surfaced in his consciousness. I believe in you. What direction should we take next? Tang San ultimately concluded that he bore no animosity towards his younger brother and, having not committed any offenses against him during this period, consented to the matter, completely disregarding the previous events at the Rose Inn. Upon witnessing Xiao San's acquiescence, Xiao Wu and Zhao Wujia promptly approached to offer their counsel. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider, as a 2,000-year soul ring is still rather modest, Xiao Wu remarked. However, before she could finish her thought, Yao had already leaned in to whisper in her ear, Sister Xiao Wu, one must place trust in her man. Yao, what are you saying? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her mind overwhelmed by the suddenness of Yao's words. A tumult of concern and embarrassment erupted within her rabbit-like mind. Well then, it is a delightful decision. Yao, which direction shall we take next? Tang Yin inquired of Yao on the other side. As he recalled that his elder brother encountered the human-faced demon spider while pursuing Xiao Wu, the Titan Great Ape was undoubtedly moving in their direction. Hence Tang Yin directly instructed Yao to lead the way. This direction. Yao quickly identified the path, for home was home, and she could not possibly be mistaken. However, if Xiao Wu's little mind had not been overloaded to the point of smoke, she would have realized that the direction Yao indicated was entirely unfamiliar to her. Indeed, it was quite normal for Yao, who possessed a sense of direction akin to that of a lost child, to frequently find herself astray. Little 3, have you truly considered this? Absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring for your third soul ring is something I have never even heard of, Zhao Wujia reiterated earnestly. Rest assured. Teacher Zhao, if we were to tread the path of ordinary individuals, would we still be considered monsters? Tang Yin smiled and said, Indeed. And we possess an absolute guarantee regarding life matters. Tang San expressed his confidence in this matter, for he still possessed several resurrection coins in the form of Tang Silver. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly grasped the profound truth behind Tang Silver's words. Since I cannot die, I might as well indulge myself. The exhilarating sensation of being unburdened by the fear of death, allowing oneself to freely explore and pursue one's desires, was indeed quite delightful. In that instant, Tang San felt as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. Chapter 87. I have a comment to make. Splendidly said. It is only fitting for us students of Shrek to possess such audacity. Regardless of the outcome, tonight I shall join you two brothers in a bout of madness. Zhao Wujia, witnessing the brothers' unwavering determination, recognized the futility of attempting to dissuade them and laughed heartily. After a brief respite, Oscar completed the absorption of his soul rings. Exhaling deeply as he opened his eyes. In that very moment, a radiant pink light erupted from around him, enveloping him in a luminous aura. 3 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, with the one of exquisite beauty shining nobly under the dual yellow rings, signifying that Oscar had officially ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign. Congratulations, little Oscar, from this moment forth, you are a Soul Sovereign. Zhao Wujia greeted the newly promoted Oscar. Following the acquisition of his third soul ring, Oscar underwent subtle transformations. His stature had increased slightly, giving him a more spirited appearance. The most notable change, however, was in his striking peach blossom eyes, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy emitted by a phoenix's crest. At this juncture, Dai Mubai approached Oscar with a smile, saying, Congratulations, little Oscar. You are now the second among us to have successfully reached the rank of Soul Sovereign. Quickly, demonstrate the abilities of your new soul ring. Oscar, accustomed to the nonchalance of his companions, merely noted it down mentally. Yet, as he absorbed his third soul ring, Oscar was filled with excitement. However, upon hearing Dai Mubai's request for a demonstration of his third soul skill, Oscar's expression soured, and he could no longer muster a smile. Reluctantly, he replied, Perhaps it would be better to postpone this, Dai Lauda. We can discuss it later. Observing Oscar's demeanor, Ma Hongjun chimed in, Little Oscar, that's where you're mistaken. What is there to fear? Are you worried we'll mock your skill? Surely, it cannot be more ridiculous than your first 2 soul skills. With Ma Hongjun's encouragement, Oscar found himself unable to refuse. He sighed and acquiesced, All right, but you must promise not to laugh after I reveal my soul skill. The others nodded in agreement, with Tang Yin assuring him, Rest easy, Oscar. We are professionals. No matter how amusing your soul skill may be, we shall refrain from laughter. Despite Tang Yin's earnest tone, the amusement was evident on his face. Indeed, unless we cannot help ourselves, Yao added, perfectly in sync with her partner. Faced with such irreverent friends, Oscar had little choice but to raise his hand and declare, Imaginative mushroom sausage. The moment those words left his lips, a wave of laughter erupted among the group. Even Zhao Wujia, at the back, could not suppress his chuckles. Oscar, witnessing the mirth, scowled and exclaimed, Did we not agree to refrain from laughter? Apologies ensued, but the absurdity of his soul skill was simply irresistible, while Tang Yin typically did not find humor so easily. The contagious atmosphere compelled him to join in the laughter. As the others continued to chuckle, Oscar soon produced a bizarre-looking sausage, reminiscent of his first soul skill. However, this one bore a mushroom-like protrusion at one end, resembling the fleshy crest on a phoenix's head. Zhao Wujia, ever the mentor, managed to suppress his laughter and addressed Oscar's sulky expression. All right, everyone, Let us cease the laughter for a moment. Little Oscar, please enlighten us about the abilities of your soul skill, considering it is a millennium-level technique with potentially remarkable effects. In response to his teacher, Oscar huffed. You all may laugh. From now on, I shall only share this sausage with the Tang brothers, leaving none for the rest of you. Let that tantalize your appetites. After all, this soul beast was technically a gift from the Tang brothers to Oscar, and he had no intention of sharing. Seeing the remnants of suppressed laughter on their faces, Oscar proudly proclaimed, you should all know this. My third soul skill, imaginative mushroom sausage, grants the ability to fly. At this revelation, laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by astonishment at the simplicity of those words, to fly. Yet, amid the silence, Tang Yin continued to chuckle, realizing that he was the only one still amused. Isn't that just the ability to fly? Why the sudden solemnity? He awkwardly glanced around at his companions. Little Yin recognized that this is the ability to fly. It is a feat that only those with aerial soul skills, like Fatty and the Dean, can achieve. For others, it typically requires reaching the rank of Title de Law. Before Dai Mubai could finish his sentence, Tang Yin ignited flames beneath his feet and levitated into the air. He then showcased a series of aerial maneuvers, including flying shots and quick spins, before gracefully landing back on the ground, nonchalantly remarking, isn't flying as simple as having hands? Quite easy, really. The group collectively thought. I have a comment to make. Chapter 88, Crisis. Xiao San, I suddenly feel an urge to give your brother a good thrashing. Do you have any actionable plans? Dai Mubai inquired of Tang San, acknowledging that attempting to confront Tang Yin alone was evidently impractical. Thus, the necessity of extending an invitation for collaboration arose. This presented a challenge, primarily due to the availability of personnel. Yet, at this moment, Tang San found himself contemplating strategies to vanquish his own Yu Do Do. Count me in, Zhu Zhuqing declared decisively, without any superfluous words. Are we targeting Little Silver? We shall join as well. Xiao Wu and Yao exhibited no awareness of their roles as sisters-in-law and wives, eagerly volunteering to partake in Tang San's campaign against domestic tyranny. I shall provide enhancements for you, Ning Rongrong asserted, indicating that her support could indeed be of value. And we too shall join. Oscar and Ma Hongjun chimed in unison. Excellent. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Anti-Little Silver Alliance. With all companions committed, Tang San felt assured of their numbers and decisively proclaimed. Hey. You can't just rush into this. Are you unable to bear the challenge? Now, let us not get carried away. We are still amidst the perilous Stardo forest. So let us not lose focus. Oscar, please continue your introduction. We shall refrain from interruption this time. Tang Yin decisively chose to honor his inner self, a choice some might deem cowardly. Observing Tang Yin's abrupt change of subject, the crowd ceased to press the matter further regarding this inappropriate individual, redirecting their attention once more to Oscar. Clearing his throat, Oscar noticed the focus of everyone upon him, made a slight adjustment, and continued, I have yet to finish. My soul skill has a time limitation, which is that the flight duration is merely 1 minute. Exclamations of disbelief erupted from all but two who were privy to the script, along with Zhao Wudre. Dai Mubai, flexing his wrists, remarked, Little Oscar, you've grown quite bold. Perhaps we should assist you with a few bones, lest your future speeches leave you gasping for breath. However, unlike Tang Yin, Oscar did not wither under Dai Mubai's threat. Instead, he flashed a grin and replied, Boss Dai, are you threatening me? You ought not to underestimate this 1 minute of flight time. This soul skill is exceedingly practical for everyone except Little Yin. Dai Mubai scoffed at Oscar's self-praise, saying, Isn't it merely a mediocre soul skill that allows flight for just 1 minute? What can one accomplish in such a brief span? It's likely insufficient to traverse a wide chasm or river. To this, Oscar shook his finger and countered. But what if we utilize the maximum speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for that minute? Would that suffice? Astonishment rippled through the crowd once more, with Ma Hongjun exclaiming, Are you suggesting that if we consume your mushroom sausages, we can fly at the peak speed of that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for a full minute? Surely, you jest. Oscar crossed his arms, clearly pleased with their reactions, and stated, What is so impossible about that? Don't forget that my soul ring was obtained from that very phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It's entirely reasonable for the acquired soul skill to be related to it. So, if you desire to savor my mushroom dishes in the future, treat me well and plead earnestly, understood? In that moment, Oscar felt as if he had finally risen from servitude, experiencing a remarkable sense of liberation. To speak candidly, in terms of effectiveness, Oscar's soul skill was exceptionally practical, particularly in the early stages. Although the flight duration was limited to merely 1 minute, it was predicated on the extraordinary speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, renowned for its swiftness among venomous serpents. A flight at its peak speed for 1 minute could cover a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. Thus, if they encountered any insurmountable danger, they could traverse a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers in that minute, in an absolute straight line, free of obstacles. Given this velocity, Oscar's soul skill was on par with many skills that merely granted flight capabilities, as those of similar age typically offered slow speeds. This was precisely why the others had previously mocked Oscar for the 1 minute limitation of his soul skill. Zhao Wujia nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, Excellent. Your hard work has yielded fruit. Congratulations, little Oscar, you have acquired a remarkably fine third soul skill. By the way, how many of these mushroom sausages can you create with your current soul power? After pondering the recent soul power consumption, Oscar replied, this mushroom sausage consumes significantly more soul power than the previous sausages. Given my current strength, I can summon a maximum of about 10 at once. Xiao Wu surveyed their numbers, nodding approvingly. Very well, 10 will suffice. As your soul power increases, this limit will also rise. With the soul skill, your sausage martial spirit has certainly ascended to the ranks of exceptional martial spirits. Now that Oscar's martial spirit is established, let us all take a well-deserved rest and prepare to set out again tomorrow. With no further discourse, the group finally proceeded in the correct direction. Yao was well aware of her situation. Even a soul beast that could get lost in Nodding Academy would surely struggle in the Stardo forest. Hence, she confirmed the direction with Xiao Wu before leading everyone onward. Regrettably, despite a full day of travel, they encountered no signs of the faceless spider. Thus, they had no choice but to establish a temporary camp once more. Being in a soul beast forest, the Shrek team took turns keeping watch during the night. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had silently approached their vicinity, possessing remarkable stealth that even the Tang brothers' purple extreme magic eyes could not detect. Not even Xiao Wu. A soul sage perceived anything amiss. Another night passed, yet the figure remained concealed, merely observing the Shrek team from the periphery. When dawn broke, although they discovered some traces left by the faceless spider, they still failed to catch sight of their elusive foe, due to their deeper penetration into the Stardo forest. The watch duty shifted from one person to two. When it was Tang Yin and Yao's turn, Tang Yin was roused by the robot he had summoned, leading Yao outside to take over the watch from Tang San and Xiao Wu. If Tang Yin hadn't set an alarm, Tang San would undoubtedly have kept him on watch. Thus, the two sat side by side, enjoying the serene sounds of the Stardo forest at night and the starlit sky, while petting the asleep Yunmu and the little squirrel. This scene was idyllic. Yet, at that moment, a formidable pressure descended abruptly. The overwhelming aura startled everyone awake, prompting Tang Yin to instinctively position himself in front of Yao, his expression grave. He realized that the intensity of this pressure surpassed even that of his father. Who would have thought to encounter such precious treasures in this place? A melodic female voice echoed in their ears, chilling them to the bone. As this powerful presence emerged, the Shrek team swiftly exited their tents. Xiao Wu rushed to the forefront, striving to shield the group from the soul power pressure. Might I ask who you are, Your Excellency? I am Xiao Wu. If we have intruded upon your domain, I humbly beg your pardon. However, the newcomer seemed to offer Xiao Wu no chance for further words, as an even greater pressure descended, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that moment, illuminated by starlight and firelight, a figure gracefully stepped forth from the woods. 9 perfectly matched soul rings adorned her feet, with the outermost brilliant red 10,000-year soul ring vividly showcasing her strength. In the radiance of these 9 soul rings, she embodied the quintessential beauty that would evoke envy in all women. Her visage epitomized the poetic phrase, in the north, there is a fair maiden, unparalleled and independent. One glance captivates a city, a second glance ensnares a nation. Little do they know, the beauty that captivates both city and nation is a rare find. Yet, this celestial beauty emanated an oppressive aura akin to an abyss, compelling those present to avert their gaze. As she appeared, 2 presences immediately locked onto Xiao Wu and Yao, forcefully pinning them to the ground. Even speech eludes me. The suppression of soul power by all the individuals present is utterly remarkable. This singular display demonstrates the terrifying finesse with which one can manipulate soul power. I shall claim these 2 girls, the rest may leave. As the woman's voice resonated, a powerful wave of soul energy surged forth, forcing the foremost Xiao Wu to retreat, revealing the Tang brothers standing protectively before Xiao Wu and Yao. Observing the precarious situation of Xiao Wu and Yao, the brothers held nothing back. The profound energy within them erupted forth, striving to withstand the colossal wave of soul power that approached. Their 5 soul rings pulsated at their feet, and Tang Yin had already summoned his cloud boots, elevating his state to its zenith. From the spider-like martial spirit coalescing behind their adversary, Tang Yin quickly discerned the identity of the breathtaking beauty before him. Indeed, she was none other than the very person Tang Yin most wished to avoid, the arch-nemesis of his elder brother in the original narrative, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Truth be told, this turn of events was not part of Tang Yin's design. He had anticipated encountering her only upon reaching level 50 during the Grand Continental Soul Master competition. Had his skills been interpreted by level, he would have awakened the skills of all gun-type professions by the time he reached level 50. With such awakened abilities at his disposal, Tang Yin would have felt secure. Yet, encountering this formidable opponent while still at level 30 was an unforeseen calamity. Elder brother, take Xiao Wu and the others away. I will find a way to handle this. Tang Yin called out to his elder brother. After all, speaking softly was hardly audible now. No, I cannot abandon you, he insisted. Naturally, Tang San could not allow Tang Yin to shield him. As he spoke, Tang San even strained his soul power, attempting to position himself before Tang Yin. However, he was swiftly ambushed by Tang Yin, who knocked him unconscious with the butt of his gun. The move was executed with remarkable precision, leaving the onlookers, even Bibi Dong, momentarily stunned. Are you certain that is your brother? Why does your technique for striking your own kin seem so adept? Yet, Tang Yin remained vigilant, recognizing that Bibi Dong was toying with them, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Otherwise, with their limited soul power, how could they withstand the force that had even sent Zhao Wujin staggering back? Seizing the opportunity presented by Bibi Dong's momentary distraction, Tang Yin employed his unconscious brother as a projectile, hurling him towards Xiao Wu and Yao, resulting in a collision that sent all three crashing beside Zhao Wujin. In an instant, he achieved the accomplishment of inflicting pain upon his allies. This method of attack was familiar to him, as using a person as a weapon was a common tactic during his training sessions with his elder brother, Xiao Wu, and Yao. Thus, the angle at which Tang Yin threw was impeccably calculated, perfectly positioning the trio next to Zhao Wujin. Teacher Zhao, please take them and leave first. I will handle things here. Tang Yin bellowed once more. Xiao Wu and Yao were initially targeted by Bibi Dong. However, in the fleeting moment when Tang San intervened, they managed to break free from that control. Just as they were about to utter something, Bibi Dong's oppressive soul power surged once again. Martial soul manifestation. Zhao Wujia's protective instincts kicked in, refusing to allow his students to stand in harm's way. He immediately unleashed his martial soul and approached Tang Yin, exclaiming, "All of you, follow me, I will provide cover." In response, Tang Yin could only express his helplessness, utilizing his formidable soul power manipulation. He enveloped his voice with soul energy and addressed Zhao Wujia. "Do you recall our previous battle, Teacher Zhao? I possess a method to ensnare him. Moreover, with my ability to fly, my chances of a safe escape are significantly heightened. Your presence, in fact, may hinder my retreat." Tang Yin spoke at an astonishing speed. Driven by an urgent sense of desperation, one must understand who Bibi Dong is, the ultimate antagonist of the Doluo realm, a terrifying woman empowered by the Rakshasa god. With a mere thought, she could erase their existence from this world in an instant. Zhao Wujia had never felt such rage, such frustration at his own powerlessness. It was disheartening for a teacher to be reliant on his students for protection. Yet, he saw no better options for the sake of the others from Shrek Academy. "Oh, how intriguing. What gives you the audacity to believe you can restrain me? Is it merely your external soul bone?" Bibi Dong scoffed upon receiving Tang Yin's message. At that moment, she was genuinely angered. She had not anticipated that the one who had taken her beloved daughter would be so arrogant as to claim he could hold her back. Was this the utterance of a mere soul master of over 30 levels? Had she not intended to test them, they would hardly possess the strength to stand against her. Did he truly believe that hasty and somewhat rushed soul power could pose any challenge to a title de loi? Indeed, you read that correctly. The greatest boss from the original tale was now the adoptive mother of Xiao Wu and Yao. In fact, she had cared for them during the years before the sisters departed from the Stardo forest. The roots of this situation trace back to Tang Yin's arrival in this world, alongside three mysterious aides known as Remy, who subsequently vanished without a trace. Chapter 90. The origin. It is indeed the fault of those three aides, Remy, who passed by Tang Yin. Whether due to a time discrepancy in their arrival or some other reason, they reached this realm several days later than Tang Yin. At that time, Qian Xuanji had just failed in his assault on Tang Hao hunting Yin, and was subsequently dealt a crushing blow by Tang Yin, who left him no chance to recover, sending him directly into a secret chamber prepared for his healing. It was then that Bibi Dong appeared, delivering a fatal strike to the man who had taken everything from her and ruined her life, executing him with precision. However, in the instant she avenged her deep-seated grudge, the sky erupted with brilliance. Three streaks of golden light, envied by all unfortunate souls, traversed the heavens like meteorites. At the moment Bibi Dong struck down Qian Xuanji, the walls around them shattered, and the golden light, embodying the three aides, fused into Bibi Dong's being. This commotion drew the attention of everyone in the spirit hall, witnessing Bibi Dong's act of vengeance and the resulting psychological turmoil she would face. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong had stealthily slain Qian Xuanji and framed Tang Hao for it, allowing her to ascend to power. Yet now, she had executed him in plain sight. Did she still expect to inherit the position of Pope? If assassinating the previous leader guaranteed supremacy, then the rival sect would surely weep with jealousy. Unsurprisingly, the members of the Spirit Hall deemed such notions utterly foolish. Without hesitation, several title Doloa launched a full-scale assault against Bibi Dong. Under the relentless onslaught of numerous Doloa, even Bibi Dong was gravely injured. It was at this critical juncture that she activated the aid of Remy within her, recovering 30% of her injuries while also replenishing her depleted soul power by the same measure. Only then did Bibi Dong grasp the true nature of what had entered her body. With renewed soul power, she utilized the final soul skill from her first martial spirit, bestowed by the 10,000-year soul beast, the Death Spider Emperor. This formidable ability pulled her back from the brink of death. After all, one of these skills could restore her even if her body was obliterated, while the other granted her the ability to transform her essence, akin to elemental devil fruit abilities. Provided her soul power was sufficient, Bibi Dong was virtually immortal, though she could not launch a counterattack immediately. Bibi Dong still sustained severe injuries under the relentless assault led by Qian Daolu and his fellow title Dalaw. Just as they were closing in on her, she activated Remy's assistance. Knowing she had 3 uses of this aid, Bibi Dong unleashed all of them, fully restoring her condition and enduring the attacks of all the Title de Law as she surged deep into the Stardo forest. However, enduring the onslaught of multiple Title de Law, compounded by the urgency of the situation, even restored Bibi Dong was once again gravely injured. She pressed on through her injuries and ultimately collapsed by a lake within the Stardo forest. Indeed, the location where Bibi Dong fell unconscious was the very dwelling of Xiao Wu's family. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's grievous state, Xiao Wu's mother, moved by compassion, took her in for healing. When Bibi Dong awoke, a wave of disorientation washed over her, followed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. This was the void following the completion of her singular life goal, avenging her grievances. Having found peace, Bibi Dong reflected on her previous instinctive flight for survival. Realizing how absurd it had been, even contemplating the notion that dying then would have been preferable. In that moment, she recalled the gaze of her beloved as he departed, leading Bibi Dong to believe there was nothing left worth clinging to in this world. Yet, amidst this desolation, a young girl managed to penetrate the void within her heart. With a doctorate in psychology, Yao observed Bibi Dong's expression of hopelessness and began to utilize her youthful charm and words of comfort to gradually reshape Bibi Dong's thoughts. At that time, Yao was unaware of Bibi Dong's true identity, thus she offered her unwavering support. Together, they navigated through the darkest, most despairing moments of Bibi Dong's life, ultimately leading Yao to become her adoptive daughter. To aid Bibi Dong in fully emerging from her darkness, Yao embraced her as a mother, subtly instilling in Bibi Dong a reason to continue living. This rekindled the love that had not entirely faded within Bibi Dong, filling the emptiness in her heart. As Bibi Dong once again embraced the world, her trial by the Rakshasa god ended in failure. The failure of this divine trial resulted in her demotion. Yet she no longer cared about such matters. In fact, after this ordeal, she felt a clearer understanding of the world. The former Bibi Dong had perished in the spirit hall. The current version simply wished to lead a tranquil life with you and Xiao Wu. Alas, such dreams are often beautiful yet destined to remain unattainable, for reality has never been kind. During the 2 years that Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu lived a peaceful life together, and as she grew closer to Xiao Wu's mother, tragedy once again struck. Unbeknownst to them, a Title Doluo from the spirit hall discovered Xiao Wu and Yao playing near the edge of the lake. The allure of 2 transformed soul beasts to a soul master is an insatiable temptation. On a particular day, the newly appointed pope of the spirit hall, a disciple of Qian Daolu, found himself in need of a soul ring to attain the rank of Title Doluo. The spirit hall mobilized a considerable number of Title Doluos once again to capture Xiao Wu within the Stardo forest. During the ensuing battle, Xiao Wu's mother sacrificed herself to protect others, creating an opportunity for them. She became the 7th soul ring of Bibi Dong's 2nd martial soul, directly merging her right leg bone with Bibi Dong's. This act allowed Bibi Dong to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, significantly enhancing her power. Upholding the promise made to Xiao Wu's mother, Bibi Dong utilized the instant teleportation skill and the invulnerable golden body derived from Xiao Wu's mother's soul bone to escape with you and Xiao Wu at that time. As the original text does not disclose the specific soul skill of Xiao Wu's mother, it is inferred that it is indeed the 7th soul ring of Bibi Dong's 2nd martial soul, which is red. Furthermore, the abilities of Xiao Wu's mother's soul bone are not detailed in the original text, thus Tang Yin directly employed Xiao Wu's skills here. Originally, after entrusting Xiao Wu and Yao to Deming and Air Ming, Bibi Dong intended to return and perish alongside the others from the spirit hall. However, she was ultimately thwarted by Yao. They could not afford to lose another loved one after already suffering the loss of one. That day, the 3 women embraced each other and wept for an extended period, leading Xiao Wu to recognize Bibi Dong as her mother. A move intended by Yao to strengthen the bond with Bibi Dong, as she was in a vulnerable state. Henceforth, Bibi Dong took on the responsibility of nurturing and guiding the 2 girls until they needed to leave the Stardo forest to engage with human society for training. Before their departure, Bibi Dong repeatedly stressed the importance of not revealing her identity to the outside world. She was acutely aware that she had landed on the Spirit Hall's kill list, and should Xiao Wu and Yao be discovered to have a connection with her, their safety would be jeopardized. This was also the reason Yao prevented Xiao Wu from mentioning Bibi Dong's name when she initially wished to do so. The story comes full circle. A few days ago, Deming sensed the presence of his 2 daughters. Having successfully transitioned into a devoted father, Bibi Dong left Deming and Air Ming at home to keep watch while she personally set out to find her daughters. If being a devoted father could be considered an ultimate attribute, Bibi Dong had undoubtedly ascended to the status of a devoted father deity. However, upon locating her treasured daughters, she discovered that they had been besieged by 2 swine, leading to a profound sense of despair. Despite her frustration, Bibi Dong began to scrutinize Tang Yin and Tang San with a discerning gaze. After 2 days of observation, she found no faults in either brother, prompting her to devise a final test. This led to the current scenario. This is also why Bibi Dong initially restrained her 2 daughters if they were to call out. The assessment would be compromised. As the elder sister, she felt a profound obligation to ensure that everything was executed flawlessly. Based on her impression of the 2 brothers, They indeed exhibited commendable character, even willing to stand before her and shield her from danger, a quality worthy of trust. Next, she turned her attention to their strength. Upon hearing Tang Yin's seemingly arrogant remarks, she decided to teach him a lesson, for such hubris was perilous. Thus, Bibi Dong relaxed her restraints on Tang Yin. Seizing the moment of diminished pressure, Tang Yin launched an assault on Bibi Dong. His speed was commendable, likely enhanced by an external soul bone. Fortunate indeed, Bibi Dong remarked. As she observed Tang Yin charging toward her with remarkable speed, Bibi Dong had already mapped out her subsequent strategy to absorb his most formidable attack, allowing him to experience the harsh realities of life through a series of painful yet non-lethal blows. Just as she prepared to initiate her plan, she heard two words, step shoot. In this pivotal moment, Tang Yin unleashed every skill at his disposal. Although one hand was dedicated to maintaining the step shoot technique, his other hand was not idle. Without hesitation, he summoned 3 modified robots from his spatial realm, equipping each with G-14 grenades, G-35L electric grenades, and G-18C freezing grenades, each with dozens of units. The G-14 grenades boasted impressive knockback effects, primarily delivering standard explosive damage. In contrast, the G-35L electric grenades released a tremendous amount of lightning upon detonation, inflicting dual light and electric damage while potentially electrocuting the target. Those caught in this state would suffer additional light and electric damage upon being attacked. The G-18C freezing grenades operated similarly, unleashing powerful ice elemental energy and potentially freezing the target in place, rendering them immobile. In the Doluo world, this freezing state could be forcibly escaped with soul power, albeit at a cost. For a title Doluo, however, such soul energy was negligible, especially since Tang Yin was only in his 30s in terms of levels. The magnetic grenades, crafted from powerful neodymium materials, rolled forth while laying down components that created a formidable magnetic field to attract enemies. Once the grenades reached their destination, the components would unfurl, culminating in an explosion. However, Tang Yin did not expect to confine Bibi Dong solely through the freezing effects and magnetic grenades. As the grenades were deployed, he positioned the 3 robots in a triangular formation around Bibi Dong, launching the grenades simultaneously. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Tang Yin quickly activated the status skills of Death Revolver, Gunner's Potential Burst, and Alloy Warrior's Heart Drive. Each of these was a status skill, with Death Revolver amplifying physical critical damage when using revolver-type weapons for a limited duration. Potential Burst enhanced heavy weapon attacks, while Heart Drive activated an artificial heart to augment his physical attributes, increasing attack power, speed, and the potency of smoke bombs and class skills. Tang Yin executed these skills almost instantaneously, resulting in his step-shoot attacks manifesting a myriad of dazzling visual effects. This was merely to ensure output from one hand. Meanwhile, his other hand continued to conjure mechanical constructs, summoning 3 EXS Viper Cannons and 3 Capturers using the Mechanics Level 25 skill. The EXS Viper Cannons were capable of sustained fire, strategically placed between the robots to unleash a barrage of attacks upon Bibi Dong. The G-3 Capturers, utilizing a miniature flying laser emitter, transformed from a single high-caliber barrel into 6 smaller continuous laser emitters. Tang Yin summoned a total of 18 G-3 Capturers, who soared around Bibi Dong, unleashing a relentless stream of lasers. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. Having completed his summoning, Tang Yin's other hand was equally relentless. For the Potential Burst skill was not to be taken lightly, as an array of formidable weaponry materialized in Tang Yin's other hand. He unleashed a barrage of firepower upon Bibi Dong below. Throughout the entire sequence, he maintained relentless control over Bibi Dong, never ceasing his onslaught. How does one encapsulate this scene? 6 robots surrounded Bibi Dong in a hexagonal formation, incessantly hurling grenades and firing from their turrets. Above, 18 G-3 Capturers rained down continuous beams of laser. In the center, Tang Yin wielded a revolver, empowered by various enhancements, firing an array of powerful attribute bullets. In his other hand, a succession of heavy weaponry took turns, a Gatling gun, a laser cannon, an anti-tank gun, and a flamethrower. The spectacle was so intense that the CPU of the nearby computer began to overheat. Both Tang Yin and Bibi Dong were entirely enveloped in a dazzling display of effects, with only the unending sound of explosions indicating that Tang Yin's assault had not relented. At a crucial moment during Tang Yin's offensive, he heard a shout from behind. Yao! Don't go over there. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang Yin felt a surge of urgency. After all, he had only just succeeded in stalling Bibi Dong. He was acutely aware that with the 2 passive skills bestowed by the immortal Spider Queen, as long as Bibi Dong had soul power, he could not inflict any substantial harm upon her, which meant he was merely biding time. However, Yao's approach sent him into a panic. He turned and shouted, Yao? You! Before he could finish, Yao delivered a flying kick. In the next moment, all effects vanished, and Tang Yin found himself embedded headfirst into a nearby tree in a comical spread eagle position. This dramatic turn of events left the members of Shrek momentarily stunned, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they watched Yao, followed by the equally reckless Xiao Wu, rush over. Mama, are you all right? Xiao Wu, visibly anxious, approached the crater created by Tang Yin's assault. Having lived together for many years, she was acutely aware of the destructive power Tang Yin wielded. Mama? At this moment, the world of Shrek's members seemed to dim. This was no longer merely a matter of narrative twists. It was a question of whether they would be crushed against the wall by the reckless actions of Xiao Wu and Yao. Those present were not fools. They quickly discerned the relationship between the suddenly appeared title Dolua and Xiao Wu and Yao, realizing her intentions. Their earlier worries were for naught. It was simply a test from a prospective mother-in-law. The most disheartened among them were Oscar and Ma Hongjun, enviously observing the Tang brothers who had already met their parents. While they remained the lonely strays without a family to claim them, their prolonged anxieties had led them to become the punchline of their own story. Having been kicked away by Yao, Tang Yin finally regained his senses. The haze of confusion dissipated, and his intellect reasserted itself. Reflecting on Yao's earlier comments about the butterfly effect, he could not help but understand the gravity of the situation. The figure emerging from the pit was none other than the final antagonist from the original story. If she was now his mother-in-law, he could not shake the feeling that he was destined to lose this confrontation. Yet, a deeper fear gripped him. He regretted not having taken action sooner. Had he acted, he would have promptly posted a grave inquiry across all social media platforms. What do I do if I accidentally knocked my mother-in-law into a pit upon our first meeting? Is it too late for me? I'm anxiously waiting for a response. Chapter 92, The Face-Devouring Spider. Don't come over here. As the group reconvened, all misunderstandings were resolved. Shortly thereafter, Tang San awakened from his unconscious state. Upon discovering that the individual before him was Xiao Wu's mother, he appeared flustered, a stark contrast to his usual composure. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, having orchestrated this scene to test the Tang brothers, offered her apologies to the group. The sight of the renowned title Dolua apologizing sent Shrek into a frenzy of disbelief. They could hardly fathom the significance of her name, even though the spirit hall sought to obscure its scandals. Dai Mubai and others from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan and Star Luo royal family were privy to some truths. The emergence of a title Dolua could not be hidden from others of equal rank, and an inquiry into the matter would inevitably reveal Bibi Dong's legacy. After all, while the Xiao Dolua had merely reprimanded the Pope, this seemingly stunning woman had annihilated her foes. To their knowledge, the Spirit Hall was still clandestinely pursuing Bibi Dong. Hey, the one named Tang Yin, come here quickly. After concluding her conversation with the others, Bibi Dong's gaze settled on Tang Yin, who was in a corner drawing circles in the dirt. It was evident that he was reluctant to approach so soon, fearing that doing so would cost him a resurrection coin. Just come here. Can't a man show a little responsibility instead of dawdling? Bibi Dong insisted. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yin activated his cloud boots and ghostly shadow, appearing before them. With no choice but to comply after such an insistence from his mother-in-law, he stammered, "Hello, Auntie Bibi Dong. I'm your daughter's boyfriend. Oh no. I'm your daughter's nephew. No, I'm not." At that moment, it became apparent that Tang San had handled the situation with greater poise. The group found Tang Yin's current awkwardness amusing, while Tang San shielded his face in embarrassment. Bibi Dong, exasperated by Tang Yin's fumbling, remarked, "You are my daughter's boyfriend." "Thank you for your recognition, esteemed mother-in-law," Tang Yin replied, his demeanor shifting from panic to a calm confidence as if he were in complete control of the situation. The members of Shrek, still reeling from the earlier chaos caused by Yao's antics, felt as if they had been slammed against a wall yet again by Tang Yin's unexpected composure. Clearly, they had overestimated their ability to keep pace with his thought process. Disregarding the stunned expressions of his companions, Tang Yin approached Yao, recognizing that Bibi Dong had accepted this relationship, and it was not his place to intervene further. Bibi Dong, upon witnessing this interaction, found no reason to contest her daughter's choice, having confirmed that they were indeed worthy of her trust. It can be said that Bibi Dong has now accepted the existence of the two brothers. With everyone settling down, Bibi Dong's attention finally focused on the soul guidance device. 24 bridges at the bright moon night, adorning Tang San's waist, her expression revealing a distinct sense of distraction. "Little San, may I have a look at your belt soul guidance device?" Bibi Dong inquired of Tang San, who stood beside Xiao Wu. Of course, Tang San readily agreed to Bibi Dong's request, for she was not only the mother of Xiao Wu but also his elder, and he naturally held no reservations. Tang Yin spoke as he retrieved the 24 bridges on a moonlit night from his waist and handed it to Bibi Dong. Upon receiving it, Bibi Dong's gaze softened considerably. Countless memories flashed through her mind like scenes from a film, ultimately lingering on the most sorrowful moment. At that moment, a glimmer of mist appeared in her bright eyes. "How is the master now? How is his health?" Bibi Dong's voice trembled slightly. "Aunt Bibi Dong, do you also know my teacher?" It was Tang San's turn to be surprised. Given his understanding of his teacher's social circle, aside from Flinder and a few others who shared a bond with his teacher, most soul masters held him in low regard. Yet, Bibi Dong's expression was complex, clearly indicating a relationship with his teacher that was far from ordinary. After all, she was a titled Dolua. "Teacher? So you are a student? No wonder you possess this. He has taken on students," Bibi Dong said, her demeanor toward Tang San softening significantly as she gently stroked his hair. In that instant, she even saw a shadow of her teacher in Tang San. Not only Tang San, but the entire Shrek team was astonished. For even the most oblivious among them could sense the concern in Bibidong's tone. Yet, this was a title de law with a 100,000-year soul ring. A pinnacle existence in the world of soul masters. The fact that such a being had a special relationship with the master was astonishing. At that moment, the Shrek group gathered together, each holding an unknown roasted sausage, displaying expressions that seemed to say, "You continue, we'll just enjoy the show." Tang San, too, picked up on this, realizing the unique bond between his teacher and the title Dolua, and without hesitation, he replied, "The master is actually doing well. But he carries some emotional burdens, making him appear older and more melancholic than others his age. I have been helping him with his health over the years, so physically, he is fine. Is that so?" Bibidong responded softly, followed by a long sigh. Reflecting on her past with the master and observing her daughter alongside his student, she felt as though history was repeating itself. "You all must strive. Do not be disappointed like I was, and do not miss out as I did," she said tenderly, caressing her daughter's smooth hair with a gentle expression. "I have agreed to your endeavors, but you must understand one thing. If you dare to make my daughter sad." With that, Bibidong waved her hand, unleashing a powerful surge of soul force that obliterated a large section of the surrounding forest. The might of a title de law was unmistakable. "Rest assured, esteemed mother-in-law, we may not be able to partake in their past, but we shall accompany them into the future." Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yin immediately expressed his thoughts as his mother-in-law called out with remarkable fluency. With a resounding crack, the trees that had just been sent flying by Bibidong's sword began to descend, accompanied by a humanoid spider that had been peacefully slumbering in the woods. The spider quickly adjusted its posture, only to lift its gaze and find itself surrounded by a throng of humans. It glanced around, bewildered, at what had once been its home. Was it merely a brief slumber that had cost it everything? A wave of despair washed over it as it surveyed the humans encircling it. Had it not simply been resting in its abode? It had committed no heinous acts. Was it not somewhat excessive for them to obliterate its home so swiftly? And why, pray tell, were those humans regarding it with such disdain? It was a soul master. A spider at that. Do refrain from approaching, I beseech you. Chapter 93. At last, success. Tang Yin truly did not anticipate that after 2 consecutive days of searching for the faceless spider, it would be effortlessly revealed by Bibidong with a mere strike. He pondered the age of this particular spider, wondering if it would be suitable for his elder brother. In that instant, a wicked expression enveloped Tang Yin as he exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, quickly ensnare it. It may very well be my brother's soul ring." Tang Yin spoke with a sense of excitement. "Oh, is your target the face-devouring spider?" Hearing Tang Yin's words, Bibidong also displayed a hint of amusement. With a flick of her wrist, a staff materialized in her hand, which she then swung again, as if unleashing 2 blades of energy. In an instant, she severed all the mouths of the face-devouring spider. Simultaneously, Xiao Wujia's gravitational pressure followed suit, and the face-devouring spider, which had just landed moments before, was now firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move. "Brother, quickly, annihilate it, but be cautious of its dying counterattack." Tang Yin observed the characteristics of the human-faced demon spider. Although he could not be entirely certain it was the same as the one described in the original work, it did indeed appear to be just over 2,000 years old. He added, in conclusion. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Bibidong, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Little Yin, is this the soul beast you are seeking? Are you certain you want your brother to absorb the soul ring of this human-faced demon spider? If my estimation is correct, its age should be around 2,000 years, which is rather high for a 3rd soul ring." As Bibidong finished speaking, the members of Shrek looked at Tang Yin with expressions of astonishment. They truly did not expect him to assert the existence of a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. "Indeed, that is undoubtedly correct. It is the target for my brother this time." Tang Yin spoke with utmost certainty. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San summoned his soul power, causing the blue-silver grass to materialize instantly, binding the faceless spider entirely. He then drew a dagger, aiming it directly at the creature's eyes for a lethal strike. As the faceless spider perished, a violet soul ring manifested before all present. Tang San, with unwavering resolve, began to absorb this soul ring. Witnessing this, Bibidong ceased her urgency to return with Xiao Wu and Yao, instead watching with keen interest as Tang San absorbed the soul ring. As time inexorably passed, daylight broke. With each passing moment, concerns for Tang San's safety grew among the onlookers. Fortunately, by midday, Tang San had successfully navigated the perilous phase. Upon overcoming this formidable challenge, a radiant glow of blue tinged with purple emanated from him, radiating outward. In the next instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted, enveloping Tang San entirely as he sat in meditation. As time progressed, the encasing grass multiplied, wrapping him ever more securely. The blue-silver grass had also undergone notable transformations. It appeared slightly thinner than before, shifting from its original dark blue hue to a bluish purple, adorned with intricate purple patterns. However, the most striking change was the luster of the blue-silver grass. It now gleamed as if coated with a glaze, reflecting light and shimmering under the sun. As the surrounding blue-silver grass proliferated, Xiao Wujia gestured for everyone to retreat. He understood that this was an instinctive protective response from Tang San's body, uncontrollable in its current state. After all, emerging from such a crisis, it would be peculiar if he could maintain control. Just when everyone believed Tang San had safely escaped danger, and all that remained was to await his awakening, a muffled yet agonized scream erupted from the cocoon of blue-silver grass enveloping him. Within, Tang San was convulsing, his upper body arched grotesquely, a sight both terrifying and distressing. Hearing Tang San's cries, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself. She moved to rush towards him. But Tang Yin seized her arm at once. "Xiao Wu," she cried anxiously. "Sister-in-law, you must not make a sound now. This is an opportunity for my brother. Your voice will only incite his worry." Though Tang Yin spoke with such words, his gaze never strayed from the direction of his elder brother, tightly clutching a resurrection coin in his hand. However, Xiao Yin, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu were now utterly flustered, their speech becoming rather incoherent. Xiao Wu reassured herself, as Xiao Yin had stated, that this indeed was an opportunity for Tang San, and now it depended on whether he could seize it. Similarly, Bibi Dong, possessing an external spirit bone, addressed Xiao Wu while casting a curious glance towards Tang Yin. After all, she had been trailing Tang Yin and the others for 2 days, and was well aware that their objective had been remarkably clear throughout their journey. Regardless of the soul beasts they encountered, they chose to disregard them, as if they knew that in this direction lay a 2-year-old man-faced demon spider that could yield an external spirit bone. Such behavior was indeed peculiar. In the next moment, amidst the astonished expressions of all present, a sound akin to a fabric tearing resonated, and the blue-silver grass enveloping Tang San shattered instantaneously. Subsequently, a diamond-shaped purple spirit bone emerged on his back. This bizarre transformation captivated everyone's attention, drawing them towards Tang San's back. Meanwhile, Tang San was still enduring immense agony, his body beginning to ooze droplets of blood from his skin's pores, convulsing violently. This scene caused Xiao Wu great distress, however. Just as everyone was curious about Tang San's condition, the purple bone on his back manifested 8 protrusions, resembling spider legs, which abruptly pierced out. With the complete emergence of these 8 spider-like appendages, Tang San's expression relaxed instantaneously, and his entire being seemed to unfurl, although some spasms persisted. Ultimately, each of the spider-like appendages extended to approximately 1.5 meters, but this was merely the initial segment. Once the first segment extended, the second began to grow rapidly. Together, they measured nearly 3 meters. This was the first time the members of Shrek Academy witnessed such a phenomenon, and they were left astounded, gazing at the 8 radiant limbs enveloped in a hue of purple brilliance, each tip exceedingly sharp. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tang Yin finally relaxed, sitting down on the ground. He had succeeded at last. Chapter 94. Smooth sailing. Why did the spider legs of the man-faced demon spider manifest on Tang San's back? Ma Hongjun glanced at the spider legs previously severed by Bibi Dong, and at that moment, the members of Shrek realized the truth. The 8 entities appearing behind Tang San were identical to the 8 severed spider legs. If one were to distinguish between them, it would be that Tang San's spider legs glimmered more brilliantly and even emitted a faint, sweet fragrance. Your words are somewhat accurate. Come, everyone. Let us partake of this delicacy and discuss as we eat. Tang Yin spoke as he produced some antidotes. These were prepared by Tang San out of concern that his younger brother might inadvertently play with his own poison, in case Tang Yin fell victim to it. Tang Yin was acutely aware that the sweet fragrance emanating from his elder brother's spider legs was indeed a genuine poison. Although merely inhaling it would not cause significant harm, it was still poison, and it was always better to take precautions. Xiao Yin, what is this? Why do we need to take it? Oscar inquired. This is the antidote my brother concocted for me. Have you all caught a whiff of that sweet scent? If you have, congratulations, you've been poisoned. Although it shouldn't be severe, for safety's sake, let us all take one. Tang Yin remarked. The members of Shrek exclaimed, Are we really poisoned just from eating a melon? Oscar inquired again, Then what are those behind your brother? The 8 spider legs of Xiao San resembled the external spirit bones on Tang Yin's feet. Bibi Dong stated. Mother, you are familiar with external spirit bones? Xiao Wu curiously asked upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. Of course, after all, I possess one myself. Bibi Dong replied with a smile as she summoned her own external spirit bone, the 6-winged purple light wings. So this wing is actually your external spirit bone? I always thought it was a flying soul skill from your spirit ring. Xiao Wu realized, connecting the dots. They had indeed encountered this spirit bone before. But at that time, Xiao Wu was unaware of its nature and mistakenly believed it to be a soul skill. Once she learned about external spirit bones, the master informed them that these were even rarer than soul bones. Yet now, Xiao Wu felt it wasn't as scarce as she had thought, considering 3 individuals around her already possessed them, which seemed contrary to the notion of rarity. Ignoring the confusion in Xiao Wu's mind, everyone's attention shifted back to Tang San, where the 8 spider legs behind him were inexplicably stretching and swaying, creating a rather eerie sight. In a darker environment, it might even be somewhat frightening. Meanwhile, Tang San's body had completely ceased its spasms, and the blue-silver grass began to envelop him once more, leaving the 8 spider legs outside to continue their rhythmic movements. Seeing that Tang Yin was entirely safe, Everyone felt relieved. Oscar, still curious, asked Tang Yin, now that we have time, could you explain this external spirit bone to us? They had heard Tang Yin mention external spirit bones before, but without a detailed explanation, they had assumed it was merely akin to soul bones. However, witnessing Tang San's case, they discovered numerous distinctions between the two. Indeed, Xiao Yin, please share more. By the way, you won't turn into a giant spider, will you? Ma Hongjun added. Tang Yin was rendered speechless by Ma Hongjun's remarks. He struck Ma's head lightly and exclaimed, what are you thinking? If possessing an external soul bone would transform one into its corresponding spirit beast, then I would have turned into a two-tailed cloud cat. You must understand. My cloud boots are derived from the mother of little Yunmu. Ah, the mother of little Yunmu. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, the group was genuinely astonished. They had never imagined that the bond between little Yunmu and Tang Yin was so profound, and yet, the external soul bone of Tang Yin originated from little Yunmu's mother. Did that imply that Tang Yin had slain her mother? This revelation led to a lengthy discourse as Tang Yin comforted little Yunmu while narrating her story to everyone. Per little Yunmu, come here, let your sister embrace you. The tale of little Yunmu's past instantly ignited Ning Rongrong's sympathy, as she took little Yunmu into her arms. Tang Yin observed her with skepticism, questioning whether her compassion for little Yunmu was genuine or merely an opportunity to indulge. Xiao Yin, wait a moment. You veered off topic. Shouldn't you elucidate what an external soul bone is? Dai Mubai interjected, noticing the somber mood of the group and seeking to shift the conversation. Allow me to explain. Bibi Dong interposed, taking over from Tang Yin. She was deeply moved by the bond shared between Tang Yin and little Yunmu, which reassured her about entrusting Yao to them. Unlike ordinary soul masters, they lack the rigid malice often associated with spirit beasts. You all should be aware that soul bones are indeed a remarkably unique existence. They rank among the most coveted items for soul masters. While both soul bones and soul rings originate from spirit beasts, there exists a substantial difference. The likelihood of acquiring a soul bone is exceedingly low. The chance of obtaining one is even less than 1 in 1,000. This rarity is precisely what renders soul bones extraordinarily precious, with some high-quality soul bones having no market value at all, Bibi Dong elucidated. Moreover, due to the absence of a binding mechanism for soul bones, some individuals still engage in the trade of these artifacts. Therefore, if circumstances permit, you should all strive to enhance your financial capabilities, enabling you to purchase a suitable soul bone when the opportunity arises. Even a common soul bone commands astronomical prices at any auction house, Bibi Dong continued. Aunt Bibi Dong, we are aware of this. But what distinguishes an external soul bone from a regular soul bone? Ma Hongjun inquired once more. Since you are familiar with this, allow me to pose a question. How many soul bones and soul rings can a single person possess? Bibi Dong asked. Dai Mubai replied, naturally, there are 9 soul rings. As acquiring 9 leads one to become a titled Olua. However, upon hearing Dai Mubai's statement, Tang Yin mischievously shook his head and replied, no, brother Dai. We can actually possess more than 9 soul rings. Beyond 9, there lies the potential to ascend to godhood at the 100th level. Tang Yin casually revealed a secret that overwhelmed everyone in Shrek. What? How is that possible? Regardless, Bibi Dong has already appeared, and she is on their side. So why would Tang Yin be afraid of the Xiao Yin hammer? At this moment, Tang Yin epitomized the essence of riding the wind. With Bibi Dong on my side, I must ask how I could possibly lose in this advantageous situation? Chapter 95, What to do if one wishes to sacrifice their own sister-in-law. Since you are aware of the 100-level ascension to divinity, have you also accepted any divine transmissions? Bibi Dong was increasingly curious about her son-in-law. Observing Tang Yin with a playful expression. Well, there was no inheritance, just a fortunate coincidence of knowledge. Tang Yin remarked, for he indeed harbored certain aspirations for their future. At present, he merely wished to casually inherit a position of power, subsequently employing scientific methods to decipher its underlying principles, ultimately striving to attain divinity independently. With the advantage he possessed, Tang Yin held an unwavering confidence in his abilities, firmly believing in his potential to achieve godhood. In terms of the strength of dimensions, one could assert that Dungeon and Fighter truly surpassed Soul Land, not to mention the array of skills he possessed, each akin to a resounding proclamation of his prowess. It could be said that the sole challenge Tang Yin currently faced was the acquisition of a divine essence. However, this was merely a matter of course. For with his dual martial souls, he could easily utilize one as a subject for experimentation. Is your aspiration to become a deity? That is quite an ambitious goal. Bibi Dong chuckled. Meanwhile, the perspectives of his companions shattered once again. What had they just heard? Tang Yin's ambition was, astonishingly, to attain divinity? To be precise, it was the aspiration for 2 divine positions, given his 2 martial souls, with each representing one. Tang Yin casually uttered words that shattered the trio's worldview yet again. His remarks suggested that divine positions could be procured en masse. Observing the bewildered expressions of his companions, akin to gazing upon a monstrosity, Tang Yin found himself at a loss for words. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, come on, we are the monsters here. Isn't ascending to divinity merely a fundamental endeavor? What a gross misunderstanding you have of the term fundamental. The group erupted in indignation, unable to contain their frustration at Tang Yin's infuriating tone. However, his audacious perspective seemed to imply that they, too, could achieve what he claimed. This led them to believe that perhaps they had been thoroughly misled by Tang Yin. "Oh, let us not be so harsh," he continued. "To achieve success, one must entertain some impractical fantasies. As the saying goes, one must have ideals. Who knows what might come to fruition? As for divine positions, well, I may have overstated things. Nevertheless, keep striving." Tang Yin abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing he had perhaps overshared. It was all due to a friend from a past life who incessantly divulged movie plots, prompting Tang Yin to experiment with the same, only to find himself overwhelmed. Indeed, one can become addicted to spoilers. The crowd exclaimed in unison, "For heaven's sake, don't falter at such a critical moment." His companions erupted in frustration. However, what could they do? Given their current weakness, they stood little chance of not only receiving the inheritance, but also of even being deemed worthy of the divine examination. Thus, it was essential for everyone to strive diligently. Rest assured, milk and bread would be forthcoming. Tang Yin chuckled. His words were not mere whims. The current enthusiasm for training and cultivation among the members of Shrek had significantly increased due to the presence of both him and Yao. Notably, Dai Mubai had exhibited the most remarkable transformation. Therefore, Tang Yin intended to further motivate them, painting an alluring vision for their future. As for whether they would ultimately attain this vision, that was to be determined by their own efforts. After all, as long as their capabilities were sufficient, the divine position would naturally gravitate towards them without requiring Tang Yin's assistance. The divine assessment evaluates not only strength but also one's character. Presently, Tang Yin's sole concern revolved around Ma Hongjuan's predicament regarding his position. His martial soul had tragically prevented him from inheriting the divine title of the Fire God, leaving him with only a secondary rank as the Fire Phoenix God, which ultimately separated him from his beloved in a profoundly physical sense. Such circumstances evidently did not align with Tang Yin's vision of a harmonious conclusion. However, I digress. There are numerous matters concerning the divine that we need not dwell on at present. And Bibidong, please continue. Tang Yin deftly shifted the topic of conversation. Bibidong. Taken aback by Tang Yin's nonchalant attitude towards the divine position, a coveted aspiration for many, could not help but marvel. To her, it seemed as though Tang Yin regarded it as something trivial, and she firmly believed that if the divine examination posed a threat to his daughter, Tang Yin would undoubtedly obliterate it. Cough. Let us return to our matters. Excluding what Tang Yin mentioned, our limits are essentially that of a title de law. The same applies to soul bones. An individual can absorb a maximum of 6 soul rings, which correspond to the head, torso, and limbs. The quality of a soul bone is evaluated based on various factors, including its integrity, age, and compatibility with the soul master, Bibidong elaborated. However, external soul bones are indeed a unique entity. They do not occupy any of those 6 positions and exist independently. Moreover, their emergence is a mere fraction, often 1,000th, of that of ordinary soul bones. Consequently, external soul bones consistently hold the second position on the soul master's ranking list, with the first being the 100,000-year soul ring. Well, are external soul bones truly so rare? They sound quite formidable, Oscar remarked, astonished. May I inquire about the functional differences between external soul bones and ordinary soul bones? Zhu Zhuqing asked this time. External soul bones do not provide soul skills. However, each possesses unique effects, besides enhancing certain attributes like other soul bones. Their true prowess lies in their ability to evolve alongside their master as they grow stronger, Bibidong explained. Evolving soul bones? Ning Rongrong expressed her surprise upon hearing Bibidong's words. After all, while they had soul bones in the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, she had never encountered one capable of evolution. Hey, little Yin, how did you come to know that this man-faced demon spider could yield an external soul bone? Dai Mubai posed the question that lingered in everyone's mind. Given their newfound understanding of the rarity of external soul bones, they were curious why Tang San was willing to delay awakening his martial soul to hunt this particular creature alongside his elder brother. It's nothing much. I simply happen to know, Tang Yin replied nonchalantly. Tang Yin, as always, spoke with nonchalance, much like when he casually mentioned his awareness of divine tidings. Hee little Yin, how would you describe our relationship? At that moment, Oscar approached Tang Yin with an ingratiating expression. All I know is that you still owe me a great many sausages. Tang Yin succinctly left Oscar momentarily speechless. Oh, do not concern yourself with trivial details. Why not choose a soul bone for me? Oscar shamelessly remarked. Look at how many soul bones I possess now. Tang Yin, rendered speechless, remarked, well, I possess but a single soul bone myself. How could you expect me to assist you in selecting one? If I were privy to the locations of such soul bones, would I truly have only one? Tang Yin spoke with a sense of helplessness. As he uttered those words, he once again recalled the plan of sacrificing his sister-in-law to obtain divine armaments. What should he do if he wanted to use his sister-in-law as an offering? Chapter 96, Little Yin, today I shall annihilate you. Even the gods cannot save you. Mark my words. After all, he had an abundance of resurrection coins. By the way, could resurrection coins be utilized to revive beings directly through soul rings? This thought surfaced in Tang Yin's mind, and he glanced at the small cloud mother who had somehow made her way back onto his shoulder. Perhaps I could test it with the mother of the cloud. Now, all that remained was to wait for Tang San to awaken. Meanwhile, everyone, having worried throughout the night, began to feel fatigued, taking turns to stand guard and rest. Hours passed, and Tang San's external soul bone continued to pulse rhythmically, indicating that he was stable. Otherwise, they could not have found peace to rest. However, despite this, Xiao Wu remained vigilantly stationed outside the cocoon formed by the blue silver grass, her hands clasped in prayer, hoping that Tang San would safely overcome this trial. Observing her daughter in such a state, Bibi Dong sighed. She had originally intended to take the two girls back for training, but seeing Xiao Wu's current demeanor, she realized that Xiao Wu would not leave until Tang San awoke. This made her, a devoted mother, feel quite envious. While she acknowledged the bond between the Tang brothers, it did not diminish her jealousy in the slightest. No. She must make things difficult for them in the future. With that thought, Bibi Dong stayed by Xiao Wu's side, attempting to soothe her unease. Suddenly, a soft sound roused Xiao Wu from her prayers, and she immediately turned her gaze toward Tang San. The elongated blue-silver grass continued to gently contract, gradually loosening. Under Xiao Wu's expectant gaze, Tang Yin drew back the curtain. Little Yin, I will kill you. Mom, Little Yin is bullying me. Help me beat him. I can't win. Xiao Wu, emboldened by her mother's support, was not intimidated by Tang Yin. She still needed to check on whether her third brother was injured. Yet Tang Yin had chosen this moment for such a jest. Today, I, Xiao Wu, declare that I shall obliterate you, Little Yin. Even the gods cannot save you. Mark my words. Sister Xiao Wu, I assure you this is for your own good. Right now, my brother is completely exposed. Are you certain you want to look? Tang Yin spoke. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed crimson, leaving her too shy to respond. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Yet she lightly tapped Tang Yin's head. There was no remedy for it. If she tapped too hard, Yao would feel distressed. The elongated blue-silver grass gradually unfurled, stretching outward, revealing its master within. At this moment, Tang San indeed resembled what Tang Yin had described. He was clad in mere fragments of clothing, leaving Tang Yin perplexed regarding the underlying cause. After all, Tang San's upper garment had been destroyed by the spider spear, which was not entirely surprising. However, what was the situation with his trousers? Was it now fashionable to leave half one's attire in tatters? Just then, Tang San regained full consciousness, his eyes opening to a clarity that was unmistakably sharp, reminiscent of contemporary university students. Clearly, he was still trying to comprehend the ordeal he had just endured, only recalling the excruciating pain he had experienced during the absorption of the spirit ring. He had merely relied on his fervent desire for strength to endure. Now, he had come to realize Xiao Wu's true identity, and he could vividly envision the foes he would face in the future. He wished to prevent the tragedies that befell his parents from recurring in his own life, or that of his younger brother. As long as my little brother is happy every day, that is sufficient. Anyone who dares to disrupt that shall be eliminated. To achieve these aspirations required formidable strength. It was this conviction that enabled Tang San to persevere through the most agonizing phase, after which he experienced an overwhelming sense of relief. So much so that he succumbed to slumber the moment his mind relaxed. When he awoke again, he found himself surrounded by a pristine expanse of white. As time passed, his awareness gradually returned, and he finally discerned what this white surroundings entailed. Although he was curious about the transformation, Tang San had no time to ponder it, as every cell in his body felt as if it were rejoicing and leaping. A warm and delightful sensation enveloped him, accompanied by a ticklish feeling, as if something were in motion. It was an odd sensation, akin to possessing an extra pair of hands. It felt as though he could exert control, yet at times, he found himself unable to do so. It was utterly bizarre. Below him, 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floated, continuously revolving, signifying Tang Yin's successful breakthrough. The purple ring was notably deeper in hue compared to the typical third spirit ring of others. Tang San's blue-silver grass had entirely vanished, replaced solely by the 8 spider legs extending from his back. Observing this, Tang San, despite his lack of clothing, would have eagerly captured his brother's embarrassing moment had he been wearing even a pair of underpants. However, noticing his elder brother's bewildered expression, Tang Yin couldn't help but remark, brother, while your foundation is indeed impressive, it would be prudent to don some clothing first, especially since there are girls outside. Remaining exposed like this is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Tang Yin's jest, Tang San finally grasped the situation, instinctively glancing at his own body, his face flushing a deep crimson. In a flustered manner, he examined his surroundings, only to realize he was draped in white fabric. Turning to see his younger brother perched in a tree, it dawned on him who was responsible for this. Xiao Yin, what has happened? Where are my clothes? Having only just awakened, Tang San posed a rather foolish question. Just then, Oscar, having slipped through an opening in the curtain that Tang Yin had arranged, chimed in. Xiao San, can you guess what those scraps of fabric on the ground are? Who allowed you to come in? Upon seeing Oscar enter, Tang Yin instinctively reached for his waist, relieved to find his attire, 24 bridge moonlit night, still intact, promptly covering himself. Observing the situation, Oscar retreated, while Tang San encountered no difficulty in putting on his trousers. However, when it came to donning his shirt, he was startled to discover the peculiarities of his body. The 8 spider legs, each nearly 3 meters long, protruded from his back, leaving him utterly astonished. Calm down, brother. What you see behind you is an external spirit bone, akin to my cloud boots. If you adjust yourself properly, you should be able to control it. It harbors poison, which is why I isolated you from everyone else. Tang Yin spoke while pointing at the curtain, which had been inadvertently torn by the spider legs. It bore distinct purple-black corrosive marks, from which black smoke was emanating. Well done, Xiao Yin, he remarked. As an expert in poison, Tang San could ascertain the terrifying potency of the toxin present on his external spirit bone merely by observing those scratches. If his companions were to accidentally come into contact with it, they could very well meet their demise before he could intervene. Thanks to his relationship with Tang Yin, Tang San possessed a thorough understanding of external spirit bones, so he experienced none of the panic depicted in the original narrative. Instead, the retrieval process proceeded quite smoothly. As he began to manipulate the 8 spider spears behind him, Tang San felt a tingling sensation at the location of the spirit bone, and this phase unfolded rather seamlessly. After all, he frequently witnessed Tang Yin practicing with the external spirit bone, making the initiation of this process considerably easier for him. The only drawback was the consumption of soul power. Even during retrieval, soul power was still required, and since this was Tang San's inaugural attempt, he was somewhat inexperienced. By the time he had retrieved all the spider legs, he had expended a quarter of his soul power. Once all the spider legs were absorbed into his body, he distinctly sensed 8 remarkably unique abilities that harmoniously adhered to his 8 ribs, centered around his spine. Xiao Yin, is this the reason you insisted I prioritize absorbing this 3rd spirit ring, rather than awakening it first? By now, Tang San fully understood why Tang Yin had urged him to absorb the 3rd spirit ring at this location. It was all for the sake of this external spirit bone. Indeed, the acquisition of such a rare item is best achieved as early as possible, and the age of the man-faced demon spider was not suitable for serving as their 4th spirit ring. However, given the extreme rarity of external spirit bones, no one could guarantee such occurrences, so he refrained from mentioning it. As for their awakening spirit rings, they certainly wouldn't evade them. There was no need to rush. Tang Yin said, "Thank you, Xiao Yin." Tang San expressed his gratitude. For it was indeed due to Tang Yin's influence that the latter dedicated time to studying the external soul bones, with the intention of better assisting his disinterested younger brother in the future. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Tang Yin was already well-versed in these matters. It was precisely because Tang San had a profound understanding of the external soul bones that he recognized there were, in fact, no limitations to their absorption. As long as one could endure the process of assimilating the soul ring, anyone had the opportunity to wield them, particularly in Tang Yin's case. It is noteworthy that his 3rd soul ring ranged from 2,300 to 400 years. Moreover, the human-faced demon spider soul ring, which was just over 2,000 years old, made this opportunity even more significant. Yet, in the end, Tang Yin chose to reserve this chance for his brother. However, Tang San's overthinking was unwarranted. Tang Yin's action stemmed solely from the bond of brotherhood. The 8 spider lances were, after all, a fortunate chance meant for his elder brother. If his own actions inadvertently deprived his brother of this opportunity, it would be Tang Yin who would feel remorse. Ultimately, in terms of bloodline, they were the closest kin in this world. It is wonderful, Brother San, that you are unharmed, truly wonderful. As Tang San emerged, Xiao Wu had already leapt into his embrace, given that she was a 10,000-year-old soul beast in the form of a rabbit. Xiao Wu was acutely aware of the peril associated with absorbing soul rings from such ancient beings. Thus, even though Tang San had passed the most critical phase, she remained steadfastly by his side, unwilling to leave him alone. Bibi Dong, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked that after nurturing her precious cabbage for so many years, it was disheartening to see it all taken away in just a few years. The enormity of her psychological burden was palpable. However, these circumstances had now materialized into reality, and she found herself without recourse. Ultimately, she turned to Zhao Wujin and said, "Teacher Zhao, I have certain matters to attend to, and I will need my daughters, as well as Xiao San and Xiao Yin, to be away for a few days." Before Bibi Dong could finish her sentence, Zhao Wujin interjected, "Of course. That is not an issue. Since you have matters to attend to, please do so. We are not pressed for time. It would be ideal for us to rest in the nearby town, and we can reconvene at the hotel where we previously stayed. Xiao San and the others will know where to find us." After all, Zhao Wujin had recently encountered a title de law and felt a lingering apprehension in their presence. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Once we finalize our affairs, I will ensure they pursue you," Bibi Dong replied. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong intended to bring Tang San and Xiao Yin along, Xiao Wu was instantly filled with trepidation, realizing her mother was about to reveal their identities. In stark contrast, Yao remained unfazed by this outcome, as they knew each other well. She playfully approached Tang Yin, teasingly saying, "Hurry and find ways to win me over. Or else when we encounter Deming and Erming, I shall let them have their way with you." "Oh, pray tell, esteemed wife, how may I win your favor? Do you possess some sort of strategy or formula? Surely, you cannot withhold your calculations from me." Tang Yin, speaking, had already placed one hand on Yao's waist, and it even began to slide downwards. You scoundrel! I expect you to flatter me, not to take liberties with me. What mathematical formulas? You think you can bully me? Just wait for your demise. Yao's anger intensified with each word, culminating in a secretive yet forceful pinch at Tang Yin's waist. Although their movements were subtle and concealed, how could they possibly evade the keen gaze of Bibi Dong, who was perpetually attentive to her daughter? Thank you, Teacher Xiao. I shall see Yao again later. Come here. Bibi Dong said, suppressing her fury. You're quite bold, young man, daring to openly take liberties with my precious daughter in my presence. You must be unaware of the consequences of your actions. After bidding farewell to everyone, Bibi Dong led the group in one direction. Once assured they had departed, she turned and, with a swift motion of her staff, struck Tang Yin sharply on the forehead. Do you think you're impressive now? Daring to bully my daughter before my very eyes? Bibi Dong continued to strike without pause, each tap resonating with a rhythmic cadence. Hey, dear mother-in-law, you've misunderstood. I truly apologize. What could Tang Yin do in response? He could only protect his head and flee, for this time, no matter how bold he felt. He dared not retaliate. Striking back would mean losing his beloved. Tang San observed his younger brother's rare moment of misfortune and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Ultimately, it was Yao who, feeling sympathetic, pulled their mother aside and said, Mom, please stop. We should head back quickly. There's no rush. I've discreetly sent a signal to Erming, and he should be on his way here. We can simply wait for him, Bibi Dong remarked. Listening to Bibi Dong's nonchalant tone, Tang Yin felt a surge of disbelief. How could someone of such illustrious standing, a primordial rare beast of the ancient era, be likened to a mere chauffeur in her words? Meow. Upon seeing Tang Yin finally settle down, Xiao Yin, accompanied by the little squirrel, returned to perch on his shoulder. Previously, Tang Yin had placed them on the ground for convenience, allowing him to indulge in his wife's affection. Now, seeing him calm down, the two adorable creatures reclaimed their rightful place. By the way, since we have to wait, I might as well conduct an experiment, Tang Yin, sporting a bruised visage, suddenly remarked. What experiment? Tang Yin's words immediately captured everyone's attention. Just wait a moment, all right? Tang Yin summoned the soul ring responsible for lighting effects. He produced a resurrection coin and directed a powerful electromagnetic cannon at the first of the slightly purple 100-year soul rings. With a resounding boom, a brilliant beam of light erupted, and as the formidable force dissipated, the mother of Xiao Yin materialized before everyone. Meow? Xiao Yin, who had intended to doze off on Tang Yin's shoulder, was evidently bewildered by the current situation. She thought she was dreaming and instinctively leaped towards the figure that only appeared in her dreams. Bibi Dong, who was unaware of what the resurrection coin entailed, was utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of a two-tailed cloud cat. However, those familiar with the resurrection coin were even more taken aback, as they had never anticipated that it could revive soul beasts through a soul ring. Meow? Equally perplexed was the mother of Xiao Yin, questioning her identity and location. Wait, wasn't I dead? And who is this battered individual before me? Yet, as she felt the persistent nuzzles of Xiao Yin against her cheek, the undeniable reality constantly reassured her that this was, indeed, real. Chapter 98. This feeling can become addictive. I promised I would take good care of your child. Didn't I? A promise is a promise. This is our way of perseverance. Tang Yin gave a thumbs up and remarked. It was only now that Mother Yin, through her keen sense of smell, realized that this battered human was, in fact, the very youth who had come to their aid that day. With a graceful movement, Mother Yin approached Tang Yin, gently licking his cheek as a gesture of her sentiments towards him. This is but my duty after all. Since you have entrusted little Yin to me, she is undoubtedly a part of my family. By the way, I named her Little Yin. If you disapprove, feel free to discuss it with Yin. Tang Yin spoke. Upon hearing his words, Yin mother shook her head, appearing not to oppose Tang Yin naming her child. Xiao Yin, wait a moment. You just resurrected Xiao Yin's mother using a soul ring, didn't you? At this moment, Xiao Wu finally regained her composure, her voice trembling slightly. Resurrected through a soul ring. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Bibi Dong was equally taken aback, yet her astute mind quickly grasped the reason behind Xiao Wu's inquiry. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned towards Tang Yin, hoping he would provide the answer they yearned for. Indeed, as you have just witnessed, even in the absence of a physical body, resurrection is still possible with a soul ring. Tang Yin was exceedingly delighted with this outcome. He cherished the euphoric feeling that arose from compensating for various regrets, a sensation that was decidedly addictive. After all, he had been contemplating ways to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother, who, unlike his own, had left a remnant in this world. Thus, initially, Tang Yin intended for Yao and the others to experiment with the relics of Xiao Wu's mother, which was also the reason he had previously bestowed a resurrection coin upon Yao. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if the relics proved effective, the soul rings would undoubtedly yield even greater results. Therefore, Tang Yin's original plan was that should Yao's attempt to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother fail, they would compel the enemy to utilize Xiao Wu's mother as soul ring during their future confrontation with Bibi Dong, and subsequently try their luck. Xiao Yin, do you still have that resurrection coin? Bibidong's voice trembled slightly. Upon seeing Tang Yin nod solemnly, she hesitated no longer. Her second martial spirit manifested instantaneously, revealing a formidable array of soul rings: black, 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 red, black, black, an astonishing combination that left onlookers in awe. Each soul ring exceeding 10,000 years in age. Seeing this for the first time, Tang San was genuinely shocked, understanding that Bibidong's current state was precisely why his master and father had advised him against adding soul rings to the Xiao hammer. Xiao Yin, the 700,000-year soul ring of my second martial spirit is that of Xiao Wu's mother, a sacrificial gift from my sister, Bibidong stated with utmost seriousness, acknowledging the rarity of items capable of resurrection. Yet before she could finish, Tang Yin interjected, "Rest assured, I recently bestowed a resurrection coin upon you specifically to attempt the revival of Xiao Wu's mother." In contrast to Tang Yin's foresight, Tang San observed the complexity of Bibidong's expression regarding that 100,000-year soul ring. Reflecting on his own parents' fate, he began to grasp the underlying reasons. Tang San was acutely aware that both Xiao Wu and Yao would inevitably face similar challenges in the future. He and Tang Yin would one day find themselves in positions akin to those of their fathers and Bibidong. Once this thought crossed his mind, his resolve to grow stronger became unwavering. The experiences of both his father and Bibidong imparted a crucial lesson. If his strength were insufficient, he would lack the right to protect his beloved. In such a scenario, he might even be forced to sacrifice his loved ones for his own survival. Tang San would never allow such a fate to befall them again. Despite being formidable title Dolua-level experts, both his father and Bibidong had been unable to shield those they cherished. This reflection prompted Tang San to recall Tang Yin's words, level 100, ascension to godhood. In that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped him. As his thoughts swirled, the soul power within him surged, responding to his tumultuous emotions. A peculiar sensation emanated from the location of his external spirit bone, akin to a warm current, soothing his anxious heart. Contemplating his external spirit bone, Tang San could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, he had never claimed to be alone. Just then, he heard Tang Yin's voice. "Bro, I'm tossing a revival coin your way. I haven't tidied my storage space in ages, and I can't find the revival coin right now." Bibidong interjected. "How can such a miraculous item, capable of reviving people, be treated as a mere disposable tool in your possession?" If Tang Yin had heard Bibidong's critique, he would undoubtedly agree with her sentiment, as a revival coin was, in fact, a one-time use item. "Third brother, just give it to me directly. I wish to revive my mother," Xiao Wu stated as she approached Tang San. "Of course, I have no objections to that," Tang Yin replied readily. With a slight tremor, Xiao Wu cast the revival coin, and as it landed upon the red soul ring representing her mother, a radiant beam of light erupted, identical to the previous one. In the next instant, a breathtaking woman clad in simple attire appeared before them. Her age seemingly close to Bibidong's, yet she exuded a gentler aura. Many of her features bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Wu. Mother. Upon seeing the longed-for figure, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself. She leaped into her mother's embrace, tears streaming down her face, a culmination of years of yearning. Then came Yu and Bibidong, and the scene descended into delightful chaos. It took quite some time for the group to regain their composure, and only then did Xiao Wu's mother realize she had been revived. Although her daughter had grown, she quickly recognized Bibidong at first glance. However, it was understandable that she did not immediately recognize Xiao Wu and Yao, given the considerable changes they had undergone in recent years, transforming from their adorable childhood selves. The Tang brothers and Xiao Yun's mother observed from the sidelines, refraining from interrupting the reunion. "By the way, Xiao Yun's mother, why not wait and accompany us to Xiao Wu's home? After all, it's guarded by 200,000-year soul beasts, making it safer than if you went alone with Xiao Yun," Tang Yin remarked. Upon hearing his words, Yuna's mother expressed no objections and meowed in the direction of Xiao Wu and the others. "Rest assured, they are all my family, so you need not worry about that." Perhaps due to his possession of Yuna's mother's soul ring, Tang Yin could comprehend what Xiao Yuna's mother was conveying. Meow. While Tang Yin continued his discussion with Yuna's mother, Xiao Yuna suddenly began to burrow into his embrace repeatedly. Chapter 99. This fellow is certainly not human, right? Huh? What is the matter with Xiao Yuna? I haven't even placed any catnip on me today. Why are you so affectionate all of a sudden? Tang Yin observed as if he had concealed catnip within his garments. With the eager little kitten, Xiao Yunmu, desperately attempting to unearth it. Curiously, she inquired. Meow. Xiao Yunmu's mother glanced at her offspring and called out to Tang Yin. What? Xiao Yunmu wondered if he thought she would abandon him. You silly creature, what on earth occupies your mind all day long? How could I ever forsake you? If you wish to accompany me, that certainly poses no issue at all. Upon learning the reasons behind little Yunmu's demeanor from her mother, Tang Yin could not help but feel a surge of affection. Little Yunmu was simply too adorable. It seemed as though she realized the misunderstanding, and now, feeling a bit shy, she was busily scratching her own little face with her tiny paws. Tang Yin found himself utterly enchanted by her charm, to the point where he felt as if his heart might just overflow. Meanwhile, Tang San was also indulging in the company of a small squirrel. acknowledging that the sensation of cuddling a beloved pet was indeed remarkably soothing. Perhaps it was due to their shared origins that this little squirrel exhibited an extraordinary bond with Tang San. Aside from Tang Yin, it spent the most time perched on Tang San's shoulder. Tang Yin held no objections to this. After all, pets are meant to be cherished wherever they are. He believed in granting his pets considerable freedom in their choices. For instance, it was common for little Yunmu to snuggle up with Yao at night or share a bath with her, and Tang Yin had never attempted to intervene. In fact, to encourage Yunmu to seek out Yao more often, he had even upgraded the camera in the game to a more sophisticated model. This exemplifies how technology can transform our lives. As the two brothers reveled in their adorable companions, Xiao Wu and her mother finally concluded their conversation, and the mother's gaze turned toward the Tang brothers. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Yao, with flushed cheeks, waved at them, signaling for them to approach. Upon witnessing this, the brothers immediately understood that Xiao Wu's mother wished to meet them, although they had recently encountered their future mother-in-law. The prospect of a second meeting within 2 days, especially with different mothers-in-law, filled Tang Yin with a sense of surrealism. "Hello, Auntie." The brothers greeted shyly as they approached Xiao Wu's mother, their expression somewhat bashful. Tang Yin even began to regret having used that clever method of addressing Bibi Dong too early. "Very well, you are both delightful young men. You may continue to call me Wu Auntie. I have a question for you, and I hope you will answer it sincerely," she said. "Of course, any Wu." The brothers replied. "You are both aware of Xiao Wu and Yao's true identities, correct?" Wu Auntie inquired with a serious gaze. "Yes, we have known for some time," Tang Yin admitted without reservation. "Since you already know, do you not find yourselves concerned about their identities? Or perhaps you are not tempted by their soul rings and soul bones? After all, they are both beings of 100,000 years, and currently, they are weaker than you, making it quite easy for you to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone," Xiao Wu's mother stated. Her tone calm yet her penetrating gaze seemed to delve into their very souls. Witnessing this exchange, Xiao Wu began to feel anxious, while Yao exchanged a reassuring smile with Tang Yin. "Regardless of whether Xiao Wu is human or spirit beast, I have vowed to protect her, and I will undoubtedly honor that promise." Tang San did not allow Xiao Wu to feel anxious for long before he spoke. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Wu's mother turned her gaze towards Tang Yin. "You might find it hard to believe, but I must admit that I do not hold much regard for your 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones," Tang Yin said with a hint of helplessness, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing Tang Yin's statement, Bibi Dong rolled her eyes. She had anticipated such a response. After all, how could someone indifferent to divine positions be covetous of their soul rings and soul bones? Such a claim would hardly elicit any agreement. "Oh, so you look down upon our 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones?" Xiao Wu's mother responded with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. "Indeed. My goal is a whale in the sea that is soon to reach 1,000,000 years. 100,000 years is utterly insignificant. The only way to enhance the age of soul rings is through divine examination rewards. Cultivating each soul ring is far too cumbersome. It would be far more efficient to achieve it all in one fell swoop." Tang Yin casually articulated a matter that left everyone present utterly astounded. 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. The crowd, including Xiao Wu, gasped in astonishment at Tang Yin's words. Indeed, his target for the Haotian hammer had always been the deep-sea demon whale king. Forget about the so-called top 10 ferocious beasts or the beast god deity. They paled in comparison. Wouldn't it be far more enticing to hunt a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast? In contrast to the astonished expressions of Xiao Wu and the others, Yao exhibited a hint of perplexity. After all, she was well aware of the 1,000,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king that Tang Yin mentioned. And she also knew that this whale was an object of Tang Yin's divine admiration. If Tang Yin were to slay it, well, what happened to Tang San? The existence of a soul beast with an age exceeding 1,000,000 years was indeed shocking. Bibi Dong found herself genuinely astonished, as this revelation was enough to leave even her taken aback. However, she pondered that a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast would yield, at most, a single soul ring and 2 soul bones. What about the other soul rings and soul bones? Xiao Wu's mother felt as if her prolonged absence from the realm of the living had rendered her somewhat obsolete in the current era. Was it possible that her own 10,000-year soul beast soul ring and soul bones were now being dismissed? Indeed, once would certainly not suffice. So my plan is to slay it, then resurrect it, and slay it again. We shall repeat this process 20 to 30 times, filling our soul rings to the brim, accompanied by a collection of 1,000,000-year-old soul bones. I recall that the soul rings of such age appear in a resplendent crimson gold hue, which should possess quite an impressive aesthetic. Tang Yin stroked his chin and remarked that he hadn't watched Doloa for quite a long time. He could only vaguely recall a whale from the series, though its name eluded him, and he was even less certain about the color of its soul ring, which he faintly remembered as being golden. The others felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for that soul beast. However, what truly left Xiao Wu and the others speechless was that, when Tang Yin mentioned this, his primary focus was neither the soul skill nor the enhancement it granted to individuals, but rather the color of the soul ring. They even had a sense that he chose it as a target solely because of its aesthetically pleasing hue. "Why do you think you can defeat that 1,000,000-year-old soul beast?" Xiao Wu's mother asked, a tinge of reluctance in her voice. "Well, I'm not entirely certain about that, but I believe that when I reach level 70 or 80, It should become relatively easier, Tang Yin reflected, contemplating the power of his second awakening. After all, with the ability to confront the greatest physical titans, he held a considerable amount of confidence. Xiao Yin, although it is true that you possess a variety of skills, that is still a million-year-old soul beast. 100,000-year soul beast can already match a typical title de law around level 95, Xiao Wu's mother cautioned. Even Tang San, upon hearing Tang Yin's words, found them rather fantastical. How could a soul master at the level of 70 or 80 aspire to hunt a million-year-old soul beast? Such an idea seemed excessively exaggerated. Little did Tang San know that in the future, this very million-year-old soul beast would become his 8th soul ring. In truth, this was not something to overly concern oneself with. Those who had experienced my skills, like Aunt Bibi Dong, would understand this best. Tang Yin spoke. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards Bibi Dong. After contemplating for a moment and considering Tang Yin's level 30 and the formidable power of his skills, Bibi Dong realized that, regarding sheer attack power, there seemed to be no issue. With a hint of resignation, she remarked, if Tang Yin can maintain such an attack density over a prolonged period, although it may not suffice to defeat a title Dolua, it should be adequate to inflict significant damage. Of course, this all hinged on his ability to sustain it over time. It seems like Xiao Yin's soul skills don't consume much soul power, and even during an explosive outburst, it appears he can sustain it for quite a while. Xiao Wu timidly interjected. Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu's mother exchanged glances, silently acknowledging, this fellow must surely be inhuman. Chapter 100, Titan Giant Ape Erming. At that moment, Xiao Wu's mother felt an inexplicable sense of profound dismay. Although she was aware that the other party harbored no covetous intentions towards her daughter's soul rings and bones, she found it difficult to feel joy. Boom. Just as Xiao Wu's mother was lost in thought, a thunderous roar shattered her reverie, jolting the others back from their disillusionment brought on by Tang Yin. When they regained their senses, they found themselves enveloped in shadows, and upon turning their gazes, they beheld a figure as colossal as a mountain looming before them. Its pitch-black fur shimmered with a metallic sheen under the scattered light, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Even in a quadrupedal stance, its shoulders towered over 7 meters. And if it were to stand upright, it would measure a staggering 15 meters. The sudden appearance of such a behemoth instilled a profound sense of intimidation in all present. Upon witnessing its resemblance to a diamond-like entity, the identity of the creature became evident. It was the Titan Giant Ape, renowned as the king of win rates among soul beasts. A powerful ancient species. One must admit, the Titan Giant Ape Erming had an undeniably striking appearance. Its body appeared as though draped in rocky skin, adorned with red patterns reminiscent of flowing lava in low-lying areas. Were it not for these crimson markings, the Titan Giant Ape's dark hide would render it nearly invisible in the night. Yet, whether it could be detected was of little consequence. For the sheer size of the Titan Giant Ape was unmistakable. Even the slightest movement would create a tremendous commotion, as evidenced now. Tang San, oblivious to the situation, instinctively recognized the identity of the Titan Giant Ape and discerned its age, almost reflexively exclaiming, "Everyone, quick!" Before Tang San could finish his sentence, Xiao Wu's mother's voice interjected. "Erming, must you leap about so recklessly? I've told you that with your size, you must move quietly." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Titan Giant Ape Erming appeared momentarily stunned. It turned its gaze to see the familiar figure beside Xiao Wu. In that instant, Tang Yin distinctly observed a layer of mist forming in Erming's lantern-like eyes, followed by an expression of uncontainable joy as it leaped forward. After all, Xiao Wu's mother was akin to the guardian of all their soul beasts, having cared for him and daming during their youth. They had felt immense guilt for failing to save her before. Now, the sight of her revival filled Erming with overwhelming happiness. Boom. However, just as Erming leaped, it was abruptly sent flying backward at an even greater speed, courtesy of Bibi Dong, who remained poised in a kicking stance. The motion and posture mirrored that of a certain proud empress. "Erming, you must think before you act. Xiao Wu and Yao are still here. What if you injure them with your reckless descent?" Bibi Dong said, somewhat exasperated. Erming, having been kicked back, expressed its grievance with a soft whimper. Tang San stood in bewilderment, observing the absurdity of a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain behaving like a misbehaving child drawing circles in a corner, particularly since this child appeared far stronger than Tyson. "Well, it's clear you're thrilled about Xiao Wu's revival," Bibi Dong remarked, somewhat charmed by Erming's endearingly pitiful expression. "Erming has certainly grown. Have you been eating well these past years?" At that moment, Xiao Wu inexplicably approached Erming, raising her hand in a gesture. Erming lowered its head, allowing Xiao Wu's mother to stroke it. It let out a joyful roar after the affection. Xiao Wu, now completely befuddled, found herself at a loss for words. While Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu's mother exchanged satisfied glances, eager to observe Tang Yin's response. However, Tang Yin merely regarded the Titan Giant Ape with curiosity, devoid of any astonishment. Witnessing this, not only Bibi Dong, but even Xiao Wu felt a tinge of disappointment. Noting their expressions, Yao understood their sentiments, but felt powerless to articulate anything. After all, Tang Yin was already aware of the situation. If he were to feign surprise, it would seem disingenuous. Although they had not achieved their original aim, Xiao Wu continued to introduce, allow me to present my little brother Erming, who is also Yao's. We've known each other since childhood. Daming is still at home, and I will introduce you to him when we return. Sister Xiao Wu. Does your little imply the same as my understanding of little? Are we talking about a few thousand years or several tens of thousands? Tang Yin inquired. For the age of Xiao Wu was evident. Even a span of 10,000 years could still be considered youth. Xiao Yin, I shall annihilate you. Xiao Wu exclaimed as she delivered a swift kick. Hey, Sister Xiao Wu, do not jest. At our age, how can one be so easily provoked? What if you were to injure your back? Tang Yin continued to frantically leap back and forth on the edge of death. It was quite exhilarating. Tang Yin. Stop right there, and I assure you, I will not harm you. Tang Yin gazed at the little dance behind him, feeling a twinge of regret. How wonderful it would be if she possessed the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. At this moment, with her current appearance, she could effortlessly transform into a Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. After a while of commotion, the group settled into the two Ming brand buses for their return journey. Despite their numbers, the presence of the Titan Great Ape ensured that the space was not cramped at all. Tang Yin gently pulled Yao toward the back of little Yunmu's mother, for despite the formidable and resilient fur of the Titan Giant Ape, nothing could compare to the comfort of little Yunmu's mother's soft pelt. Initially, Xiao Wu had intended for little Yunmu's mother to remain atop the Titan Giant Ape alongside them, yet she ultimately declined, as she was not well acquainted with the creature. A soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, deserving of a certain reverence. Thus, she followed closely behind Erming. However, with the promise and assurance from Xiao Wu's mother, little Yunmu's mother was now permitted to reside alongside Bibi Dong and the others, ensuring her safety. In the embrace of Tang Yin, he tenderly held Yu close, reveling in the euphoric sensation of soaring freely through the skies with his beloved. Chapter 101. This fateful union before long, guided by the Titan Giant Ape, they arrived at a picturesque lake nestled deep within the Stardo forest. The scenery was breathtaking, with a quaint two-story wooden cabin constructed by the water's edge, evoking an ethereal paradise. Xiao San, Xiao Yin, this is our home. Xiao Wu exclaimed with palpable excitement as she greeted her two brothers. Throughout their journey, her chatter had been unceasing, eagerly introducing every familiar landmark to Tang Yin and the others. This lake is known as the Lake of Life, and we reside in the surrounding area. You must not venture further inside, understand? Bibi Dong stated with a serious demeanor directed at the two brothers. Of course, we understand. It's merely the 10 great beasts led by the beast god Emperor Tiantian, right? We are well aware, so no need for such gravity, they reassured her. Tang Yin remarked. At present, Bibi Dong has somewhat acclimatized to Tang Yin's demeanor, which exudes an air of omniscience. She has grown disinclined to inquire further, for it is evident that any question posed to Tang Yin receives a remarkably consistent response. He simply knows. Should one persist in probing, he merely chuckles and refrains from divulging any information. Tang Yin felt no concern, for after all, Tian and his companions were preoccupied with guarding the Silver Dragon King. They would hardly spare attention for a few inconsequential soul masters. Moreover, who was the Silver Dragon King? Why? She was none other than the future daughter-in-law of his elder brother. Upon this realization, Tang Yin thought it imperative to enlighten his elder brother on the matter. Why was there initial resistance? Such opposition had led to numerous tribulations thereafter. Speaking of the Silver Dragon King, if she were to emerge now to assist them, it would place his elder brother in her debt, fostering camaraderie. Given her current prowess, she could easily acknowledge his elder brother as a younger sibling. When the time came for her to pursue his nephew, with her elder brother's nurturing disposition, he would hardly dare to obstruct her. Should he attempt to do so, a mere reprimand would suffice, and his elder brother would not retaliate. Thus, it was clear that the Silver Dragon King was missing a golden opportunity. Additionally, the relationship between her and his elder brother was rather intricate. The Dragon God had been cleaved into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King by the previous generation of the Shura God. Subsequently, the Golden Dragon King was slain by his elder brother, which spurred the Golden Dragon King to seek mutual destruction with his nephew. Ironically, this mutual demise resulted in his sister becoming part of the Tang family. Such was the intertwining of fate. Thus, it was easy to feel a twinge of sympathy for the Silver Dragon King, thinking of how she had been ensnared by her elder brother. As Tang Yin pondered the prospective relationship between the Silver Dragon King and his nephew, the lake before him suddenly began to churn, revealing a soul beast with the body of a colossal serpent and the head of a bull, far surpassing even the Titan Great Ape. The width of its head, including its dual horns, extended over 4 to 5 meters, and this was merely its head. As its massive serpent body emerged, it struck an imposing presence that instilled a profound sense of pressure upon all observers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tang Yin immediately recognized the entity as Deming, the Tianqing Niupong. The Tianqing Niupong, possessing an innate strength greater than that of the Titan Great Ape, coupled with a cultivation age of 100,000 years, was undeniably among the 10 fiercest beasts in the Stardo forest, with others scarcely able to rival it. Its willingness to remain here stemmed from a childhood rescue by Xiao Wu, forging a particularly close bond between them. Even after surpassing her in strength, he continued to address her as sister. Hello, Deming. We have returned. Xiao Wu exclaimed as she leaped from the Titan Great Ape and landed on Deming's nose to greet him. Welcome back. Wait, are you Aunt Wu? You resurrected? How could this be? Deming, initially eager to welcome Xiao Wu back, was taken aback upon noticing her mother still perched atop the Titan great ape. The astonishment and disbelief on his face brought immense joy to Xiao Wu, since Xiao Wu had saved him in his youth. He had been under the care of her mother. The memory of failing to protect her mother during the sacrificial ordeal to Bibi Dong had weighed heavily on him for a long time. Now, witnessing the revival of his most esteemed elder, how could he not be astonished? Deming, thank you for your hard work over these years, Xiao Wu's mother said as she gracefully leaped onto Deming's head, affectionately stroking his enormous bull-like head that dwarfed her. Xiao Wu's mother understood well that although Deming had always regarded Xiao Wu as a sister, in truth, he often took on the role of a protective older brother, caring for both Xiao Wu and Heir Ming. She recognized that her years of sacrifice had surely been burdensome for him as well. I have been well, especially with Bibi Dong around. She has mostly taken care of sister Xiao Wu and Yao, Deming replied, though his eyes began to flutter closed, clearly relishing the comfort provided by Xiao Wu's mother. Subsequently, Yao introduced everyone to one another and elucidated the circumstances surrounding Xiao Wu's mother's resurrection. Upon learning the details, both Deming and Heir Ming expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Tang Yin once more. They readily acquiesced to Tang Yin's request to allow Xiao Wu's mother to live and cultivate with them, with Deming promptly instructing Heir Ming to assist in constructing suitable accommodations for her. Once familiarity was established, Xiao Wu and Yao were taken away by Bibi Dong for further training, while Tang San, still curious about his surroundings, bombarded Deming with questions regarding Xiao Wu's past and various academic inquiries about soul beasts. Observing his elder brother engrossed in research, Xiao Wu's mother could hardly contain her eagerness to commence her own cultivation. Even Xiao Wu's mother had discovered the addictive nature of petting a cat. Now sitting beside Yao, waiting for her daughters to complete their advancements, Tang Yin suddenly realized that he and the little Yao were left with nothing to do. Little Yao, shall we explore the vicinity a bit? Tang Yin felt a bit awkward as he observed himself with nothing to do. It was reminiscent of the first time he visited his mother-in-law's home, where the family bustling about endeavored to make him feel welcomed, while he was left merely sitting idly by. The experience was undeniably strange. Meow. In response to Tang Yin's invitation, Xiao Yin Mu had always been one to never decline. Tang Yin observed that everyone was preoccupied, so he refrained from disturbing them. Embracing the little cloud cat, he activated his disguise skill as a mechanic and began to wander about. Chapter 102, The Serpent Wine of 100,000 Years. Naturally, Tang Yin's aimless wandering was not without purpose. After all, it was a rare opportunity to explore the territory inhabited by soul beasts for 100,000 years. He was determined not to waste this chance. As for the dangers that might arise, Tang Yin was not overly concerned. His confidence in his abilities was unwavering. Generally, soul beasts were unable to detect his presence. Indeed, he had once concealed himself while seated upon his father's hammer, and even his father had been oblivious to his presence. Moreover, he possessed numerous displacement abilities. Aside from his external soul bone and flying spear, Tang Yin also had a passive skill known as the personal propulsor, inherited from a female ammunition expert. The combination of these mobility-enhancing skills and his disguise rendered him virtually uncatchable. Initially, he had intended to test whether he could evade Bibi Dong's subordinates, but it seemed that this was no longer necessary. As he and the little cat followed a particular path, they had not traveled far when a tremendous roar echoed in the distance, followed by a surge of powerful soul energy. Were soul beasts engaged in battle? He hoped it was a serpent-type soul beast of a higher age. Tang Yin contemplated his plan and spoke. Indeed, his intention was to procure supplies in this central area, specifically seeking a suitable snake for his snake wine. Initially, he considered using the Daming, but its size proved too large for Tang Yin's spatial ring, forcing him to abandon that idea. As for the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, that was out of the question. His wife was a soul beast of 10,000 years, and what use would a wine brewed from a mere 1,000-year creature serve? Now that he found himself deep within the Stardo forest, Tang Yin was determined to scout the area. Upon identifying his target, even if he couldn't handle it at present, he could remember it for future endeavors, especially when he visited his mother-in-law's home again. The thought of starting with snake wine brewed from an 80,000-year snake was quite appealing. His primary task now was to confirm the situation. He would return to hunt after gaining strength. However, with the ongoing soul beast conflict, who wouldn't relish playing the role of a fisherman? Utilizing his disguise ability, Tang Yin cautiously moved toward the source of the sounds, soon arriving at a clearing roughly the size of half a football field. Observing the various signs of soul power bombardment around him, it was evident that this clearing had recently been created. At that moment, two moderately sized soul beasts were engaged in battle. Both creatures exhibited remarkable agility, making it difficult for Tang Yin to discern their movements. He could only catch glimpses of them when they paused. Upon recognizing one of the soul beasts, Tang Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had identified it as a non-venomous fire attribute soul beast, the Inferno Heaven Python. Although he was unsure of its exact age, its presence in this area indicated it was at least several thousand years old. As for its opponent, Tang Yin was unfamiliar, though it appeared quite striking, a beautiful white fox with 9 tails. Lacking knowledge of its name, he temporarily dubbed it 9 Tails. Or perhaps 9 llamas from the land of snow, just a code name, as he had many objectives in mind, though Tang Yin couldn't ascertain their exact ages. The extensive clearing created by the swift exchanges between these two agile soul beasts suggested that their age was not insignificant. Aha! You shall be the one. Tang Yin's gaze was entirely fixated on the Inferno Heaven Python, despite its name suggesting a serpent. The Inferno Heaven Python primarily relied on flames for its attacks, and was not particularly large in stature. Tang Yin couldn't help but commend his own extraordinary ability once more. It was no wonder that even his father had failed to perceive this skill. After all, the two soul beasts had evidently been engaged in battle for some time, making it even less likely for them to notice him. Tang Yin cautiously approached, and before he could cover much distance, he discerned that the 9-tailed creature's attacks had begun to falter. It was no longer capable of the rapid movements it exhibited upon his arrival, and instead resorted to a defensive stance, seemingly in search of an escape route. Unfortunately, the Inferno Serpent showed no intention of granting it any opportunity. By the time Tang Yin had invested considerable time to close the gap, the beleaguered 9-tailed creature could scarcely rise to its feet. Tang Yin was acutely aware that this moment of assured victory was precisely when the opponent was at their most complacent. The Infernal Serpent, believing itself to have secured the upper hand, was in no rush to eliminate its adversary, leisurely slithering towards them instead. This behavior from the Infernal Serpent left the 9-tailed fox with no chance to make a final desperate stand. Just when the fox found itself engulfed in despair, the Infernal Serpent suddenly lay motionless upon the ground, replaced by a resounding blast. Tang Yin did not grant them a moment to regain their composure and remarked, "Big Fox, do you still possess strength? If so, deliver a blow with the intention of delivering a fatal strike." As his figure emerged, Tang Yin was acutely aware that soul beasts of this era could undoubtedly comprehend human speech. Not to mention, the small cloud mother perched upon his shoulder incessantly called out to the fox. Tang Yin found himself at an impasse. After all, soul beasts were inherently different from soul masters. A soul master like Bibi Dong, when struck by Tang Yin's attack, could only rely on their physical resilience to withstand the onslaught. Although such an attack couldn't be fatal, it would invariably inflict some injury. In contrast, soul beasts possess thick, tough skin, granting them formidable defensive capabilities. Given the current potency of Tang Yin's skills, breaching their defenses seemed rather fanciful. This was precisely why Tang Yin had previously resolved to postpone hunting until he became stronger. However, the present circumstances were unique, and if an opportunity arose, it would be most advantageous. While under the effects of his ability, he was immune to being targeted, a state he referred to as invincibility, rendering him impervious to attacks. Initially, the 9-tailed fox had displayed a degree of wariness upon encountering Tang Yin. Yet, upon hearing the call from the small cloud mother perched on his shoulder, it appeared to awaken, its expression shifting to one of keen intelligence as it inquired, "Human, can he utilize soul power now?" A melodious, captivating voice emanated from the fox. Unfazed by the inquiry, Tang Yin replied, "No, he is currently incapable of any action. However, you must hasten, as I am nearing my limit." Given their unfamiliarity, Tang Yin could not extend any guarantees. Their interaction was merely a matter of mutual benefit, devoid of trust. "Understood," responded the 9-tailed fox, promptly closing its eyes to concentrate its soul power. After a brief moment of preparation, its eyes flared open, radiating a deep indigo light that pierced into the eyes of the infernal python. Moments later, a crimson soul ring emerged from the python's body. A mental attack, impressive, Tang Yin thought, nodding in approval at the fox's prowess. After all, the soul ring belonged to a formidable 10,000-year infernal python. The prospect of concocting a spirit-enhancing brew from its essence invigorated Tang Yin's resolve. He mused that once the Shrek Academy regrouped in the future, he would repay all the debts from the past years. Not even the gods could impede his intentions. Given that the infernal python was a swift and toxic soul beast, Tang Yin's spatial ring was ample enough to accommodate its remains. While he was preoccupied with the python, he sensed additional fluctuations of soul power. Indeed, it possessed a soul bone, which posed a dilemma for Tang Yin. Extracting the soul bone would compromise the integrity of the corpse, a notion that troubled his obsessive nature. Perhaps I should soak the soul bone along with the entire snake. It might yield superior results and greater nourishment, he contemplated, envisioning the potency of a 10,000-year soul bone steeped in the essence of a soul beast. At that moment, Tang Yin thought to himself, "Yao, can you handle the power of this 10,000-year serpent wine?" However, he ultimately relinquished the tantalizing idea. The rationale was simple. While he could forego the soul bone, Ma Hongjun desperately required it. Due to the inherent evil fire of his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun had struggled to cultivate properly over the years, jeopardizing his foundation. Ultimately, he had acquired the fire god's legacy, and possessing the soul bone would significantly enhance his abilities, given its fire attribute. With a heavy heart, Tang Yin extracted the soul bone from the python's body, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he placed the now incomplete infernal python into his bracelet. Just as he finished securing the serpent, He heard the nine-tailed fox emit another pained cry as a small object slipped out from behind it. Tang Yin curiously approached to take a look and discovered that it was a newly born little nine-tailed fox. In this moment, Tang Yin felt as if the world's consciousness was toying with him, and doing so repeatedly. The last encounter with two soul beasts battling had been for the sake of a mother protecting her child. Yet this time, the situation escalated dramatically. As it was now a matter of safeguarding an unborn offspring, he wondered if there was something amiss within him, given his inexplicable connection with maternal soul beasts. He had aided two such creatures, both of whom were mothers. It seemed that his quest for brewing materials had drawn the attention of the world's consciousness, which perhaps harbored peculiar inclinations. While Tang Yin's mind was still in turmoil, the mother nine-tailed fox continued her efforts. Before long, another tiny nine-tail emerged, but this instance was markedly different. The previous one had already begun to struggle to stand, while this new arrival lay utterly still, devoid of any breath. The exhausted mother fox quickly sensed the absence of life in her second child and, with great difficulty, turned her head, gently nudging the lifeless infant with her nose. She received no response. A heart-wrenching sound of despair escaped her lips as she helplessly rubbed her head against the still form of her departed child. Meanwhile, the surviving little nine-tail had yet to open its eyes, but upon hearing its mother's whimpers, it wobbled toward her, ultimately nuzzling against her cheek. Regrettably, its eyes remained closed. At this moment, little Yunmu also approached the deceased nine-tail, gently nudging with her small head. Having experienced the loss of her own mother, little Yunmu was deeply affected by this scene. Witnessing her sorrow, Tang Yin found it impossible to remain indifferent. Such poignant moments always stirred the heart. "Do not grieve so deeply. I possess the ability to revive him," Tang Yin remarked. Upon hearing his words, the nine-tailed fox gazed at him in disbelief. After all, the notion of resurrection was utterly preposterous. Yet, he was her sole beacon of hope. She found it impossible to decline his proposition. "If you truly have the power to restore my child, I am willing to offer myself as a sacrifice," was the only bargaining chip the nine-tailed fox mother could conceive. She was acutely aware of her own deteriorating condition and the limited time she had left, leaving her with no choice but to take a gamble. "No need for that. Did you not see the 100,000-year soul ring over there? I didn't even bother to glance at it." Tang Yin gestured with his thumb towards the lingering 100,000-year soul ring behind him. As he spoke, he produced a resurrection coin, slightly adjusted the position of the little nine-tailed fox, and tossed it. A beam of light appeared as usual, and in the next moment, the previously lifeless little fox began to wiggle its four short legs, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Upon witnessing the return of her lost child, the mother fox was overcome with tears, continuously expressing her gratitude to Tang Yin. He, however, paid little mind to her thanks and prepared to depart, oblivious to the fact that the mother fox's voice was growing fainter and more fragile. "There's no need for concern. After all, you assisted me in slaying that serpent," Tang Yin remarked as he approached the mother fox to cradle the little Yunmu. It was not surprising that he failed to notice the nine-tail's condition, for his thoughts were consumed with the brewing of snake wine. He had pondered deeply in his mind, but found himself at a loss, except for the notion of simply tossing the snake into the brew. Ultimately, he resolved to return to seek his elder brother's counsel. For just because he was unaware did not mean his brother would be. Over the years, Tang Yin had cultivated the habit of consulting his brother when faced with uncertainty. With this in mind, he was eager to return to his resourceful brother. However, just as he turned to embrace little Yunmu, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted behind him. Instinctively, Tang Yin braced himself, fearing that the fox would repay kindness with malice, preparing to escape. At that moment, the voice of the nine-tailed fox resonated. "Benefactor, I wish to propose a transaction. I am on the brink of death, and without me, my children cannot survive here. Therefore, I am willing to willingly sacrifice myself to aid your ascendance, in exchange for your promise to care for my offspring." As she spoke, the nine-tailed fox began her sacrificial offering. In her perspective, any item capable of reviving life must be extraordinarily precious. Yet, the willingness to use such a rare item for her children indicated a profound assurance that he would not harm them, lest the revival tool be squandered. Additionally, the presence of a soul beast accompanying Tang Yin further solidified her trust in her judgment. Ultimately, she had no other choice. To ensure her children's survival, she had to place her faith in this child before her. In the next instant, a brilliant ice-blue soul power surged forth, permeating the heavens and the earth. As the nine-tailed fox's form began to shimmer and become translucent, in an ethereal moment, the now transparent nine tails appeared before Tang Yin. Faintly, he heard a plea. "I entrust them to you," as the fox's essence gradually melded into his being. Before Tang Yin could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a powerful surge of soul power coursing through him. This familiar scene captured the attention of Xiao Wu, who had just completed her breakthrough, as well as their mother, along with Ming and Ming. Given that Tang Yin was not in any immediate danger, neither Yin nor Tang Hao in Soto City felt any disturbance. This brilliance signifies the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast. Wait, where has Xiao Yin gone? Bibi Dong found the haunting yet breathtaking scene all too familiar. Instinctively scanning her surroundings and finding no sign of Tang Yin, An unsettling feeling began to take root within her. Just then, she spotted the bewildered Yao. No, Yao is here. If Xiao Yin is missing, then who is performing the sacrifice on his behalf? At this moment, Xiao Wu's mother also felt her mind becoming overwhelmed. Yao remarked, although Tang Yin is absent, I am indeed worried. Yet, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of unease? Chapter 104. Oh, Xiao Yin. Then it's nothing to fret about. He is not human. Regardless, let us proceed to investigate. We must at least locate Xiao Yin first. Tang San spoke urgently, without waiting for others to react. He activated the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps and sprinted in that direction. After all, if anything were to happen to Tang Yin, he would never forgive himself. Even though he was aware that Tang Yin possessed a resurrection coin, just as Tang San passed by Yun Mu's mother, he was abruptly snatched up and thrown onto her back as she soared towards that direction. It is essential to note that her child was also with Tang Yin. Not to mention the gratitude she felt towards Tang Yin's family. Her maternal instinct compelled her to act without hesitation. The others, too, did not linger. Yao immediately employed her first spirit skill to propel Deming towards that direction, urging him to leap ahead. The rest followed suit, quickly joining Deming. Tang Yin had not been away for long, and under the urgency of the crowd's pace, he soon arrived at the place of the sacrificial radiance. By this time, the nine-tailed sacrifice had already been completed, and this particular offering had elevated Tang Yin's soul power from level 33 to level 45. Four extraordinarily formidable soul rings, yellow, purple, and red, appeared beneath his feet, continuously rotating in a mesmerizing fashion. In the next moment, a powerful ice attribute soul force erupted from Tang Yin, radiating outward in all directions. To the astonishment of the onlookers, 9 enormous, snow-white tails manifested behind him. One might recall the image of Tu Shanya as a child, drunkenly causing her tails to appear. The 9 tails of the academy danced gracefully, scattering glistening ice crystals. The scene was nothing short of enchanting. Xiao Yin, can you hear me? How are you feeling? Are you all right? Upon noticing Tang Yin beginning to slightly open his eyes, Tang San hurriedly inquired. In truth, Tang Yin's mind was somewhat befuddled. By the time he regained his senses and assessed his condition, he realized he had reached level 45. Oh, the sacrifice itself can indeed augment soul power, he finally recalled. Momentarily, the thought of using his sister-in-law as a sacrifice resurfaced in Tang Yin's mind. In the original story, after Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Tang San's level rose from 59 to 65. Considering Tang Yin's starting point was only in the 30 range, a 12-level increase seems reasonable. Does it not? Xiao Yin, Xiao Yin. Noticing Tang Yin's continued silence, Tang San called out several more times. Oh, brother, I'm fine. By the way, could you give me 2 more resurrection coins? Tang Yin remarked that he realized it was necessary to organize his storage space from time to time. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to search for resurrection coins each time he needed them. All right, Xiao Yin, are you truly all right now? Would you like to take a break first? Tang San handed the resurrection coin to Tang Yin, albeit with a tinge of unease. Rest assured, dear brother. What could possibly happen to me? Please wait a moment. Tang Yin, invoking a revival coin, directed it towards his 4th soul ring with a decisive gesture. Accompanied by a luminous column of light, familiar to most present, the recently fallen 9-tailed mother was resurrected, her expression one of bewilderment. Have I really come back to life? The 9-tailed mother appeared somewhat disoriented, assessing her current condition and realizing she felt remarkably well, which inexplicably elevated her spirits. However, she was perplexed as to why the Titan Great Ape, a sovereign of the forest, alongside the formidable Sky Blue Bull Python, both of whom possessed significantly higher innate attributes than her own, were in her presence. Under the scrutiny of these ancient beings, even the esteemed 9-tailed mother felt a tinge of apprehension. After all, she had doubts about her ability to contend with them even in their earlier years, let alone now, as they had both reached the pinnacle of 100,000 years. Is this the snow domain flying fox? Observing its size and the length of its tail, it was undeniably a 100,000-year-old snow domain flying fox. What on earth is happening with Xiao Yin? Tang San, unlike Tang Yin, who displayed a lack of academic diligence, promptly recognized the resurrected spirit beast of Tang Yin, even deducing the year of its revival. The fox mother, who also bore questions, instinctively shielded her 2 offspring with her tail, casting a curious glance at Tang Yin. Everyone, relax, we are all allies. Tang Yin signaled for calm before succinctly recounting the preceding events. The snowy region sky fox was astonished, realizing that Tang Yin's method of resurrection was not unique. After all, in the eyes of the average person, such miraculous transformations should be exceedingly rare. Yet, here it appeared as though one could find them strewn about carelessly. Even the act of saving this human seemed to be of little concern, as if it were merely a trivial task. I see. Yao quietly tucked away the axe that had inexplicably appeared in his hand upon hearing Tang Yin's explanation. Congratulations, Xiao Yin. Not only have you acquired a 100,000-year spirit ring, but you have also obtained an additional external spirit bone, Bibi Dong remarked. Although Tang Yin had retracted his impressive 9 tails, Bibi Dong understood that they constituted an external spirit bone. Well, that's quite satisfactory. Since everything is settled, let's wait a moment while I prepare something. Tang Yin spoke as he retrieved the corpse of the Inferno serpent from his spatial pocket, directing a revival coin towards it. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the Inferno serpent, appearing somewhat dazed, began to lift its head. However, before it could fully rise, Tang Yin swiftly pressed it back down with his foot. That fox mother, I would appreciate it if you could employ your mental assault once more. Thank you, Tang Yin remarked. Oh, no problem. Upon hearing his words, it was evident that Mother Fox's mind was bewildered. Wasn't it contradictory to revive him only to slay him once more? Quite perplexing indeed. This confusion was not limited to Mother Fox. Even Bibi Dong and the others were equally baffled by Tang Yin's actions. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the recently revived infernal sky python bid farewell to this world once again, leaving behind merely a crimson soul ring. This, of course, did not imply that Tang Yin harbored any particular animosity towards the infernal sky python, necessitating its revival solely to extinguish its existence once more. In reality, it stemmed from a slight obsession regarding sustenance. Tang Yin felt uneasy unless he consumed an entire snake. Moreover, the potential odor of blood from the wound affecting the wine was a concern. After all, with an abundance of revival tokens at their disposal, it seemed more prudent to salvage his own interests. Ultimately, matters pertaining to one's future happiness warranted Tang Yin's utmost caution. In the presence of a bewildered crowd, Tang Yin once again coiled the infernal serpent and ultimately retracted it into the spatial realm. Ah, little Yin, are you not going to claim the soul bone? You may not yet realize that our 100,000-year soul beasts invariably possess a soul bone of equal age, remarked Mama Xiao Wu. Her gaze fixed on Tang Yin as he effortlessly gathered the infernal serpent. She felt an inexplicable urge to voice this sentiment, seeking to vindicate the worth of their 100,000-year soul beasts. Oh, regarding that matter, I am already aware. It is a bone of the torso with a fiery attribute. As it happens, I have a classmate whose martial soul is also of the fire element, so I intend to gift it to him. As for this occasion, since it is also a torso bone, there is no need to extract it. Tang Yin spoke, revealing the soul bone previously obtained from the Inferno Sky Python, signaling to everyone that he was aware of the matter. If it is not for the soul bone, then why, little Yin, do you wish to resurrect it once more? This question came from Xiao Wu. Of course, it is for brewing snake wine. Did I not just mention my intentions? Tang Yin remarked that he had mentioned this matter before. Moreover, it was common knowledge among the Shrek group that Tang Yin intended to brew snake wine. Why? One might wonder, would he go to the trouble of resurrecting it only to slay it again? Xiao Wu's mother inquired, expressing that they could not quite follow Tang Yin's line of thought. The reason, of course, was for the flavor. Previously, in order to procure a soul bone for the chubby one, the infernal python had sustained injuries, which I feared might compromise the wine's taste. Thus, I decided to resurrect it and start anew. Coincidentally, this time I could also infuse the soul bone, perhaps enhancing the flavor even further. Tang Yin remarked. The crowd exclaimed, soak 100,000-year soul bone in wine? Is this something a human would do? Oh, little Yin, then it's nothing. He is not human. However, the mood of Xiao Wu's mother grew even more despondent. They were proud beings, a 100,000-year soul beast, the pinnacle among soul beasts. Yet now, they had fallen to the level of soaking their soul bones in wine. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morals? Chapter 105. The reason. Brother, once we return to the academy, I shall hand the snake over to you. You can take care of it. Tang Yin clearly had no intention of acknowledging the bewildered crowd present. He addressed his elder brother, for this matter was of utmost importance, and Tang Yin was exceptionally cautious. Very well, no problem. Tang San agreed, and after regaining his composure, he felt a twinge of excitement. After all, this was a wine brewed with the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast and soul bones. What might the flavor be like? What effects could it possibly have? With such thoughts, Tang San, who had a penchant for research, became increasingly intrigued. Well, since there is nothing pressing on your end, both Xiao Wu and Yao have successfully advanced, so it would be fitting to have Ming escort you out. At this moment, Xiao Wu's mother remarked, inexplicably feeling a sudden aversion to seeing her son-in-law, Tang Yin. It was exhausting to witness. Dear mother-in-law, wait a moment. I still have something to discuss. At this moment, Tang Yin interrupted Xiao Wu's mother, asking, Xiao Yin, what troubles you? In light of your victory over this vile serpent, I am willing to assist you. Ming remarked, observing Tang Yin's predicament. Vile serpent? Tang Yin cast a curious glance at his wife. It was not a matter of great significance, after all. It was merely an incident from when Ming was only a few tens of thousands of years old, during which this serpent had launched a surprise attack. That encounter had been somewhat perilous, but fortunately, we and Ming arrived in time, preventing any serious consequences. However, following that incident, Ming and the serpent had developed a deep-seated enmity. Although the serpent could not match Ming in direct combat, its speed allowed it to harass us intermittently, leaving us momentarily helpless. It was only after we intervened and gave the serpent a good thrashing that it settled down over the years. Yao continued. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin finally understood that he had, after all, slain a 100,000-year soul beast in the presence of the Ming and Ming. No wonder they had not displayed any dissatisfaction or emotion. The reason lay here. Well, about that. However, all of this is no longer important. I simply wish for the Fox family to join you and live together, Tang Yin remarked. Upon hearing his words, Mother Fox's ears immediately perked up. After all, this incident had made her acutely aware of the peril posed by rogue soul beasts. Moreover, she had the responsibility of tending to her 2 children, which inevitably meant there would be moments she could not be present. Forming a formidable alliance with the 2 esteemed soul beasts before her seemed like an exceedingly prudent strategy. Xiao Yin, could you elaborate on your thoughts? You must be aware that within our realm of soul beasts, there exists the concept of territory, Mother Xiao Wu inquired curiously. She could discern that Tang Yin's proposition was not merely a benevolent gesture aimed at safeguarding her family, thus her curiosity was piqued. What further intentions did Tang Yin harbor? Well, to put it succinctly, I have always found your inexplicable territorial mindset rather nonsensical. Given that your kind has existed for 100,000 years and faces no existential threats regarding food, it baffles me that you still cling to this territorial notion. Does it not merely present an opportunity for humans to vanquish you one by one? Do not assert your strength. After all, Aunt Wu, you are the prime example. Furthermore, may I inquire, Aunt Bibi Dong, how many title Dolua are there within the spirit hall? Tang Yin finally questioned Bibi Dong, who responded with a serious demeanor. After all, she had once held the esteemed title of Pope in the original narrative, and now she had begun to discern Tang Yin's intentions. Look, within the spirit hall alone, there are more than 10 title Doluos. How many do you believe you can contend with? Not to mention, among them, there are 3 transformed soul beasts. Are you truly unaware of the allure you hold over human spirit masters? Though currently, the aura of the soul beast possessed by Xiao Wu and Yao is concealed by the resurrection coins. What if they were to be revealed due to battle or an unforeseen incident? The implications of 300,000-year spirit rings along with soul bones should be apparent without further explanation. Tang Yin remarked. It seems you are aware of the significance of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. In contrast to Tang Yin's understanding, Bibi Dong and the others found themselves at a loss for words. I have yet to finish my point. Furthermore, consider the esteemed individuals like Xiong Di Tian and his companions. Do they not coexist harmoniously as a group of 7? They too do not seem to be burdened by territorial distinctions. Tang Yin ultimately provided examples of Di Tian and his companions, for they are the absolute authority within the Stardo forest. More importantly, once you all reside together, should danger arise, Yun Mu's mother can utilize her flying abilities to evacuate the little fox and Aunt Wu, along with those with relatively limited combat capabilities. As long as you manage to retreat, the combined might of Aunt Bibi Dong, along with the 2 ancient beings, Deming and Erming, and the equally venerable 100,000-year-old elder, will ensure your safety. What kind of spirit beast is Fox Mother, you ask? Ah, the snowy domain flying fox. With such a formidable lineup, even if the spirit hall were to mobilize all their forces, they would be unable to detain you. Tang Yin remarked, indeed. He is currently taking precautions against potential hunting actions by the spirit hall in the future. In the original narrative, this was instigated by Bibi Dong's need to complete her spirit rings and the exposure of Xiao Wu's identity. However, with Bibi Dong now aligned with them, it remains uncertain whether such events will recur due to other reasons. Having witnessed the caution displayed by Shen Yang, Tang Yin believes that his prudence is entirely justified. One might question why Tang Yin, having already acquired a resurrection coin, remains so anxious about these matters. Is this not somewhat excessive caution? The answer is quite simple. Tang Yin is acutely aware that the sensation of death is far from pleasant. Just recently, on the way back after resurrecting his mother, Tang Yin and Tang San conducted a covert experiment regarding the use of the resurrection coin. Tang Yin's primary aim was to ascertain whether he could utilize the coin himself in the event of his own death. Fortunately, the outcome was promising. As for Tang San, it is no jest. He would never permit Tang Yin to undertake such a perilous endeavor alone. If anyone were to be the test subject, it would be Tang San himself. Thus, the 2 brothers found themselves in a contest over who would assume the role of the experimental subject. Ultimately, Tang San secretly poisoned himself, taking the lead, which left Tang Yin both touched and helpless. Thankfully, the experiment confirmed that as long as the resurrection coin remained within 1 meter of the deceased, it could be activated for self-resurrection. However, the experience itself was far from pleasant. Although the transition from death to resurrection appears instantaneous, on a psychological level, it feels like an eternity. The sense of helplessness while struggling in an endless abyss of darkness, coupled with being relentlessly swept by an onslaught of negative emotions, renders the torment seemingly interminable. This sensation is truly unbearable. Have you ever wondered why all those who have been resurrected seem dazed for a period? It is because the torment of consciousness silence requires time to recover from. Even a bug like the resurrection coin cannot exempt one from this reality. This is also why Tang Yin constantly contemplates sacrificing his sister-in-law, yet has never broached the subject. Having experienced this feeling, he wishes to spare those around him from undergoing the same ordeal. Regardless of your capabilities, death is an entity that must always be revered. A truth Tang Yin comprehends fully. However, that particular experiment also confirmed the feasibility of certain matters, providing Tang Yin with an additional card to play in desperate situations. In contrast to Tang Yin's eloquence, Xiao Wu's mother currently finds herself in a state of dismay. Though she possesses a level of 68, one might argue that such a level should not hinder her. Yet, in light of their adversaries, all of whom begin at the rank of title Dolua, it seems justifiable to consider her a liability. Reflecting on her own demise further diminishes her capacity to critique Tang Yin. In summary, I recommend that you strive to expand your social circles, forge alliances, and offer mutual assistance. Such endeavors will prove beneficial not only to you, but also to the allied spirit beasts. Tang Yin remarked, Xiao Yin's perspective indeed holds merit. You may not be aware, but within the Spirit Hall, there exists a formidable limit Dolua who has attained the pinnacle of rank 99. It was he who previously inflicted injuries upon me. Should he lead a charge into the soul-hunting forest, we would find ourselves in grave peril. Bibi Dong interjected, clarifying that her reluctance to confront Qian Dalu directly stemmed not from fear, but from a desire to avoid a repeat of the calamity they had previously endured. If we do not take precautions, what happened to Wu could easily befall another, be it Xiao Wu or Yao. Regardless of who it might be, I cannot bear the thought. To avert such calamities, the only recourse is to grow stronger. Yet, none among them, be it Deming, Ming, or herself, possess the capability to rapidly enhance their power. As for soul beasts, their strength is intrinsically linked to their cultivation. Even a soul beast with extraordinary talent would require millennia to evolve further. Moreover, having lost the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, her strength had diminished significantly from what it once was. Thus, as Tang Yin suggested, inviting trustworthy allies to join them indeed appeared to be the wisest course of action. Yet, how can one ensure that these allies remain loyal and entirely trustworthy? Tang Yin had already proposed a solution to firmly bind their core interests together. Their shared core interest encompasses their loved ones, the children of the Fox Mother and their Xiao Wu. Should danger arise, the Fox Mother would prioritize their safety. This in itself constitutes a binding of core interests. Furthermore, this arrangement is not inherently detrimental. Rather, it fosters a mutually beneficial scenario for both parties. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong cast a lingering glance at Tang Yin. You were quite perceptive. Bibi Dong had been nurtured within the treacherous corridors of the Spirit Hall, an institution rife with deception and home to the world's most cunning individuals, and she quickly discerned all of Tang Yin's intentions. Similarly, although Xiao Wu's mother felt a tinge of frustration, she was no fool. Despite her exasperation with her son-in-law, she could not ignore the fact that Bibi Dong endorsed Tang Yin's words. She had to concede that, aside from his peculiarities, her son-in-law was indeed commendable. He possessed strength, intellect, and a profound affection for her daughter. Upon reflection, his quirks seemed a trivial matter, for absolute perfection in any individual is a myth. Should one appear flawless, that alone warrants caution. We have no objections, Deming and Ming readily agreed, knowing that as long as Xiao Wu's mother was present, her authority remained unchallenged in their eyes. Regardless of their own formidable power, she would always be the elder who had cared for them since childhood. I, too, have come to realize through this ordeal that relying solely on my own capabilities to safeguard the two children here is an impossibility. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ming Shui. This name was bestowed upon me upon my recent breakthrough to the age of 100,000 years, the snowy fox Ming Shui proclaimed. How delightful. Our sisterhood has now gained another member, she continued. Ming Shui, let me tell you, we have a lake that flows from the core. Training there would be immensely convenient. As the adage in the love apartment goes, never underestimate a woman. Sometimes, a single phrase is sufficient to forge friendships. Having just made his proposal, Tang Yin observed as Xiao Wu's mother and Bibi Dong each cradled an adorable little fox, its eyes still closed, and began to play with it. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin felt it was time for him to withdraw. To speak candidly, the rewards from this expedition into the Stardo forest had been truly bountiful. Initially, he had anticipated merely securing an external soul bone for his elder brother, yet he, the supporting character, had reaped the greatest benefits. Not only had his spirit power ascended to the 45th level, but he had also acquired a 100,000-year spirit ring and an external soul bone. With 2 external soul bones in his possession, he pondered, who could rival him? Once he and his elder brother secured a batch of celestial herbs, reaching the 50th level before the Soul Master competition would be a certainty. It is worth noting that achieving this level would grant access to awakening skills, enabling him to extricate Xiao Wu and the others should they be discovered, even without relying on the elder. Now that all matters are settled, let us return. There is no need to linger here any longer. Tang Yin spoke. No, after some consideration with Bibi Dong, we have decided to return. You should reunite with your classmates soon, as you have ample time ahead of you. But this moment is critical for your cultivation. Every single day is precious for you. Bibi Dong added, Aunt Bibi Dong, should I inform the master of your existence? If necessary, I can elucidate the circumstances surrounding it. To speak frankly, the master expressed sympathy for your plight when he first encountered the original text. Now that we stand united, should we unveil the truth to him? But then, what of Lu Erlong's situation? After all, who among us is not deserving of pity? Ultimately, Tang Yin resolved that such matters should be left to those directly involved. Bibi Dong, taken aback, remarked, I never expected you to be so knowledgeable. Xiao Yin, her tone imbued with nostalgia, lingering on the tragic conclusion. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she exhaled deeply and said, "Forget it, it bears no significance. If you see the master, please tell him I passed away years ago. Do not dwell on it." With those simple words, tears streamed down her face, evoking a profoundly poignant atmosphere. At this point, Tang San and Xiao Wu discerned the existence of a uniquely intricate relationship between Bibi Dong and the master. Witnessing the depth of the master's emotional wound inflicted upon his adoptive mother, Xiao Wu instantaneously developed an aversion towards him, resolutely deciding to return with a cold demeanor. Chapter 107. Indeed, cowardice. Before you depart, there is one more matter I must emphasize to both of you, Bibi Dong stated. The master should have already advised against affixing soul rings to your second soul ring. Bibi Dong reiterated to the two brothers, "We are well aware of the master's intentions. And having observed your soul rings, we have further clarified our objectives." Tang San nodded, acknowledging that Tang Yin had pointed this out from the very first day. "Indeed. This is the essence," Bibi Dong remarked, summoning her second martial soul once more. The formidable combination of 8 black and 1 red soul rings showcased her immense power. However, the crux of the matter lies in maximizing the advantages of the second martial soul. Relying solely on one's physical strength is insufficient. To enhance physical prowess, the core lies in the selection of your soul bones. A remarkable soul bone not only provides substantial amplification and enhancement, but also assists with soul skills. This is pivotal for your future absorption of the second martial soul, Bibi Dong explained. The intent behind her words was to emphasize the importance of seizing opportunities. If you can locate or defeat the soul beast mentioned by Xiao Yin, that would be ideal. However, prior to that, do not overlook the chance to acquire excellent soul bones. Bibi Dong understood that she lacked a divine perspective, and soul bones are exceedingly rare, let alone suitable ones. Her message to the two brothers was clear: do not fixate on a single option. After all, as Tang Yin pointed out, that soul beast is a whale, indicating it resides in the vast ocean. The dangers it harbors aside, merely encountering it poses a challenge, rather than chasing after uncertain prospects. It is wiser to capitalize on present opportunities. Tang Yin remained silent on this, as he believed in allowing his elder brother to navigate his own path concerning soul bones. If his actions inadvertently resulted in the loss of certain soul bones, they could always be reclaimed later from the whale, simple and straightforward. As for himself, his focus remained on that whale. Nevertheless, for the sake of diversifying soul bone skills, he would not dismiss any suitable opportunities that arose. Yet, Tang Yin was acutely aware of the challenges in finding an appropriate soul bone. In the original narrative, only Tang San possessed a complete set of soul bones. The others had at most 2. Thus, his primary objective remained firmly fixed on the whale, especially since his brother would inevitably encounter it during the sea goddess trial. The two brothers respectfully bowed to Bibi Dong, expressing their gratitude, after which she elaborated on her soul bone combinations and their ages for their reference. "Well, I have conveyed all I needed to. You should reunite with your companions soon," Bibi Dong said while beckoning Diming to come over as their driver. Reluctant to part so soon, Xiao Wu and Yao lingered in Bibi Dong and Wu's embrace for a while. Bibi Dong teasingly remarked about how, after so many years, the two had never returned to visit, causing their cheeks to flush. Nevertheless, both girls understood that this temporary separation was for the sake of a better future together. The group climbed onto Diming's shoulders, bidding farewell to their mothers. Among them, Xiao Yun's and Xiao Song's waving was exceptionally endearing. Suddenly, Tang Yin wondered about the whereabouts of Xiao Song, who had mysteriously vanished earlier. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu's mother, the seasoned driver Diming set off once again. With dust flying in their wake, he perfectly embodied the phrase "a trail of sparks and lightning." One could not deny the amusement in Diming's leaps, each covering considerable distance in a single bound. Regrettably, Tang Yin had yet to create a music player. Otherwise, a lively tune would have accompanied their journey. Thus, Diming sped along for several hours, eventually arriving at the outskirts of the Stardo forest. It was here that he deemed it unsuitable to proceed further. "This is far enough. Farewell, Diming," Xiao Wu said, patting his shoulder. Diming let out a low, regretful roar, and after setting everyone down, he waved at them with a naive expression, which caused Xiao Wu and Yao to burst into laughter. After walking for a while, they found themselves in a rather awkward situation. Diming had driven so quickly that they arrived at their destination in mere hours, covering what would have taken them days. Initially, Xiao Wu and the others had planned to linger at home for a while longer, but now they found themselves ahead of Zhao Wudre and the others. This turn of events was undeniably awkward. Consequently, they had no choice but to wait at the entrance of the Stardo forest for Zhao Wudre and his group to join them. Upon their arrival, Zhao Wudre and the others were curious to see Tang Yin and his companions had beaten them to the punch, despite having set out after them. To explain their premature arrival, Tang Yin and the others had already coordinated their story. Bibi Dong had captured 2 suitable soul beasts, the lightning rabbit and the radiant deer, and they simply needed to defeat and absorb them. Any inquiries would be deflected onto Bibi Dong, a powerful figure who had evaded the pursuit of numerous titled Dolua. Tang Yin also subtly altered the narrative regarding his own circumstances, as his soul rings were a matter of public knowledge, and his external soul bones could not be concealed. Thus, under the astonished gazes of his peers, he casually summoned 9 magnificent, translucent tails, each adorned with glistening ice crystals, a breathtaking sight. The crimson 100,000-year soul ring beneath him only intensified the envy, jealousy, and resentment directed at him from his fellow students. There was no denying that the members of Shrek Academy genuinely envied Tang Yin's situation. After all, why should he be so fortunate? Observing the expressions of his companions, Tang Yin chuckled. My good fortune has also brought me some troubles. I have always wished to progress steadily and methodically. As he continued speaking, his voice dwindled. Acutely aware of the piercing gazes directed at him, prompting him to cleverly choose silence. Ultimately, it was Xiao Wu who adjusted his mindset first. Having been astonished by Tang Yin's accomplishments numerous times before, reflecting on the situation, Xiao Wu looked at the young ones before him with a satisfied demeanor. This hunting expedition has indeed been remarkably successful, and everyone performed excellently. Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yao all received their 3rd soul rings. This is unprecedented for Shrek Academy. Xiao Yin, I'm not in the mood to converse with you right now, he continued. In any case, everyone did splendidly. So let us set off for the academy. The announcement was met with cheers, as all the challenges they faced had been resolved impeccably. The tension from their days in the Stardo forest finally began to dissipate. In that instant, the small group of Shrek monsters exchanged glances. A unique understanding blossoming among them. Regardless of who it was, each harbored a singular thought, to return to the academy and rest on their own beds. It was worth noting that the camaraderie among the Shrek members had deepened significantly since their arrival, having supported one another throughout their shared experiences. By the way, Xiao Wu, would you care to share what you gained from your soul ring? We're all quite curious. On the way back, Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat relaxed, casually inquired. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, everyone, except for Tang Yin and Yao, who were exceptionally talented and yet to be penalized, turned their full attention to her. In the face of her friend's curious gazes, Xiao Wu mischievously smiled and said, "Hee, I won't tell you just yet. I'll demonstrate it for you once we return. Yao, why don't you show us your soul skill?" With Xiao Wu's reluctance to share in the moment, Dai Mubai shifted his focus to Yao. Hee. Since my sister Xiao Wu said she'll reveal it later, you all should wait patiently. Or perhaps you could ask Sangu what his soul skill is, after all. It's a 2,000-year soul ring, Yao replied with a grin. Instantly, everyone cast glances filled with playful lament at the 2 girls, which made them feel a tad awkward. Consequently, as soon as Yao finished her earlier statement, she swiftly redirected the spotlight onto Tang San. Suddenly, all eyes were on the Tang brothers, with the group's collective momentum intensifying. Their intentions unmistakably clear, surely one of the family must take the blame. I'll leave a little suspense here, as I believe everyone is quite curious about what skill Tang Yin's 100,000-year soul ring has granted him. Faced with the crowd's eager stares, Tang San, ever the loyal brother, readily threw his own brother under the bus, showcasing his willingness to sacrifice familial bonds for the sake of entertainment. Hey, brother. You can't just shift the blame like that. Tang Yin lamented his brother's deflection, feeling somewhat helpless, especially since he had been caught off guard by Tang San's swift maneuvering. Xiao Yin, don't mention anything else. Just tell us whether you'll show us or not, Dai Mubai said, wearing a benevolent smile that echoed the sentiments of the group. Indeed. Quite benevolent, the kind that sends shivers down the spine. Tang Yin, bemused, pondered the peculiar situation. It seemed everyone had become rather addicted to this unfolding drama. Let me clarify something. Under normal circumstances, a 100,000-year soul ring can only bestow 2 soul skills upon us soul masters, be they passive or active. It is limited to just 2. Tang Yin remarked, Xiao Yin, you need not lay such groundwork. Our perspectives can withstand it. Please, just convey the result. Understanding Tang Yin's eccentricity, Tang San was the first to respond. Well, in truth, there isn't much. For heavy weapon skills, for marksmanship skills, for ammunition skills, for mechanical skills, and 2 alloy series skills. In total, there are only 18 soul techniques, making this the one with the least soul techniques among these soul rings. Tang Yin casually uttered words that shattered the perspectives of those around him. Rest assured, as long as the protagonist employs a skill, Ha will provide a thorough description. Detailing each one individually would merely lead to unnecessary verbosity. What? 18 soul skills from a single soul ring? This suggests that the acquisition of skills requires at least 1 soul ring, someone exclaimed. Tang Yin, how many skills do you currently possess? Ultimately, the crowd remained overly confident in their established beliefs, leading to a delightful disruption of Shrek Academy's collective worldview. Although I have indeed acquired 18 skills, it is worth noting that many of these skills are quite similar. Perhaps this clarification brings you some comfort? Tang Yin weakly murmured, what a magnificent Xiao Yin hammer. Are you even human? Dai Mubai and the others expressed their envy, which had rendered them nearly unrecognizable. It wasn't just Tang Yin and his companions, even Yao, who possessed similar enhancements, felt a twinge of envy towards Tang Yin's current predicament. Oh dear, yet another day of envy for little Silver's martial soul. Oscar and Ma Hongjun lamented as they embraced each other. Though my martial soul cannot be bestowed upon you, There are indeed ways for you to experience its essence. Tang Yin spoke, instantly captivating everyone's attention. After all, it was Tang Yin's extraordinary martial spirit. Even experiencing it would be a remarkable opportunity. Brother Yin, can your martial spirit be utilized by others? Ma Hongjuan's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Of course not, but we can use something else as a substitute. Brother, did you bring the Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Tang Yin turned his gaze toward his elder brother. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Tang Yin's words instantly captured everyone's attention, drawing their focus entirely upon Tang San. If it were the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it indeed seems plausible. Tang San was certainly aware of his younger brother's intentions. After all, Tang Yin possessed the blue-silver crossbow. With this thought, Tang San retrieved the crossbow from his spatial storage and presented it before everyone. Third brother, is this what you refer to as the Zhuge crossbow? Ning Rongrong remarked upon seeing the weapon Tang San had unveiled, noting its resemblance to Little Yin's crossbow. Tang Yin nodded in response to Ning Rongrong's words, and then, under the eager gaze of the crowd, began to elucidate the use of the Zhuge crossbow. Having previously witnessed Tang Yin wield the blue-silver hand crossbow, the group was naturally well prepared to grasp the intricacies of the Zhuge crossbow. Upon Tang San's explanation, they swiftly comprehended its operational methods. Tang San harbored no ulterior motives towards everyone. After all, the current relationships among them were evident in the Zhuge crossbow. A mechanical concealed weapon was indeed one of the core secrets of the Tang sect. In contrast, it was a type of concealed weapon that the Tang sect sold externally. What followed was Tang San's demonstration of the Zhuge crossbow. Chapter 109. Perfection is a pejorative term with a series of crisp clicks. The mechanisms of the Zhuge crossbow were simultaneously readied. Then, like Tang Yin, Tang San deftly maneuvered the crossbow, unleashing a dazzling display of bolts with precision. He aimed and shot in one fluid motion, accompanied by the sound of successive firings as several arrows were released in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was not merely the act of shooting that astonished the members of Shrek, it was the explosive force of the arrows that truly left them in awe. Even Zhao Wujia's expression shifted at the sight. Considering Tang San's impressive speed, had he targeted them, none among them could have evaded the onslaught, not even Zhu Zhuqing, known for her swift agility as an agile attack soulmaster. However, it was not only the speed that shocked them, the tremendous power was equally astonishing. With his other hand, Tang San readied another Zhuge crossbow, unleashing a rapid barrage in the same direction. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a massive tree was forcefully severed in two under the onslaught of Tang San's Zhuge crossbow. This spectacle further astounded everyone, prompting Zhao Wujia to exclaim, "Little San, what exactly is this Zhuge crossbow of yours? Its power is remarkable. Is it modeled after Tang Yin's blue-silver hand crossbow?" Upon hearing teacher Zhao's words, Tang San chuckled and replied, "Not quite. I had developed this previously. However, after Tang Yin acquired his second martial soul, he harnessed Jarvis's computational prowess to enhance the mechanical aspects of the Zhuge crossbow. While there are limitations to Tang Yin's capabilities in other areas, the intricacies of mechanical devices directly align with his professional advantages, drawing upon the profound mechanical knowledge inherited from the mechanic. Tang Yin utilized Jarvis's computational abilities as a support system to modernize a majority of the Tang sect's mechanical weaponry. For instance, the Zhuge crossbow currently wielded by Tang San has already undergone its fourth iteration under Tang Yin's refinement. Notably, the automatic loading and rapid-fire feature was developed during the third generation. Furthermore, this updated version of the Zhuge crossbow includes an additional tactical rail for mounting various tactical accessories, such as tactical flashlights and sights. In Tang Yin's perspective, perfection is an ever-elusive goal. There is always room for improvement. He envisions a future where concealed weapons and soul-guiding devices are merged, allowing energy cores to be powered by soul power instead. When Tang Yin first encountered the concept of the Grim Reaper, he was not particularly fond of the notion of perfection. Yet, he wholeheartedly resonated with the words spoken. You claim perfection? The moment you utter that term, you cease to be a competent scientist. To us, perfection is a pejorative term. It signifies despair, for achieving perfection in any endeavor implies that one will never progress further. This is something I cannot abide. Hence, I have never pursued perfection. In Tang Yin's perspective, the decline of the Tang sect in the original narrative stemmed from their stagnation. After a millennium, the majority of their practices still echoed the teachings left by Tang San. It is also true that Tang Yin's understanding of martial arts is rather limited. Otherwise, he would have aspired to research and evolve the Xiantian art. However, lacking such capability, he could only innovate mechanical hidden weapons. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow, belonging to the category of mechanical weaponry, possesses the advantage of simplicity, enabling anyone to wield it with ease. It features two shooting modes, with a maximum capacity of 64 arrows. The primary distinction between these modes lies in the method of reloading the magazines. In my current configuration, with 4 magazines positioned at 4 angles, I can unleash 4 arrows simultaneously and sustain rapid fire for 16 consecutive shots. The 3 bowstrings, under the modulation of the energy core installed by Tang Yin, automatically load the arrows in succession, achieving the effect of 2 simultaneous shots. The alternative mode involves stacking 4 magazines in a horizontal arrangement at the entry point of the Zhuge crossbow. In this loading configuration, although it can only fire 4 consecutive shots, each shot can deplete an entire magazine of 16 arrows in one go. However, due to the high tensile strength of the bowstrings, it is imperative to quickly unload the magazine once loaded. Maintaining it in a standby state for prolonged periods can cause significant damage and poses a risk of misfire. Tang San remarked that over the years of research and exchange with Tang Yin, various terminologies had become second nature to him. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dai Mubai, although encountering some terms for the first time, found them easy to comprehend when paired with tangible objects. However, he still inquired, by the way, Little San, where did the arrows that were just shot go? In response to Dai Mubai's question, Tang San smiled and pointed toward a direction where a towering tree stood precariously. The arrows that had just been fired were embedded in that very tree, which stood approximately 10 meters away from another massive tree. As Dai Mubai followed Tang San's gesture, he noticed that 24 arrows were protruding from the tree. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "So these arrows completely pierced through the tree before embedding themselves in this giant one?" To this, Tang San nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." The Zhuge Divine Crossbow is an exceptionally powerful mechanical concealed weapon, and due to the unique nature of the arrows, it is particularly adept at penetrating soul power defenses. If the defense is inadequate, or if a soul master lacks the time to defend, they could be instantly pierced through. Furthermore, there are no specific conditions for its use. Even soul masters like Ning Rongrong and Oscar can wield it with ease. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, the members of Shrek Academy couldn't help but inhale sharply. After all, considering the displayed power of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, none present, apart from Xiao Wu, could withstand its onslaught. At that moment, Dai Mubai was genuinely astonished by the Tang brothers, unable to restrain his admiration. Little San, how is it that your mind can conceive such remarkable inventions? Dai Mubai and the others were well aware that Tang Yin's knowledge stemmed from his martial soul. However, Tang San had independently developed the initial version, while Tang Yin merely built upon that foundation. Yet, it is often the case that creating the original is the most challenging endeavor. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Dai Mubai's praise, Tang San acknowledged that he was merely standing on the shoulders of giants. This is a marvelous creation. I cannot speak for others. But even when I activate my white tiger transformation, facing its attack would certainly result in severe injury. Dai Mubai continued to express his awe. As Tang San elaborated on the invention, Tang Yin had already approached the tree adorned with arrows. With his Xiantian skill flowing through his hands, he executed the dragon seizing technique, striking the tree trunk. Aside from the past incident involving a near-fatal poison, it could be said that Tang San had imparted all of his knowledge to Tang Yin. Thus, Tang Yin effortlessly retrieved all the arrows, storing them away. After all, he had yet to establish a production line for arrows, and these had been painstakingly crafted by the two brothers. Not only were they vital for survival, but the effort invested also warranted their preservation. As Tang Yin carefully stowed away the arrows, he addressed Dai Mubai, saying, "Indeed, it is essential. Anything produced by the Tang family is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. However, we have no intention of mass distribution, for if we did, the ongoing conflicts would inevitably follow in our wake. Let us not forget that even an ordinary person can wield such weaponry. Should it be extensively supplied to the military, the consequences would be dire. Aware of this critical aspect, we have ingeniously crafted numerous small mechanisms here. Should anyone attempt to dismantle and study them, they would trigger these mechanisms, resulting in immediate destruction." Tang Yin remarked, fully aware that the ultimate destiny of any weapon lies upon the battlefield. Although he was not a saint, he preferred to refrain from unleashing the Pandora's box of war, choosing instead to leisurely embrace a life of tranquility. Furthermore, rather than pursuing mass appeal, he found it far more prudent to adopt a boutique approach, which not only simplified matters but also promised swifter financial returns. After all, was there not the formidable Ning Rongrong with her level 5 monetary capability? With the resources of the 7 treasure glazed tile school at their disposal, they could sustain themselves for quite some time. Brother San, these are all innovations crafted by you and your companions, Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. In response to her words, Tang San could only manage a wry smile, saying, "That's somewhat true, but the real credit belongs to Xiao Yin." In Tang San's mind, he merely transported the knowledge of the Tang sect from his previous life. It was Tang Yin who truly undertook the task of updating and innovating their methodologies. To keep pace with Tang Yin's vision, Tang San had relied on Jarvis to acquire a fundamental understanding of mechanics and aerodynamics. Tang Yin felt a genuine admiration for his elder brother's thirst for knowledge. It was noteworthy that Tang San not only dedicated his days to studying under the master, but also sought out Tang Yin after class to learn various mechanical concepts through self-study with Jarvis. Despite this, his cultivation of soul power never faltered. It was a daily routine of either studying or journeying toward further learning. As Tang Yin had anticipated, upon witnessing the advantages of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, Ning Rongrong's level 5 monetary aptitude began to stir with excitement. She asked the two brothers, "Brother San, Xiao Yin, do you intend to sell this remarkable item?" If you are willing to part with it, we can certainly discuss the price. After all, you know I am a support-type soul master, and my ability to protect myself is quite limited. However, possessing your invention would significantly enhance my capabilities. Hearing Ning Rongrong's inquiry, Tang San responded with a carefree smile. What are you saying, Rongrong? If you desire it, we can simply gift you a set. However, the materials required are exceedingly expensive, so you would need to cover that expense yourself. At that moment, Tang Yin had returned to Shrek Academy, aware of everyone's curiosity. Thus, he deliberately retained a few arrows in his possession, offering one to each member of the Shrek team for examination. Upon receiving the arrows, the group noticed that each arrow measured 8 inches in length, equipped with a small mechanism at the rear. A leftward twist would reveal the fletching, while a twist in the opposite direction would retract it. Each arrowhead was adorned with precisely 12 slender blood grooves, and the tips were remarkably resilient, having pierced through one large tree and deeply embedded into a second. Remarkably, despite this, the arrowheads exhibited almost no signs of wear. Tang Yin produced a magazine he had designed for Zhuge's repeating crossbow, retrieving the arrows held by the members of Shrek and carefully placing them within the magazine. At that moment, Oscar, who had also heard Tang San's words, leaned in once more, wearing an expression of feigned admiration, and said, "Little San, look at us. We are good roommates living in the same dormitory. Would you not agree that I am your dear brother?" Tang San had been cohabiting with Oscar for a considerable time, and he had developed a certain understanding of Oscar's character. Observing Oscar's demeanor, he effortlessly discerned his intentions and responded with a smile. "Rest assured, these matters pose no difficulties. If you desire them, we brothers can craft a set for each of you. However, I must preface this by stating that the materials must be provided by you. Moreover, the creation of these items is no trivial endeavor. Even enlisting Xiao Yin's assistance would require a substantial amount of time. Thus, should you wish for them, patience is paramount." As he spoke, Tang San recalled something and added, "One more thing, do not employ the Zhuge crossbow recklessly. You have witnessed its formidable power. Once the arrows are released, retrieving them becomes exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, we have yet to achieve mass production of these arrows. Each must be crafted individually. Therefore, should you indulge excessively, our brothers may find it challenging to keep pace with your consumption. Given the weapon's significant damage, it is advisable to exercise utmost caution during its use." Wait. Xiao San, you must pause. This is not acceptable," Zhao Wuji interjected. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What seems to be the matter, Teacher Zhao?" Suddenly, an enigmatic smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's face as he remarked, "Take a look at your classmates. They are hardly in want of money. Moreover, the crafting of your Zhuge crossbow is quite labor-intensive. Therefore, it would be unwise to offer any discounts to these little rascals. After all, not many of them are concerned about the cost. The pricing can be at your discretion." Dai Mubai, in agreement with Zhao Wuji, nodded and added, "Teacher Zhao speaks wisely. I concur with his sentiments. Xiao San, if you were to sell the Zhuge Divine crossbow under normal circumstances, feel free to state your price without concern for our feelings." In response, Tang San shook his head, for in his perspective, assisting them was merely a supplementary task. They, as brothers, would also need to forge weapons to hone their skills in the chaotic cloakhammer method, so aiding them in crafting was simply a matter of course. Furthermore, they would not even need to provide materials for their practice. Given their existing camaraderie, such matters, in Tang San's view, were truly a trifling concern. "Please, do not mind it. We are all comrades here. There is no need to discuss money." Tang Yin also spoke. However, despite the words of the Tang brothers, Dai Mubai and his companions held a differing opinion. Dai Mubai took the lead in expressing, "Indeed, we have no objection to our own people. But although we comprehend the method of manufacturing this item, merely observing the craftsmanship reveals its inherent complexity, possibly even extreme intricacy. It is unreasonable for us to burden you with labor without compensation. Furthermore, we will inevitably require additional crossbow bolts from you. Should we expect you to produce them without remuneration as well? If you insist on this arrangement, consider this first Zhuge crossbow as a gift from you to us, with us only covering the cost of materials. However, for any future items you craft for us, we expect to pay the appropriate price. What do you think?" At this juncture, Oscar also stepped forward to lend his support to Dai Mubai's viewpoint, stating, "Indeed, we already benefit from substantial subsidies from our own spirit masters. And items such as these are crucial to our survival. Are our lives not worth a few gold coins?" Upon hearing Oscar and the others, Tang San could only concede reluctantly. He ultimately replied, "Very well, since everyone is interested in our mechanical devices. We will do our utmost to equip each of you with a set of concealed weaponry, thus providing an additional layer of security in the face of future dangers." Chapter 111. The spoiler dog should be stewed. As Tang Yin meticulously stored away his arrows, he addressed Dai Mubai, "Of course, our Tang family produces only the finest." It was evident that the introduction by the two brothers from the Tang family had significantly heightened the interest of the onlookers in hidden weapons. This was primarily due to the exceptional craftsmanship of the concealed armaments they had created. Given that Tang Yin had no intention of introducing advanced technology or firearms into this world, It was undeniable that the Tang sect's hidden weapons represented the pinnacle of excellence on the Dolua continent. Not to mention, many of the mechanical hidden weapons had been updated and improved by Tang Yin himself. It was not just the little monsters from Shrek Academy who were captivated. Even the esteemed teacher Xiao Wu expressed a desire to acquire a set for himself. As they made their way back, the group was no longer in a hurry, allowing Tang Yin's elder brother to thoroughly explain the various mechanical hidden weapons adorning Tang Yin. These devices did not require soul power, and although Tang Yin insisted he did not need them, Tang San still prepared a full set for his safety. Tang San had already instructed Tang Yin on the methods of utilizing these weapons, with Tang San focusing on the details while Tang Yin provided cover. Their seamless collaboration made the journey increasingly engaging for the members of Shrek Academy. Under the guidance of the Tang brothers, time flew by, and soon they found themselves back in the quaint town they had visited before entering the Stardo forest. Upon entering the town, the palpable tension among the Shrek group began to dissipate. "We have traveled a full day. Let us rest here for the night," Xiao Wu suggested. Hearing this, Dai Mubai chimed in. "Let us return to the same inn as before. I'll treat everyone to drinks this time." "You cannot refuse, Teacher Xiao." Xiao Wu chuckled in response. "Although you are quite wealthy, little Bai, my capacity for alcohol is considerable, so do be mindful." This expedition into the Stardo forest was indeed worthy of celebration. Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yao had all ascended to the Spirit Elder rank, while Tang Yin had achieved the remarkable feat of reaching level 45 and additionally acquired an external soul bone. Moreover, the camaraderie forged during their shared experiences had significantly deepened their mutual understanding. The group did not rush to return. Instead, they luxuriated in the town for 2 days. While the restoration of soul power and physical endurance was beneficial, the primary aim was to ease their minds. Dai Mubai, exhibiting a generous spirit, covered all accommodation expenses for the 2 days, and since they were not pressed for training, their time was spent in revelry and libations, leading to a rather leisurely existence. This newfound ease even softened Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor towards Dai Mubai. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai's relationship with her noticeably flourished by that evening. "Dai Lada, have you tried the perfume I gave you earlier?" Tang Yin inquired discreetly, observing the improvement in Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's rapport. "Not yet, and to be honest, the perfume you gave me isn't particularly fragrant. I even used Fatty as a test subject, but he showed no remarkable effects," Dai Mubai replied. "Tang Yin, what effect do you expect to achieve by disparaging Ma Hongzhun?" Tang Yin, with a sense of helplessness, covered his face and said, "No, big brother Dai. Do you really think what I provided you is of no consequence? It is indeed quite effective. Never mind you, with such a splendid opportunity at hand. It's no wonder you haven't even reached first base until now." Tang Yin, with a face full of disappointment, departed, leaving Dai Mubai in a state of bewilderment. The group took 2 days to recuperate in the small town before embarking on their journey again on the third morning. After a period of relentless travel, they finally returned to Shrek Academy by evening. Among all, Tang San experienced the most profound change in mindset. He began to confront his feelings for Xiao Wu. After all, both had met each other's parents, and it would indeed be excessive for Tang San to remain oblivious to Xiao Wu's affections. "Ah, we are finally home. My goodness. From this day forth, I intend to sleep until eternity," Oscar exclaimed dramatically while stretching. However, before Oscar could finish his sentence, Xiao Wujin unceremoniously tapped him on the forehead, admonishing, "Can you keep it down? Everyone is trying to rest, you know?" He continued, "Tomorrow, you shall commence formal training. For now, return to your dormitories. I need to discuss this recent situation with the dean." Upon hearing Xiao Wujin's words, the group fell silent, each preparing to retreat for the night. Just then, Ning Rongrong called out to Tang San, who was about to head back with Oscar. "Sango, may I have a word with you?" What is it, Rongrong?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. Observing Ning Rongrong's hesitance, Oscar evidently misinterpreted the situation and dejectedly remarked, "You all talk first. I'll return to rest." The fact that Oscar harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong was something that most were already aware of. Now, hearing that she wished to converse privately with Tang San, it was quite challenging for Oscar to suppress his anxious thoughts. Moreover, Oscar believed he lacked the exceptional qualities that Tang San possessed, which further deepened his sense of inadequacy. After spending time together, Oscar felt their relationship had progressed significantly, leading him to believe he had a considerable chance of winning Ning Rongrong's affection. Yet now, she intended to speak with Tang San alone. In contrast to Oscar's despondent musings, Xiao Wu exhibited no such concerns. Instead, she gazed at Ning Rongrong with wide-eyed curiosity and asked, "Rongrong, what do you wish to discuss with my brother? Can I join?" Ning Rongrong hesitated upon hearing Xiao Wu's inquiry, but, considering the potential implications of her forthcoming conversation regarding their sect, she shook her head. Observing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, playfully sticking out her tongue before preparing to leave. Xiao Wu held a deep trust in Ning Rongrong, as the two shared a bond that had grown intimate over their nightly escapades. Tang Yin found amusement in Oscar's jealous expression but chose not to prolong the teasing, saying, "Rongrong, you wish to discuss the bulk order of hidden weapons with my brother, correct? There is no need to be so anxious about this trivial matter." "Hey, how did you know, Tang Yin?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Tang Yin articulate her intentions. While it would not have surprised Tang San, it was unexpected for Tang Yin. The only one present who truly understood the intricate reality was Yao, an ancient soul beast with the appearance of a child yet possessing an age that spanned 100,000 years. This individual had not even read the original text and mused bitterly, indeed, such spoilers should be stewed. Chapter 112, The Money-Making Plan. Tang Yin, meanwhile, sensed his partner's disdainful gaze, but felt compelled to continue now that the conversation had commenced. Oscar, upon hearing Tang Yin's words, visibly relaxed. It was now Tang Yin's turn to shine as he stated, "This is not difficult to deduce. Your sect's vulnerabilities are quite apparent. Lacking offensive capabilities while possessing substantial resources and status leads to a precarious situation for your direct disciples. Even with the protection of affiliated sects, they remain susceptible to danger. And in perilous situations, they lack retaliatory strength. However, the most significant flaw can be somewhat mitigated through the use of hidden weapons. Were I in your position, I would undertake the same approach and consult my brother to customize a large quantity of mechanical hidden weapons." Tang Yin appears to be executing a remarkably intricate act of deduction. Yet the reality is that he is merely showcasing his familiarity with the original text in a rather pretentious manner. Ultimately, both he and Yao have inadvertently triggered a series of butterfly effects. Each display of bravado diminishes with each instance, in stark contrast to the current demeanor of Tang Yin, who seems to possess complete control over the situation. The gazes of those around him have begun to shift into something rather peculiar. Is this truly the Tang Yin we once knew? Given his character, one would expect him to confront matters head-on rather than engage in such conjecture. If anyone were to indulge in such reasoning, it ought to be Yao. This sudden alteration in his characterization leaves us feeling quite awkward. Upon hearing Tang Yin's explanation, Tang San grasped Ning Rongrong's intent. However, he inquired, somewhat perplexed, "But Rongrong, it's well known that your affiliated sects are tasked with safeguarding their direct disciples. Furthermore, I recall that you have 2 titled duel-level guest elders residing within your sect. With such formidable guardians, is that not sufficient?" Now that Tang Yin has revealed his intentions, Ning Rongrong felt no need to conceal her thoughts any longer. She responded candidly, "Of course, I am aware of all this. However, such protection ultimately stems from external forces. We do not possess any means of safeguarding ourselves that are entirely our own. When immense interests are at stake, who can guarantee that betrayal will not occur? Moreover, incidents of this nature have not been absent from our sect. Recently, one of my uncles was forcibly taken away by a powerful figure from another sect, and the individual who facilitated this was none other than a guardian assigned to protect him. Although we promptly established new regulations following that event, who can assure us that such occurrences will not transpire again? If they were to happen once more, we would perpetually find ourselves in a position of vulnerability." Tang San, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, pondered for a moment and replied, "I apologize, Rongrong, but I fear I may disappoint you. If it were merely a matter of assisting you and your companions with a few powerful techniques, it would not pose a problem. After all, my brother and I simply need to utilize our training to refine certain skills. However, providing for an entire sect is rather overwhelming, considering it requires no less than several hundred sets of concealed weapons. This endeavor cannot be accomplished solely by the efforts of my brother and me." Upon hearing Tang San's refusal, Ning Rongrong grew anxious and implored, "Is there truly no other way, third brother? My primary concern is self-defense. Even if the quality is somewhat inferior, it would suffice. If we were to proceed in this manner, could we perhaps reduce the time required?" Tang San, however, shook his head earnestly and stated, "Rongrong, let us refrain from such discussions in the future. Since I have chosen to undertake this task, I must strive to achieve the utmost excellence." Seeing Tang San's serious demeanor, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but stick out her little tongue, yet she still expressed her reluctance, saying, "Is there genuinely no alternative?" Observing Ning Rongrong's disappointed expression, Oscar could not resist asking, "Little San, is there truly no other way?" While there were indeed other possibilities, Tang San, lost in thought, considered that the Tang sect in his previous life had engaged in similar ventures. If feasible, he could seamlessly adapt those models. There are indeed methods available. However, the intricacies involved are rather complex. I shall contemplate this further and provide you with a response soon," Tang San remarked. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong, who had a fondness for him, instantly felt her spirits lift and cheerfully said, "That's wonderful. By the way, third brother, how about this? You and Tang Yin help me create a set first, and I will take it back to show my father. After all, this concerns all direct disciples. But there shouldn't be any issues, so feel free to name your price. Don't hold back. My father has more than enough money to spare." Hiki. Ning Rongrong laughed, perfectly embodying the essence of filial piety, clearly the daughter of her father. After saying this, she bid farewell to Xiao Wu and the others. Watching them depart, Tang San felt a profound sense of joy. After all, money is a valuable asset in any world, and having more of it is always beneficial, which he would certainly not refuse. Furthermore, if he wished to forge more powerful hidden weapons in the future, the necessary financial support was fundamental. Thus, he indeed needed to return and carefully plan this matter. as relying solely on himself and Xiao Yin would undoubtedly be insufficient. Ultimately, their primary purpose in forging was to practice the chaotic wind hammer technique, and if this endeavor consumed too much of their training time, it would indeed be counterproductive. Brother, keep it up. I remember the master said that the 7-treasure glazed tile school is among the wealthiest of the major sections. If we can secure this deal, then our wives' dowries will be assured. Tang Yin, however, did not ponder too deeply. Instead, he approached his family with a beaming expression. After all, his brother's modest earnings were, in essence, his own. Contemplating the potential gains, he felt a wave of exhilaration, as if the intoxicating allure of a lavish lifestyle was beckoning him. What are you talking about? You make it sound as if Sister Xiao Wu and I are some kind of materialistic women. In response to Tang Yin's remarks, Yao playfully delivered a light punch to his forehead. No, that is not it. I simply wish to provide you with a grand wedding. As Tang Yin beheld Yao's playful expression of feigned anger, he was irresistibly charmed by her demeanor. He swiftly embraced her, grinning as he jested. Who would want to marry you anyway? Subsequently, Yao, in a moment of spontaneity, unleashed her first soul skill, transforming into a spirit and gracefully drifting from Tang Yin's arms. She ascended above Zhu Qing's head before descending and, seizing Zhu Qing's hand, dashed towards the dormitory. This unforeseen turn of events rendered Tang Yin's meticulously prepared wolf's claw utterly futile. How frustrating. They were so close to their goal. Tang Yin sighed in frustration, lamenting that he was so close to success. Was it possible that his performance lacked the naturalness required, leading Yao to perceive his intentions? All right, Xiao Yin. Enough of the theatrics, he said. Starting tomorrow, Master will commence our training, so let us rest early tonight. Observing the disgruntled and playful Adudu, Tang San felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He too was weary and would need to rouse Tang Yin early the next morning. Chapter 113. The Han Yongming large intestine meridian sustained a minor injury. After finishing his conversation with Tang Yin, Tang San departed with Oscar, leaving Tang Yin alone amidst the disarray of the night breeze on the playground. The night passed in silence. Nighttime is often the swiftest in the passage of time. Yet before dawn had even broken, Tang San emerged from the dormitory he shared with Oscar. Although the journey had been rather exhausting, it did not deter Tang San from rising early to cultivate his skills. Thereafter, he leaped through the darkness, employing his ghost shadow perplexing track technique. Moving soundlessly and stealthily through the dormitory area of Shrek Academy, Tang San held a profound affection for the fleeting moments of darkness that lingered before dawn. For he understood that with the rising sun would come a splendid new beginning. In a series of agile leaps, he effortlessly hoisted Tang Yin, blankets and all, without affording him a single opportunity to voice a protest. As they ascended towards the rooftop, Tang Yin's head inadvertently made intimate contact with the eaves. A forceful jolt that roused him from his stupor. Brother, am I still your most cherished little bean? You must be a devil. I had already declared my intention to rise, yet you have dragged me and my bedding up here. Surely that is a bit excessive. Enveloped in his sleep attire and cocooned in his blankets, Tang Yin shot a piercing glance at the brother who had so audaciously disturbed his slumber. Little Yin, Tang San began, your martial arts talent is exceptionally remarkable. The purple extreme demon eyes provide you with a visible enhancement to your martial spirit. You must understand that what is labeled as genius is merely the result of relentless effort applied in areas unnoticed by others. As you have articulated, genius is but 1% innate talent, coupled with 99% diligence. Tang San often lectures his increasingly lazy friend, Adudu. By the way, my dear brother, there is actually a latter part to my statement, and it is the latter part that holds the essence. Tang Yin believes that there is still a chance for redemption. Oh, is that so? At that moment, I was not inclined to know. Tang San wore a reluctant expression, indicating that he was only interested in the information that would be beneficial to him. What could Tang Yin do in response? His elder brother's intentions were undoubtedly for his own good. After all, if Tang San was to be roused from slumber, he himself would have to rise even earlier. Moreover, it was undeniable that what Tang San stated was indeed true. The purple extreme magic eye significantly enhanced his marksmanship. After the two brothers had their usual playful banter, they soon realized it was time to enter their cultivation state, preparing to absorb the morning's purifying purple energy. Once their training was complete, a voice resonated from behind them. Xiao Yin, your brother speaks the truth. In the realm of cultivation, all endeavors are akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Upon hearing this voice, Tang San was elated and turned to address the newcomer. Teacher, why are you awake so early? Teacher, what happened to your face? Oh, this? It's nothing serious. I merely attempted to explore some new cultivation methods yesterday, but it went awry. My Yangming large intestine meridian suffered a slight injury, resulting in this swollen appearance. Just a minor issue, the master replied somewhat awkwardly. Tang San observed the master's battered appearance, clearly indicating he had been assaulted by others. After all, the term Han Yangming large intestine meridian was something he had imparted to his own mentor. However, Tang San also discerned that despite his teacher's injuries, there seemed to be no lingering resentment. Rather, there was an air of guilt surrounding him. Now that you have cultivated successfully, I have some inquiries I wish to pose to you, the master interjected, steering the conversation away from the previous topic. Very well, Tang San replied. Though Tang San harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding the master's condition, he refrained from inquiring further, respecting the master's silence. Conversely, Tang Yin had surmised the reasons behind the master's current state. After all, when Xiao Wujie had departed the previous night, he had mentioned the necessity of conferring with Xiao Wujie about their recent affairs, suggesting the master had been present and had likely overheard news concerning Bibi Dong. The master's present condition was undoubtedly a consequence of a confrontation with Flander, given the nature of their relationship. The fact that the master was still alive and able to greet them indicated he had clarified his ties with Bibi Dong. Such matters were not subject to much discussion. Had the master encountered and fallen in love with Bibi Dong after parting ways with Lu Erlong, Flander would have likely eliminated him without hesitation. The crux of the matter was that Lu Erlong was indeed the one who came later, rendering the situation rather awkward, especially considering that the master had not known Lu Erlong during his association with Bibi Dong. Thus, it was difficult to attribute blame to the master. Furthermore, from a broader perspective, the master had been one of the victims in that prior relationship. At this juncture, the master approached the two brothers, observing their current states before nodding and remarking, "You both are doing quite well. Little San has successfully reached the 30th level, while Little Yin, your opportunities are even greater. Given the fortuitous circumstances you have encountered, your upcoming training should primarily focus on solidifying your foundation." "Indeed, Master," Tang Yin responded, deeply appreciative of the master's guidance, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. With ample time remaining before the Soul Master competition, he believed that, combined with his elder brother's future gifts of celestial herbs, achieving a breakthrough to the 50th level prior to the competition was entirely feasible. "Let us descend and find an appropriate location so that I might assess your specific gains," the master suggested. This time, he refrained from admonishing Tang San for recklessly pursuing the 2,000-year-old faceless spider. While he was uncertain why Tang Yin insisted that Tang San hunt the spider and was aware that it could grant Tang San an external spirit bone, he was fully cognizant of the existence of the resurrection coin, having two of his own and having secretly experimented with one. Tang Yin was acutely aware of his objective. After all, the 2-year-old man-faced demon spider was akin to the third soul ring, while the fourth and fifth were somewhat lacking. With the safety net of a resurrection coin, acquiring superior soul rings was undoubtedly the best course of action. It was this very reasoning that had emboldened Tang Yin to absorb those exceeding age limits in the past. As the three conversed, they gracefully leapt from the rooftop. Once Tang Yin returned to his dormitory to change clothes, the trio ventured to a small grove outside the village. The master subtly raised his hand, prompting Tang San to understand his intention. The flow of soul power surged around him, and with his recent breakthrough to the 30th level, a newly enhanced blue-silver grass emerged before the master's gaze. The bluish-purple light, not yet fully illuminated, radiated with a striking brilliance. And as Tang San completely released the blue-silver grass, 3 perfectly complementary soul rings appeared at his feet, rotating in harmonious unison. Chapter 114. Dolua version of the flying blade. The master meticulously observed the newly summoned blue-silver grass, reflecting on its evolution compared to the past. He remarked, "The current blue-silver grass is somewhat finer than before. However, its surface possesses a greater luster. Moreover, the faintly sweet aroma it emits is, in fact, a type of poison, correct? This outcome must be attributed to the venom of the man-faced demon spider being inherited by the blue-silver grass. Now, let us assess its resilience. Tang San, strike that relatively thick tree over there." "Understood." Without the slightest hesitation, Tang San acted swiftly, unleashing a strand of blue-silver grass that instantly ensnared the tree. In the next moment, he channeled his soul power and pulled with all his might. The entire tree bent under his force, yet the blue-silver grass showed no signs of breaking. Indeed, although it had thinned, it had become even more robust and resilient. This was likely due to the inherited characteristics of the spider silk from the man-faced demon spider. As the master approached the tree for a closer examination, he observed that the bark ensnared by the blue-silver grass had begun to exhibit signs of corrosion, with wisps of smoke rising from it. With Tang San's continuous tugging, the blue-silver grass delved deeper into the tree. "That will suffice, Xiao San," he said. "Now, Xiao Yin, summon your martial spirit for me to see." The master gestured to Tang San, indicating that he could proceed. Tang Yin, of course, would not withhold his skills. In the next moment, 2 exquisite blue-silver crossbows manifested in his hands. It was evident that the noise produced by other firearms would be too conspicuous, making the nearly silent assault of the blue-silver crossbow exceptionally practical. Furthermore, the current iteration of the blue-silver crossbow was strikingly beautiful. Its body resembled a blue crystal, radiating a subtle glow in the morning light. At first glance, it bore a resemblance to the crossbow wielded by Yu Ji in the honor of King's Game. Yet its overall contours were more graceful. Unlike the gem-adorned designs, Tang Yin's crossbow featured an elegantly arched bow atop its body, entwined with patterns reminiscent of blue-silver grass. The bowstring, crafted from a cool-toned blue-silver grass, added an air of mystery to the weapon. "Xiao Yin, can your martial spirit control its luminescence?" the master inquired. Recognizing that the nearly silent nature of the crossbow's attack was ideal for ambushes, It would indeed be unfortunate if the glow of the crossbow compromised this advantage. This is not an issue, came the reply. As Tang Yin spoke, he adjusted the soul energy coursing through the crossbow. In a brief moment, the radiant effects that once adorned the hand crossbow faded away, yet the object retained an essence akin to that of a masterpiece. Well, since we can refine the details through soul energy, this is commendable. Now, Xiao Yin, unleash your full strength, the master instructed. All right. Tang Yin responded with a single remark. Drawing his bow toward another towering tree, the arrow shot forth instantaneously, piercing through the colossal trunk he targeted, and even traversing into a second tree before dissipating upon the third. Such was the formidable power of the hand crossbow. Xiao Yin, your martial spirit remains as formidable as ever, the master remarked, unable to suppress his admiration at the sight. Fortunately, they were now at a considerable distance from Shrek and the village. Otherwise, the commotion caused by Tang Yin's successive strikes would indeed be quite disruptive. It appeared that the soul rings had successfully enhanced their martial spirits. The master observed the trees targeted by the two brothers, mentally comparing their current attacks with the previous capabilities of their martial spirits. Thus far, only the trees had borne the brunt of their endeavors. Xiao Yin's hand crossbow had nearly doubled its attacking power compared to its pre-evolution state, with the primary enhancement stemming from speed. The size of the arrows remained largely unchanged, which was quite advantageous. Coupled with your soul skills, the output from your basic attacks would be notably impressive, the master commented. Next was Xiao San. The soul beast chosen by Xiao Yin was indeed exceptional. Even without external soul bones, the man-faced demon spider greatly amplified the capabilities of his martial spirit. It significantly enhanced the offensive power, resilience, and stealth of his blue silvergrass. The venom, corrosive in nature, emanated from the man-faced demon spider, while its resilience and stealth were derived from its silk. This comprehensive enhancement proved immensely beneficial for the blue silvergrass. As the master spoke, he pointed to the area recently ensnared by the blue silvergrass, which now bore a noticeable dent, with authentic purple smoke still emanating from the wound. Such an outcome was undoubtedly due to the effects of the corrosive venom. Observing his elder brother's more slender blue silvergrass, Tang Yin couldn't help but entertain a peculiar notion. What if they allowed his brother's blue silvergrass to continually grow thinner and more resilient? After all, powerful visions could be quite terrifying. If there were a soul skill that could further reduce its size, perhaps his brother's blue silvergrass could shrink to the degree of the flying blades from the Trisolaran plan. If his brother's blue silvergrass could reach such a level, what would there be to fear from the spirit hall? They could merely lay down several blade-like blue silvergrasses along their path of action, dual aversion flying blades. And one could only wonder if they would be intimidated. In that scenario, no matter how fantastical this world of Dueling might be, it would surely give the physical masters among them a measure of respect. For a moment, Tang Yin felt a pang of regret for his brother's blue silvergrass, wishing they had pursued this direction from the outset. Although Tang San's blue silvergrass had indeed become somewhat finer than before, it was still only a relative comparison. They had yet to see what the next soul ring might yield, leaving uncertainty about whether the blue silvergrass would continue to diminish. If it did not, they would be left with merely 6 soul rings, including the 100th level soul ring. With just these few soul rings, achieving a thickness akin to rebar for the blue silvergrass seemed a daunting task, let alone transforming it into flying blades. What a pity indeed. The master and Tang San remained unaware of the perilous thoughts swirling in Tang Yin's mind as the analysis of Tang San's current martial spirit continued. Xiao San, your blue silvergrass has made a groundbreaking advancement in its toxicity, now possessing a trifecta of effects: soul force paralysis, nerve agony, and corrosion, all synergistically combined. In the face of such venom, soul masters would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand under normal circumstances. Should you manage to breach your opponent's soul force defenses, the effects would be even more pronounced, marking a significant step forward in your control capabilities. Upon concluding this, the master couldn't help but express his admiration. While Xiao Yin's decision to absorb the man-faced demon spider did carry a degree of risk, it was indeed a sagacious choice. The enhancement of your martial spirit has been previously noted, and the 2,000-year soul ring has certainly fortified your body. This acquisition is truly remarkable. Master, if that's the case, then as long as my brother's blue silvergrass does not encounter fire or ice attribute soul skills, it should hold a considerable advantage against others, right? Tang Yin, returning to reality upon hearing the master commend his brother, felt a hint of shyness. After all, this was originally his brother's achievement, and now it felt somewhat embarrassing to receive praise for it. Thus, he quickly shifted the conversation. Indeed, that is the case. Now that we have examined the martial spirits, let us proceed to demonstrate your new soul skills, the master instructed. Perhaps my brother should go first. My soul skills tend to create quite a ruckus. I'll showcase mine once everyone is awake, Tang Yin suggested. Tang Yin spoke. Chapter 115, Ice Escapes Spiral Shuriken. Well, let Xiao San go first. The master, having conducted an in-depth study of Tang Yin's soul skill, wisely chose to allow Tang San to take the lead, especially since Tang Yin had mentioned that the technique would create quite a stir in his worldview. Thus, Tang San, receiving the master's instruction, nodded without hesitation. He glanced at the two trees previously attacked by the brothers, and as he did, the rhythm of his third soul ring intensified. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from the palm of Tang San's raised hand. Accompanied by the surge of his soul power, an invisible pressure emanated outward in all directions. With a low shout from Tang San, the light in his palm expanded dramatically before he swiftly flicked his hand, launching a bluish-green brilliance with a deft motion. As it soared through the air, the light rapidly enlarged, soon exceeding a diameter of 5 meters as it sped toward Tang San's intended target. As the light continued to contract, the true form of Tang San's skill was revealed to both Tang Yin and the master. A massive spider web materialized between the two trees, intricately woven in a manner reminiscent of a series of interconnected rings. The only distinction from an actual spider's web was that this net was entirely crafted from blue silvergrass. The strands of this web were even finer than the blue silvergrass Tang San had previously employed. Instead of the previous purplish hue, it radiated a clear blue brilliance. The spider web continued to expand until it finally connected with the two large trees, transforming into a colossal net suspended between them, now measuring approximately 6 meters in diameter. Under the morning sun, it reflected shimmering hues reminiscent of the vast sky. After exerting himself fully to employ this soul skill, Tang San's complexion noticeably paled, indicating that the creation of this 6-meter diameter spider web had taken a considerable toll on him. This was Tang San's third soul skill, spider web binding. Xiao San, please share the feedback you received from using this soul skill, the master inquired, carefully observing the newly manifested spider web binding while addressing Tang San, who was resting and recuperating. Tang San, of course, would not decline, and proceeded to elaborate in detail to his esteemed teacher about the various parameters he had experienced with his third soul skill. Master, upon hearing Tang Yin's explanation, nodded with great satisfaction. This soul skill was indeed exceptional. In the absence of attribute constraints, it could be said that all soul masters below level 40 would find it exceedingly difficult to escape from Tang Yin's control. Regarding the issue of being countered, Tang San expressed his thoughts to Master, inquiring whether he should absorb some purely fire or ice attribute soul rings to enhance the dual resistance of his martial soul. However, Master rejected this notion. Noticing the curious glint in Tang San's eyes, he gestured towards Tang Yin, who was somewhat drowsy from idleness, nodding off slightly. Little San, Master said, you must understand that you are not alone. You have companions, a team, and a team exists to compensate for one another's shortcomings in pursuit of greater strength. As the controlling core within the team, your duty is to maximize your control while leaving the rest to your teammates. This inherently requires a high degree of trust in your team. This is precisely why I emphasize the importance of finding a group with whom you can unreservedly entrust your back from the very beginning. Moreover, just like the current synergy between you and Little Yin, your control facilitates his offensive output, maximizing the effectiveness of his attacks. The camaraderie between the two of you guarantees that in the future, no one will stand a chance against you brothers. As Master spoke, he gently roused the drowsy Tang Yin. Upon awakening, Tang Yin, of course, had not quite grasped what Master had said. Feeling a bit awkward as he noticed both Master and his older brother gazing at him, he sought to divert the conversation by saying, Master, you just mentioned that my synergy with my brother is remarkably high, so is it possible for us to cultivate some sort of martial soul fusion technique? Tang Yin remarked, simultaneously indicating that although he appeared to be asleep, he was indeed attentive to the Master's discourse. Moreover, Tang Yin found himself quite curious about what a martial soul fusion technique might entail. Your circumstances do indeed meet certain prerequisites for such techniques. However, the essence of martial soul fusion primarily hinges upon the resonance between the martial souls. If merely possessing identical martial souls sufficed, then the various sects would be inundated with an abundance of fusion techniques. Nevertheless, this does present a potential avenue for exploration, and I shall dedicate some time to this inquiry. The Master's interest was piqued by Tang Yin's observations. However, given that Tang Yin's skills tend to create considerable commotion, it would be prudent for you to first showcase the soul bones you have recently acquired, the Master stated. Very well, teacher. Tang San summoned the 8 spider lances, while Tang Yin simultaneously called forth the 9 tails from behind. As Tang Yin gazed upon his 9 tails, and then at the 8 spider legs of his older brother, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It felt as though he had witnessed this scene before. While Tang Yin pondered, the tails behind him danced uncontrollably, swirling gracefully. Initially, each tail measured an impressive 4 to 5 meters, but as Tang Yin's contemplation deepened, the tails gradually diminished in size, ultimately halting at just over a meter. Moreover, the once tangible tails began to take on a translucent, ethereal quality. Xiao Yin, can your tail shrink and become transparent? The Master inquired, successfully interrupting Tang Yin's thoughts on how to summon the 10 tails in Dolua. Oh, this? Tang Yin responded. It is a peculiarity of my external spirit bone. It can freely transform between a semi-ethereal state and a solid form. Tang Yin spoke as he transformed his tail into a tangible form. The originally transparent and exquisite tail instantly morphed into a fluffy and adorable appendage. Is there any distinction between the two? The Master inquired. The utility of each differs. Tang Yin replied. When in its solid form, it enhances my physical attributes and allows for coordinated offensive or defensive maneuvers. Do not be deceived by its fluffy appearance. Its hardness is considerable, as it is a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years. However, the consumption of soul power is somewhat rapid. Conversely, while the ethereal form does not augment my physical capabilities, it significantly enhances my control over soul power. Tang Yin spoke, transforming his tail into a semi-transparent ethereal form. Each tail adorned with an ice blue spiral orb. In this ethereal state, my soul power could embody the ice attribute. The spiral orb condensed in this form. I named Ice Release, Spiral Shuakin. As Tang Yin infused his soul power, the tips of the 9 tails pointed towards the front, and the spiral orbs merged before him, ultimately creating a massive ice blue spiral orb, surrounded by a celestial ring resembling a star halo. The exterior may resemble the Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, merely altered in hue to an ice blue. Do not question why it maintains the form of a spiral shuriken. Have you not observed the Crown Prince using various tailed beast attributes to coalesce into a spiral orb that ultimately manifests as a spiral shuriken? Chapter 116, The Pitiful Flander. Indeed, even in its physical form, my tail possesses considerable power. Tang Yin spoke as he dissipated the ice escape in spiral shuriken, transforming his tail once more into a tangible form. It enlarged and swept in a single direction, unleashing a powerful force that stirred up a tempest. After introducing his tail, Tang Yin retracted it. The energy consumption of the external soul bone was already significant, especially when maintaining its physical state. The depletion was even more exaggerated. Although Tang Yin possessed various practical skills, this was due to the minimal energy expenditure of his auxiliary soul bone, which did not imply that his soul power was substantially greater than that of an ordinary soul master. Indeed, this external soul bone is exceptionally suited for you. In the initial stages, when your melee capabilities are limited to just a few physical techniques, it can provide considerable defense and close combat prowess. It serves to mitigate the shortcomings of your primary ranged martial spirit in melee combat. By the way, Xiao Yin, have you named your external soul bone? The master inquired. Yes, I shall call it Spirit Tail. It is simple and easy to remember, came the reply. Tang Yin remarked. After all, he struggled with naming, coming up with only 2 options, Nine Tails and Spirit Tails. He then inscribed both names on separate slips of paper and, in the end, closed his eyes to choose one at random. Feel free, Xiao San, you should also give it a try and attack that tree, the master instructed Tang San. Tang Yin responded with a sound and approached the tree, while the 8 spider lances behind him fully unfurled, their 8 legs reflecting an eerie violet hue in the sunlight. These spider legs extended from behind Tang San, enveloping his form like arms, with the tips directed forward. As Tang San channeled his soul power, a faint layer of purple toxin subtly manifested upon the 8 spider lances, appearing remarkably beautiful under their radiant glow. At this moment, Tang San's control over the external soul bone was evidently less adept than that of Tang Yin. However, he still managed to manipulate one of the spider legs, which swiftly pierced through the tree before him. The thrust seemed to encounter no resistance, instantly penetrating the wood. Such an offensive prowess even surprised Tang San. It could be asserted that in terms of sheer physical assault, Tang San's 8 spider lances surpassed even Tang Yin's spiritual position. After all, the sharp 8 spider lance not only possessed formidable piercing damage, but also harbored potent toxins, a fact that the tree now bore witness to. In the brief moment following Tang San's thrust, the tree began to exhibit swift decay, with the purple toxins rapidly eroding it from the wound outward. Before long, the entire trunk had transformed into a shade of purplish black, and even the leaves began to discolor and fall. This signified the tree's utter demise. Many of the descending leaves, some scarcely touching the ground, were already corroded into powder by the toxins, dissipating into the air. Subsequently, the tree that had been assailed by Tang San began to decay and dissolve under the relentless sun, ultimately reducing to a pile of powder. The surrounding area, extending several meters, fell into a profound silence. One could contend that Tang San's 8 spider lance perfectly inherited the dreadfully potent venom of the man-faced demon spider. Concurrently, as the tree was being gradually decayed, Tang San could faintly sense a trickle of power returning to his own body. Though scarce, it was distinctly perceptible. Tang San sensed the feedback from the external soul bone and shared his impressions with the master. In conclusion, the master remarked, indeed, while your external soul bone may not enhance your physique to the same extent as Tang Yin's, its offensive power is remarkably formidable, particularly with respect to its toxicity. Even a mere brush with it would likely inflict considerable pain and distress upon an opponent. Furthermore, it can assist in your mobility, serving as a significant advantage in uniquely challenging environments. It is, without doubt, an exceptional soul bone. Ultimately, Tang Yin demonstrated his skills, but considering that everyone was still slumbering, he merely showcased the martial techniques of the roaming gunslinger. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the master was astonished by the chaos wrought upon the forest by such seemingly innocuous shooting techniques. He could hardly fathom the consequences should Tang Yin experiment with other vocational skills here. The little grove would undoubtedly be decimated. Yet, What truly shattered the master's worldview was Tang Yin's assertion that the potency of the fourth soul ring's abilities was, in fact, rather ordinary. He stated that upon acquiring his fifth soul ring, the might of his martial spirit would experience a profound leap. This revelation left the master lamenting the inequities of fate. Let us pause our tests here. I will take you for breakfast. I also wish to discuss your future training schedules, the master announced. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, he could provide Tang Yin and his companions with the most scientifically optimized training regimens. Before long, Tang Yin and his group arrived at the academy's cafeteria, only to find it eerily deserted. It appeared that the Shrek Academy's little monsters were still recuperating from the previous day's exertions. Though breakfast had been prepared, the seats remained unoccupied. Wait, I remember there was an ant with particularly shaky hands in the cafeteria before we left. Why isn't she here today? Tang Yin curiously glanced around and remarked. After all, that ant's tremulous hands undoubtedly made her the most esteemed employee in Flanders' eyes. Yet today, she was nowhere to be seen. While these students could indulge in slumber, the staff were still required to fulfill their duties. There was no need to rise early. I have dismissed them all. Previously, I observed your breakfast, and Flanders was simply reckless. Are you not aware that this is a crucial period for growth at your age? The body is the foundation for cultivating martial spirits. If one's health falters, how could one possibly endure the forthcoming training? Henceforth, I shall take charge of your 3 daily meals. You may eat as much as you desire, with no restrictions. The master waved his hand and expressed his curiosity. In that moment, Tang Yin truly perceived the aura of a saint emanating from the master, for there was a light behind him. Well done, master. You are indeed divine. Tang Yin expressed profound admiration for the master's actions. At that moment, however, Flanders' weeping voice echoed from outside the door, revealing him counting the mere 2 copper coins left in his wallet, as if by sheer will he could conjure more. How can you still claim to be a formidable soul sage when you possess so little? The master, devoid of any inclination to rob his counterpart, instead began to scorn Flanders for his poverty. In the master's words, it was entirely Flanders' fault. Certainly not a consequence of the desire for retribution after being bested by him the previous day. Absolutely not. Chapter 117, Medicinal Cuisine. The master, dismissing Flanders' antics, shifted his gaze once more to Tang Yin and Tang San, his expression transforming from its usual indifference to a state of evident turmoil. Witnessing the typically composed master in such disarray rendered even the ever-playful Flanders unusually subdued. The atmosphere in the restaurant fell into a sudden, profound silence. A peculiar stillness that left Tang San feeling quite uncomfortable, while Tang Yin let out a resigned sigh. Master, I understand that you wish to inquire about past events and the truths that lie therein. I am indeed aware of what transpired, however. To speak of it now would serve little purpose. And Bibidong once stated that the former Bibidong perished upon entering the Stardo forest, and with her demise, all that she bore faded into oblivion, rendering those truths devoid of significance. Tang Yin spoke. Master Xiao Yin clearly wished to articulate further, but Tang Yin interjected, Master, Aunt Bibidong has just managed to escape from that abyss of darkness. Let her rest for a while. I cannot say much about other matters. But you must understand that Bibidong has never betrayed you. On the contrary, she has sacrificed everything within her power to protect you. Tang Yin recalled that in the original narrative, Bibidong had taken the initiative to confess to Qian Xuanji, asserting that even if she were to sever ties with the Spirit Hall, she would remain with Xiao Gang. Consequently, Qian Xuanji resorted to coercion, threatening Bibidong with violence should she refuse to part ways with Xiao Gang. Thus, Bibidong was left with no choice but to feign indifference and break off her relationship with Xiao Gang. Xiao Yin, tell me, what does Bibidong wish to convey now? Yet, Tang Yin interrupted once more. Master, just as Aunt Bibidong stated, she is no longer the same. She does not wish for you to intrude upon her life again. By the way, she is the mother of Xiao Wu and Yao, having cared for them throughout the years. Finally, the master spoke. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, the master visibly stiffened, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed blankly at Tang San and Tang Yin, his mind wandering back to the days spent with Xiao Wu and Yao. Tang Yin and the others were clearly 4 in number, yet ultimately, they merged with 2 figures from his memory, those of youthful companions from many years past, who once walked side by side with him. Perhaps this truly represents our finest conclusion, applicable to each of us, as the master involuntarily reached out to stroke Tang San's head and remarked, in the end, they could only become the most breathtaking scenery in each other's lives, destined to be mere passers-by. The fateful bond that could never be fulfilled in this lifetime must now be entrusted to their most accomplished successors. All they could do was strive to prevent the events that transpired in their own lives from befalling their juniors. Master, is he well now? Tang San observed the somewhat despondent figure of the master bustling around the kitchen, and a wave of concern washed over him. Rest assured, my dear Xiao San, Flanders reassured him, patting Tang San on the shoulder. It was only then that Tang San noticed Flanders had already made preparations to join the meal. This is the master's method of self-adjustment, Flanders continued, feeling slightly relieved after having traveled alongside the master for so many years. The master merely required some time to vent and recalibrate, and cooking was one of his means of self-regulation. In the past, due to this very habit of the master, He and Lu Erlong had often collaborated to coax the master into treating them to a good meal. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, Flander mused, feeling nostalgic. Just as he was lost in thought, a frying pan suddenly soared towards his face, causing him to dodge instinctively. The master's voice rang out. These dishes are prepared for the students. If you wish to eat, then go to work. First, rouse the children for breakfast. Tang Yin, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. Being an expert in hidden weapons, he perceived from a professional standpoint that the master's throwing technique with the frying pan was remarkably proficient. Such skill could only come from extensive practice. Indeed, the bond between the master and Flander was genuine. Rivals like Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were mere accidents in comparison. Xiao Yin, Xiao San, where's the soybean milk? You should drink some to quench your thirst. Breakfast will be ready shortly, the master said, his demeanor having returned to normal. This perfectly illustrated the notion of differential treatment. Yet Flander still willingly accepted the master's approach. Having just issued his commands, the master hurried off to gather everyone, along with the other teachers. After all, the new teachers like Tang Yin and the others had yet to familiarize themselves with everyone, and this was an opportune moment for introductions. Wow, this meal is undoubtedly the most enjoyable I've had since arriving at the academy. Master, you are truly our deity, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, slumping back in his chair after finishing his meal. By the way, does this mean that our meals will be managed by the master from now on? If that is the case, I feel compelled to start befriending the fatty, Oscar added, feeling quite full. Indeed, and I never imagined that you, Dean, would be so magnanimous, consuming only thin gruel while leaving the delicious dishes for us. We are truly touched, Dai Mubai teased. However, Dai Mubai's observation was not unfounded, in terms of presentation. Flander and the other teachers' breakfasts were indeed much lighter than those of the students. While they were certainly better than before, they did not compare to the lavish meals enjoyed by Tang Yin and the others. Master, are you being biased? Flander attempted to protest, but was swiftly silenced as the master firmly placed a hand on his shoulder, causing him considerable discomfort, rendering him momentarily speechless. Are you even aware of your current physical condition? Still desiring heavy oils and salts? Hurry up and eat. If it cools down, it will severely impact the medicinal effects. The master admonished. The master would never simply shortchange the teachers for the sake of the students. His arrangement stemmed from the fact that Shrek's instructors had all ventured into the world early on, and each bore some remnants of past ailments, making them ill-suited for overly greasy foods. The medicinal dishes were a recipe he had learned when Tang Yin fell ill. Adapted from insights provided by Tang San before Tang Yin's departure, tailored according to the results of a health inspection conducted by an intelligent robot. Oh. With the master's reprimand, Flander found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you, master. After today's meal, I feel remarkably comfortable and warm all over. Xiao Wu, having had his internal injuries largely alleviated by Tang Hao, felt the most pronounced response to the master's medicinal cuisine. I must extend my gratitude to Xiao San and Xiao Yin. The medicinal recipe was provided by Tang San, while Tang Yin's adjustments catered to your individual conditions. The master explained. He then turned to Flander, who was engrossed in his meal. You should not only focus on eating. Now that everyone has arrived, let us introduce ourselves. Oh right. Allow me to introduce our esteemed teachers at Shrek Academy, Flander said, beginning with an elderly man nearby. This is Li Yusung, Teacher Li. His martial soul is the dragon pattern staff, and he is a level 63 soul emperor. Continuing, Flander gestured toward an older gentleman, around 70. This is Lu Qibin. Teacher Lu, a level 66 soul emperor specializing in the control system, with a martial soul of the star Luo chess. Lastly, he pointed to a considerably younger-looking teacher, who appeared to be of a similar age to Flander. This is Xiao Yin, Teacher Xiao. His martial soul is the sugar bean, and he is a level 71 food system soul master, ranking among the top 5 experts in the food system that I am aware of, Flander elaborated. Initially, neither Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, nor Ning Rongrong displayed much astonishment. However, upon the introduction of the level 71 food system soul saint, their expressions transformed instantaneously. All attention converged on the seemingly unremarkable figure, who was notably shorter than Xiao Wu and possessed no particularly striking features. Yet, this individual was indeed a level 71 food system soul master? It is well known that a high-ranking food system soul master is a revered presence in any faction. Not to mention that this teacher was a level 71 soul saint, an esteemed figure even among the upper echelons of the 3 great sects, such as the Ning family. While the other Shrek members were astonished by the Academy's faculty strength, Tang Yin and Yao, both endowed with foresight, seized the moment to collaborate with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, the senior students, to raid the food before them. Those familiar with sharing dishes with roommates know that one must first consume from others' bowls to maximize their own gains. This was not merely due to the master's cuisine being exceptionally delectable. Rather, the duo was well aware of the grueling training that lay ahead. By the time Tang San and the others recovered from their shock, Tang Yin and the others had already retreated with their spoils. After Flander concluded the introductions, the 3 teachers nodded in acknowledgement towards the new students. In contrast, Teacher Li displayed no discernible emotion, his expression neutral. Teacher Lu, however, greeted everyone with warm smiles. While teacher Xiao's demeanor was notably peculiar, he merely nodded at the new students before shifting his gaze back to Oscar. Even Tang Yin and the others perceived a certain fascination in his gaze upon Oscar. Oscar, feeling somewhat unnerved by the scrutiny, indicated that he would refrain from joining Tang Yin and his companions in their stealthy endeavors. Once the teacher had completed the introductions, Flander directly embraced the last figure holding his breakfast and seated beside him, proclaiming, "This individual deserves a thorough introduction. He is the one who has independently developed various groundbreaking theories across diverse fields for soul masters, proposing the 10 core competencies of martial souls. He is hailed throughout the soul master community as the most theoretically proficient soul master. Moreover, it is worth noting that he is also Tang San's mentor, having orchestrated the training plans for both Tang San and Tang Yin. His name is Xiao Gang." Having concluded the introduction of the master, Flander felt there was more to convey. He continued, "You may still be unfamiliar with his name, but you are undoubtedly acquainted with his title. I have shared a friendship with him for several decades." The audience, of course, was familiar with the title of master, having heard it mentioned by their elders at home. Subsequently, their gazes shifted toward the Tang brothers. Although their understanding of the master was limited, they were well aware of Tang Yin and Tang San. They had witnessed Tang San's extensive knowledge during the recent Soul Ring acquisition, affirming that Tang San was indeed the pinnacle in both strength and temperament. As for Tang Yin, he had become almost otherworldly. What more could be said? Tang San was equally taken aback. Despite being the master's disciple, he had never been told the master's name, having always referred to him simply as master. It was only today that he learned his mentor's surname. Flander was highly satisfied with the expressions on everyone's faces and continued, "From this day forward, all your learning and training tasks will be overseen and arranged by the master, while our teachers will fully support him. Given that you have just returned, you shall have a day of rest today, with classes commencing tomorrow. Master, as the chief instructor, do you have anything to add?" Flander then ceded the floor to the master. In response, the master calmly nodded, his expression as resolute as ever, addressing the little monsters of Shrek. "Currently, you are the only students of Shrek, and thus, you are a collective unit in my eyes. I have already reviewed your circumstances through your resumes. I will arrange training based on your situations. During this period, I expect cooperation and do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. Rest assured, I will treat you all equally. Since you consider yourselves to be extraordinary, you must surpass the typical soul masters significantly, so that in the future, whenever soul masters mention you, the first thought that comes to mind will be the word monsters. From this point onward, there will be no distinction of grades or classes. I shall instruct you collectively. Your student numbers will be assigned according to your ages. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Yao. Number 7, Ningrongrong. Number 8, Zhu Zhiqing. Tang Yin will serve as a substitute and assistant instructor." Master, Tang Yin interjected. "I can understand being designated as an assistant instructor, especially since I will be teaching everyone to climb trees, walk on water, and perform the spiral pill. But what is this business about being a substitute? Can't I at least have a number?" Tang Yin speaks out for himself. The meaning of being a substitute is quite simple. In essence, it implies that you must undertake the training they perform, while also engaging in the spiritual training that they cannot. It is a matter of learning through doing. This is the essence of being a substitute. "Tang Yin, master, did you come from the adjacent West Factory?" Noticing Tang Yin's silence, the master continued, "From now on, you shall be collectively referred to as the Shrek 8 monsters. This will be your unified designation." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang Yin inquired once more, Master, but aren't there 9 of us?" "Indeed. It seems entirely reasonable that 8 monsters could comprise 9 individuals, does it not? This is what you yourself have stated, and I find it exceedingly logical," the master replied. Your reasoning is quite compelling. I am left utterly speechless." Tang Yin covered his face, regretting why he had ever claimed that the 4 heavenly kings had 5 members. In chapter 119, titled The Dark Future of Tang Hao, the master, having concluded his remarks, paid no further attention to Tang Yin, who wore an expression of utter desolation. His gaze swept once more over the other members of Shrek Academy as he continued, "Well, since Flander has announced a day off for you, you are free to engage in your own activities. However, I must forewarn you. Tomorrow morning, I will send Xiao Yin and Xiao San to wake you for breakfast here. I expect no tardiness. I assure you, the consequences will be dire if anyone is late." The master spoke with utmost seriousness. In an instant, the members of Shrek Academy, who had previously felt grateful for the day of rest, found their spirits dampened by the master's warning, their hearts filled with unease. Amidst this apprehensive atmosphere, they finished their breakfast and exited the dining hall. As soon as they stepped outside, Oscar hurriedly approached Tang San and cautiously inquired, "Xiao San, why do I feel that your teacher is even more formidable than Dean Flander? It seems that Dean Flander is quite fearful of him. What could be the reason?" Tang San, upon hearing Oscar's words, shook his head in confusion and replied, "I am not particularly knowledgeable about this matter either. The master has never shared with me his past experiences. However, it is true that the master approaches his tasks with unwavering meticulousness. As long as we diligently adhere to his instructions while completing our training, there shall be no issues. At that moment, Dai Mubai interjected, speaking of Ollie, it's amusing. Although Xiao Ao and I are not included, all of you share the same year. Yet, despite this, Xiao San remains Xiao San, and Xiao Wu is still Xiao Wu. It is indeed a curious coincidence. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remark, Tang Yin could only roll his eyes in exasperation. What do you mean by Xiao Wu? If we truly ranked by age, Yao and Xiao Wu would be countless years older than you all. Where do you even stand? The moment Dai Mubai spoke, the portly Ma Hongjun suddenly became intrigued and chuckled. So, I must be older than all of you. Come, my 4 younger sisters. Call me brother so I can hear it. Xiao Wu shot Ma Hongjun a glare and pointed to Tang San beside her, saying, that's fine. As long as you can defeat my brother, it's not a problem. Yao, who stood next to Xiao Wu, also smiled and pointed at Tang Yin, saying, I am the same, just defeat my man, and I will comply. Hearing the words of the 2 girls, and observing the Tang brothers who had summoned blue silvergrass and a laser cannon, Ma Hongjun wisely chose to concede. Noticing Ma Hongjun's demeanor, Ning Rongrong took an interest and said, Fatty, if you can present me with a satisfactory gift, I might consider calling you brother as well. The impoverished Ma Hongjun felt another stab to his heart and turned his gaze towards the final contestant, Zhu Shiqing. She coldly glanced at him and casually uttered 3 words, defeat me. Upon hearing Zhu Shiqing's challenge, Ma Hongjun initially felt a flicker of hope, but before he could respond, he sensed a formidable aura behind him, accompanied by 2 piercing crimson gazes that had completely locked onto him. Great, I'm the youngest here. I'll endure. What other choice did Ma Hongjun have? If they were to rank by age, Tang Yin should rightfully follow Tang San, as the 2 brothers were merely seconds or minutes apart in age. Yet, at this juncture, Tang Yin was unexpectedly substituted by Xiao Wu's strike, which should have been countered in return. Most importantly, Xiao Wu's claim had garnered unanimous support from the Shrek group. However, faced with such pressure, how could Tang Yin possibly back down? He boldly asserted, you all cannot defeat me, forcibly reclaiming the situation. In the end, everyone took a step back. Tang Yin opted out of the ranking, but those younger than him were required to call him brother. Yet, after only a few instances of this address, Tang Yin quickly requested they simply refer to him as Little Yin. After all, with a name like his, it made no difference whether they called him Yin Gu or Xiao Yin Gu. To him, it all sounded equally absurd. Tang Yin was overwhelmed with frustration. What could he do? As a pure-hearted young lad, he was subjected to a cacophony of garish names, none of which were pleasing to the ear. In a fit of annoyance, he retrieved a fresh notebook and inscribed, it's all the old man's fault for bestowing such a name upon himself, leading to my ridicule. I shall remember this grievance. However, after jotting it down, he was engulfed in regret. After all, his mother had been resurrected, kneeling where necessary and exacting retribution where due. He himself had even participated in the old man's poisoning and dismemberment. Now, with his mother and father entwined in their daily lives, Tang Yin found himself at a loss regarding how to punish the old man. Wait a moment. His mother was out of the question. But did he not have a great-grandfather in the city of slaughter? He recalled that his great-grandfather was also destined to perish with a single resurrection coin. He could bring him back to life, restoring his faculties and divine status. He could then inform this great-grandfather, who had toiled tirelessly to resurrect him, that he was being mocked due to the foolish name given by the old man. Surely it would not be unreasonable for the great-grandfather to give the old man a sound thrashing. With this thought, Tang Yin found the feasibility of his plan increasingly compelling. Perhaps he could seek out his great-grandfather, eliminate him, and then resurrect him, thus ensuring everything would be settled in advance. Additionally, he could request his great-grandfather to create a passage for him when he visited grandmother Poseidon in the future. This would even serve as a suitable gift for her. As the one responsible for their reunion, he could then present himself as the dutiful grandson in front of his grandmother, charming her with his demeanor. Would it not be fitting for her and his great-grandfather to join forces against the old man? After all, the old man had likely never encountered such an experience before. It is well known that a childhood without the combined efforts of a couple is incomplete. So I ask, would you believe I am doing this for the old man's sake to ensure he has a complete childhood? And as for the great-grandfather, if the great-grandson claims that his demise is for your future happiness, would you believe him? Regardless of whether they believed him or not, Tang Yin, increasingly convinced of the plan's viability, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of harboring a grudge. The old man would surely feel despair. How burdensome it must be to carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs. Upon witnessing Tang Yin rekindling his vendetta against his father, Tang San found himself at a loss for words. It was a different time now. His mother likely would not harm his father, especially with the resurrection coin ensuring he could not truly perish. Yet, despite his attempts to reassure himself, he could not shake the disquieting feeling that his father's future path would be fraught with darkness. The Shrek Academy's little monsters were thoroughly pleased with this outcome, exchanging high fives before Tang Yin. This marked their first victory against Tang Yin, a hard-fought achievement indeed. By the way, since we have a holiday today, does anyone wish to join me for some fun in the city? Just as they finished celebrating, Ma Hongjun posed the question to the group. Although he addressed everyone, his gaze was distinctly fixed on Dai Mubai. After all, it had been some time since they had engaged in mischief together. However, as soon as Ma Hongjuan's eyes fell upon him, Dai Mubai feigned indifference, adopting an air of detachment as if he were oblivious to Ma Hongjuan's intentions. On the other side, Oscar stretched and declared, I shall not be joining. I simply wish to return and continue my slumber. Having finally broken through to the 30th level, I intend to take a well-deserved break. Upon hearing Oscar's aspirations, Tang Yin could only offer a silent moment of mourning for him, as this wish would inevitably remain unfulfilled in the days to come. Noticing the lack of responses, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, the four girls collectively cast him a murderous glare. Having spent so much time together, they understood precisely what Ma Hongjuan's words implied. Just then, Tang San's voice broke the silence. I will accompany you, little Yin. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the eyes of the group brightened noticeably. They turned their attention to the somewhat taken aback Xiao Wu and Yao before returning to Tang San, who remarked, Third brother, have you two suddenly gained enlightenment? Or have your familial standings risen to such heights? Tang San was visibly taken aback by Ma Hongjuan's question, clearly finding it somewhat beyond the scope of their discussion. With a puzzled expression, he replied, What does this have to do with family status or enlightenment? We are planning to visit the blacksmith shop earlier, as we have quite a few items to forge for our grand plans. We intend to see if we can hire some blacksmiths. Otherwise, relying solely on the two of us, how long will it take to accomplish everything? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Ning Ronron could not contain her laughter and exclaimed, Ha ha ha. I knew it. San Gu and Xiao Yin are far from being as depraved as you. Meanwhile, upon listening to Tang San, Xiao Wu's expression also softened, and she composedly suggested, Why don't I accompany you all? After all, she had momentarily doubted whether her brother was being led astray. There is no need for that. You and Yao should rest well within the academy. After all, the forge can be quite noisy, and since you are not accustomed to such an environment, it would be best for you to stay. At this moment, Tang Yin spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Yao, who originally intended to accompany him, hesitated for a moment. After all, she was acutely aware of the training pressures awaiting them tomorrow, and it was indeed essential to recuperate after narrowly escaping a demanding day. She recognized that Tang Yin had considered this very point, which was why he encouraged them to rest more. However, Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's comments, retorted somewhat defiantly. How could that possibly be deemed sordid? To borrow a phrase from Xiao Yin, it is merely an objective issue that cannot be sidestepped. The matter of malevolent fire is not something that can be easily resolved, especially since I have the Dean's special approval. Oh, speaking of your malevolent fire issue, I nearly forgot that you didn't bring it up. Tang Yin spoke as he retrieved a remarkably intact expulsion soul bone, which he had previously acquired from the 10,000-year infernal python from within his bracelet. Coincidentally, I also possess an additional fire attribute expulsion soul bone, which I had intended to gift you earlier but had inadvertently forgotten amidst our conversation. It seems now is the perfect moment to present it to you. Tang Yin spoke as he casually tossed the piece of soul bone towards Ma Hongjun, much like one would throw a cabbage. Previously, he had informed everyone that the Inferno Heavenly Python had been vanquished by the Snowy Domain Flying Fox, thus neglecting to elaborate on the fate of the python's corpse and its accompanying soul bone. Upon realizing that the object in question was indeed a soul bone, Ma Hongjun became flustered and struggled to catch it, finally managing to do so while exclaiming, No, Brother Yin, you are my biological brother. Soul bone should not be tossed about like this. After all these years, how can you treat such a precious relic so carelessly? Although he successfully caught it, he did so in a rather awkward manner. Rest assured, I have tested the hardness of this soul bone. After all, it is a relic of 100,000 years. It is not so easily shattered. Besides, if it were to break, what of it? It's not a great calamity. I still have another piece of 100,000-year-old soul bone set aside for brewing wine. Tang Yin, as ever, nonchalantly shattered the collective worldview of those present with a startling revelation. 100,000. Soaked in liquor. Apart from a few who were already privy to the truth, one covering their face and the other holding their forehead in disbelief. The rest of the crowd erupted in a perfectly synchronized gasp, epitomizing what could be described as a Shrek rendition of a lion's roar. Hey, hey, hey. What are you all doing? Can't you keep it down a bit? At that moment, Flander, having just finished breakfast, emerged with the others, only to be met with the cacophony of students exclaiming excitedly. He voiced his irritation. Sir, Xiao Yin, he is using a 100,000-year soul bone to infuse liquor. Ma Hongjuan's tone was one of profound indignation, clutching the soul bone he had just received as if fearing that Tang Yin might also seize it for his concoction. What is the big deal? It's just a 100,000-year soul bone. Flander instinctively began to respond dismissively. However, as he continued to process the implications of what was being said, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. What did you just say? Xiao Yin is actually using a 100,000-year soul bone to infuse liquor. In an instant, a greater uproar than before resonated through Shrek Academy, even eliciting a reaction from the usually stoic master. There was no escaping it. Tang Yin's actions were utterly confounding. Fortunately, Shrek Academy was situated in a remote area, sparing them from the attention of outsiders. Otherwise, who could tell what chaos their collective outbursts might attract? Xiao Yin, are you aware of what you are doing? Do you truly grasp the significance of your actions? That is a 100,000-year soul bone. You intend to use it for liquor? This time, Master was genuinely alarmed. After all, 100,000-year soul bone was not something to be trifled with. Is it just 100,000-year soul bone? I happen to have an extra one. The fire attribute soul bone is unsuitable for others, so why not use it to infuse liquor? Tang Yin, with a sense of self-assured logic, nodded in approval of his own reasoning. What kind of logic is this? 100,000-year soul bone, and you intend to use it to infuse alcohol? What kind of liquor requires 100,000-year soul bone? The master exclaimed, visibly agitated. He was genuinely taken aback, as Tang Yin's words had utterly shattered his worldview. The perspectives of the Shrek members crumbled in an instant. Chapter 121, the most lethargic vice sect master in history. I've certainly secured this position. Of course, it's snake wine. Haven't I mentioned this before? Tang Yin spoke as he once again brushed his hand over the bracelet, summoning forth the well-preserved corpse of the infernal serpent. Even in death, the presence of the serpent emanated a palpable sense of oppression. To maintain its freshness, Tang Yin had utilized the ability of the spirit tail to encase it in ice. Perhaps due to his meticulous preservation efforts, upon revealing the corpse, it still exuded a faint aura of soul power, making it appear almost as if it were still alive. The only indication of its demise was the spine, which emitted a soft red glow, marking the location of the soul bone within the torso. With the absence of the fox mother, Tang Yin would need to slay the creature once more to retrieve the soul bone. Although he now possessed skills ranging from levels 35 to 40, he was confident that with a successful shot, he could obliterate it with overwhelming firepower. Yet, such an outcome would reduce the infernal serpent to mere fragments, rendering any hope of brewing wine futile. Indeed, this was a creature with 100,000 years of cultivation. The master's tone revealed evident astonishment. Despite having heard of it before, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Even if you were to brew wine, a soul beast of 100,000 years is unnecessary, Flanders remarked, finally managing to piece together his worldview. What do you know, you single dog? It's precisely because my wife is beautiful. Tang Yin spoke with great pride. Are you trying to kill me? However, before he could finish his sentence, Yao's fist had already struck his chest. Yet, given the flush on Yao's face, there was little force behind it. Finally, observing Tang Yin's expression of delight, Yao twisted at his waist. Tang Yin, caught in her grip, pleaded for mercy, but at that moment, the sudden commotion roused all the gentlemen present. In an instant, Dai Mubai and others rushed to Tang Yin's side, pulling him away from Yao's clutches. Dai Mubai, with an arm around Tang Yin's shoulders, declared, "Little Yin, don't you think we are good brothers?" Meanwhile, on Tang Yin's other side, Oscar suddenly chimed in, "And aren't we brothers who have faced life and death together?" Among them, Ma Hongjuan's reaction was the most pronounced. He directly clung to one of Tang Yin's legs, exclaiming, "Brother Tang Yin, from now on, you shall be my true brother." All right, he continued, "when my wine is ready, I shall prepare some for you all. After all, this snake is so large that it cannot be consumed by just the two of us." Tang Yin spoke with a sense of camaraderie. After all, they were all men, and he was well aware of their subtle thoughts. With great generosity, he expressed his willingness to share, observing his amiable demeanor. Even a few teachers were tempted to ask Tang Yin for a taste of the wine brewed from a 10,000